Born with the divine phoenix bloodline, the boy was destined for greatness, but his family ruthlessly stripped it from him, casting him from a prodigy into an abyss of despair. A piercing pain shot through his spine, cutting deep into his soul. Xiao Nuo jolted awake from the nightmare, drenched in sweat. The haunting memory of that fateful night 3 years ago clung to him like an unshakable shadow. The day Xiao Nuo was born, celestial phenomena heralded his arrival. Golden light swirled around him, and within his veins flowed a single drop of the sacred phoenix blood. This divine gift made him the most talented young cultivator in CS City. But his fortune took a cruel turn when the Tiangang sword sect set their sights on his bloodline. They promised to protect the Shao family for 300 years in exchange for the sacred phoenix blood. On that unforgettable night, the Shao family patriarch ordered the blood to be forcibly extracted from Xiao Nuo's body and transferred to the young master of the Tiangang sword sect. The Shao family rose instantly to become one of the top 3 clans in CS City, with their younger generation granted the honor of training in the sect. Meanwhile, Xiao Nuo was cast into ruin. His cultivation was crippled, and the adoration he once enjoyed turned into scorn. Xiao Nuo had repeatedly gone to the Tiangang sword sect seeking justice, only to be humiliated and thrown out each time. Recently, in a bid to curry more favor with the sect, the Shao family went so far as to expel him from the clan, erasing his name from the family records. Now, Xiao Nuo roamed the Black Worm Mountain range, scavenging for medicinal herbs to heal his damaged cultivation. Since losing the phoenix blood, his progress had stagnated at the 4th level of the body refinement realm, leaving him no choice but to scrape by as a mere herb gatherer. As he walked along a rugged mountain path, he noticed an eerie silence blanketing the area, a stark contrast to the usual lively sounds of the forest. Before long, he found himself lost in a shadowy woodland, its dense canopy resembling a massive bird's nest, disorienting and oppressive. It was then that an ancient circular altar emerged before him. Towering stone columns adorned with intricate carvings surrounded the altar, and at its center stood a colossal deity statue, tens of meters tall. The statue held one hand aloft toward the heavens and the other extended forward, while a massive, circular ring floated behind it. Xiao Nuo stepped onto the altar and bowed respectfully. But before he could react, a cold arrow pierced through his chest. Staggering in pain, he turned to see 3 Shao family members pursuing him, led by Shao Yi, who cackled maliciously. He declared that this was Shao Yong's command. Shao Yong, the patriarch's son, had always harbored jealousy and hatred toward Xiao Nuo. Now, with his impending induction into the Tiangang sword sect, he sought to curry favor with the sect's young master by killing Xiao Nuo. Shao Yi struck out with a palm attack, sending the already gravely injured Xiao Nuo sprawling, his blood splattering across the altar. Just as the trio prepared to deliver the final blow, the skies suddenly darkened and thunder roared. The statue's eyes flared with light, and the blood on the altar transformed into countless glowing runes, enveloping Xiao Nuo in their radiance. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the light. Xiao Nuo plummeted into an endless abyss, surrounded by impenetrable darkness. Then, a chaotic, formless world unfolded before him. Amidst the boundless expanse of stars, a towering golden structure shimmered into view. A resonant voice echoed through the void. Fated One, welcome to the Hongming Golden Tower. Fated One, welcome to the Hongming Golden Tower. A solemn and awe-inspiring voice resonated in Xiao Nuo's ears, as if it were directly communicating with his soul. He lifted his gaze and saw a colossal tower unlike anything he had ever encountered. It exuded an overwhelming aura of majesty and power. Before he could fully process what he was seeing, the Hongmeng Golden Tower suddenly erupted with a dazzling divine radiance that enveloped him entirely. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Nuo's figure vanished from where he stood. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself inside an ancient temple. The structure of the temple resembled a magnificent celestial wheel, with tiered, circular buildings spiraling upward, creating an illusion of infinite extension. Xiao Nuo's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the highest point of the temple. There, a unique circular gate hovered in midair, its shape reminiscent of a portal capable of traversing dimensions. He stood on desolate steps, with an expanse of endless golden sands behind him, shrouded in the light of a perpetual duska seen both grand and mysterious. Where is this place? Xiao Nuo asked instinctively. This is the first level of the Hongming Golden Tower, the dignified voice answered once more. Xiao Nuo's chest tightened as he warily scanned his surroundings. Who are you? Who's speaking? I am the tower spirit of the Hongming Golden Tower, and I have been its guardian for 100,000 years, the voice replied calmly. The tower spirit? 100,000 years? Xiao Nuo's tension grew, and his fists clenched instinctively. Sensing his unease, the tower spirit continued, do not be alarmed. Moments ago, your blood spilled onto the altar, triggering the seal. By sheer coincidence, You have become the first person in 100,000 years to enter this place. Xiao Nuo frowned, his mind swirling with unanswered questions. The tower spirit elaborated. The Hongming primordial ancestor, who created this tower, entrusted me with a mission. The first individual to step into the Hongming Golden Tower would be the one destined to inherit it. You are that fated individual. You will unlock the tower's secrets and become its new master. Xiao Nuo froze in disbelief. He glanced down at the wound on his body, still bleeding, and realized this was no dream. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "What powers does the Hongming Golden Tower possess?" The Hongming Golden Tower is one of the most supreme ancient divine artifacts in the universe. Its mysteries boundless and beyond description in a short time, the tower spirit explained. To wield the power of the Hongming Golden Tower, you must first cultivate the Hongming Overlord Body Technique. After a brief pause, the tower spirit continued. The Hongming Overlord Body Technique is the foremost of the universe's four most powerful body refinement techniques, created by the Primordial Ancestor. With the strength of the Primordial Ancestor, one could shatter the heavens with a single hand, fill the seas with a flick of the finger, and destroy stars with a mere laugh. Shock flickered across Xiao Nuo's face. Such an unparalleled opportunity lay before him. How could he refuse? "I want it," Xiao Nuo said, his voice trembling with excitement. "I want the Hongming Golden Tower, and I want the Hongming Overlord Body Technique." Very well. With the tower spirit's approval, the void erupted into a cascade of brilliant silver light, like countless fragments of stars converging into one. In an instant, an ancient, ethereal scroll materialized in midair and flew toward Xiao Nuo's forehead. Bow. A chaotic wave of energy rippled outward as a silver lightning mark appeared on Xiao Nuo's brow. An influx of unfamiliar information surged into his mind. In the beginning of Hongming, when chaos was undivided, the primordial ancestor gave rise to the great Tao, and the divine king established the era. The Hongming Overlord Body Technique, the strongest body refinement technique in existence, grants its cultivators divine dominance, invulnerability to all laws, the power to overturn the heavens and earth, pierce the veil of life and death, and command the ultimate force of the universe. The first level. The knowledge swiftly integrated into Xiao Nuo's memory. At the same time, a domineering energy surged within him, and his injuries began to heal on their own. Even the arrow embedded in his chest disintegrated and fell away. What is this? Xiao Nuo's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart pounding with exhilaration. The Hongming Golden Tower is enhancing your physique, the tower spirit explained. Before long, the transformation was complete. Xiao Nuo felt an unprecedented sense of vitality, his body brimming with spiritual energy and strength. Even the chronic ailment left by the theft of his phoenix blood had been eradicated. Xiao Nuo clenched his fists with excitement, his eyes igniting with the flames of vengeance. The heavens have not forsaken me, the heavens have not forsaken me. Tiangang Sword Sect, the Shao clan, Shao Yong, Shao Ei will return everything you have done to me, tenfold. After calming the storm of emotions within him, Xiao Nuo asked again, "You mentioned earlier that this is only the first level of the Hongming Golden Tower?" "Indeed," the tower spirit replied. "The Hongming Golden Tower consists of 11 levels. Apart from the first and final levels, the other 9 levels each seal a woman." Xiao Nuo froze. "A woman?" "Correct," the tower spirit continued. "But they are no ordinary women. Among them are infamous demon empresses, peerless sovereign queens who have ruled across eras, and cold-blooded sorceresses capable of annihilating worlds with a mere gesture. Without exception, they are among the most terrifying beings in existence." Xiao Nuo's expression shifted unpredictably, a chill creeping down his spine as if the very top of the tower exuded an ominous presence. "Master, there's no need to worry," the voice of the tower spirit echoed in Xiao Nuo's mind. "These 9 empresses and demon queens are bound by seals. As long as the seals remain intact, they can't harm you. On the contrary, you can even gain benefits from them." Xiao Nuo's eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly asked, "Oh, what kind of benefits?" The tower spirit began to explain. "There are many advantages. For instance, the second seal contains the Dark Knight Demon Queen, whose true form is a 6-winged dark star demon dragon. This blade here was forged from one of her fallen scales." As the tower spirit spoke, a black light materialized before Xiao Nuo, transforming into a medium-length divine blade. The blade's surface resembled the sharp fangs of a dragon, pulsating with black lightning-like patterns, exuding a chilling and menacing aura. The tower spirit continued. "Then there's the third seal, holding the Battle Fury Empress, known for her explosive rage and bloodlust. The energy she emits has condensed into a bloodburst spirit pearl. Using it will unleash a surge of blood energy, enhancing your combat power several-fold for a short period." As soon as the tower spirit finished speaking, another brilliant crimson light descended in front of Xiao Nuo, forming a blood-red orb. The pearl was about the size of a marble, its interior brimming with lava-like energy. Xiao Nuo first reached out for the black blade. The moment it touched his hand, an icy chill seeped into his bones, nearly causing him to lose his grip. What a ferocious blade, he thought, startled. The tower spirit explained. The Dark Star Demon Dragon is a totem of the demon race, possessing immense power. This blade is imbued with its spiritual energy, making it a weapon of demonic might, difficult for ordinary people to wield. Xiao Nuo nodded slightly, then grasped the bloodburst spirit pearl. The pearl felt scorching in his hand, radiating a volatile and violent energy. What treasures? Xiao Nuo's eyes gleamed as he tightly held the pearl. Both of these items contain immense spiritual energy. With my current strength, I can probably only harness a fraction of their power. That's normal, the tower spirit replied. Master has yet to begin cultivating the Hongmeng Overlord body technique, so your foundation is still weak. Once you master the divine technique and achieve a godly physique, no evil force in this world will be able to harm you. After a brief pause, the tower spirit added, from today onward, the Hongmeng Golden Tower will reside within you, and I will assist you in mastering the Overlord body technique as soon as possible. Xiao Nuo nodded earnestly, his eyes flashing with determination. I'll work hard because there are still many things I need to accomplish. Meanwhile, deep within the Black Worm Mountain range, Xiao Yi and his two companions were searching the forest for any trace of Xiao Nuo. Strange. Where did that useless Xiao Nuo go? And that altar is nowhere to be found either, Xiao Yi muttered with a frown. One of his companions tried to reassure him. Don't worry. There's no way he survived. He took Xiao Xi's heart-piercing arrow, and your crushing heart palm strike's as good as dead. Xiao Yi nodded slightly. You're right. Let's head back to CS City. Just as the three were about to leave, a cold, menacing wind suddenly swept through the area. Their hearts tightened as they turned around, only to see a familiar figure standing before them. It was Xiao Nuo. Xiao Yi's brows furrowed. You're still alive? Then a sinister grin spread across his face. If you managed to survive, you should have crawled into some hole and stayed there. Coming out now is just asking to die. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Yi lunged at Xiao Nuo with a ferocious punch aimed directly at his throat. This punch will snap your neck, he sneered as his fist roared through the air, carrying immense force. Xiao Nuo stood his ground, showing no intention of dodging. Instead, he swung the black demonic blade from behind him. Clang! The blade collided with Xiao Yi's fist, and in an instant, the flesh and bones of his hand split apart as if cleaved by an invisible force. Agonizing pain shot through him, and his eyes widened in shock. What is this? He gasped before letting out a blood-curdling scream. Apologies, but this time, it's your turn to die, Xiao Nuo said coldly, a smirk tugging at his lips. With a flick of his wrist, he reversed his grip on the blade and slashed toward Xiao Yi's neck. SSHHH. The blade's edge flashed, and Xiao Yi's scream was abruptly cut off as a thin red line appeared across his throat. Xiao Yi and the other two were overcome with a mix of rage and disbelief, unable to fathom how Xiao Nuo had managed to kill someone as strong as Xiao Yi. One of them, gripping a dagger, charged at Xiao Nuo like a wild beast. You wretch, I'll kill you. Xiao Nuo looked at him with disdain. Among the three, only Xiao Yi had reached the 5th level of body refinement. The other two were merely at the 4th level. Against opponents of the same rank, Xiao Nuo had no fear. Clang! The demonic blade met the dagger, and in that instant, it demonstrated its terrifying sharpness. It sliced through the dagger effortlessly and continued its path, cutting into the attacker's chest. The blade tore through flesh and bone, emerging from his back, severing his life in one swift motion. The spray of blood was blinding, and the second man's scream was cut short as his body collapsed in two. The remaining archer, now pale with terror, fumbled with his bow, trying desperately to notch an arrow. But before he could release it, a gust of killing intent washed over him. Xiao Nuo's black demonic blade was already inches from his face. In the dense forest of the Black Insect Mountain Range, Xiao Nuo wielded a black demonic blade, effortlessly cutting down 3 opponents. He glanced down at the weapon, forged from the dragon scales of the Night Demon Queen, a trace of admiration flickering in his eyes. It feels good to have power, he murmured to himself. I'll call you Dark Star Soul. Xiao Nuo quickly searched the bodies, collecting 6 spirit chi pills and a manual for the Wolf Fang blade technique. A cold smirk crossed his face. Xiao Yong sent you after me for such meager benefits. He must really think I'm worthless. As thoughts of the Shao family's schemes and Xiao Yong's ruthless nature surfaced, a sharp glint appeared in Xiao Nuo's eyes. If not for the chance discovery of the Divine Altar and the Hongmeng Golden Pagoda, he would likely have met his end today. But now, with the Hongmeng Golden Pagoda and the Hongmeng Overlord technique, Xiao Nuo felt reborn, determined to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Xiao Yong, in 3 days, you plan to formally join the Sky Gang Sword Sect. I won't let that happen. With resolve in his gaze, Xiao Nuo sheathed his blade and turned to leave. The city of Xie was bustling with life, its streets crowded and vibrant. Among the 5 great families that controlled most of the city's wealth, the Shao family had risen rapidly thanks to their connections with the Sky Gang sword sect, positioning themselves as potential leaders of the city's elite. Yet, Xiao Nuo lived in a remote, humble dwelling, far removed from the family's splendor. As night fell, Xiao Nuo sat cross-legged on a simple training platform, beginning his practice of the Hongming Overlord technique. To his surprise, however, his cultivation level began to drop, falling from the 4th stage of the body refining realm all the way down to the 1st stage. Perplexed, Xiao Nuo turned to the spirit of the Hongming Pagoda for answers. The tower's spirit explained, "Your spiritual energy hasn't disappeared. It's been dispersed throughout your entire body. This is the profound essence of the Hongming Overlord Technicite tempers every part of your body, turning each into a source of unparalleled explosive power." Understanding dawned on Xiao Nuo as he grabbed a nearby water jug. With a slight application of force, a loud crack echoed as the jug shattered, water splashing everywhere. The incredible strength brought a spark of excitement to Xiao Nuo's eyes, as if he could already glimpse the boundless potential of his future. "I see now." Xiao Nuo's face lit up with joy, his surprise evident. Moments ago, he hadn't used the spiritual energy from his dantian, but had relied solely on the brute strength of his arms to achieve unexpected results. Upon closer observation, he discovered that the spiritual energy in his dantian hadn't disappeared. Instead, it had seamlessly integrated into every part of his body. The total amount of energy within his body remained unchanged, though it was now evenly distributed throughout. While Xiao Nuo's cultivation realm still lingered at the 1st stage of the body refinement realm, his physical strength had undoubtedly grown far more formidable. However, amidst his excitement, he faced a new challenge. Refining his entire body required an immense amount of spiritual energy, and as a 1st-stage body refinement cultivator, he couldn't sustain dispersing the energy to more areas. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Nuo decisively took out 6 spirit energy pills he had taken from Shao Yi and his companions. These pills were of exceptional quality, clearly crafted by the Tiangang sword sect. Without hesitation, he swallowed one. Instantly, he felt a surge of robust, spiritual energy spreading through his body. Calming his mind, Xiao Nuo began guiding the energy to flow throughout his body. Rapidly, his meridians were cleared one after another, and the spiritual energy in his dantian became abundant and powerful once more. His cultivation advanced swiftly. Body refinement stage 2, stage 3, stage 4 all in the blink of an eye. He ascended 3 minor stages, returning to the 4th stage of the body refinement realm. While absorbing the spiritual energy, Xiao Nuo utilized the Hongming Overlord body technique to distribute the energy evenly across his body. After several cycles, Xiao Nuo finally broke through the threshold of the 4th stage, stepping into the 5th stage of the body refinement realm. The dense spiritual energy coursed through his entire body, saturating every inch of his skin and every fiber of his muscles and bones. Seizing the moment, he consumed 2 more spirit energy pills in succession. With the Hongming Overlord body technique in operation, the energy from the pills circulated continuously, reinforcing every part of his body. Thanks to the replenishment from the pills, this time Xiao Nuo did not regress to the 4th stage, but instead solidified his foundation while strengthening his physical body. Several hours later, Xiao Nuo opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. He could clearly sense the profound changes in his body. His strength felt boundless. A faint dark sheen flickered across the surface of his arms, and his skin was as tough as metal. At this moment, Xiao Nuo had reached the peak of the 5th stage of the body refinement realm. Though only at the 5th stage, the total amount of spiritual energy within his body was astonishing. Unlike ordinary cultivators, Xiao Nuo's spiritual energy was used to fortify his entire body rather than being stored solely in his dantian. Compared to typical 5th stage body refinement cultivators, Xiao Nuo's spiritual energy reserves were several times greater, even surpassing those of some 6th or 7th stage cultivators. "I still have 3 spirit energy pills left. Advancing to the 6th stage shouldn't be a problem. This body of mine is finally growing stronger again." Xiao Nuo exhaled softly, anticipation gleaming in his heart. Once a discarded son of the Shao family, Xiao Nuo had reached the 7th stage of the body refinement realm at the age of 13, all thanks to the drop of heavenly phoenix blood within Hema talent unparalleled in CS City. However, after the heavenly phoenix blood was taken from him, his cultivation was severely damaged, causing him to fall to the 4th stage. For 3 long years, he had made no progress. Now, this body had finally been reborn. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After consuming the remaining 3 spirit energy pills, Xiao Nuo successfully broke through to the 6th stage of the body refinement realm. For ordinary cultivators, advancing 1 minor stage required only 1 or 2 spirit energy pills. Xiao Nuo, however, needed at least 3, as cultivating the Hongming Overlord body technique demanded the reinforcement of every inch of his body. At the same time, Xiao Nuo's ability to absorb the energy from pills far exceeded that of others. While most cultivators required several days to fully absorb the energy from one pill, Xiao Nuo needed only half a day. This accelerated absorption rate also meant that Xiao Nuo required significantly more resources than others to progress in his cultivation. Though I'm at the 6th stage of the body refinement realm, my physical strength is several times greater than others at the same level, Xiao Nuo murmured as he awoke from his cultivation atop the training platform in his room. His gaze fell upon the wolf form blade technique manual beside Hemo martial art, taught exclusively to the elite disciples of the Shao family. In just 3 days, he had nearly mastered it. The Hongming Golden Tower not only enhanced Xiao Nuo's physique, but also heightened his talent and comprehension. After merely flipping through the manual a few times, he had grasped its essence. With a creak, Xiao Nuo pushed open the door and looked up at the clear blue sky, his eyes gleaming with determination. Today was the day Xiao Yong, the young master of the Shao family, formally joined the Tiangang sword sect. It was time for Xiao Nuo to extend his congratulations. CS City was bustling with activity today, the streets teeming with people. The Shao family estate, in particular, was adorned with festive decorations, and the air was filled with the sound of drums and gongs. The Shao family is so lively today. Of course, every year on this day, a Shao family disciple officially joins the Tiangang sword sect. The family head always hosts a grand banquet to entertain guests and witness the ceremony. What envy! The Shao family has managed to establish a connection with a colossal force like the Tiangang sword sect. At the speed the Shao family is developing, it won't be long before they become the leading family in CS City. The Shao family estate was extraordinarily lively today. A red carpet stretched from the main gate all the way to the central courtyard, exuding an air of grandeur. In the main courtyard, Shao Xiong, the head of the Shao family, sat in a position of honor. Around 40 years old, he wore a broad smile, yet his eyes glimmered with a sharp and intimidating coldness. The heads of the other 4 prominent families were also present to offer their congratulations, but their expressions betrayed a hint of jealousy. After all, without the backing of the Tiangang sword sect, what right did the Shao family have to flaunt their power like this? Second Miss has arrived. A loud announcement rang out from the entrance, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Even Xiao Xiong couldn't help but rise to greet her. A tall, stunningly beautiful young woman entered gracefully, accompanied by 2 or 3 attendants. Hanging from her waist was a jade pendant, engraved with a bold and striking character for sword, an unmistakable token of an inner disciple of the Tiangang sword sect. A wave of astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd. Can you believe it? The Shao family's second miss became an inner disciple after just 1 year in the sect. You don't know the half of it. Xiao Yue is exceptionally gifted and has earned the sect's favor. I heard she's already reached the 9th level of the body refinement stage and has begun the initial forging of her sword body. Incredible. To achieve all that at just 17 years old, her future is limitless. Not to mention, the sect's young master seems to hold her in high regard. Rumor has it their relationship is quite close. The Shao family might just produce a truly remarkable figure. Listening to the discussions around her, Xiao Yue's face showed no trace of displeasure. Instead, a faint smile graced her lips. She approached Xiao Xiong and respectfully said, "Father, I've come on behalf of the sect to guide the new recruits from our family." Hearing this, Xiao Xiong's eyes gleamed with excitement, his voice trembling slightly with joy. "Excellent, excellent. Today, you are not only the second miss of the Shao family but also an honored guest from afar. Please, take the seat of honor." With that, he cast a smug glance at the other 4 family heads. Xiao Yue gracefully seated herself beside Xiao Xiong, exuding the elegance of a noble bird in a gilded cage. As the guests settled into their places, the sound of celebratory cannons echoed above the Shao estate, and flower petals rained down, heightening the festive atmosphere. The time has come. Let the initiation ceremony commence. With this declaration, several young men and women stepped onto a platform that had been meticulously prepared. At the forefront stood Xiao Yong, the young master of the Shao family, brimming with confidence. At that very moment, an unexpected figure quietly arrived at the gates of the Shao estate. It was Xiao Nuo, the disgraced son of the family. "Stop right there." 2 guards wielding long swords blocked his path. One of them sneered, "Well, if it isn't the so-called genius who was cast out of the family. What are you doing here?" Xiao Nuo raised his eyelids slightly and replied in an even tone, "I'm here to go inside." "Go inside? Sure thing. Show us your invitation." The guard extended a condescending hand. "No outsiders are allowed in without an invitation, even if you were once part of the Shao family." "I don't have an invitation," Xiao Nuo replied, his voice still calm. "Huh, no invitation? Then get lost." One guard shoved him roughly, while the other raised a hand to strike his head. "You worthless dog. How dare you try to enter the Shao estate?" Xiao Nuo's voice turned icy. "I come today with my blade. What need have I for an invitation? Before the words had fully settled, a chilling black light from his blade flared. In an instant, blood splattered through the air as the two guards were cut down at the gates of the Shao estate, their lives claimed by the merciless edge of his demonic blade. From today onward, you are officially disciples of the Tiangang sword sect, announced Xiao Nuo, standing at the forefront of the high platform. Her piercing gaze swept across the crowd, and her cold, commanding voice rang out. Her upright posture and imposing presence resembled an unsheathed sword, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. From now on, the honor of both your family and the sect must be held sacred. You are to remain loyal to the sect and protect it with your lives. Her words resonated like an oath, echoing through the Shao family courtyard. Yes, senior sister Yue, came the loud and unified response from the disciples on the platform. The titled senior sister had replaced the old address of second miss, signifying the Shao family's unwavering allegiance to the Tiangang sword sect. Shao Xiong, the head of the Shao family, stood to the side, his face barely concealing his pride. His eyes scanned the other four family leaders present, his expression brimming with triumph. Next, we will bestow the sect tokens upon the disciples. With a wave of Xiao Yue's hand, several attendants stepped forward, carrying trays. Each tray held 3 items neatly arranged: a meticulously folded sword robe, an official disciple token that glimmered faintly, and a golden pill radiating a rich spiritual energy. The onlookers murmured in amazement, their whispers growing louder. Is that a Foundation establishment pill? No doubt about it. The Tiangang sword sect truly lives up to its reputation, providing such a valuable pill to new disciples right at the start. It's enviable. A single Foundation establishment pill is worth as much as 10 spirit chi pills. Indeed, the treatment the Shao family receives from the Tiangang sword sect is extraordinary. Hearing these comments, Shao Xiong's smile grew even wider, while the expressions of the other 4 family heads darkened. When it was Shao Yong's turn, the crowd was stunned to see that his tray held not 3 but 5 items. In addition to the usual 3, there was also a glowing martial arts manual and a bottle of crystal-clear spiritual elixir. Xiao Yue's voice rang out once more. This cleansing spirit elixir and the shadow sword technique are gifts from the young sect master, specially prepared for this year's top disciple from the Shao family. Xiao Yong's face lit up with joy, his delight barely contained. The others around him stared in envy, their eyes fixed on the treasures. Unable to hold back his excitement, Xiao Xiong stood up and pointed to the items before Xiao Yong, his voice booming, "Ha ha ha! This cleansing spirit elixir can transform one's physical constitution, dramatically enhancing cultivation speed. Even the untalented can become prodigies with it. And the shadow sword technique's a top-tier martial art of the Tiangang sword sect, priceless beyond measure. Xiao Yong, what are you waiting for? Thank your second sister now." Xiao Yong clasped his hands together and bowed deeply toward Xiao Yue. "Thank you, second sister. Once I join the sect, I will personally express my gratitude to the young sect master for his generosity." Xiao Xiong laughed heartily once more, his laughter filled with pride and a sense of superiority. Meanwhile, the other 4 family heads shifted uneasily in their seats, their expressions a mix of frustration and indignation. The Shao family's ostentatious display was a blatant slap in their faces. Just as Xiao Yong was about to receive the disciple token and formally join the Tiangang sword sect, a cold voice suddenly interrupted, "Hold it." A gust of frost-laden wind swept through the courtyard, drawing everyone's attention to the unexpected disruption. When the figure became clear, the crowd gasped in shock. Xiao Nuo. Xiao Yong's face froze in disbelief. He had sent Xiao Yi and others to eliminate this person 3 days ago. How was he now standing here, alive and well? Xiao Yue's expression remained aloof as she demanded, "What are you doing here?" With steady, deliberate steps, Xiao Nuo advanced, each step carrying an unshakable resolve that seemed to press on the hearts of those present. His voice was steady yet firm. "I am here today for the sect's spot." His declaration sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. The Shao family members exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend how someone who had been exiled from the family dared to demand a place in the sect. Xiao Yue's voice turned icy. "You were expelled from the family. What does the sect's spot have to do with you? Guards, throw him out." Several guards stepped forward, ready to act, but Xiao Nuo only laughed. His laughter was laced with mockery and disdain. He raised his eyes to Xiao Yue, his words sharp as blades. "The Shao family's current prosperity is built on the drop of phoenix blood taken from me. How could the sect's spot have nothing to do with me? Without my phoenix blood, how could you have climbed your way into the Tiangang sword sect? How could you have risen to such heights and become a phoenix?" Xiao Nuo's accusation struck like a hammer to the hearts of the Shao family members. He continued, his tone unyielding, "You took my phoenix blood to secure 3 centuries of glory for the Shao family. And now, you intend to discard me like a broken tool?" His words caused the other 4 family leaders to exchange knowing glances, their interest clearly piqued. Though furious, Xiao Xiong had no choice but to maintain his composure under the watchful eyes of the crowd. In a measured tone, he replied, "Every year, the Tiangang Sword Sect selects only the most outstanding disciples from the Shao family. You do not meet the qualifications." The blame was swiftly shifted onto Xiao Nuo himself. Hearing this, Xiao Nuo raised a sharp brow, a faint, enigmatic smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He spoke slowly, his voice calm yet laced with confidence. "So, these are the strongest Shao family members this year? Not bad." Xiao Xiong sneered, his gaze filled with disdain. He scoffed, "To enter the Tiangang Sword Sect, you must first prove you're qualified to stand on this platform." As soon as the words left his mouth, an invisible surge of energy filled the air. All eyes on the platform turned toward Xiao Nuo, their gazes brimming with provocation. This year, the Shao family had 6 members selected to join the Sword Sect. The strongest among them, Xiao Yong, had already reached the 7th level of the body-refining realm, while even the weakest stood at the 5th level. Xiao Nuo, however, had been stuck at the 4th level ever since his Tianhuang blood was taken 3 years ago, leaving his cultivation stagnant and gradually deteriorating. Xiao Yong let out a cold laugh. "Do you even qualify to stand here? If not, you'd better get lost while you still can." Though the Shao family treated him with such indifference, in the eyes of the 4 great families, Xiao Nuo indeed seemed unworthy of entering the Tiangang Sword Sect. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, Xiao Nuo did not back down. Instead, he stepped toward the platform with resolute determination. Xiao Xiong and Xiao Yue's expressions darkened instantly. Suddenly, a young figure darted out from beside Xiao Yong. "Huh, a dog cast out by the family dares to return barking? I, Xiao Cheng, will teach you some manners." Before finishing his sentence, Xiao Cheng sprang off the platform, his fist descending toward Xiao Nuo with fierce momentum. "If you can withstand one punch from me, the Sword Sect spot is yours." Furious fist. Xiao Cheng roared, his punch gathering force as spiritual energy surged along his arm. Veins bulged, and his forearm turned a deep crimson. Though the Furious Fist was a low-tier Shao family martial skill, it was known for its explosive power. It concentrated the user's strength into a single point, capable of delivering a blow with the force of 1,000 pounds. With Xiao Cheng's 6th level body refining realm cultivation, combined with the Furious Fist, this strike could easily crush a 5th level opponent, let alone Xiao Nuo, who was presumed to still be at the 4th level. However, what Xiao Cheng didn't know was that Xiao Nuo had already broken through to the 6th level of the body refining realm, and he wasn't just any ordinary 6th level cultivator. Thanks to the refining effects of the Hongming dominant body technique, every inch of Xiao Nuo's physique was brimming with overwhelming power. As Xiao Cheng's fierce attack approached, Xiao Nuo remained composed. He bent his knees slightly, then exploded into motion. He, too, utilized the Shao family's low-tier martial skill, the Furious Fist. Boom! The 2 fists collided with a thunderous explosion, followed by a sudden burst of blood mist. To everyone's astonishment, Xiao Cheng's muscular arm was shattered on the spot. "Ah!" Xiao Cheng's scream echoed as he was sent flying, blood spraying in every direction. The sight was both shocking and gruesome. Yet Xiao Nuo stood motionless, unharmed and calm as ever. The entire crowd froze in disbelief. Even Xiao Xiong, seated among the spectators, involuntarily rose to his feet. "How is this possible?" Xiao Yue murmured, her voice trembling with disbelief. Xiao Nuo lost his Tianhuang blood. How could he still possess such strength? Could it have returned? No, that's impossible. Absolutely impossible. The faces of those present were painted with shock and confusion. Xiao Cheng lay crumpled beneath the platform, blood pouring from his shattered arm, a pitiful sight. His defeat meant that his coveted spot in the Sword Sect now belonged to Xiao Nuo. Just as the Shao family members were consumed with humiliation, Xiao Nuo, without even sparing Xiao Cheng a glance, made a move that left everyone utterly stunned. "If I'm going to enter the Sword Sect, it will be as the top candidate," Xiao Nuo declared, his voice steady yet commanding. Then, pointing directly at Xiao Yong on the platform, he added coldly, "You, get down here." In that moment, Xiao Nuo's true intentions were laid bare for all to see. "You, get down here." Xiao Nuo's icy words struck like a heavy hammer, instantly driving the already tense atmosphere to its peak. Defeating Xiao Cheng wasn't enough for him now, turned his sights on the Shao clan's young master, Xiao Yong. Xiao Yong's eyes turned cold as frost, his knuckles whitening from his clenched fists, and a palpable killing intent surged from his body. "You despicable wretch! How dare you challenge me? Is it that I don't deserve it? Or is it that you're too afraid?" Xiao Nuo's lips curled into a taunting smirk, his tone brimming with provocation and dominance. The crowd below exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes filled with doubt and astonishment. Was this really the same Xiao Nuo who was once the most brilliant talent in City? Though he had lost the Tianhuang blood 3 years ago, his aura today was no less dazzling than it had been back then. Xiao Yong was thoroughly enraged. He roared, "Dream on. Come up here and fight. But let me make it clear, life or death. It's up to fate." This was supposed to be his triumphant moment, and he would not allow Xiao Nuo to trample on his dignity like this. Sensing the imminent confrontation, the others on the platform quickly stepped aside. Xiao Yue watched the scene unfold, knowing there would be no peaceful resolution today. A glimmer of calculation flashed in her eyes as she quietly approached the edge of the platform amidst the commotion. "Take this." Xiao Yue slipped a pill into Xiao Yong's hand. "What is this?" Xiao Yong asked, his brow furrowed. "A beast force pill. It doubles your strength for emergencies," Xiao Yue explained softly before swiftly retreating. Xiao Yong smirked coldly. With his 7th level body refining realm strength, defeating Xiao Nuo was already a simple task. The beast force pill only solidified his confidence. Fixing his gaze on Xiao Nuo, who was stepping onto the platform, his killing intent surged. "I swear, today you won't leave the Shao clan alive." Xiao Yong's eyes reddened as he drew a gleaming curved blade with a sharp clang. He lunged forward like a charging wolf, unleashing the Shao clan's advanced martial art, the Wolf Fang Blade technique. Die. Wolf's 100-mile dash. Xiao Yong's movements were as swift as lightning, closing the distance to Xiao Nuo in an instant. But Xiao Nuo was intimately familiar with the Wolf Fang Blade technique. As the curved blade whistled toward him, he sidestepped effortlessly, his left hand snapping forward to strike Xiao Yong's wrist with precision. With a sharp clang, Xiao Yong's arm went numb, and the blade slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Gasps erupted from the onlooker. Xiao Nuo had disarmed Xiao Yong with a single move, despite the latter's considerable strength at the 7th level of the body refining realm. As the blade spun through the air, Xiao Nuo pivoted, catching it mid-flight. Wolf's returned to the den. Using the momentum of his turn, he swung the blade toward Xiao Yong. A sharp tearing sound followed, and blood sprayed into the air as a deep gash appeared across Xiao Yong's chest. The crowd below was stunned into silence, their faces pale with shock. Xiao Xiong's eyes widened in fury as he shouted, "How does he know the Wolf Fang Blade technique? That's a skill reserved for the upper echelon of the Shao clan." On the platform, Xiao Yong was livid. "You filthy cur! How dare you wound me?" Pathetic rage, Xiao Nuo sneered, pressing the attack. The curved blade in his hand moved with the ferocity of a wolf. Seeing the dire situation, Xiao Yue tossed her sword onto the platform. The Qingyu sword, catch. In his panic, Xiao Yong snatched the sword. As it left its sheath, its brilliance revealed it to be a lower-grade spiritual weapon. Without hesitation, Xiao Yong wielded the sword in place of his blade, continuing to execute the Wolf Fang Blade technique. The two clashed fiercely, their weapons colliding with sparks flying. The crowd watched in growing disbelief. With his 7th level body refining realm strength and the added power of the spiritual weapon, Xiao Yong's combat ability had nearly doubled. Yet, despite his relentless attacks, he couldn't overpower Xiao Nuo. What was even more astonishing was that Xiao Nuo's mastery of the Wolf Fang Blade technique seemed even more refined than Xiao Yong's. Who would have thought a mangy dog like you could still fight back? Xiao Yong spat as he attacked. Xiao Nuo's gaze remained cold and unshaken. "Next time you send someone to kill me, make sure they're actually competent." Xiao Yong's eyes narrowed, immediately understanding the reference. "What did you do to Xiao Yi and the others?" "What do you think, young master?" Xiao Nuo retorted mockingly, twisting the blade in his hand. With a sudden movement, the curved blade slashed toward Xiao Yong's abdomen. Wolf Fang rend. Another sharp tearing sound, and a fresh wound opened across Xiao Yong's stomach. Despite wielding a spiritual weapon, Xiao Yong found himself outmatched, unable to fend off Xiao Nuo's relentless and precise strikes. "Curse you!" Xiao Yong's face twisted with rage. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you. You're just a dog cast out by the clan. You'll never rise again." With that, Xiao Yong pulled out the beast force pill Xiao Yue had given him and swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, a powerful, beastly aura erupted from within him. His pupils contracted, blood vessels burst in his eyes, and he looked like a feral beast on the verge of attacking. His strength surged twofold, if not threefold. The crowd's expressions varied, clearly shaken by the scene unfolding before them. Xiao Yong's face twisted in fury, his eyes flashing with a crazed light, a sign he had been pushed to his limit. "Prepare to die." Wolf Fury Blood Knight Slash. Xiao Yong roared, his aura surging explosively. He leaped into the air, gripping his long sword tightly, and slashed toward Xiao Nuo with lightning speed. Xiao Nuo's gaze was icy, swiftly analyzing the situation. At this moment, Xiao Yong's combat strength had nearly reached the 8th level of the body refining realm, while he himself had only recently stepped into the 6th level. The gap in power was undeniable. In this critical moment, Xiao Nuo activated the Bloodburst Spirit Pearl embedded in his body. In an instant, a powerful surge of blood energy erupted around Xiao Nuo. His robes billowed without wind. His black hair whipped wildly, and he appeared like a demonic god descending upon the battlefield, exuding an overwhelming aura. The Bloodburst Spirit Pearl, formed from the wrath of the War Emperor sealed within the second layer of the Hongming Golden Tower, could multiply a user's combat strength several times over in a flash. Also entering a berserk state, Xiao Nuo gripped his blade with both hands, meeting Xiao Yong's attack heat without hesitation. Wolf Fury Blood Knight Slash. Both shouted simultaneously, resembling rival wolf kings colliding fiercely on the battlefield. The clash of blade and sword produced a deafening explosion. A powerful shockwave rippled outward, shaking the surroundings. Xiao Yong's arm trembled violently, and the green rain sword was once again sent flying from his grasp. This scene stunned everyone present, including Xiao Yue. She stared in disbelief, her mind racing. Even after taking the beast strength pill, Xiao Yong was still no match for Xiao Nuo. Just how powerful had Xiao Nuo become? The green rain sword spun through the air before landing on the platform with a crisp ding. Xiao Yong staggered backward, his blood surging uncontrollably. Yet Xiao Nuo gave him no time to recover, charging forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. Is this all you've got? The so-called heir of the Shao family, Xiao Nuo said coldly, his tone dripping with disdain. The crowd held their breath, sensing the situation spiraling out of control. Before Xiao Yong could react, Xiao Nuo's figure had already appeared right in front of him. Xiao Xiong shouted furiously, "Stop!" Xiao Yue also cried out sharply, "How dare you!" But their warnings fell on deaf ears. With no hesitation, Xiao Nuo raised his blade high and swung down toward Xiao Yong. Despite Xiao Yong's desperate attempts to retreat, he was a fraction too slow. The icy blade slashed diagonally, striking his right shoulder with precision. A piercing sound of the blade cutting through flesh echoed through the arena, followed by a spray of blood raining down. Xiao Yong's right shoulder was severed cleanly, blood gushing out and staining the entire platform red. The crowd was plunged into a stunned silence, utterly horrified by the sudden, brutal turn of events. The curved blade in Xiao Nuo's hand gleamed with an icy chill, slicing through the air and painting the Shao family's battle stage in a rain of blood. As the blade swept past, half of Xiao Yong's shoulder was severed in an instant. Pain surged through his body, his eyes widened in shock, and his face twisted in terror. "Ah, my arm!" Xiao Yong screamed, stumbling backward like a crippled dog. The scene stunned everyone present. Xiao Xiong, Xiao Yue, and the other members of the Shao family were filled with a mix of fury and disbelief, while the heads of the other four prominent families instinctively rose to their feet. A sharp scar carved through the battle stage, and Xiao Nuo stood atop it like a cold, unyielding deity, his presence dark and imposing. Xiao Xiong, the head of the Shao family, erupted in rage. "You wretch! I'll have your life." With a wave of his sleeve, the tea table beside him shattered into pieces. Without hesitation, Xiao Xiong launched a powerful palm strike, his overwhelming energy surging forward like a tidal wave. A golden force shot through the air, closing in on Xiao Nuo in the blink of an eye. Xiao Nuo instinctively tilted his head, raising his blade to block the attack. Bang! The golden force struck the blade, shattering it into several pieces instantly. Xiao Xiong, a master in the spirit realm, wielded palm energy with devastating might. In comparison, Xiao Nuo, still in the body refinement realm, was 2 entire realms below him. The residual force invaded Xiao Nuo's body, causing him to release the broken blade as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Just then, Xiao Yue leaped gracefully onto the battle stage. With a swift motion of her slender, fair fingers, she summoned the Qingyu sword, a spiritual weapon lying on the stage, into her hands. In her grasp, the Qingyu sword radiated newfound power. Its blade shimmered with a cold brilliance, its sharp aura reflecting on the faces of the onlookers. "You dared harm my brother? Xiao Nuo, you've committed a crime punishable by death." Xiao Yue's voice was icy as she lunged forward like a shooting star, the sword's light flashing as it closed in on Xiao Nuo. The crowd held their breath. That's the cold star sword physique. Only someone with that physique could exude such a sharp and unparalleled aura, someone murmured in awe. Gasps rippled through the audience as they marveled at Xiao Yue's exceptional talent and the profound teachings of the Tiangang sword sect, where she had trained for just a year. Xiao Yue's blade moved with precision and deadly intent, the arc of green light slicing through the air and aiming directly for Xiao Nuo's neck. "Die!" Her voice was frigid, her strike merciless. As everyone assumed Xiao Nuo's demise was inevitable, a surge of blood-red energy erupted from his body, tearing through his robes. With a swift motion, Xiao Nuo drew a dark, ominous blade from behind him, meeting Xiao Yue's attack heat. Clang! Sword and blade collided, unleashing a shockwave of energy. Dazzling sword light clashed with the dark, foreboding glow of the blade, forcing both combatants to recoil. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Yue's face. "What is that?" she muttered. The Xiao family members and the heads of the other families were equally stunned. He blocked it. Xiao Nuo actually blocked Xiao Yue's full-force attack. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. Xiao Yue is at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, enhanced by her cold star sword physique and the Qingyu sword. Even a first-level foundation realm cultivator would struggle to match her. Another person remarked gravely. There's something off. Xiao Nuo's cultivation must have recovered. But 3 years ago, he was only at the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Exactly. Even at his peak back then, he wouldn't have been able to withstand Xiao Yue's strike. The atmosphere grew tense as all eyes locked onto Xiao Nuo. Xiao Yue, however, focused intently on the dark blade in his hand. When her Qingyu sword had clashed with it, she had felt an ominous and violent chill emanating from the weapon. It seems you've had a stroke of fortune recently, Xiao Yue said, raising an eyebrow. But it's meaningless. You won't leave the Shao family estate alive today. With that, she channeled her spiritual energy once more, causing strands of sword qi to encircle the Qingyu sword, radiating an oppressive force. Kill him. Sister, kill him now. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Xiao Yong shouted venomously from the sidelines, his eyes bloodshot with hatred, his voice trembling with rage. You're that desperate to kill me? Xiao Nuo said coldly, his gaze fixed on the woman before him. 3 years ago, she hadn't been so ruthless. Back then, their relationship had been amicable until the Tiangang sword sect struck its deal with the Shao family. This is all you're doing, Xiao Yue replied icily. Xiao Nuo said, isn't it because the young master of the Tiangang sword sect couldn't tolerate me? Xiao Yue let out a cold laugh, a trace of pity flashing in her eyes. 3 years ago, you had the Tianhuang bloodline, and your talent wasn't bad. But compared to the young master, you're as insignificant as dirt beneath the clouds. I'm not trying to belittle you, it's simply the truth. Compared to the Tiangang sword sect, you're nothing more than an ant. Every word she spoke was laced with biting ridicule. A chill flickered in Xiao Nuo's eyes as the demonic blade in his hand, the dark star soul, exuded an icy aura. In a low voice, he said, remember what you said today? Xiao Yue squinted her eyes, about to respond, when Xiao Xiong, seated below the stage, waved his hand and roared angrily, Yue, stop wasting words with him, cut him down now. The atmosphere instantly turned suffocating, killing intent spreading across the venue. The surrounding audience held their breath. Xiao Yue raised her sword, ready to strike, but was interrupted by Xiao Nuo's voice. Is the Shao family truly planning to kill a disciple of the Tiangang sword sect in front of everyone? Xiao Yue froze mid-action, her sword halting in the air, and the Shao family members were momentarily stunned. Xiao Nuo stood firm, one hand gripping his blade while the other rested calmly behind his back. He spoke evenly. I have already secured my place in the sect, which makes me an official disciple of the Tiangang sword sect. Senior Sister Yue, killing a fellow disciple would be a grave offense, wouldn't it? His words struck like a heavy hammer, shaking Xiao Yue to her core. The rules of the Tiangang sword sect were strict, and harming a fellow disciple was indeed a serious taboo. If Xiao Nuo truly identified himself as a sect disciple, she couldn't act rashly. Yet Xiao Nuo had severed Xiao Yong's shoulder and humiliated the Shao family in public. Could they really let this slide? Noticing the hesitation in Xiao Yue's eyes, Xiao Nuo turned his gaze to the Shao family patriarch, Shao Xiong. Patriarch Shao, I am now a disciple of the Tiangang sword sect. If you kill me, would that not tarnish the sect's reputation? With the 5 great families of CS City present today, it won't take long for the news of the Shao family killing an official disciple of the Tiangang sword sect to spread far and wide. Wouldn't that be trampling on the sect's dignity? Xiao Nuo's words were sharp, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Shao Xiong's expression darkened instantly, his face like iron. He realized he had fallen into Xiao Nuo's trap. He could kill Xiao Nuo, but not a disciple of the Tiangang sword sect. He could forego his pride, but he couldn't afford to bring shame to the sect. Over the past 3 years, the Shao family had worked hard to build their relationship with the Tiangang sword sect. It could not be jeopardized by rumors. The other 4 families watched the scene unfold, secretly marveling at Xiao Xiong's loyalty to the sect. For the mere title of sect disciple, he was so cautious. Now, facing the dilemma between family honor and the sect's reputation, how would Xiao Xiong decide? After a long silence, Xiao Xiong clenched his fists, suppressing his fury, and said in a deep voice, let him go. The Shao family members were stunned. Xiao Yue immediately protested, Father? Xiao Yong, on the other hand, cried out in desperation, Father, you can't let him go. He did this to me, he must die. Xiao Xiong's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he glared at Xiao Nuo, gritting his teeth. Humph, the Shao family honors its word. Leave. Xiao Nuo almost laughed aloud at those words. Honor their word? If not for the presence of the other 4 families and the concern over damaging their relationship with the Tiangang sword sect, The entire Xiao family would likely have pounced on him by now, tearing him to shreds. Xiao Nuo had calculated Xiao Xiong's devotion to the sect, which gave him the confidence to show up today. He knew that as long as there was even the slightest risk of harming the Xiao family's ties to the Tiangang sword sect, Xiao Xiong would never let it happen. Calmly, Xiao Nuo walked off the stage, pointing at a tray held by a servant. These items are mine now. Xiao Yue's eyes turned as sharp as blades as she shouted angrily, Xiao Nuo, don't push your luck. The items on the tray were the rewards from the Tiangang sword sect for Xiao Yong. A ceremonial sword robe, a sect token, a foundation pill, a bottle of spirit cleansing elixir, and a high-level martial technique, the shadow sword art. Unhurriedly, Xiao Nuo replied, you said yourself that these items belong to the top disciple of the Shao family this year. Since I took first place, isn't that rightful? No? Without waiting for her to respond, he grabbed the 5 items. Xiao Yue was trembling with rage, gritting her teeth as she cursed, don't forget, you're no longer part of the Shao family. You were expelled long ago. But I am now a disciple of the sword sect. Xiao Nuo replied indifferently. Huh? Do you even have the courage to show your face at the Tiangang sword sect? Xiao Yue sneered. She knew that if Xiao Nuo dared step foot in the sect, he would surely meet his end. Xiao Nuo ignored her, walking toward the exit. At the door, he paused, turning slightly to cast a cold glance behind him. Thank you for today's gifts. And one more thing. He paused, his voice resolute and chilling. I will go to the Tiangang sword sect. Each word was like an icy blade. Xiao Nuo silently vowed that he would go, but not yet. One day, he would ascend to the Tiangang sword sect and repay the humiliation of these past 3 years in full. The tension in the air was palpable. Everyone present felt the weight of Xiao Nuo's defiance, especially when their eyes met his. It was a direct, unyielding challenge. You. Xiao Xiong's fury was barely contained. As for Xiao Yong, who had lost everything, he coughed up blood and collapsed unconscious. Xiao Nuo walked alone through the bustling streets of Xie City after leaving the Shao family. His gaze swept over the lively roads, and a complex mix of emotions surged within him. What he had done at the Shao family today brought a sense of revengeful satisfaction, but it also planted the seeds of trouble for the future. Xiao Nuo was well aware that Xiao Xiong would not let him off easily. However, that no longer mattered. A few days ago, Xiao Yong had already harbored murderous intent toward him. Whether or not he showed up today, his ties with the Shao family were irreparably severed. As the sun set, Xie City was bathed in a golden twilight. Xiao Nuo stopped in front of a grand and opulent building. Its luxurious design was striking. Towering crimson stone pillars stood majestically, and jade green tiles shimmered in the fading light. Above the entrance, 3 gleaming golden characters, Wan Yulu, hung prominently, impossible to miss. Wan Yulu was backed by the Wanjin Merchant Association, which in turn was supported by the Gongsun family, one of the 5 major families in Xie City. The Gongsun family's business empire spanned across the world, and Wan Yulu served as a crucial trading hub for the Merchant Association. From gold and jewelry to weapons and alchemical pills, anything of value could be bought and sold here. Pushing the door open, Xiao Nuo stepped inside. A man in his 30s approached him. With narrow eyes and a sly smile on his face, the man asked, "Are you here to buy something, sir?" Xiao Nuo met his gaze evenly and replied calmly, "I'm here to sell." The man looked slightly surprised and sized up Xiao Nuo's attire, as if doubting whether he had anything of value to offer. "What are you selling?" Xiao Nuo pulled out a scroll from his robes and handed it over. The man took it casually, but as soon as he opened the first page, his expression changed drastically. He quickly shut the scroll. You're selling this?" he stammered. "Are you buying or not?" Xiao Nuo asked without a hint of emotion. The man glanced around cautiously, then lowered his voice. "Let's discuss this somewhere private." Xiao Nuo nodded in agreement. The two soon entered a secluded private room. Fixing his gaze on Xiao Nuo, the man spoke in a low but stern tone. "This Fei Ying sword manual is a top-tier martial art of the Tiangang sword sect. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to trade this? Do you have a death wish?" It turned out that the item Xiao Nuo intended to sell was the Fei Ying sword manual he had obtained earlier that day at the Shao family. Of course, he had already made a copy for himself. Martial arts manuals were closely guarded secrets of sects, and as a top-tier technique, the Fei Ying sword manual was only accessible to inner disciples of the Tiangang sword sect. Even passing it to Xiao Yong had been an exception. Unauthorized dissemination of such a manual would bring severe consequences. Unfazed, Xiao Nuo cast a sidelong glance at the man and said, "Just name your price." "I haven't even agreed to take it," the man retorted, clearly startled. Xiao Nuo replied leisurely, "If you had no intention of taking it, you would have turned me away outside. Why bother bringing me here?" The man chuckled awkwardly before composing himself. "So, you must be Xiao Nuo, the one who caused a stir at the Shao family today. How much do you want?" "You name the price," Xiao Nuo countered. The man hesitated, rubbing his nose as he observed Xiao Nuo's unwillingness to reveal more. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Our Wanjin Merchant Association cannot afford to offend the Tiangang Sword Sect. We can't accept this manual outright, would have to be sold on the black market." Xiao Nuo had heard of the black market. Transactions there were conducted with utmost discretion. Payment and goods exchanged directly, leaving no records and making it impossible to trace the origins. Both buyers and sellers remained anonymous, often going through multiple intermediaries, though the commission fees were higher. With years of experience and extensive networks, the Wanjin Merchant Association naturally had its hand in such dealings. The man scrutinized Xiao Nuo's handsome face and spoke in a hushed tone. "If you want to proceed with this transaction, there will be no trace left behind." "I don't like beating around the bush," Xiao Nuo said, his patience wearing thin. "If you're unwilling to give me a price, I'll take my business elsewhere." Sensing Xiao Nuo's resolve, the man quickly spoke up. 10 spirit chi pills and 1 foundation establishment pill. "Deal," Xiao Nuo replied without hesitation. The man nodded. Under normal circumstances, a top-tier martial art like this would be worth far more. However, the Wanjian Merchant Association would be taking on significant risk. Crossing the Tiangang Sword Sect was no trivial matter. The price, though modest, was reasonable under the circumstances. Xiao Nuo didn't mind. After all, he had a copy of the manual, so these pills were essentially a free windfall. Moreover, he could continue duplicating the manual and selling it to other merchants. Most importantly, the thrill of getting something for free was undeniably satisfying. Before long, the man handed over 10 spirit chi pills and 1 foundation establishment pill, and Xiao Nuo swiftly pocketed them. Neither party left behind any written records or evidence, making it a virtually untraceable transaction. "Could you arrange a room for me? I'd like to rest for a bit," Xiao Nuo asked the middle-aged man upon returning to the main hall. The man responded cheerfully, "Of course." He immediately summoned a young maid and instructed her to prepare a room for Xiao Nuo to rest. The maid led Xiao Nuo to the door of the room and asked with a warm smile, "Is there anything else you need, young master?" After a brief moment of thought, Xiao Nuo replied, "Could you bring me a bathing tub and fill it with hot water?" "Are you planning to take a bath, young master?" "I'll take care of it right away," the maid said with a bright smile. "Yes, thank you," Xiao Nuo responded. The maid humbly replied, "You're too kind, young master. Steward Yin has instructed us to treat you well. This is just a small matter." With that, she hurried off to make the preparations. Shortly afterward, a spacious room was arranged with a large wooden tub, filled 2/3 with steaming hot water. The maid also left a fresh set of clothes for Xiao Nuo to change into, showcasing meticulous and thoughtful service. Once the maid departed, Xiao Nuo closed the door and approached the wooden tub. From inside his robe, he retrieved a small vial containing the essence cleansing elixir, one of the 5 treasures he had obtained earlier that day. This elixir, along with the shadow sword technique, was a special reward from the sword sect's young master to Xiao Yong, making its quality extraordinary. Carefully, Xiao Nuo removed the stopper and poured the elixir into the tub. With just 3 drops and within the span of 5 breaths, the clear hot water transformed into a soft golden hue. Even the rising steam carried a faint, mystical golden aura. Without hesitation, Xiao Nuo removed his upper garment and stepped into the tub. Though the water was hot, a gentle cooling sensation seeped into his body. Closing his eyes, he focused on the intricate spiritual energy flowing through his skin and pores. The essence cleansing elixir began to work its wonders, refining Xiao Nuo's physique and enhancing his cultivation speed. Impurities in his body were meticulously purged, and the spiritual energy within his meridians flowed more freely and vibrantly. Every trace of fatigue vanished in an instant. "Ah, this feels amazing," Xiao Nuo murmured to himself. Reaching out to the nearby table, he picked up a spirit chi pill and swallowed it. Soon, a surge of dense spiritual energy spread throughout his body. As he absorbed the energy from the pill, Xiao Nuo activated the Hongmeng Overlord Physique technique, guiding the spiritual energy to circulate throughout his body, strengthening every inch of his flesh and bones. Xiao Nuo's ability to absorb energy from pills was already exceptional, but immersed in the essence cleansing elixir, his cultivation speed skyrocketed. In less than an hour, he had completely absorbed the spiritual energy from the first spirit chi pill. Although his cultivation level remained at the 6th stage of the body refining realm, this was merely superficial. The pill's energy had fully integrated into his body, fortifying every part of him. His physical strength had subtly but noticeably improved. The Hongmeng Overlord Physique truly is extraordinary, Xiao Nuo thought to himself, marveling at the newfound strength within him. Without hesitation, he took out a second spirit chi pill and consumed it. The essence cleansing elixir and the spiritual energy from the pills complemented one another, nourishing Xiao Nuo's body and cultivation. The second pill was quickly absorbed, and Xiao Nuo immediately swallowed a third. Time quietly passed as faint golden mist swirled around Xiao Nuo. The spiritual energy from the essence cleansing elixir flowed through him like coiling dragons. With the synergy of both elixir and pills, Xiao Nuo's strength steadily grew, propelling him closer to a higher realm of cultivation. The Wan Yu Tower. In a guest room in the west courtyard, Xiao Nuo was fully immersed in cultivation, completely oblivious to the passage of time. For 2 full days, he hadn't taken a single step out of the room, not even moving from the wooden tub he sat in. While an ordinary person would have been severely bloated after soaking for such a long time, his resilient body showed no signs of discomfort. The once clear water in the tub had turned murky, as the power of the bone-cleansing elixir had been entirely absorbed by Xiao Nuo. This miraculous liquid not only strengthened his physique and accelerated his cultivation, but also purged impurities from his body. At this moment, Xiao Nuo felt his meridians completely unblocked, his senses sharper than ever, and his mind refreshed, as though he had been reborn. The 10 spirit chi pills he had started with were now completely consumed. Xiao Nuo opened his eyes, and a determined glint flickered in his jet-black pupils. He silently assessed the changes in his body, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. He had reached the 8th level of the body-refining realm. In just 2 days, he had leaped 2 entire levels, advancing from the 6th directly to the 8th. Even so, Xiao Nuo couldn't help but shake his head slightly. The resources consumed for this breakthrough were simply too great. An entire bottle of bone-cleansing elixir and 10 spirit chi pills. Under normal circumstances, such resources would have been enough to push him to the 9th level of the body-refining realm. However, cultivating the Hongming tyrant body technique required vast amounts of spiritual energy to temper his body, with each level demanding even greater resources. To Xiao Nuo, advancing in realms was only one part of the equation. True power was what truly mattered. He was keenly aware that his physical strength now far surpassed that of an ordinary 9th-level body-refining cultivator, perhaps even allowing him to clash head-on with a Foundation Establishment realm practitioner without being at a disadvantage. Clenching his fist, the crisp sound of his knuckles cracking seemed to affirm his confidence. True strength lies in one's own power, Xiao Nuo murmured to himself as he stood up from the wooden tub. Though his figure remained lean, his demeanor had completely transformed in just a few days, as if he had been remade into a new person. He began to take stock of his remaining resources. The spirit chi pills were depleted, leaving only 2 Foundation Establishment pills in his possession, one from the Shao family and another obtained by trading the Flying Shadow Sword Technique manual. However, given his current realm, it was far too early to use these. As top-tier low-grade pills, Foundation Establishment pills were specifically designed for breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Only at the peak of the 9th level of the body-refining realm could they be used to their fullest potential. With a thought, a black demonic blade appeared in Xiao Nuo's hand. He gently swung the blade, known as the Dark Star Soul, feeling the bone-chilling coldness emanating from it. I've reached the 8th level of the body-refining realm, yet the coldness of the Dark Star Soul still penetrates to the bone. It seems I'm far from fully mastering its power. The Dark Star Soul was forged from the scales of the Dark Star 6-winged demon dragon, though its shape resembled a dragon's fang. The blade's serrated edge gleamed with a fierce yet elegant brilliance, hinting at its extraordinary origin. Suddenly, a low, guttural roar erupted from within the Bladia dragon's furious cry. The sound reverberated in Xiao Nuo's ears, making his head spin and his heart tremble violently. He almost lost his balance, quickly steadying himself by gripping the nearby table. Staring at the blade in his hand, he noticed its surface shimmering with illusory light, its malevolent aura more palpable than ever. At that moment, the spirit of the Hongming Golden Tower spoke to reassure him. Master, do not be alarmed. This demonic blade, forged from the scales of the Dark Star 6-winged demon dragon, naturally carries a portion of the Dark Knight Demon Queen's spiritual energy. The dragon's roar you just heard is a manifestation of the blade's innate power, capable of delivering a form of mental attack. Mental attack? Xiao Nuo's eyes lit up with intrigue. Indeed, the tower spirit explained. This mental attack stems from the overwhelming presence of the Dark Knight Demon Queen, inducing dizziness and fear in its target. As your cultivation advances, you'll be able to unlock even more of the blade's power. I see. Xiao Nuo nodded in realization. The sheer capabilities of this single blade were astounding, making him marvel at the unimaginable strength of the Dark Knight Demon Queen herself. He then asked, as my cultivation improves and the blade's power grows stronger, I assume the same applies to the Blood Fury Pearl, correct? Exactly, the tower spirit affirmed. Previously, when you used the Blood Fury Pearl, you could unleash 3 times your combat strength. Now, at the 8th level of the body refining realm, you can temporarily boost your strength up to 5 times. 5 times. A spark of excitement flashed in Xiao Nuo's eyes. However, the tower spirit cautioned him, but I advise you to use the Blood Fury Pearl sparingly. Why is that? The Blood Fury Pearl was condensed from the blood essence of the War Slaughter Empress, who was notoriously violent and bloodthirsty. Overuse may lead to adverse effects, such as increased aggression and loss of self-control. Only when you've fully mastered the Hongming tyrant body technique will you be immune to its influence. Xiao Nuo nodded thoughtfully. Understood. I'll avoid using the Blood Fury Pearl unless absolutely necessary. Afterward, Xiao Nuo donned a fresh set of clean clothes and stepped out of his room. Before long, he arrived at the main hall of the Wanyu Tower. The same maid who had greeted him 2 days earlier approached, her eyes wide with surprise as she took in his refreshed and revitalized appearance. Young master, have you rested well? She asked, astonished that this guest, who hadn't left his room for 2 days, now appeared more energetic than ever. Xiao Nuo gave a faint nod and prepared to leave Wanyu Tower. When he inquired about the room fee, he learned that Steward Yin had already taken care of it. Offering his thanks, he departed. As night fell, the city of Xie lit up in all its glory. The wide streets buzzed with life, a vivid display of prosperity and excitement. Xiao Nuo moved through the crowds alone, gradually distancing himself from the noise as he made his way to his secluded residence. The house stood silent and solitary. Xiao Nuo gazed at the lonely structure, his expression darkening. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, lighting a candle on the table. The dim, flickering glow chased away the cold shadows, outlining the sharp angles of his profile. He sat down, picked up a cup of tea that had long gone cold, and was about to take a sip. Clang! A flash of cold steel descended from the ceiling, aimed directly at the crown of his head. Yet Xiao Nuo remained unfazed, as though he had anticipated the attack. In a split second, he shifted his body, narrowly avoiding the blade that grazed his cheek. A menacing figure dressed in black dropped down, his face twisted with malice. You were expecting me? He asked, astonished. Xiao Nuo let out a cold chuckle. The Shao family's tactics are getting more and more disgraceful. Before the last word had left his lips, he hurled the teacup in his hand. Crash! The cup struck the black-clad assailant square in the face, shattering into shards. Seizing the moment as his attacker staggered back, Xiao Nuo moved like a phantom, closing the distance in an instant and locking the man's wrist that gripped the blade. The black-clad man froze in terror, but before he could react, Xiao Nuo twisted his arm with brutal force. The sharp blade turned against its wielder, slashing across his throat. Blood sprayed forth, and the man collapsed lifelessly to the floor. Just then, the windows and door burst open simultaneously, and a swarm of assassins poured in. Xiao Nuo, you scoundrel! Prepare to die. Not even the gods can save your miserable life tonight. Kill him. Xiao Nuo's expression remained calm, his movements fluid and precise. He caught the wrist of an oncoming attacker, his fingers tightening like a vice. With a sickening crack, the assassin's wrist snapped, and his weapon clattered to the ground. Xiao Nuo caught the fallen blade effortlessly and swung it in a swift arc. A crimson spray followed, and another assassin fell, his head severed from his body. Outside the house, Xiao Yue and Xiao Yong, whose right arm was heavily bandaged, watched the carnage unfold. Xiao Yong's face contorted with rage and hatred. I want him to die a miserable death. I'll cut off all his limbs myself, sister. You have to avenge me. I want to personally hack off his hands and feet. Xiao Yue's expression was icy. She replied coolly, don't worry. He won't escape tonight. Once I return to the Tiangang sword sect, I'll ask the young sect master if there's a way to reattach your arm. Perhaps you'll regain your former strength. Before her words had fully landed, a streak of light flashed across the air. An assassin was sent flying out of the house, crashing through the door and landing heavily on the ground. He twitched a few times before going completely still. Xiao Yue frowned slightly and took a step forward. These assassins were all seasoned warriors, some at the 6th or 7th level of the body refining realm, with a few even reaching the 8th level. Killing a 6th level Xiao Nuo should have been an easy task. Yet Xiao Nuo emerged from the house, blood-soaked but unyielding. His voice was cold and cutting. When you fail to win in the open, you resort to ambushes. It seems the Shao family's loyalty to the Tiangang sword sect isn't as steadfast as it appears. Xiao Yue felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Xiao Nuo, and her expression shifted slightly. In just 2 days, his strength had grown even more formidable. She sneered, pulling a letter from her robes and tossing it at Xiao Nuo's feet. This is an official notice from the Tiangang sword sect, delivered yesterday. Xiao Nuo, you've been expelled from the sect. In other words, you're no longer a disciple of the sword sect. Xiao Yue's face was expressionless, her tone laced with mockery. You are no longer part of the sword sect. Xiao Nuo's gaze fell on the document lying on the ground, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Miss Xiao, you truly are resourceful. In just a single day, you managed to have me expelled from the Tiangang sword sect. Xiao Yue let out a derisive laugh, a trace of disdain flickering in her eyes. You brought this upon yourself. If you had just stayed in your place, scraping by in solitude, you might have eked out the rest of your pathetic life. But instead, you chose to stand out and court death. Scraping by? Courting death? Xiao Nuo stared directly into Xiao Yue's proud face, his voice icy and cutting. The Xiao family owes everything it has today to a single drop of my Tianhuang blood. Even you, the esteemed Miss Shao, used to hover around me every day, showering me with concern. And now that you've latched onto the young sect master of Tiangang Sword Sect, you've become so full of yourself? Xiao Yue was unfazed by Xiao Nuo's sarcasm. Her voice carried a haughty arrogance. Times have changed. 3 years ago, you still carried the hope of elevating the family, so naturally, I gave you some respect. But now, the gap between us is insurmountable. My cold star sword physique has begun to take shape, and once it fully matures, my cultivation will soar to unprecedented heights. I'll have every reason to revel in my success. She paused, her disdain deepening. As for the young sect master, you don't even deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as him. He stands at the pinnacle of power, with unparalleled talent. At such a young age, he's already the most outstanding sword king in the eastern wastelands. Even if you still possessed your Tianhuang blood, you wouldn't be fit to compare. Xiao Nuo's gaze grew sharp, while behind Xiao Yue, Xiao Yong snarled viciously. Xiao Nuo, don't you dare compare yourself to the young sect master. You're not even worthy to carry his shoes. You're nothing but a dog raised by the Xiao family. Taking your Tianhuang blood was a small matter if we wanted your life. You'd have no choice but to comply. Faced with the Xiao siblings' relentless insults, Xiao Nuo's fury surged. He let out a cold laugh. The Xiao family? I could never stoop so low. With that, he lunged forward suddenly. At that moment, a powerful sword aura descended like a frosty star crashing to the ground, slamming into the space in front of Xiao Nuo. Chaotic sword energy scattered in all directions, cracking the earth, as a long sword surrounded by a red glow blocked his path. The Xiao family's assassins gasped in alarm. Such a powerful sword aura. Steady footsteps echoed from the darkness of the night, and a young figure with a sinister expression emerged. Someone exclaimed, "A Foundation establishment swordsman?" The Xiao family's assassins were filled with dread, while Xiao Yue's face lit up with smug satisfaction. The newcomer spoke coldly. "Li Lu, of the Blazing Sword. By the young sect master's orders, I am here to clean house for junior sister Shao." Before his words fully fell, an oppressive wave of scorching heat swept through the area, with all its sharpness directed at Xiao Nuo. Xiao Yue raised an eyebrow, her tone playful. Senior brother Li Lu is an inner disciple of the Tiangang Sword Sect, a master of flame sword techniques. In past battles, he single-handedly slaughtered 100 men. To die by his hand would be an honor for you. Xiao Yong sneered venomously. Heh, didn't you claim to be a disciple of the Tiangang Sword Sect? Well, those 4 words won't save you now. Kill. Li Lu commanded sharply, charging at Xiao Nuo. He stomped heavily on the ground, and his glowing crimson sword shot forward, which he caught midair. His sword strike, swift as lightning, aimed straight for Xiao Nuo's throat. Xiao Nuo dared not be careless. With a thought, the black demonic blade, Dark Star Soul, appeared in his hand. Their weapons clashed violently, the impact reverberating through the air as sparks flew. Li Lu's expression shifted slightly when Xiao Nuo only stumbled back a few steps. You're supposed to be at the 6th level of the body refinement realm? Doesn't seem as weak as that woman claimed. Xiao Nuo shot back mockingly. And you don't seem as formidable as Xiao Yue made you out to be. Humph. Li Lu sneered. I'll take your mockery in your life. His sword trembled, releasing waves of searing heat as crimson flames coiled around the blade. Explosive flame slash. A surge of heat enveloped the area as Li Lu's figure blurred, his scorching sword aura bearing down on Xiao Nuo. Xiao Nuo's eyes narrowed slightly. Dropping into a crouch, he channeled his strength and raised his demonic blade to meet the fiery assault. Waves of heat rippled outward as the two clashed. Despite Li Lu's ferocious attacks, Xiao Nuo showed no signs of faltering. Li Lu's gaze fell on the demonic blade in Xiao Nuo's hand, his mind calculating silently. His opponent was only at the body refinement stage, while he himself had reached the Foundation establishment stage. For Xiao Nuo to hold his ground, it had to be due to that blade. Li Lu's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. With a mere thought, Li Lu thrust his longsword forward. Just as Xiao Nuo raised the demonic blade to parry, Li Lu suddenly stepped forward, his left hand striking out with force. A ferocious surge of energy swept forth like a tidal wave bone-crushing palm. This bone-crushing palm was a top-tier martial technique of the Heavenly Sword Sect, reserved exclusively for inner disciples. Its devastating internal energy could penetrate surface defenses, directly shattering bones and internal organs. It was a lethal move. A glint of cold light flashed in Xiao Nuo's eyes. Facing this deadly strike, he did not retreat. Instead, he gathered his strength and threw a punch. Fury Force Fist. Spiritual energy surged through his arm, turning it a deep crimson. Not far away, Xiao Yue watched with a look of disdain. Using a low-tier combat technique to counter a top-tier martial art? It was nothing short of courting death. In the blink of an eye, Li Lu's bone-crushing palm clashed fiercely with Xiao Nuo's Fury Force fist. Boom! The deafening collision reverberated, causing the ears of those nearby to ache. A chaotic wave of energy exploded outward. However, the scene everyone expected, Xiao Nuo's bones shattering and body breaking apart, did not occur. Instead, Li Lu's face was filled with shock. The two fighters separated, and Li Lu could clearly sense the extraordinary resilience of Xiao Nuo's body, especially the hardness of his bones, which was astonishing. Xiao Yue and the Shao clan members were equally stunned. A foundation establishment cultivator using a top-tier martial art failed to suppress a body refinement cultivator? Off to the side, Xiao Yong grew agitated and shouted, "What are you doing? Kill him already. The young sect master sent you here to clean house, not to spar with him. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Kill that dog." Xiao Yong assumed Li Lu was holding back. After all, Li Lu had a reputation for cutting down 100 enemies in battle. How could he possibly fail to deal with Xiao Nuo? Spurred on by Xiao Yong's taunts, anger flared in Li Lu's heart. "It's time to end this. With this sword strike, I will cut you down," he roared. In an instant, Li Lu unleashed his full power. Fiery red patterns, like molten lava, surfaced on his body. The crimson sword in his hand blazed brighter than ever, flames coursing along its blade like writhing vines. His eyes seemed to ignite, exuding an unprecedented aura. Flame sword technique. Fire vine slash. The tension mounted. Unable to secure victory after prolonged combat, Li Lu finally unleashed his strongest move. Cut. With a powerful shout, Li Lu swung his sword toward Xiao Nuo, the fiery vines on the blade lashing out like serpents. On the sidelines, Xiao Yong was elated, shouting viciously, "That's more like it. Ha, Xiao Nuo. I told you you aren't even worthy to carry the shoes of the Heavenly Sword Sect. You're done for. You're dead, ha." Despite the scorching heat rushing toward him, Xiao Nuo remained unfazed. Both hands gripping the Dark Star Soul, the demonic blade exuded an ominous and malevolent aura. Wolf form blade technique. Blood Moon Wolf slash. Clang. The blade's energy surged as Xiao Nuo executed the most powerful move of the wolf form blade technique. Leaping like a wolf king, he swung the demonic blade in a perfect crescent arc through the air. A war. A wolf's howl echoed as the fiery sword energy clashed with the blade. The two figures collided fiercely once again. Boom. Bang. The collision of their ultimate moves created a massive shockwave, bursting outward in a cross-shaped blast. To the disbelief of the Shao clan members, both fighters were forced to retreat. Li Lu, the Foundation establishment cultivator, paled, blood dripping from his fingers as his crimson sword emitted a faint hum. Xiao Nuo, though blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, showed no sign of weakening. On the contrary, his fighting spirit only seemed to grow stronger. Seeing this, Xiao Yue finally lost her composure. In just 2 days, Xiao Nuo's strength had advanced significantly. "Kill him," Xiao Yue commanded, drawing her low-tier spiritual weapon, the Azure Rain Sword. Li Lu wasted no time, steadying his turbulent energy as he joined Xiao Yue in attacking Xiao Nuo. At that moment, a glint of icy determination flashed in Xiao Nuo's eyes. Pouring spiritual energy into the demonic blade, the Dark Star Soul erupted with eerie dark patterns. Xiao Nuo swung the blade. Roar. A strange dragon's roar emanated from the demonic blade. As the sound reached their ears, the surrounding air seemed to grow heavier. Xiao Yue and Li Lu felt their minds falter, dizziness overtaking them. This was the spiritual attack of the Dark Star Soul. "It truly is time to end this," Xiao Nuo murmured, seizing the moment to lunge at the closer Li Lu. Wolf's charge. Whoosh! Xiao Nuo unleashed a ferocious burst of speed, appearing before Li Lu in an instant. He leaped into the air, bringing the blade down in a crushing strike. Li Lu, snapping out of his daze, raised his sword to block, but he was a fraction too slow. Clang! The blade mercilessly slashed across Li Lu's sword hand. Crack! Several fingers flew through the air. Li Lu's eyes widened in horror as he watched half of his hand and his sword separate from his body. The searing pain consumed him, rendering his mind blank. Before he could react further, Xiao Nuo's left hand clenched into a fist, dark energy surging through his arm. "As you said, I accept your insults. But your life I'll take it," Xiao Nuo growled, his voice cold and resolute. He launched a devastating punch. His left arm struck like a piercing arrow, landing squarely on Li Lu's chest. Boom! Blood sprayed as bones shattered. Li Lu's internal organs were obliterated in an instant. The force of Xiao Nuo's punch tore through his chest and out his back. A crimson mist erupted, shocking everyone who witnessed it. Xiao Nuo's punch obliterated Li Lu's body, scattering scarlet blood and shattered organs in a grotesque yet strikingly vivid scene. Xiao Yue, Xiao Yong, and the others felt as if their hearts had been violently struck, their faces turning deathly pale in an instant. This was a cultivator at the first stage of the Foundation establishment realm, an inner disciple of the Tiangang sword sect, defeated with a single blow by Xiao Nuo. Li Lu's eyes widened in disbelief, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth and nose. Standing before him, Xiao Nuo resembled a fearsome demon god, his overwhelming power defying comprehension. Farewell, so-called sword sect genius, Xiao Nuo said coldly. Li Lu's broken body fell backward with a heavy thud, lifelessness rapidly overtaking his eyes. Xiao Yong, caught between shock and fury, shouted in a trembling voice, You dare? Xiao Nuo, how dare you kill an inner disciple of the Tiangang sword sect? You're finished. You're absolutely finished. Your fate will be worse than death. The young sect master will never forgive you. At that moment, Xiao Yue lunged forward, brandishing her Qingyu sword at Xiao Nuo. Clang! The sharp edge of the blade glimmered with a green sheen. Xiao Nuo countered with a sweeping motion of his saber, deflecting her spiritual sword with ease. Xiao Yue felt a tingling numbness in her arm, her inner turmoil causing her composure to falter. Within moments, Xiao Nuo had forced her to retreat. Humph! Do you really think you can kill me? Xiao Nuo sneered, his left hand darting out as his fingers aimed directly for Xiao Yue's shoulder. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light erupted from Xiao Yue's body. Accompanied by an overwhelming surge of icy energy, the force of Xiao Nuo's attack was abruptly repelled by a swirling vortex of frost. Xiao Nuo's eyes narrowed slightly. He noticed a shimmering, intricate suit of icy armor materializing on Xiao Yue. Smirking with confidence, Xiao Yue echoed Xiao Nuo's earlier taunt back at him. And do you really think you can kill me? She sneered. This is the Ice Soul Armor, a high-grade spiritual artifact gifted to me by the young sect master. Even a cultivator at the Qi condensation realm might struggle to break its defense, let alone someone like you who hasn't even reached the Foundation establishment realm. As she spoke, Xiao Yue pointed her sword at Xiao Nuo. Do you see the gap between you and the young sect master now? He is the sword king of this generation, while you are nothing but the disgrace of the Shao family. Even in his absence, you wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on my head. She burst into arrogant laughter. Watching her smug expression, Xiao Nuo's eyes turned icy, a chilling aura emanating from his demeanor. You're right, I can't kill you, but... His tone shifted abruptly as his gaze locked onto Xiao Yong, who stood on the sidelines. What about Xiao Yong? Xiao Yong's heart sank as Xiao Nuo's piercing stare fell upon him. Xiao Yue's expression changed drastically, and she shouted urgently, Protect my brother. The Shao family's guards immediately moved to shield Xiao Yong. But at that exact moment, Xiao Nuo sprang into action. Wolf's charge. Whoosh! A distant, haunting wolf's howl echoed through the dark night as Xiao Nuo moved like a lone wolf king, bearing down on Xiao Yong. His demonic blade danced through the air, its arcs of light cutting down anyone who dared to stand in his way. Splat! Slash! The demonic blade, now dripping with blood, gleamed under the night sky. One by one, the Shao family guards fell, their throats slit by the blade's merciless edge. In mere seconds, Xiao Yong was left exposed, directly facing Xiao Nuo's weapon. You wouldn't dare. Xiao Yue cried out in panic. She had never imagined that Xiao Nuo would actually have a chance to strike at Xiao Yong. In that moment, she was utterly flustered. Leaping into the air, Xiao Nuo sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? Clang! Raising his demonic blade, he stepped forward with deadly intent, his cold gaze fixed on Xiao Yong's trembling form. Terror consumed Xiao Yong, his earlier arrogance completely dissolved. Sister, save him. The word was cut short as Xiao Nuo's blade descended mercilessly. Boom! The blade's energy surged, its demonic edge gleaming with an eerie brilliance. Xiao Yong, the young master of the Shao family, was split in two on the spot. Shock, fury, horror. Xiao Yue's eyes widened in disbelief, her face ashen. Brother, young master, she stammered. The rest of the Shao family stood paralyzed with fear, their eyes filled with dread. Quick! Inform the family head immediately. That traitor Xiao Nuo has killed the young master. Hurry! Overwhelmed by terror, the Shao family members fled the scene, dragging an enraged and grief-stricken Xiao Yue with them. Standing amidst the carnage, Xiao Nuo's gaze grew even colder. He knew that by killing Li Lu and Xiao Yong, he had forged an unbreakable enmity with both the Tiangang sword sect and the Shao family. Yet, he felt no regret. Every step leading to this moment had been forced upon him by the sword sect and the Shao family. When I master the Hongming overlord body and wield the ultimate power of the world, I will personally bring the Tiangang sword sect to its knees. Xiao Nuo vowed silently, his eyes filled with unyielding determination. In the Shao family hall, the family head, Shao Xiong, trembled with rage, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Xiao Yue sat despondently in a nearby chair, tears welling in her eyes as her jaw clenched tightly, her face contorted with hatred. An elder of the Shao family rushed in hastily, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. Family head, all the gates of CS City have been sealed. We've already dispatched all the experts within the clan to hunt down the murderer. Hearing this, Shao Xiong turned around, his eyes almost ablaze with fury. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked under the pressure. No matter where that little wretch is hiding, bring him to me. Shao Xiong growled through gritted teeth. I want him torn to pieces. Understood. The elder immediately turned and left, his footsteps quick and resolute. Shao Xiong suppressed the raging fire in his heart, his face shadowed by hatred. A trace of regret flickered across his expression. If he had known things would come to this, he would have personally dealt with that forsaken child of the Shao family himself. Just 2 days ago, after Xiao Nuo caused a commotion in the Shao family, Xiao Yue had sent an urgent plea for help to the Tiangang sword sect overnight. The sect responded swiftly, sending a formal decree to expel Xiao Nuo and dispatching an inner disciple, Li Lu, to eliminate him. Shao Xiong had initially thought that with Li Lu, who was in the foundation establishment stage, combined with the Shao family's many experts, dealing with Xiao Nuo would be foolproof. It was for this reason that he refrained from acting personally. It's all my fault, Xiao Yue said bitterly, her eyes filled with venomous hatred toward Xiao Nu. If I hadn't brought my younger brother along, he wouldn't have been killed by Xiao Nu. Shao Xiong turned to his daughter, his tone carrying a hint of consolation. Your younger brother's death isn't your fault. He insisted on going. If there's anyone to blame, it's that cunning Xiao Nu. As it turned out, when word spread that the Tiangang sword sect had sent someone to kill Xiao Nuo, the vengeful Xiao Yong had insisted on witnessing Xiao Nuo's demise with his own eyes. However, things didn't go as planned. Not only did Xiao Nuo survive, but Xiao Yong lost his life instead. Don't worry, father, Xiao Yue said through clenched teeth. I will make sure to grind his bones to dust to avenge this hatred. Xiao Xiong's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression softening just a bit as he asked, how is your elder brother? He was referring to his eldest son, Xiao Yi, the true heir of the Shao family. The deceased Xiao Yong, being the third son, was of lesser importance. Rest assured, father, Xiao Yue replied. Elder brother is doing very well in the Tiangang sword sect. He's already been promoted to a first-grade inner disciple and has mastered the jade elephant sword body. He's highly regarded by the sect. Hearing this, Xiao Xiong's face showed a trace of satisfaction. He nodded. Your elder brother was among the first of our family to enter the sword sect. Seeing him achieve such success brings me great comfort. Shall we inform elder brother to return? Xiao Yue asked. Xiao Xiong shook his head. There's no need. With the city on lockdown, that little wretch won't survive past tomorrow morning. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes before being replaced by a look of anticipation. Let your elder brother focus on his cultivation. In the future, he will revitalize the family and take full control of CS City. CS City was suddenly plunged into chaos. The city gates were shut tight, and the residents were in a state of panic. Whispers filled the streets and alleys. The young master of the Shao family and an inner disciple of the Tiangang sword sect have been killed. What was even more shocking was the identity of the murderer Xiao Nuo, the forsaken son of the Shao family. The Shao family reacted swiftly and fiercely. Patrol squads moved through the streets like dragon boats, their torches illuminating every shadowy corner. Outside the west gate, the squad captain barked orders. The family head has decreed find the murderer tonight. Guard all city gates tightly. He must not escape. Amid the commotion, Xiao Nuo was hiding in the shadow of a pavilion about 500 meters from the west gate. He clicked his tongue in frustration, realizing the Shao family's response was far faster than he had anticipated. His plan to leave the city immediately after killing Li Lu and Xiao Yong had fallen short by mere moments. Xiao Xiong had already dispatched riders on spirit beasts to seal all exits. Gripping the hilt of his blade, Xiao Nuo's eyes glinted with resolve. Just as he was preparing to force his way through the west gate, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. His nerves tightened, and he spun around, ready to draw his weapon. Xiao, it's me. A familiar voice called out urgently. The gleam of his blade caught the moonlight, illuminating the face of a middle-aged man. Xiao Nuo was startled to recognize him. It was Yin Guancher, the steward he had traded the flying shadow sword technique with at Wanyu Tower just 2 days ago. Yin Guancher's forehead was slick with cold sweat, relieved that Xiao Nuo had stopped his blade in time. Someone wants to meet you, he whispered. Follow me. Xiao Nuo hesitated briefly, but, hearing the approaching footsteps nearby, decided to follow Yin Guancher. Navigating through a series of quiet, secluded alleys, they arrived at a grand and opulent mansion. Standing outside the brightly lit hall, Yin Guancher gestured respectfully with a please motion. Xiao Nuo cautiously stepped into the hall, his eyes scanning the surroundings. A graceful figure stood with her back to him, a woman in a flowing blue dress, her hair adorned with an intricate hairpin. When she turned around, Xiao Nuo couldn't help but hold his breath. Her face was stunningly beautiful, with delicate features and a petite, heart-shaped face. She was, without a doubt, a rare beauty. Gongsun Qing. Xiao Nuo blurted out in surprise. Gongsun Qing smiled as she appraised him. As expected of CS City's former prodigy. Even without the Tian Huang bloodline, you still carry yourself with such presence. She gestured toward the tea on the table. Please, have some tea. Xiao Nuo didn't move forward. Instead, he cut straight to the point. Say what you need to say. I don't like beating around the bush. A trace of curiosity flickered in Gongsun Qing's eyes. Has your Tian Huang bloodline returned? Xiao Nuo turned slightly, his tone cold. That has nothing to do with you. Unfazed, Gongsun Qing chuckled softly. I was just curious, that's all. Xiao Nuo remained silent, his expression unreadable. Gongsun Qing pursed her lips, a trace of disdain flashing across her beautiful face. She locked eyes with Xiao Nuo, her tone carrying a hint of provocation. CS City is now completely sealed off by the Shao family. You might as well grow wings and fly, but even if you manage to escape, you'll face relentless pursuit. She paused, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. But what does that have to do with you? I can help you. Xiao Nuo frowned slightly, studying the enchanting woman in front of him with a hint of surprise. He asked cautiously, why? Gongsun Qing smiled brightly, her confident gaze sparkling. Because I want to help you. I don't like beating around the bush. Xiao Nuo's expression turned serious as he looked her straight in the eye. If you have something to say, just say it. All right then. Gongsun Qing stopped skirting the issue and spoke directly. I think helping you will be useful. Useful? What do you mean? Xiao Nuo pressed. With a slight tilt of her crimson lips, Gongsun Qing explained. The Shao family has been growing rapidly in recent years. If no one curbs their expansion, it's only a matter of time before they overshadow the other four great families. Xiao Nuo suddenly understood. You want me to help you deal with the Shao family? Gongsun Qing didn't deny it. She elaborated. Not exactly help me. I just want to leave the Shao family with a problem they can't easily solve, something we might use to our advantage in the future. Xiao Nuo chuckled softly, his eyes filled with skepticism. With the strength of the Gongsun family, do you really need to resort to such petty tactics? Gongsun Qing's expression turned serious. It's always wise to prepare for the unexpected. Xiao Nuo nodded thoughtfully before shifting the topic. According to the information we've gathered, the Shao family's eldest son is making waves at the Tiangang sword sect. Rumor has it he's refined the jade elephant sword body and has even been promoted to a first-rank disciple of the sect. At the mention of the Shao family's eldest son, a cold glint flashed in Xiao Nuo's eyes. Shao Yi, the eldest son of Shao Xiong, had been the greatest beneficiary of Xiao Nuo's loss of his Tianhuang bloodline. 3 years ago, Shao Yi had entered the Tiangang sword sect through a deal between the Shao family and the sect. Now, he was no longer the person he used to be. Xiao Nuo clenched his fists tightly, barely suppressing the fury boiling within him. Gongsun Qing keenly noticed the change in Xiao Nuo's demeanor and asked softly, Are you worried about Shao Yi's uncontrollable growth? Yes, Gongsun Qing continued, her tone grave. Shao Yi's rapid advancement has already caught the attention of the other four families. Besides, Xiao Yue's close relationship with the Tiangang sword sect's young master is another concern. If both Xiao Yi and Xiao Yue gain high-ranking positions within the sect, CS City will inevitably fall into the Shao family's hands. Xiao Nuo was silent for a moment before asking bluntly, How exactly do you plan to help me? As you said earlier, even if I manage to leave CS City, they'll face endless pursuit. Can you ensure my safety? I can. Gongsun Qing answered firmly. She turned and picked up a letter from the table behind her, handing it to Xiao Nuo. This is a letter of recommendation for the Piaomiao sect. The Piaomiao sect? Xiao Nuo murmured, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Gongsun Qing offered a simple explanation. The Piaomiao sect, like the Tiangang sword sect, is one of the 7 great cultivation sanctuaries in the eastern wastelands, a colossus in the eyes of the world. The Piaomiao sect and the Tiangang sword sect are rival powers. Once you join the Piaomiao sect, the sect will naturally protect you. Xiao Nuo took the recommendation letter and fell into deep thought. Gongsun Qing continued, In a few days, the Piaomiao sect will be recruiting new disciples. With this letter, you can bypass the examination and directly become an outer disciple. As for leaving CS City, that's simple. Tomorrow morning, my family's caravan will be leaving the city. You can hide among the goods. The Shao family still shows some respect to the Gongsun family and won't conduct a thorough search. Xiao Nuo nodded slightly, inwardly impressed by the meticulousness of her plan. However, he couldn't help but ask, Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Offending the Tiangang sword sect could have serious consequences. Gongsun Qing replied with unwavering confidence. Don't worry. As long as you keep quiet, they'll never know. And even if they do find out, we'll have ways to distance ourselves from you. Xiao Nuo said no more, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Gong Sun Qing added a final word of caution. The conflict between the Piaomiao sect and the Tiangang sword sect has been intensifying in recent years. If you join the Piaomiao sect, you'll likely encounter members of the Tiangang sword sect often. Be careful. Thanks for the warning, Xiao Nuo replied flatly. Gong Sun Qing smiled. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, follow the caravan out of the city. Steward Yen will make the necessary arrangements. Xiao Nuo nodded, clasping his hands together in a gesture of thanks. Though he knew her assistance came with ulterior motives, he still felt a trace of gratitude. After Xiao Nuo left, Gong Sun Qing let out a deep breath, her gaze lingering on the young man's departing figure. Her eyes held a mix of emotions. A raspy voice sounded from behind her. Is taking such a risk to help him at the cost of potentially offending the Tiangang sword sect really worth it? The speaker was an elderly man in black robes, leaning on a cane. As a senior elder of the Gongsun family, he also served as Gong Sun Qing's protector. Gong Sun Qing raised her delicate brows, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Black Elder, do you know what he was like 3 years ago? What was he like? The elder asked, puzzled. Gong Sun Qing's gaze grew distant, as if recalling a long-lost memory. 3 years ago, he was bold, arrogant, and brimming with confidence. Though he's fallen on hard times since then, I believe the once peerless prodigy of CS City will rise again. The elder narrowed his cloudy eyes, pondering her words. You're gambling. Yes, I am, Gong Sun Qing admitted, her voice resolute. Embedding that it won't take long before he crosses paths with the Tiangang sword sect's young master. She turned her gaze to the star-studded night sky outside the window, as if envisioning the future. Under that vast, infinite expanse, two extraordinary prodigies stood facing each other, their auras clashing, a fateful duel on the horizon. The city of Xia was destined for a sleepless night. The guards of the Shao family scurried through the streets like ants, searching tirelessly throughout the night, vowing to dig up every inch of the city to find Xiao Nuo. At this moment, Xiao Nuo was seated in a spacious room arranged by Steward Yen. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows on the walls. He didn't rest but instead remained vigilant, sitting on the edge of the bed with a scroll of the shadow sword technique in his hands. This advanced martial art was far more intricate than the wolf blade technique he was accustomed to. It consisted of 3 sword moves: Shadow Slash, Phantom Kill, and Breaking Army, each progressively more challenging. Xiao Nuo's eyes swiftly scanned the scroll, his mind already contemplating how to adapt the sword techniques into blade techniques. Though named after the sword, this manual primarily focused on body movements, with the sword techniques themselves being secondary. He mused to himself, perhaps substituting the blade for the sword could lead to new breakthroughs. Just as he was engrossed in his thoughts of martial adaptation, a knock came at the door. It was Steward Yan's voice. Young Master Shao, are you awake? It's time to leave. Xiao Nuo quickly rolled up the scroll, tidied his clothes, and opened the door. Steward Yan, noticing the faint exhaustion in his expression, remarked, looks like you didn't get any sleep last night? Without waiting for a response, Steward Yin briefly outlined the escape plan. Hide inside a cargo crate, concealed beneath the goods. He then handed Xiao Nuo a small bottle and explained, these were sent by the young lady. 15 Qi condensation pills and 3 foundation establishment pills. As an outer disciple of the Piao Miao sect, resources will be scarce for you. These should help you enter the inner sect sooner. Xiao Nuo tried to refuse, but Steward Yin pressed the pills into his hand and urged, time is running out. We must leave immediately. At dawn, as the sky lightened with the first hints of morning, Xiao Nuo concealed himself within the cargo of the Wanjin Merchant Guild caravan. At the city gates, despite the Shao family's stringent inspections, the influence of the Gongsun family ensured that the caravan only underwent a perfunctory check. By noon, the caravan reached a narrow forested path. Suddenly, one of the crates accidentally fell off the convoy. The escorting guards acted as if they hadn't noticed and continued forward. Once the caravan had moved far enough away, Xiao Nuo emerged from the crate, finally escaping the grasp of CS City. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Shao family estate in CS City, the atmosphere was tense. The family head, Shao Xiong, was seething with rage. He roared, 3 days and nights, and you useless fools haven't even found a trace of him. The gathered subordinates lowered their heads in silence, equally baffled. At that moment, a servant rushed in to report, Master, there's news that someone resembling Xiao Nuo has been spotted near Yun City. The announcement left everyone in the hall stunned. Someone questioned, Yun City? How could he have escaped? Didn't we have the city on lockdown? Shao Xiong's eyes sharpened as he growled, it doesn't matter how he escaped. Just bring him back. Another person reminded him cautiously, Master, Yun City is within the territory of the Piao Miao sect. Shao Xiong let out a cold snort, The Piao Miao sect and the Tiangang sword sect are sworn enemies. That little brat must be seeking the Piao Miao sect's protection. The senior members of the Shao family were seething with rage. One of them angrily exclaimed, "Are we just going to let him off like this?" "Absolutely not. Never." Another growled through clenched teeth. "If we don't eliminate that boy, the Shao family's dignity will be in ruins. If he joins the Misty Cloud sect, we might truly be powerless against him," someone else said with deep concern. At that moment, a cold, emotionless voice interrupted their heated discussion from the doorway. "Even if he hides at the ends of the earth, I will tear him apart limb by limb." All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, only to see Xiao Yue standing at the entrance, her expression dark and menacing. With a chilling aura, she approached Xiao Xiong and spoke with a tone laced with murderous intent. "Father, I am returning to the Tiangang sword sect now. All of you stay here and wait for news. Within 3 days, that treacherous dog Xiao Nuo's head will rest before my younger brother's grave." Xiao Xiong nodded in approval. "Very well. With the unparalleled skills of our young sect leader, I believe that scoundrel won't live past your third brother's 7th-day memorial." Without another word, Xiao Yue turned and set off on her journey back to the Tiangang sword sect, leaving behind an icy atmosphere that seemed to chill the entire room. As the sun sank below the horizon, its fiery hues painted the sky. The ancient city of Sand Fortress stood tall amidst the desolate wastelands, its towering walls exuding an air of grandeur. A young man clad in blue stood atop the city walls, his sharp brows and piercing eyes reflecting a noble bearing. His upright posture and commanding presence made him seem both awe-inspiring and untouchable. He gazed westward, fixated on the blood-red streaks of the sunset. "Brother Xingqian, admiring the evening view again, are you?" Two figures approached from behind, a man with a cheerful grin and a woman with delicate, refined features. The man in blue, addressed as Xingqian, turned around and asked with mild surprise, "Why have you returned? Weren't you supposed to be gathering intelligence on the Tiangang sword sect?" The man waved dismissively. "Nothing to worry about. The people from the sword sect are keeping quiet." The woman chimed in, "With the renowned blade master Liang Xingqian guarding Sand Fortress, how would the Tiangang sword sect dare to make a move?" Liang Xingqian responded with a faint smile, saying nothing further. As the top disciple among the 10 strongest inner sect members of the Misty Cloud sect, his title as Blade Master had long been feared and respected across the region, a true prodigy of his generation. For years, the Misty Cloud sect and the Tiangang sword sect had clashed over control of Sand Fortress, drawn by the vein of rare gold ore hidden beneath the city. The ore was not only a precious material for crafting weapons, but also a unique resource for cultivation. The two sects had been at odds for a long time, with the Misty Cloud sect often at a disadvantage until the arrival of Liang Xingqian, whose presence had stabilized the situation. The two young disciples, Yukong and Lin Yu, were also rising talents within the Misty Cloud sect's inner ranks. Lin Yu sighed impatiently. "I really can't wait to return to the sect. Staying in Sand Fortress for so long is unbearable. My skin's gotten so dry." Yukong explained, "If you want to return to the sect, we'll have to secure full control of Sand Fortress first. That won't happen anytime soon. The Tiangang sword sect won't give up that gold vein without a fight." Lin Yu let out a soft sigh, but before she could finish her thought, an overwhelming surge of sword energy suddenly descended from the sky, hurtling toward the three of them. "It's the Tiangang sword sect's sword riding technique. Alert all our forces immediately." Yukong and Lin Yu were both startled, quickly calling out warnings. In an instant, a massive broadsword crashed onto the wall in front of them, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that roared in all directions like a dragon. The shockwave sent shards of stone flying, forcing Yukong and Lin Yu to retreat several steps. Only Liang Xingqian remained unmoved, standing firm against the blast. "Peak of the 9th level of Qi manipulation," Yukong muttered with a grave expression. Lin Yu also assumed a combat stance, ready for battle. Beside the broadsword stood a man dressed in black. His hair was styled in a dragon braid, and his sharp, predatory eyes gleamed with a cold, menacing light. Liang Xingqian remained calm, glancing back at his two companions. "Go check on the other areas." Lin Yu hesitated. "But Brother Xingqian, what about you?" "It's fine." Liang Xingqian raised a hand slightly. "He came alone. He's here to die." His serene tone carried an unshakable confidence. Sharing a look, Yukong and Lin Yu nodded and left without further protest, descending the city wall to assess the situation elsewhere. Liang Xingqian crossed his arms over his chest, staring down the man in black. "You may make the first move. If I strike first, you won't even have the chance to draw your weapon." The man in black met his gaze without flinching and replied, "My young sect leader wishes to propose a deal with you." "Oh." Liang Xingqian's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile as he unsheathed his sword just slightly, releasing a sharp, chilling light. "You don't seem to understand. I, Liang Xingqian, only need one strike to kill you." As the blade hummed faintly, the man in black's expression hardened. He spoke in a low voice. From this day forward, the management of Sand Fortress will be handed over to the Misty Cloud Sect. Liang Xingqian paused, retracting his sword slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The man in black continued. All we ask is that you kill one person. In exchange, Sand Fortress will be yours. Who? Liang Xingqian asked, his tone steady. A man as good as dead. If nothing unexpected happens, he will appear at the Misty Cloud Sect in a few days. A few days later, a mysterious figure was set to appear at the ethereal sect of Piaomiao. The man in black spoke in a calm tone, his gaze fixed on Zhurun Jianzi, Liang Xingqian. Liang Xingqian slightly raised his eyes and replied indifferently, "Is that person a new recruit of Piaomiao sect?" The man nodded. "You can resolve this matter before he becomes one of them." Liang Xingqian's gaze sharpened slightly as his thoughts raced. The man in black continued, as a gesture of sincerity, "By dawn tomorrow, all members of Tiangang Sword Sect will withdraw from Sand City. At that time, you can send your people to fortify defenses and take full control of the city." Liang Xingqian asked with interest, "What kind of person is worth the young master of the Sword Sect trading Sand City for his life?" "Just a lowly ant," the man in black replied coldly. "Oh." Liang Xingqian raised an eyebrow. "An ant's life is that valuable?" "It's not his life that's valuable. It's the dignity of Tiangang Sword Sect that is inviolable. This person has crossed the sect's boundaries, deserves to die." A chilling aura emanated from the man in black, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. "There's one more thing. I hope Zhurun Jianzi can send his head to the Shao family in CS City." As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible force surged, stirring up a storm of yellow dust over Sand City. Moments later, Yukong and Lin Yu returned to Liang Xingqian, finding him alone on the city platform. "Senior brother Xingqian, Tiangang Sword Sect didn't launch an attack," Yukong reported. Lin Yu added, "Everything else seems calm as well." "What about that man?" Yukong asked curiously. A trace of pride flickered in Liang Xingqian's eyes. "He's gone." "Gone?" The two exchanged puzzled glances. Liang Xingqian turned to them. "Inform the sect tomorrow morning Sand City is ours." "What?" Yukong and Lin Yu were stunned. A few days later, Xiao Nuo, who had left CS City and made a brief stop in Yun City, successfully arrived at the borders of Piaomiao sect. It was the time of their recruitment, and the mountain gate was bustling with young talents from all over. Following the crowd, Xiao Nuo ascended the mountain and soon reached an ancient cloud platform atop a peak. Standing on the platform and looking out, the immortal gates of Piaomiao sect were nestled among the mountains, shrouded in mist, like a celestial palace on earth. "This is breathtaking. Piaomiao sect truly feels like a paradise," someone exclaimed. "One of the 7 great sanctuaries of the eastern wilderness. People dream of coming here. It's no surprise it's so magnificent. There are so many people here today." "Yeah, probably 200 or 300. Though 200 or 300 newcomers might not seem like much, Piaomiao sect's recruitment process was unique. One needed a recommendation to even qualify. Moreover, those who performed poorly after joining could still be expelled. Thus, most of those present had some degree of background or talent." Suddenly, a thunderous roar of a lion echoed, shaking the surroundings. A massive snow-white lion, towering 4 to 5 meters high, leaped onto the cloud platform, drawing everyone's attention. A young woman with an air of nobility and striking beauty dismounted from the lion's back, her gaze carrying a hint of arrogance. "Who is that? She arrived riding a beast?" someone whispered. "You don't know her? That's Liang Zi, the eldest daughter of the Liang family from Qingzhou City. No wonder she's so haughty." Liang Zi merely swept a cold glance over the crowd, as if no one was worth her notice. At that moment, several individuals dressed in the official robes of Piaomiao sect disciples arrived on the platform, led by an elder in his 50s. "I will be overseeing the reception of new recruits today," the elder announced, and the platform fell silent. He continued, "To keep it brief, there are 2 ways to enter the sect as usual. First, by presenting a letter of recommendation." Many on the platform immediately produced their recommendation letters. "What's the second way?" someone in the crowd asked. The elder raised his hand, gesturing from the cloud platform to the immortal gates of Piaomiao sect in the distance. From this cloud peak platform to the outer gates of the sect lies the Piaomiao heavenly stairway, a treacherous path spanning 120 li through mountainous terrain. Along the way, you'll encounter forests teeming with venomous creatures, perilous swamps, and beasts blocking your path. Only those with exceptional strength, courage, and sharp minds can make it through. The second way is to challenge this treacherous journey and successfully ascend the Piaomiao heavenly stairway before sunset today. Doing so will earn you a place as a disciple of our sect." The elder's words sparked a wave of murmurs across the platform. This second method seems like way too much trouble. Just as the elder in charge of the reception finished speaking, the atmosphere on the platform suddenly grew tense. Fear flickered across the faces of many. and they began to shake their heads and back away. Everyone knew all too well that the forests surrounding the Piao Miao sect were teeming with ferocious beasts and deadly monsters. A single misstep could lead to certain death. Cowards, the lot of you! Liang Zi scanned the crowd with disdain, a mocking smile curling at the corner of her lips. At that moment, a young man dressed in luxurious robes stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, "Is there a reward for entering the Piao Miao sect through the second method?" The elder nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Anyone who reaches the top of the Piao Miao heavenly staircase within the allotted time will receive a foundation pill. The top 5 will receive double the reward. He paused briefly before raising his voice. And for the top 3, the crowd held their breath, waiting for him to continue. The third place winner will receive 3 foundation pills and a martial arts manual exclusive to inner disciples. The second place winner will get 4 foundation pills and a lower grade spiritual artifact. As for the first place, 5 foundation pills and a mid-grade spiritual artifact. A wave of astonished murmurs erupted across the platform. Exclamations came from all directions. What a generous offer! A mid-grade spiritual artifact? The Piao Miao sect is really pulling out all the stops. I've never even seen a spiritual artifact in my life. Forget it. Fortune favors the bold. I'm going to challenge the Piao Miao heavenly staircase. Those who had hesitated moments ago now found themselves tempted. While the competition for the top 3 would undoubtedly be fierce, simply reaching the summit would still earn them a foundation pillar reward too enticing to refuse. The elder raised his voice once more. Those who wish to challenge the Piao Miao heavenly staircase gather at the northern entrance to Yunshan Valley. Those who prefer to head directly to the sect remain here. As his words faded, the crowd on the platform quickly split into 2 groups. The self-assured young talents wasted no time in heading toward Yunshan Valley. Liang Zi, the eldest daughter of the Liang family from Qingzhou City, naturally opted for the second method. She smirked to herself, brimming with confidence. The first place prize is as good as mine. Xiao Nuo watched the departing crowd and weighed his options. To quickly advance his cultivation and stand a chance against the Shao family and the Tiangang sword sect, he needed more resources. Without hesitation, he chose the second path as well. The journey of cultivation is about facing challenges head-on, Xiao Nuo resolved silently. If I can't even conquer the Piao Miao heavenly staircase, my training will be meaningless. With that, he stepped off the platform and strode toward the northern Yunshan Valley. Meanwhile, in a pavilion just outside Yunshan Valley, a young man clad in ornate attire was waiting. Suddenly, the faint sound of footsteps came from behind him. He turned and cupped his hands in greeting. Zhou greets brother Liang Xingchen. Liang Xingchen responded with an indifferent tone. I've long heard tales of the famed absolute blade swordsman. Seeing you today, you truly shine like the stars and moon, inspiring admiration. So, you are Elder Zhou Yufu's nephew, Zhou? Indeed, Zhou replied respectfully, though a hint of arrogance slipped through his expression. Elder Zhou Yufu and I share a close bond. She mentioned that with your strength, securing first place among this year's newcomers will be a breeze. You flatter me, Zhou said with feigned humility. I'm merely at the 3rd level of the foundation establishment realm. I wouldn't dare claim to be strong in front of you. His modest words were betrayed by the pride in his tone. Reaching the 3rd level of the foundation establishment realm was already enough to meet the standards of an inner disciple, even surpassing some of them. In Zhou An's eyes, none of this year's newcomers could rival him. Today was merely a formality, a chance to claim the rewards at the summit. Liang Xingchen noticed the glint of ambition in Zhou An's eyes and allowed a faint, amused smile to surface. I have a task for you. What is it? Zhou asked. Find someone among the newcomers and ensure that they never reach the top of the Piao Miao heavenly staircase, Liang Xingchen said coldly. Zhou froze for a moment before a cruel smile spread across his face. Heh, Zhou is at your service. Liang Xingchen's face remained emotionless. Make it clean. Once it's done, I'll make sure you have my protection within the Piao Miao sect. Zhou understood immediately. Given Liang Xingchen's position and the significance of today's entrance trials, the Piao Miao heavenly staircase would undoubtedly be under close scrutiny. Such underhanded schemes were not something Liang Xingchen could afford to handle personally. But for Zhou, the moment the challenge began, he would have countless opportunities to act. Zhou wisely refrained from asking why the target needed to be eliminated, or even who they were. To him, that person was already as good as dead. Then I'll thank you in advance for your guidance, Brother Liang, Zhou said respectfully, his eyes glinting with excitement. Zhou clasped his hands together, a faint smile on his face, as he expressed his gratitude to Liang Xingchen. Then let me thank you in advance, senior brother, for your guidance. Liang Xingchen nodded with satisfaction, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. In his mind, he calculated carefully. The young master of the Zhou family, who at just 15 years old had donned armor for his clan and left enemy forces in complete disarray, was precisely the capable ally he needed. In the future, as I vie for power within the Piao Miao sect, I'll need someone like you by my side, Liang Xingqian said evenly, though every word carried immense weight. Zhou and immediately understood, replying with a sly yet composed smile, I will give my all to assist you, senior brother. At that moment, a cheerful female voice disrupted the understanding between the two. Brother, what are you doing here? A young woman of noble demeanor and striking beauty approached them with light steps. It was none other than Liang Ji, the eldest daughter of the Liang family. Excitedly, she looped her arm through Liang Xingqian's, her eyes sparkling with delight. Brother, weren't you sent by the sect to guard Sand City? When did you return? Liang Xingqian chuckled softly. I returned yesterday. Sand City has been secured. Really? My brother is amazing. Liang Ji exclaimed with excitement. Taking Sand City is a major accomplishment for the Piao Miao sect. Brother, does this mean you'll be promoted to a core disciple now? Hearing this, Zhou An's eyes flickered briefly with emotion. A core disciple, such a title represented the pinnacle of the sect, granting access to immense resources and privileges. Zhou An silently rejoiced. With Liang Xingqian as his backer, his future within the Piao Miao sect would surely be unimpeded. He resolved then and there to fulfill Liang Xingqian's instructions, no matter the cost. Liang Xingqian affectionately ruffled Liang Ji's hair. It's not that simple. Core disciples hold a highly esteemed position. The decision must be deliberated by the elders and personally approved by the sect leader. Despite his words, a trace of pride lingered on his face. Hee, it's only a matter of time. Liang Ji said confidently, her faith in her brother unwavering. All right, the challenge of ascending the Piao Miao skyladder is about to begin. You should prepare yourself, Liang Xingqian reminded her. Liang Ji waved dismissively, unconcerned. Don't worry. This kind of challenge is a piece of cake for me. It'll definitely take first place and make you proud. Liang Xingqian smiled. You talk big now, but don't embarrass yourself by failing to even reach the ladder. You're underestimating me again. Just wait and see. Liang Ji pouted, feigning displeasure. Liang Xingqian said no more. He cast a meaningful glance at Zhou An before announcing, it's getting late. Prepare yourselves. They'll be waiting at the top of the Piao Miao skyladder. Got it, brother. Liang Ji replied sweetly. Zhou An also bowed respectfully and said, understood, senior brother Xingqian. As soon as the words left his mouth, a white streak of sword light flashed, and Liang Xingqian vanished before their eyes. Zhou An turned to Liang Ji and smiled. I didn't expect senior brother Xingqian's sister to be among this year's new recruits. It seems he'll have to give up on taking first place. However, no sooner had Liang Xingqian left than Liang Ji dropped her earlier sweet demeanor. She narrowed her eyes at Zhou An and asked sharply, what did my brother say to you just now? Zhou An froze for a moment before shaking his head. Oh, just some casual conversation. I'm the nephew of elder Zhou Yufu, so senior brother Xingqian. Are you going to tell me or not? Liang Ji cut him off impatiently. Don't feed me nonsense. My brother is who he is, doesn't have time for idle chat. He barely has time for me. If you don't spill, just wait until we're in the Piao Miao sect humph. Zhou An hesitated briefly, weighing the pros and cons before replying, I can tell you, but you must keep it a secret and promise not to interfere. Fine, I get it. Now hurry up and tell me. Liang Ji urged impatiently. Senior brother Xingqian has asked me to handle something for him. Zhou An replied succinctly. Meanwhile, at the entrance to Cloud Valley, a plaza paved with irregular green stones was gradually filling with challengers preparing to ascend the Piao Miao skyladder. Standing at the rear of the crowd, Xiao Nuo maintained a calm demeanor. Before long, the elder who had presided over the proceedings on Yunfeng platform arrived, accompanied by several others. Is everyone here? An elder stood on a high ground, his sharp, hawk-like eyes sweeping over the group of young participants before him. Clearing his throat, he began to reiterate the rules. By sunset today, anyone who successfully traverses the 120-li stretch of forest and marshland and reaches the summit of the ethereal skyladder will pass. Those who fail will not be admitted into the sect. He paused, his tone growing graver. One more thing, this forest and marshland is fraught with danger. If anyone is injured or even loses their life, our sect will take no responsibility. The chilling final words, will take no responsibility, swept through the crowd like an icy wind, sending shivers down many spines. Clearly, not everyone here today would gain entry into the ethereal sect. The elder gave no time for the group to adjust their mindset. With a wave of his hand, he barked, begin. As soon as the command was given, figures shot forward like arrows loosed from a bowstring. The journey from Cloudy Depths Valley to the ethereal skyladder spanned over 120 li, filled with perilous obstacles. To secure a leading position, every second mattered. Among the crowd, Xiao Nuo wasted no time. Like a wolf on the hunt, he leaped several meters forward, vanishing into the treacherous battlefield ahead. From the high ground, a middle-aged man chuckled and turned to the elder. Elder Lu, These newcomers are quite spirited. Elder Lu nodded faintly. Newcomers are always brimming with enthusiasm. The first thing they must learn before entering the sect is to temper their arrogance. The middle-aged man added, I noticed earlier that one of them, Zhouan, is undoubtedly this year's strongest newcomer. He's the nephew of Elder Zhou Yufu. And that girl, Liang Zi, is the younger sister of Liang Xingqian. Those two will surely take the top spots. Liang Xingqian's sister? The middle-aged man was visibly surprised. No wonder the rewards this year are so generous to spiritual artifacts. They were prepared specifically for those two. Meanwhile, deep within the forest of Cloudy Depths Valley, a fierce battle for position was underway. The allure of the two spiritual artifacts alone was enough to drive most participants into a frenzy. For these ambitious young talents, both glory and reward were prizes they could not afford to lose. Near the marshland's edge, a massive, 5-meter-long ferocious reed crocodile, its body covered in thick, armored scales, suddenly erupted from the mud, lunging at Xiao Nuo. This reed crocodile was the undisputed king among low-grade beasts, with combat prowess comparable to the peak of the body refinement realm. Its defense, however, rivaled that of mid-grade beasts. Even cultivators in the Foundation establishment realm would rarely choose to face such a creature hidden. Roar! The crocodile opened its gaping maw, razor-sharp teeth gleaming, as it charged toward Xiao Nuo. Xiao Nuo's eyes flashed like lightning. At the very moment the beast was upon him, he sidestepped with precision, narrowly avoiding its jaws. Simultaneously, his right hand moved like a bolt of lightning, 2 fingers darting straight for one of the crocodile's crimson eyes. Bang! A heavy thud echoed as Xiao Nuo's fingers, as unyielding as cold steel, pierced through the crocodile's eye without mercy. Roar! The reed crocodile let out a pained and furious bellow as its massive body crashed to the ground, sending dirt and debris flying. Despite its severe injury, the beast did not die immediately. Thrashing violently, it launched another frenzied assault on Xiao Nuo. This time, Xiao Nuo did not dodge. He stepped forward, and in an instant, his black, demonic blade, Dark Star Soul, appeared in his hand. Swish! The eerie blade sliced through the air, leaving a crescent-shaped arc in its wake. Crack! The crocodile's armored scales shattered with a resounding crack, blood spraying through the air. Its fearsome head was severed in an instant, flying off to the side. Having dispatched the obstacle, Xiao Nuo wasted no time and continued his sprint into the depths of the forest. Behind him, a group of young men and women, who had witnessed the scene, stood frozen in shock. Whoa, that was so clean and decisive. Who was that guy? He took down a reed crocodile, the king of low-grade beasts, with just one strike. No idea, but his strength must be nearing the Foundation establishment realm. Are you kidding me? That reed crocodile may only be a low-grade beast, but its defense is on par with mid-grade beasts. Even someone at the first level of the Foundation establishment realm would think twice before facing it. They briefly discussed the classification of beasts: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, general grade, commander grade, and king grade. Low-grade beasts could be slain by those in the body refinement realm. Mid-grade beasts were comparable to the Foundation establishment realm. High-grade beasts required cultivators in the chi manipulation realm to contend with, and general-grade beasts were equivalent to the spirit connection realm. Witnessing Xiao Nuo's effortless defeat of the reed crocodile, those behind him were filled with a mixture of awe and unease. Meanwhile, Xiao Nuo had already vanished from sight, moving at an astonishing speed. Even in the thorny, dense forest, he glided as if on flat ground. At this moment, Xiao Nuo had reached the 9th level of the body refinement realm. Just days ago, when he left CS City, he had still been at the 8th level. However, the eldest daughter of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Qing, had gifted him 15 spirit chi pills and 3 Foundation establishment pills before his departure. During his brief stay in Yun City, Xiao Nuo had consumed nearly half of the spirit chi pills, successfully breaking through to the 9th level. For Xiao Nuo, who practiced the primordial overlord body technique, every breakthrough refined his physical body and enhanced his combat ability. Thus, slaying a reed crocodile was nothing more than a trivial task. Time passed second by second as Xiao Nuo steadily advanced towards the ethereal heavenly stairway. The surroundings had grown eerily void of any other figures, but the beasts he encountered were becoming increasingly formidable. From lower-tier beasts to mid-tier ones, Xiao Nuo carved a bloody path with just his blade on the treacherous steps leading to the heavenly stairway. Another 2-headed blue-scaled python had its head severed by Xiao Nuo's blade, sending a spray of blood into the air as its piercing shrieks echoed around. The serpent's massive body writhed on the ground like a thrashing whip. Xiao Nuo lifted his gaze to the sky, where the midday sun filtered through the gaps in the forest canopy, casting a dazzling light. It's just past noon, and I've already covered 70 or 80 miles. There's less than half the distance left to the heavenly stairway. At this rate, I should reach the summit before sunset, Xiao Nuo muttered. wiping the sweat from his brow as he prepared for the final sprint. As he passed a towering tree, an ominous sensation suddenly pricked at his senses. Instinctively, Xiao Nuo stepped back just as a sharp sword pierced through the trunk beside him. Had he not moved, the blade would have skewered his temple. "Who's there?" Xiao Nuo demanded sharply. In response, the sword's blade twisted, slicing through the tree and aiming directly for his throat. What a sharp sword! And what a ruthless attacker! Xiao Nuo thought grimly. This is no mistake, this is an intentional assassination. He retreated once more, raising his demonic blade, Dark Star Soul, to meet the attack. Blade clashed against sword, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Dirt erupted, and with splinters flew in all directions. A cold and aloof figure darted to the side. Xiao Nuo's eyes narrowed as he focused on his assailant. To his surprise, it was a young woman dressed in opulent attire, her expression haughty and disdainful. In her hand, she wielded a gleaming spiritual sword. "Who I am is none of your concern," the woman said, pointing her sword at Xiao Nuo with a sneer. "All you need to know is that you're as good as dead." "I don't recall ever wronging you," Xiao Nuo replied, gripping his blade tightly, his tone tinged with confusion. "Huh," the woman scoffed coldly. "Do I need a reason to kill you?" Before her words fully settled, she charged forward, her sword radiating a dazzling light that rippled like water. Xiao Nuo sidestepped just in time, and the blade struck a massive rock behind him, cleaving it cleanly in two. She's at the second stage of the Foundation establishment realm, and with that spiritual sword, she's a formidable opponent, Xiao Nuo assessed, his guard up. The woman, meanwhile, pressed her attack while inwardly reveling in her plan. "My brother always underestimates me, delegating tasks to others. Killing someone like this? Watch me handle it myself." The woman, named Liang Zi, had learned of her brother Liang Xingqian's intent and decided to act first, hoping to earn his recognition. "Die!" Liang Zi shouted, her wrist twisting as her sword emitted a piercing hum, aiming straight for Xiao Nuo's heart. Fury ignited within Xiao Nuo. He dodged the attack with a swift movement, his demonic blade whirling in retaliation. The blade's edge flashed toward Liang Zi's throat, forcing her into a hasty retreat. Though she managed to evade the worst, the blade left a shallow cut on her neck, and a strand of her hair fluttered to the ground. You dare wound me?" Liang Zi touched the bleeding wound, her face twisting with rage. "You lowly dog! How dare you harm me? Do you even know who I am?" Gathering spirit sword technique. Cold Star Annihilation. Liang Zi roared, her sword glowing with spiritual energy. The surrounding air churned violently, scattering fallen leaves as she launched another ferocious assault. Xiao Nuo's expression darkened. "Who you are means nothing to me," he said coldly. Without another word, Xiao Nuo's demonic blade began to hum with a low, ominous vibration, drawing chaotic energy toward its edge. "Shadow Slash," he called, unleashing the first move of his modified flying shadow sword technique. Xiao Nuo's figure blurred, his speed surging as he moved. Suddenly, two identical figures appeared before Liang Zi, weaving in a crisscross pattern. One was real, the other an illusion, making it impossible to discern the truth. Disoriented, Liang Zi swung her sword wildly. In that moment, Xiao Nuo appeared like a phantom to her left. His blade flashed, and blood sprayed as a deep gash marred her left side. "Ah!" Liang Zi cried out, her body jolting from the searing pain. Her grip on her spiritual sword faltered for a moment. Yet, instead of retreating, her fury only grew. "I am the eldest daughter of the Liang family, the sister of Liang Xingqian, a revered prodigy. No one dares treat me like this," she raged internally. "I'll tear you apart and feed you to the dogs." With a sudden, vicious move, Liang Zi lashed out with a kick aimed at Xiao Nuo's head. To his surprise, a sharp dagger extended from the tip of her boot. Xiao Nuo smirked coldly. "Such a noble appearance, yet such a vile heart. I gave you a chance to live, but you squandered it." With a deft twist of his demonic blade, Xiao Nuo unleashed a spinning slash. A metallic clang echoed as the blade struck Liang Zi's leg. Time seemed to freeze for a moment before blood erupted like a crimson fountain. Her leg was severed cleanly and went flying. Hiss! The blade flashed, and blood splattered. Liang Zi's piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night. One of her legs was severed, and she plummeted heavily to the ground, losing her balance. Her eyes widened in horror as she stared at her severed leg, her mind completely blank. My leg," she stammered, her face pale as tears streamed down. The once dainty figure was now a shadow of its former self, resembling an enraged beggar on the street. "Ah, I won't let you go. I'll chop your entire family into pieces and feed them to the dogs." "My leg?" Liang Zi's cries alarmed Zhouan, who had been lurking nearby. He rushed to the edge of the battlefield, only to be stunned by the scene before him. Liang Zi, you?" Zhouan's eyes widened in fury. He instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Liang Zi was none other than Liang Xingchen's younger sister. Zhou hadn't anticipated that she would act rashly and ambush Xiao Nuo first, let alone that Xiao Nuo would strike so ruthlessly, severing her leg. How could he possibly explain this to Liang Xingchen? This foolish woman. Zhou seethed with anger and frustration, her reckless actions filling him with regret. Imagining Liang Xingchen's potential wrath, Zhou eyes turned blood-red, and an overwhelming killing intent surged toward Xiao Nuo. You are unforgivable. Before the words fully left his mouth, the air around Zhou trembled violently. A heavy silver spear materialized in his hands, its surface glinting coldly. I'll take your cursed life. Zhou channeled all his fury toward Xiao Nuo. Die. Boom. The silver spear shot forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, aimed straight at Xiao Nuo. Xiao Nuo's pupils reflected the icy glint of the spearhead as he swiftly raised his demonic blade to block. Clang. The frigid spearhead collided heavily with the center of the dark blade surface. Xiao Nuo staggered back under the impact, his form retreating step by step. Zhou pressed forward relentlessly, driving Xiao Nuo back over 10 paces. His hands gripped the silver spear tightly as he launched another ferocious attack. Boom. The air quaked, and a thunderous sound erupted before Xiao Nuo. The tremendous force from the spearhead rippled through the blade. Xiao Nuo stepped back but remained steadfast, his feet planted firmly on the ground. Another one. Xiao Nuo sneered coldly. How amusing. We're meeting for the first time. Yet each of you acts like I've wronged you in some unimaginable way. Tell me, have you mistaken me for someone else? Zhou ignored his words and charged again, spear in hand. Swish. His momentum was like the wind, swift as lightning. The 3-foot spear tip aimed directly at Xiao Nuo's throat. Realizing the ferocity of his opponent's attack, Xiao Nuo understood they were indeed targeting him. Who sent you? He asked, sidestepping to evade and shifting to a defensive stance. Crash. The silver spear pierced through a tree behind him, sending shards of wood flying as the trunk snapped in two. The dead don't need to know so much. Zhou's face twisted with malice as he twisted the spear, sweeping it sideways with a howling gust of wind aimed straight at Xiao Nuo. Xiao Nuo's gaze sharpened. If you want talk, then surrender your life. Being repeatedly targeted had ignited his own fury. Channeling his energy into the demonic blade, he swung it fiercely to meet the incoming spear. Boom. Two immense forces collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Zhou's arm went numb, and his weapon was forced back. This power? Zhou was stunned. Isn't he supposed to be only at the body refining stage? How is he this strong? Before he could dwell on it, Xiao Nuo had already launched into the flying shadow sword art, his movements as fluid as a dragon. With your level of skill, you're not enough to kill me. The blade's momentum roared, shadows closing in as Xiao Nuo swung his dazzling demonic weapon directly downward. Zhou's heart skipped a beat, and he raised his spear horizontally to block. Boom. The two weapons clashed in a cross, and Zhou felt an immense pressure bearing down on him, forcing his knees to bend involuntarily. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Nuo switched tactics. While his demonic blade pinned down the silver spear, his left hand gathered energy and struck out with a punch. Fury Fist. The surrounding air seemed to condense, blood and spiritual energy converging into one. Veins bulged like coiled dragons along his arm, turning half of it a deep crimson. At Xiao Nuo's current strength, he could execute this technique flawlessly. Combined with the formidable physique granted by the Primordial Overlord body technique, the Fury Fist reached its peak power for the first time. Feeling the intense gale rushing toward him, Zhou's expression turned savage. He roared like a beast. You think you're worthy of challenging me in hand-to-hand combat? Golden Palm Strike. With that, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. His arm bathed in a radiant golden glow. Clang. Fist and palm collided violently, producing a sound like a hammer striking a bell. In the next instant, Zhou realized he had made a grave mistake. The force in Xiao Nuo's punch was far more overwhelming than even his blade. A powerful burst of energy from the punch penetrated Zhou's arm, accompanied by the shattering golden light in his palm. With a sharp crack, Zhou's arm snapped. Overwhelmed by searing pain, Zhou let out an enraged roar, stumbling backward 7 or 8 meters. Xiao Nuo's eyes glinted with a trace of coldness as he spoke with an air of dominance. When it comes to weapons, you can't compete. And in hand-to-hand combat, you're even worse. Shut up. Zhou snarled fiercely, his eyes burning with unwillingness and fury. Do you really think someone like you can defeat me? Xiao Nuo's voice turned icy as he asked again. I'll ask you one more time who sent you? A cruel smile tugged at the corner of Zhou's lips, his tone dripping with scorn. You are not worthy of knowing his name. Before Xiao Nuo could respond, Zhou stomped heavily on the ground, unleashing a violent gust of energy. Channeling all his power into the silver spear in his hand, he roared, Overlord's Silver Soul Spear. A dazzling silver radiance erupted from his body, streams of silvery light burning like cold flames. The spear was enveloped in an illusory glow, making it appear 2 or 3 times larger. Die! Zhou charged forward, gripping the spear with one hand. Its chilling tip aimed straight at Xiao Nuo. The terrifying aura surged like a silver dragon, its killing intent sending chills down the spine. Xiao Nuo, having reached the limits of his patience, declared coldly, You stand no chance. The dark blade in his hand emitted a sinister light as it spun, accompanied by gusts of icy wind. Bending his knees slightly, he suddenly launched himself forward. A resounding wolf's howl echoed through the forest. Xiao Nuo lunged with his blade, its razor-sharp edge slashing toward Zhou silver spear like the claws of a wolf king. Wolf's Fury, Blood Knight Slash. The two deadly techniques collided with devastating force. A thunderous explosion followed as the dark blade clashed with the silver spear. The impact sent Xiao Nuo's black blade flying, spinning through the air like a boomerang. Zhou face twisted into a triumphant grin. Ha ha ha, I told you, you could never be my match. Against me, you have only one fate, death. But just as Zhou believed victory was in his grasp, Xiao Nuo's movements suddenly shifted. In a blur, Zhou saw two figures appear before him, one real, one illusory, darting toward him from both sides. What? Zhou nerves tightened as he thrust his silver spear at one of the figures. Tricks won't save you, die. But the spear struck nothing but air. In that instant, the other figure materialized like a phantom at Zhou's flank. With a faint tap, Xiao Nuo appeared beside Zhou, and the black blade that had been sent flying moments earlier traced an arc through the air, landing perfectly back in Xiao Nuo's grasp. What is this? A sense of foreboding surged through Zhou's heart. Xiao Nuo's cold voice pierced the air. That last move was just bait. This is the one that will end you. What? Zhou's eyes widened in terror as realization dawned. He attempted to turn, but it was too late. Xiao Nuo's dark blade whirled through the air as he spun in a full circle, the merciless edge slashing through Zhou's throat with the precision of a crescent moon. A sharp hiss escaped Zhou, but his scream never materialized. He felt a sudden chill at his neck before his head separated from his body, spinning through the air. Blood sprayed into the sky as Zhou's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Another adversary had fallen. Xiao Nuo gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, his heart growing colder with each passing moment. He muttered to himself, I thought coming to the ethereal sect would grant me some peace, but it seems there are still so many who want me dead. Will they never stop unless I'm eliminated? He continued, his voice resolute, So be it. I, Xiao Nuo, lost everything 3 years ago. In this new life, I fear nothing. From this day forth, anyone who stands in my way will die. His heart grew as cold as his blade. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Nuo's mindset was undergoing a quiet transformation. Zhou's headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Xiao Nuo turned his gaze back to the battlefield, only to find that Liang Zi had disappeared. All that remained was a trail of blood and a severed leg. Escaped? Huh. Xiao Nuo narrowed his eyes. Given Liang Zi's condition, she wouldn't be able to get far. He hesitated, debating whether to pursue her, when several figures emerged from the forest in the distance, heading in his direction. After a brief moment of thought, Xiao Nuo decided. Reaching the top of the ethereal sky ladder comes first. Chasing after an injured fugitive is a waste of time. He knew that the first person to reach the summit would receive 5 foundation building pills and a mid-grade spiritual weapon, resources he desperately needed. Without lingering, Xiao Nuo's figure flickered as he dashed forward. Moments later, the group of figures arrived at the scene of the battle. Signs of a fight. One of them remarked in surprise. No way, another exclaimed. I thought we were the fastest, but someone's already ahead of us? You're overthinking it, a more experienced member explained. From what I've heard, there are 2 exceptionally strong newcomers this year. One is Zhou, who's already reached the 3rd level of the foundation building stage. The other is Liang Zi, the eldest daughter of the Liang family, at the 2nd level. Yeah, I've heard that too, someone else chimed in. The ethereal misty cloud sect stood atop a towering celestial mountain. A grand staircase, resembling the spine of a dragon, stretched all the way to the summit. This was the renowned misty celestial stairway, consisting of 39,000 steps, each about 30 centimeters high. Reaching the top was an almost insurmountable feat for ordinary people. Yet today, newcomers attempting the challenge not only had to traverse 100 miles of forests and swamps, but also scale this treacherous stairway. Basking in the afternoon sunlight, several imposing figures gathered at the summit of the misty celestial stairway. These were the senior elders of the Misty Cloud sect, waiting to assess the strength of this year's newcomers and select the most outstanding ones as their disciples. I hear this year's newcomers are exceptionally talented. Quite a few have already reached the foundation establishment stage, one elder remarked, a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. Indeed, another elder agreed. Elder Zhou Yufu's nephew, Zhouan, is among them. The boy is extraordinarily gifted and has already achieved great merit for his family in his teens. I intend to take him as my personal disciple, so don't even think about competing with me. Hold on, someone interjected. Have you obtained Elder Zhou Yufu's approval? Zhou An's cultivation path within the sect has likely been carefully planned already. Then I'll choose someone else, the elder retorted, undeterred. There's also a newcomer named Liang Zi, whose talent is equally remarkable. Liang Zi will be even harder to recruit. Another elder shook his head. She's the younger sister of the sword master Liang Xingqian. With such an extraordinary brother, her future in the sect is boundless. Meanwhile, on a side, peaked to the east of the stairway, a tall figure stood alone against the vast expanse of sky and earth. This young man had sharp, sword-like brows, bright starry eyes, and a face as refined as jade. His demeanor exuded a sharp, unyielding aura. He was none other than Liang Xingqian, known as the Sword Master, the foremost among the 10 strongest inner disciples of the Misty Cloud sect. Congratulations are in order. A melodious female voice rang out. Congratulations to the Sword Master for soon ascending to the rank of true disciple. A woman in her 30s, clad in an elegant pale silver robe, approached with measured steps. Her appearance was coldly beautiful, and her entire being radiated an indescribable air of nobility. Liang Xingqian turned to face the woman, Elder Zhou Yufu, and replied humbly, Elder Yufu, you flatter me. It's too early to speak of such matters. Zhou Yufu smiled faintly. Not at all. You captured Sand City and brought great honor to the sect. With your talent and cultivation, becoming a true disciple is only a matter of time. She paused briefly before continuing. The Council of Elders has already nominated you. All that remains is for the sect leader to give final approval. When that happens, our Misty Cloud sect will gain another illustrious true disciple. A flicker of joy flashed in Liang Xingqian's eyes. Becoming a true disciple was akin to leaping through the Dragon's Gate. It meant access to the sect's best resources and the opportunity to be considered as a candidate for the next sect leader. Even if the sect leader position remained out of reach, a true disciple would still hold a prestigious place among the sect's leadership. Zhou Yufu's gaze shifted toward the dragon spine-like stairway. The time is near. The first and second place challengers should be arriving soon. Zhou An and Liang Zi, undoubtedly the best among the newcomers. Zhou Yufu had already paved the way for her nephew Zhouan. Upon entering the sect, he would not take a master but instead serve as Liang Xingqian's trusted aide. The rewards for this year's first and second places had also been tailored for Zhouan and Liang Zi, far surpassing the standard grade spiritual artifacts of previous years. At that moment, a figure appeared on the misty celestial stairway. The elders at the summit rose to their feet, watching intently. Is it Zhouan? One elder asked. It's hard to tell, but it seems to be a man. It must be Zhouan, another elder said confidently. Only he could ascend the misty celestial stairway this quickly. The boy is truly a prodigy, far ahead of the others with hours to spare before sunset. The elders exchanged approving looks. Though they were aware of Zhou Yufu's plans for Zhouan, they still hoped to recruit him. If taken as a disciple, he would undoubtedly become an exceptional inner sect elite, perhaps even the next Liang Xingqian. As the figure continued to climb, their features gradually became clearer. Suddenly, one elder frowned and said, Wait a moment. That's not Zhouan. The others were taken aback. Not Zhouan? You must be joking. Absolutely not, the elder insisted. Half a year ago, I accompanied Elder Zhou Yufu to visit the Zhou family. I've seen Zhouan before, and this person looks completely different. On the side peak, Zhou Yufu also furrowed her brow. Zhou Yufu's gaze anxiously swept toward the celestial staircase, only to see a solitary figure ascending swiftly on the empty steps. Her heart sank. Zhou and Liang Zi were nowhere to be found. It was clear that this mysterious newcomer had left the two prodigies far behind. Instinctively, she turned to Liang Xingqian, whose face was as cold as frost, his eyes radiating an icy, unrelenting glint. Though he was evidently surprised, the chill in his gaze only deepened. What do we do now? Zhou Yufu asked in a low voice, her worry barely concealed. The two spiritual artifacts originally prepared for Zhou and Liang Zi now seemed destined to fall into someone else's hands. Liang Xingqian remained silent, but Zhou Yufu could read his intentions clearly from his expression. She drew in a deep breath, her voice sharp as she called out, Tang Qian. Before her words had fully settled, a figure with a commanding presence appeared behind them. He stood tall, a massive, rugged blade strapped to his back. Master, Tang Qian replied respectfully. Stop him. Zhou Yufu commanded curtly. Understood. Tang Qian acknowledged. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished into thin air. On the celestial staircase, Xiao Nuo's movements were as light as a bird's, his pace fluid and unyielding. While the staircase posed an immense challenge to ordinary people, his steps were steady and resolute. Even after enduring 2 intense battles, his speed toward the summit was astonishing. With each stride, Xiao Nuo leapt over multiple steps, and the endpoint was now within reach. A faint smile of relief tugged at the corners of his lips as he thought to himself, "I'll be the first." But just as he was about to take the final few steps, disaster struck. Boom! A blinding red light suddenly exploded against the stairs ahead of him. A powerful shockwave, mixed with flying debris, surged toward him. Caught off guard, Xiao Nuo was thrown backward by the force. In a split second, Xiao Nuo twisted midair, grabbing onto the staircase to steady himself. Barely managing to regain his balance, he avoided falling off the celestial staircase. Looking ahead, he saw a massive, rugged blade embedded into the steps before him. Its tip pierced deep into the ground, radiating a sharp, imposing aura that seemed to chill the air around it. Xiao Nuo's brows furrowed as a cold, stern figure descended the steps and stopped in front of the blade. The man stood tall, his piercing gaze fixed on Xiao Nuo from above. "This is the final trial of the celestial staircase," the man said with an icy tone. "Pass it, and you'll be the first. Fail, and you'll fall." At the summit of the ethereal heavenly ladder, the final destination was almost within reach, just 10 steps away. Yet, Xiao Nuo's path was once again obstructed, this time by Tang Qian. At the peak of the ladder, several elders of the Piao Miao sect exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring the same confusion. Was there truly one final challenge today? They looked at each other, momentarily at a loss. After a brief discussion, they quickly realized this must be a test orchestrated by Elder Zhou Yufu. The person blocking Xiao Nuo's way, Tang Qian, was one of Elder Zhou's disciples, clearly stalling for time to give Zhou and Liangzi an advantage. Xiao Nuo fixed a cold gaze on Tang Qian above. The reception elder at Yunfeng platform hadn't mentioned this stage, it was clearly improvised. Tang Qian sneered arrogantly, "You can choose not to proceed." As an inner sect prodigy and a disciple of an elder, he didn't feel the need to explain himself to a newcomer. Xiao Nuo smirked inwardly. Obviously, someone was trying to protect the preordained first place, and he had inadvertently disrupted their plans. Yet, retreat wasn't an option for him. Even during the 3 years he had lost the power of the heavenly phoenix blood, he had never considered giving up, let alone now. "As long as I defeat you, I can pass, correct?" Xiao Nuo asked in a low voice. Tang Qian chuckled disdainfully. Not only he, but even the elders atop the peak thought Xiao Nuo was being overly ambitious. Tang Qian had already reached the 5th stage of the Foundation establishment realm, while Xiao Nuo, not only weaker in cultivation, had also exhausted his strength. If he were smart, he'd simply wait for Zhou and Liangzi to arrive and settle for 3rd place. Tang Qian taunted mockingly, "You don't need to defeat me." Before finishing his sentence, the heavy blade by his side suddenly flew into his hand. He caught it effortlessly, releasing an oppressive aura that spread outward. Pointing the tip of his blade at Xiao Nuo, he said arrogantly, "All you have to do is get past me, by any means necessary. But let me warn you, my blade is very sharp." This blatant contempt ignited Xiao Nuo's fury. He placed his hand on the hilt of the blade strapped to his back and said coldly, "I think defeating you would be a more straightforward solution." As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Nuo swiftly retrieved 2 spirit energy pills and swallowed them. Instantly, a surge of spiritual power erupted within him, replenishing his depleted energy. The elders at the peak were taken aback. This method could easily damage his meridians. But that wasn't all. A powerful surge of blood energy burst forth from within Xiao Nuo. His robes billowed, and his black hair danced wildly in the wind, giving him the appearance of a descending demon god. Without hesitation, he unleashed the power of the blood fury spirit orb, amplifying his strength 5-fold in an instant. Xiao Nuo stepped heavily onto the ladder, scattering a crimson mist. His eyes were cold and piercing as the demonic blade at his back was suddenly drawn. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Tang Qian sensed the change in Xiao Nuo, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "Do you wish to test the sharpness of my blade? Then I'll grant your wish." With that, he unleashed his spiritual energy. His massive blade radiated a dazzling brilliance, emitting a fierce resonance. Flaming slash. Infernal transformation. A scorching wave of flame-like energy roared forth from Tang Qian's blade. The domineering blade aura burned like demonic fire as he aimed to defeat Xiao Nuo in a single strike. Yet Xiao Nuo showed no intention of retreating. Like a cunning and ferocious wolf, Xiao Nuo leapt 7 or 8 meters forward, closing the gap between them in an instant. As the black, demonic blade was unsheathed, an ancient dragon's roar echoed through the air. Tang Qian's mind wavered, his focus slipping for a fraction of a second. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Nuo's demonic blade pierced his right shoulder. A wave of searing pain shot through Tang Qian, and his hand froze mid-swing. Xiao Nuo's icy voice cut through the air. My blade is no less sharp than yours. Before the words fully settled, Xiao Nuo twisted the black, demonic blade in his hand, its edge slicing outward with ruthless precision. Boom! Blood sprayed like rain as Tang Qian's entire right arm was severed. He let out a blood-curdling scream, stumbling backward. Overcome with rage, he wanted nothing more than to tear Xiao Nuo apart. But his weapon had flown away with his severed arm. My hand, my hand. Tang Qian's eyes burned red with fury as he charged at Xiao Nuo like a madman. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Xiao Nuo's gaze remained cold and unyielding. Stand down, he commanded, reversing his grip on the blade. The razor-sharp edge slashed across Tang Qian's chest, carving a deep, bone-revealing wound. Another agonized scream echoed as the once proud inner sect prodigy, Tang Qian, collapsed onto the steps of the heavenly ladder, like a defeated dog. The scene left everyone present utterly stunned. Below the ladder, newcomers who had arrived just in time to witness the spectacle felt their scalps tingle with dread. Well, what just happened? This year's Piao Miao sect recruits, they're absolutely ruthless. Shocked murmurs rippled through the crowd. On the ethereal heavenly ladder, a tense atmosphere pressed down on everyone's nerves as if it were a tangible force. At the summit, the elders of the sect stared wide-eyed, cold sweat forming in their palms. Their shocked gazes were locked on Xiao Nuo not only because of his extraordinary, boundary-breaking combat prowess, but also because of the ruthless methods he displayed. With one strike, he severed Tang Qian's arm. With two more, he left his opponent heavily injured and collapsed on the ground. It all happened so quickly that no one had time to react. Xiao Nuo stood tall and unyielding, the demonic blade in his hand gleaming with a chilling light, as if thirsting for more blood. Even as the energy of two spirit chi pills surged violently within him, Xiao Nuo's stance remained unwavering. It was common knowledge that spirit chi pills required immediate refinement upon consumption, or else the rampaging energy would severely damage one's meridians and cultivation foundation. Yet Xiao Nuo effortlessly suppressed the chaotic power. This scene left everyone present utterly speechless. What they did not know was that Xiao Nuo's cultivation of the Hongming Overlord body technique had long tempered his muscles and bones to an unbreakable state, far surpassing ordinary mortals. The energy of two spirit chi pills was nothing more than a mere trickle to him. On and around the heavenly ladder, a stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Tang Qian lay motionless on the ground like a defeated dog, blood gushing from his severed arm. Helplessly, he watched as Xiao Nuo ascended step by step toward the final platform. A collective gasp shattered the silence as Xiao Nuo reached the summit. In just 3 hours since departing from Yunfeng Terrace, he had claimed first place, while the other contestants had yet to even reach the halfway point of the heavenly ladder. The elders at the peak were inwardly shaken, their gazes toward Xiao Nuo subtly shifting. They knew full well that a talent like his must be recruited at all costs. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out, cutting through the air like a blade. How dare you commit such violence? All eyes turned toward the source, where Elder Zhou Yufu stormed over, her expression blazing with fury. Behind her followed Absolute Blade Jianzi and Liang Xingqian. Zhou Yufu's eyes seemed to burn with fire as she reprimanded harshly, "You haven't even entered the sect, and yet you already resort to such ruthless tactics. Do you think so little of the Piao sect?" Facing her accusations, Xiao Nuo remained calm and composed, replying indifferently, "Blades have no eyes. I was merely passing the trial as required. You still dare to argue?" Zhou Yufu was livid. "Everyone here saw it clearly. You were the one who struck first and blocked the path. Am I supposed to stand still and let him cut me down? Tell me, was this part of the trial? Or is someone here undermining the Piao sect's rules for their own agenda?" Xiao Nuo's words were sharp and unyielding, and even when facing a sect elder, his aura did not falter. Zhou Yufu faltered briefly, a flicker of guilt flashing in her eyes. It was true that Tang Qian's interference had been her private instruction. While her status could shield her, any rumors of this would inevitably tarnish her reputation. At this point, Liang Xingqian, who stood behind Zhou Yufu, spoke up. What an impressive display of sharpness from this new junior brother. Xiao Nuo turned to meet Liang Xingqian's gaze, instantly sensing an overwhelming aura. His heart skipped a beat. This man's strength was at least on par with Shao Xiong, the patriarch of the Shao family, who was at the Tongling realm. But Shao Xiong was over 40 and had reached his peak, while this man appeared to be only in his 20s. His future potential was immeasurable. Inwardly, Xiao Nuo marveled at the Piao sect's hidden talents, worthy of its reputation as one of the 7 great cultivation sanctuaries alongside the Tiangang Sword sect. Yet he did not back down, standing tall and responding confidently. A challenge is the time to show one's edge. Then, turning to the elders, Xiao Nuo asked directly, "I only wish to know, have I passed the heavenly ladder trial?" The elders exchanged glances before one of them finally replied, "Yes, you have passed." Once all the rankings are determined, you will receive your corresponding reward. These words only fueled Zhou Yufu's frustration. She gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. What on earth is Zhouan doing? Her gaze shifted back toward the heavenly ladder, where other participants were making their final pushes. While the first place was already secured, the battle for second and third remained fierce. Yet among the climbers, Zhou and Liang Zi were nowhere to be seen. Where are those two? Zhou Yufu demanded coldly. Liang Xingqian remained silent, but his expression grew increasingly grim. The moment he saw Xiao Nuo sever Tang Qian's arm with a single strike, an ominous feeling had taken root in his heart. Tang Qian was at the peak of the 5th stage of the Foundation establishment realm, while Zhouan was only at the 3rd stage. Even if Zhouan managed to intercept Xiao Nuo, escaping unscathed seemed impossible. As one newcomer after another successfully reached the summit of the heavenly ladder, the day quietly turned to dusk. When the last participant finally stepped onto the platform, Zhouan and Liang Zi were still nowhere to be found. The resounding clang of the bronze gong echoed through the skies, signaling the end of the ethereal sky ladder challenge. Zhou Yufu's heart sank abruptly, a wave of unease surging over her. She quickly approached the elders, her voice laced with urgency as she inquired about Zhouan's whereabouts. The elders exchanged puzzled glances, equally perplexed. At that moment, a new disciple hesitantly spoke up, his voice trembling. Elder, Zhouan, he's dead. The word struck Zhou Yufu like a hammer to the chest. Her eyes widened in horror, her expression frozen in disbelief as she stammered for more details. The disciple, intimidated by her reaction, took half a step back before stuttering. We saw his body on the way here. His head was severed. The news hit like a thunderclap, leaving everyone present stunned. Zhou Yufu felt her mind go blank, her legs weak beneath her. Liang Xingqian's face darkened instantly, his gaze turning icy as he directed a piercing glare at Xiao Nuo, who stood on the sidelines. Was it you? His voice was frigid, sharp as a blade, and an aura of cold fury emanated from him, causing his robes to flutter despite the still air. The crowd, sensing his latent killing intent, instinctively stepped back, their hearts gripped with unease. Zhou Yufu's eyes burned with rage as she fixed her glare on Xiao Nuo. You dare commit murder? I will not spare you today. Despite the storm of anger directed at him, Xiao Nuo remained composed, his tone indifferent as he replied, Do you have proof? The calm retort ignited Zhou Yufu's fury further, her entire body trembling as her usual poised demeanor crumbled. Liang Xingqian placed a firm hand on Zhou Yufu's shoulder, restraining her wrath. He stepped forward, his gaze as sharp as a blade. You want proof? I'll find it for you. Remember this, starting today, you and I are both disciples of the ethereal sect. I, Liang Xingqian, will make sure to take care of you, my new junior brother. The declaration sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd at the summit. He's the swordmaster of absolute edge, Liang Xingqian? No wonder his aura is so overwhelming, the top-ranked disciple of the ethereal sect's inner circle. That newcomer must have a death wish to oppose Liang Xingqian. One by one, the new disciples distanced themselves from Xiao Nuo, fearing any association with him. Liang Xingqian cast one last icy glare at Xiao Nuo before turning and leaving. His mind was consumed by a single thought. Zhouan was dead. Could something have happened to Liang Zi as well? If anything had befallen Liang Zi, he swore to tear the culprit to pieces. Zhou Yufu shot Xiao Nuo a venomous look before following Liang Xingqian. The summit buzzed with chatter as the elders sighed and announced the distribution of rewards. Anyone who ascended the sky ladder would receive a Foundation establishment pill. The rewards multiplied for the top 5 participants. The 3rd place earned an additional intersect martial skill, the 2nd place a low-grade spiritual weapon, and the 1st place a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Hovering in front of Xiao Nuo was a chain radiating spiritual energy, the mid-grade spiritual weapon known as the Xianhan Iron Chain. Coiled like a whip, its frosty currents of pale white exuded a biting chill. The crowd watched with envy. While the elders wore complicated expressions, the chain had originally been intended as Zhouan's reward. The 2nd place winner, a girl in red, received 4 Foundation establishment pills and 3 golden needles gleaming with brilliance. The 3rd place winner, a young man, also walked away with generous rewards. Following this, the elders began selecting the new disciples to join their respective factions. The elders of the Guisu Hall and Yuanlong Hall eagerly extended invitations to the 2nd and 3rd place winners. However, as the other newcomers were gradually chosen, no one extended an invitation to Xiao Nuo. Though the elders admired his remarkable talent, they hesitated, wary of the animosity between him and Zhou Yufu as well as Liang Xingqian. To recruit him would be to invite trouble, a risk few were willing to take. At the summit of the heavenly ladder, the new disciples each found their respective places, except for Xiao Nuo, who stood alone, isolated and helpless. The elders, having chosen their disciples, led them through the mountain gate, leaving Xiao Nuo standing there. surrounded by an air of awkwardness and desolation. At that moment, a young attendant couldn't help but speak up. Elder Han. What about him? The elder, addressed as Elder Han, turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping over Xiao Nuo. His tone carried a hint of impatience as he replied, "Send him to the Nirvana Hall." What? The attendant looked stunned, his brows furrowing. Isn't that a bit much? After all, he ranked first. Sending him to Nirvana Hall seems rather harsh, doesn't it? Elder Han replied with a hint of exasperation. Do you think I don't value talent? But I can't risk offending the future candidate for sect leader. Think about Itliang Xingqian becoming a direct disciple is practically set in stone. If he takes power in the future, do I still want to stay in the Miao sect? The attendant fell silent for a moment before nodding reluctantly. Fine. Considering he offended Zhu Runjianzi, he probably won't last long in the Miao sect anyway. Exactly. Arrange for him to go to Nirvana Hall, Elder Han said curtly before leading the group of new disciples away. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Nuo and the young attendant remained at the summit. The attendant approached Xiao Nuo, producing a jade token from his robe. The token was intricately engraved along the edges, with the word Miao inscribed on the front and Nirvana on the back. Junior brother, you're assigned to Nirvana Hall, the attendant said, handing the token to Xiao Nuo. This is the token of Nirvana Hall. Infuse it with spiritual power to activate the restrictions within. With this token, you'll be able to freely enter and exit Nirvana Hall without being affected by the protective formation. Xiao Nuo accepted the token with a word of thanks, then asked, what kind of place is Nirvana Hall? Huh. The attendant was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a laugh. You really don't know anything about the Miao sect, do you? Xiao Nuo nodded calmly. A glint of mischief flashed in the attendant's eyes as he explained, the Miao sect has 5 halls. Juexian Hall, Guishu Hall, Yuanlong Hall, Taihua Hall, and Nirvana Hall. These 5 halls form the major branches of the sect, each with unique cultivation methods and areas of expertise. Hearing these names, a sense of awe rose within Xiao Nuo. He asked again, why didn't anyone from Nirvana Hall come? The attendant hesitated briefly before replying. The people of Nirvana Hall are deeply focused on their cultivation and are often busy. You can just head there directly. Don't overthink it. Nirvana Hall is considered the foremost of the 5 halls. Though Xiao Nuo felt skeptical, he had no other choice at the moment. After a simple word of thanks, he turned and followed the directions to Nirvana Hall. As Xiao Nuo's figure disappeared into the distance, the attendant let out a sigh, followed by a peculiar smile. Don't blame me. There's nowhere else that would take you, he muttered under his breath. Nirvana Hall was once the pride of the 5 halls, but now, it's the disgrace of the Miao sect. Misty Cloud sect, Nirvana Hall, one of the 5 main branches. By the time Xiao Nuo arrived at Nirvana Hall, night had already fallen. Majestic ancient peaks pierced the sky like celestial pillars, and Xiao Nuo stood on an ancient plaza, gazing at a massive stone tablet inscribed with the 3 characters, Nirvana Hall. The monument towered over 10 zhang high, weathered with age, exuding an aura of solemnity. Yet, Xiao Nuo felt a deep sense of confusion. As one of the 5 major branches of the Misty Cloud sect, Nirvana Hall seemed far too quiet. With over 100,000 disciples in the sect, each hall should theoretically house at least 20,000. But before him, Nirvana Hall showed no signs of even 2,000, let alone 20,000. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the inner side of the plaza, and a figure emerged from the darkness. I just sensed the protective formation of the hall being opened. What business brings you to Nirvana Hall so late at night? A plainly dressed young man approached Xiao Nuo, a friendly expression in his eyes. Without hesitation, Xiao Nuo replied, I just joined the Misty Cloud sect today. I'm a new recruit of Nirvana Hall. The young man froze for a moment, then circled Xiao Nuo twice, his expression shifting from doubt to curiosity, and finally to delight. Good lad. You've got good judgment. I guarantee this will be the best decision of your life. He laughed heartily. I can't even remember the last time Nirvana Hall got a new recruit. As he spoke, he lightly bumped Xiao Nuo's shoulder with his fist. From today onward, you are our youngest junior brother in Nirvana Hall. My name is Guanxiang, your senior brother. What's your name? Xiao Nuo. Nice name, fits your impressive appearance, Guanxiang said enthusiastically, clearly pleased with Xiao Nuo's arrival. But Xiao Nuo grew increasingly suspicious and casually asked, isn't Nirvana Hall the leading branch among the 5? Why do I see no other senior brothers or sisters around? The leading branch? Who told you that? Guanxiang reacted as though someone had stepped on his tail. Was I lied to by the person who received me? Guanxiang's eyes darted around, and he quickly waved his hands. No, you weren't lied to. Nirvana Hall is the leading branch. Trust your senior brother, this place is absolutely perfect for you. Don't even think about running away, I've already locked the main gate, so there's no point trying. He slung an arm around Xiao Nuo's shoulder and began dragging him forward. As for your second question, it's because the disciples of Nirvana Hall are deeply focused on their cultivation. You rarely see them wandering around. Let me take you to the inner quarters first, and I'll notify a few senior brothers and sisters to meet you later. Guanxiang's grip tightened as if afraid Xiao Nuo might vanish into thin air. Xiao Nuo shook his head inwardly. It seemed Nirvana Hall indeed had its peculiarities, but he had nowhere else to go. The other four branches, wary of offending Liang Xingqian, were unwilling to take him in. Strange as Nirvana Hall might be, at least it offered him a place to stay. How many people are there in Nirvana Hall anyway? Xiao Nuo asked. It's about quality, not quantity. Nirvana Hall follows an elite path, Guanxiang answered evasively. Xiao Nuo was left speechless. Guanxiang then asked, Junior brother Xiao Nuo, what's your cultivation level? What stage have you reached? Body refinement, 9th stage. 9th stage, huh? Still a bit behind your senior brother here, but not bad at all. Don't worry, with hard work, unwavering determination, and a fresh start, I guarantee you'll break through to the foundation establishment, 1st stage, in no time. Guanxiang patted his chest confidently. Did you get in through the back door? Or did you challenge the misty cloud staircase to enter? Judging by your energy, you don't look too worn out. So I'm guessing you came in through the back door, right? Xiao Nuo was about to respond when Guanxiang cut him off again. No worries, no worries. Getting in through the back door is a skill in itself. Your senior brother here has been through it all. There's no need to feel embarrassed. A lack of natural talent is no big deal. Strength can be cultivated over time. From now on, your cultivation is my responsibility. With my elite foundation establishment, 3rd stage level, teaching you will be a piece of cake. The more Guanxiang spoke, the more spirited he became. Xiao Nuo could only choose silence. Seeing the helpless look on Xiao Nuo's face, Guanxiang nodded to himself, convinced his words had struck a chord with the newcomer. He thought to himself, this junior brother shows promise. A moment later, Guanxiang led Xiao Nuo to the inner quarters. Junior brother Xiao Nuo, senior brother Lu Qing, and the others should be finishing their evening lessons in the Lingyin Hall. Let me take you to meet him. Xiao Nuo was puzzled. Shouldn't I meet the hall master first? The hall master isn't here. Nirvana Hall is currently under the management of an acting hall master. But the acting hall master is usually very busy, so I'll introduce you to senior brother Lu Qing instead. He's the one in charge of most affairs in Nirvana Hall, Guanxiang explained as he led Xiao Nuo into the Lingyin Hall. The spacious hall was floored with red wooden planks and furnished with a dozen long tables. A group of young men and women sat on meditation mats, organizing scrolls and books in front of them. Guanxiang, skipping your duties again? Huh? Only showing up after we've finished evening lessons. Just as Xiao Nuo stepped through the doorway, a woman in a blue robe spoke up accusingly. She wasn't stunningly beautiful, but her features were above average, and her figure was full and well-proportioned. It's not like that, senior sister Lan Meng, Guanxiang quickly explained, his voice tinged with a hint of nervousness. He gestured behind him. A new junior brother just joined our Nirvana Hall. I was just welcoming him. Lan Meng's eyes lit up immediately. Oh, a newcomer? Where is he? Her tone was full of anticipation. The others in the hall turned their heads in unison to look. Behind Guanxiang stood a young figure, his eyes calm and sharp, exuding an extraordinary aura. A wave of curiosity and surprise flickered through the crowd. There's really a newcomer? Someone murmured, and he looks pretty decent. This is good news. Xiao Nuo, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, furrowed his brows slightly, a trace of discomfort surfacing in his heart. He thought to himself, why does it feel like getting a new member in Nirvana Hall is such a rare event? Isn't this one of the 5 main branches of the Piao Miao sect? It can't be that desolate, can it? Clearing his throat, Guanxiang began the introductions. Let me introduce him. This is our new junior brother, Xiao Nuo. Though he entered the Piao Miao sect through connections, his cultivation is quite impressive. He's already at the 9th stage of the body refining realm. I'm not. Xiao Nuo started to clarify, but Guanxiang cut him off. Don't worry, there's nothing shameful about it, Guanxiang said, patting Xiao Nuo on the shoulder. At least half of the people in the Piao Miao sect were recommended by someone. Some of them have achieved great things. Guanxiang then turned to Xiao Nuo and gestured toward the group behind him. This is senior sister Lan Meng, the kind and caring elder sister of our Nirvana Hall. Over here is senior brother Chongqing, who specializes in swordsmanship and aims to become a sword king one day. He continued to introduce everyone, finally pointing to a man in blue robes standing in the center. And this is senior brother Lu Qing, the one I mentioned earlier. Apart from being the acting hall master, he's also the strongest in Nirvana Hall right now. Her pride in face. After listening to the introductions, Xiao Nuo clasped his hands and gave a slight bow. Xiao Nuo greets all the senior brothers and sisters. Lan Meng stepped forward and gently patted Xiao Nuo on the shoulder, her smile warm. No need to be so formal. From now on, we're all family in Nirvana Hall. Let's look out for each other. Chongqing also approached, dressed in a white sword robe, his expression serious. It's been a long time since Nirvana Hall had a newcomer. We didn't come out to greet you earlier, please forgive us if it seemed rude. Before he could finish, Guanxiang was frantically signaling to him with exaggerated winks. Chongqing frowned in confusion. What's wrong with your eyes? Are they twitching, or something? Guanxiang rolled his eyes in exasperation, thinking to himself, I just barely managed to sell Xiao Nuo on this. Don't ruin it with a few careless words. But Xiao Nuo's expression remained calm, showing no sign of concern. At that moment, Lu Qing stepped forward. As the acting leader of Nirvana Hall, his demeanor was steadier and more composed than the others. The acting hall master isn't often present in Nirvana Hall. If you need anything in the future, you can come directly to me. Understood. Xiao Nuo nodded. Lu Qing asked, what is your primary focus in cultivation? He uses a blade. Guanxiang interjected before Xiao Nuo could respond. A blade cultivator? Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. Xiao Nuo shook his head slightly. My focus is on body refinement, cultivating the physical body. This answer surprised the group. Xiao Nuo's appearance was refined, even a bit slender, which was quite different from the typical image of a body cultivator. Lu Qing's expression remained unchanged as he retrieved a small, ornate box from his sleeve. This is marrow essence from a high-grade beast, the savage winged tiger. It's been processed and is ready for direct absorption. Consider it a gift to welcome you. Lan Meng and Chongqing exchanged looks, their expressions shifting noticeably. Lan Meng couldn't help but speak up. Senior brother Lu Qing, isn't that... Lu Qing raised a hand to stop her and continued addressing Xiao Nuo. The marrow essence of the savage winged tiger is highly effective for enhancing physical strength. If you're fortunate, you might even gain some insight into the beast's ferocity, which could amplify your own power and presence. This is far too valuable. Xiao Nuo instinctively refused without a second thought. I can't accept such a gift, but Lu Qing wouldn't take no for an answer. He stepped forward and placed the box firmly in Xiao Nuo's hands. As a disciple of Nirvana Hall, you should follow the instructions of its leader. With that, he turned and walked toward the door, adding as he left, Guanxiang. For the next few days, you're responsible for showing the junior brother around the Piao Miao sect. Make sure he learns the rules and doesn't cause any trouble. Got it. Leave it to me. Guanxiang replied enthusiastically. A short while later, Guanxiang led Xiao Nuo out of the Lingyin pavilion, heading toward the living quarters. Along the way, Guanxiang sighed. I never expected senior brother Lu Qing to give you the savage winged tiger's marrow essence. I've heard he searched for it for a long time and was planning to use it for his own breakthrough. Hearing this, Xiao Nuo felt even more uneasy about accepting the gift. He handed the wooden box to Guanxiang. Please return this to senior brother Lu Qing for me. We've just met, I can't accept such a generous gift. But Guanxiang pushed the box back toward him. Just take it. Knowing senior brother Lu Qing, once he decides on something, he won't change his mind. Since he gave it to you, there's no way he'll take it back, and none of us are going to return it for you either. But Xiao Nuo started to protest. No buts, Guanxiang interrupted. You don't need to overthink it. Just focus on doing one thing. What is that? Xiao Nuo asked curiously. Don't give up easily, Nirvana Hall. Guanxiang said slowly, each word deliberate and heavy. He emphasized the word give up, as if it were a weight pressing on his heart. Xiao Nuo looked at Guanxiang with confusion, but the latter offered no further explanation. Instead, Guanxiang raised his hand and pointed to a bamboo grove halfway up the mountain. The spiritual energy in Qingzhou Forest is abundant. There's a small hut there. You can stay there for now. All right, Xiao Nuo replied. After 3 years of wandering and hardship, anything better than a doghouse felt like a luxury to him. Guanxiang continued, get some rest early. Tomorrow, we'll take you to the transmission platform to receive teachings from the sect elders and collect this month's sect resources. Xiao Nuo nodded in agreement. Guanxiang smiled faintly, turned, and walked away, humming a slightly off-key tune as he disappeared into the night. Qingzhou Forest was serene and elegant, even at night. In the distance, the misty sea of clouds in the valley added a dreamlike quality to the scenery. Xiao Nuo soon found the small hut. It wasn't large, consisting of a living room and 2 rooms, 1 bedroom and 1 training room. After tidying up briefly, Xiao Nuo sat on the stone platform in the training room. The flickering candlelight drove away the chill of the night. After a short rest, he brought out his cultivation supplies. His supply of spirit chi pills was nearly depleted. He had 10 foundation establishment pills left, 1 from the Shao family, 1 traded for the flying shadow sword technique at the Myriad Gold Chamber of Commerce, 3 gifted by Gongsun Qing, the eldest daughter of the Gongsun family, and 5 earned as a reward for claiming first place on the ethereal heavenly ladder earlier that day. I've been relying on pills a bit too much recently, Xiao Nuo muttered to himself. Aware that excessive pill consumption could destabilize his foundation, he decided to set the foundation establishment pills aside for now. Next, Xiao Nuo took out the wooden box gifted by Lu Qing. Inside was a crystal-clear water membrane sphere containing a drop of dark golden liquid. Upon closer inspection, he could faintly see the shadowy figure of a ferocious tiger with glowing blue eyes and dark golden wings within the liquid. Remembering Guanxiang's words, Xiao Nuo realized that if Lu Qing had made this decision, he had no choice but to accept the fierce-winged tiger's bone marrow essence. He silently resolved to repay this favor in the future. Since I've accepted this, I, Xiao Nuo, promise that I won't leave Nirvana Hall lightly. Xiao Nuo thought back to the attitudes of the other 4 hall elders earlier that day, especially the oppressive gaze of Liang Xingqian. Determined, he took out the water membrane sphere. I need to grow stronger. I'm far from strong enough. As Xiao Nuo made up his mind, the water membrane sphere shattered in his palm. The transparent membrane burst like a bubble, and the golden bone marrow essence transformed into a streak of light, seeping into his hand. A deep tiger's roar echoed faintly in his ears as the bone marrow essence spread through his body like a warm spring. As Lu Qing had said, the processed fierce-winged tiger bone marrow essence could be directly refined and absorbed, its effects far surpassing the pills Xiao Nuo had recently consumed, even more potent than the essence-cleansing elixir he had taken from Xiao Yong. Xiao Nuo felt his meridians tighten and his bones emit soft cracking sounds. The strengthening power of the bone marrow essence was unmistakable, flowing through him with increasing intensity. The warm spring within him surged like a torrent, with streams of pure energy converging toward his dantian. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy broke through his dantian and erupted outward, shattering the barrier of the 9th level of the body refinement realm. Xiao Nuo had stepped into the foundation establishment realm. The surging energy within his dantian didn't subside. Instead, it grew even more intense. The warm spring in his body transformed into raging waves, and soon, Xiao Nuo broke through to the 2nd level of the foundation establishment realm. Xiao Nuo quickly activated the initial technique of the primal overlord body art, guiding the energy throughout his body to strengthen every part of it. Despite his physique already having undergone multiple rounds of enhancement, within just 2 hours, Xiao Nuo broke through again. Reaching the 3rd level of the foundation establishment realm, the moon hung cold and crescent-like, while frosty stars adorned the night sky. Atop the towering peak of the ethereal sect's grand mountain stood a magnificent palace, its splendor proclaiming its extraordinary status. On the western sword platform, Liang Xingqian, the strongest among the top 10 inner disciples, stood alone at the cliff's edge. Before him lay a 1,000-foot abyss, the night wind howling and billowing through his robes. Elder Zhou Yufu approached silently, stopping just behind him. Her voice was low and steady as she spoke. Liang Zi is out of life-threatening danger, but her leg injury is severe. It may never fully recover. Hearing this, Liang Xingqian's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He had searched the forest beneath the ethereal sky ladder for hours before finally finding Liang Zi unconscious in a ravine. Seeing her shattered leg, he had nearly lost control. Where is he now? Liang Xingqian's voice was icy, sharp enough to cut through the night. Zhou Yufu, noticing the terrifying glint in his eyes, quickly intervened. The one who harmed Liang Zi and killed Zhou deserves the harshest punishment, and I too would gladly see him flayed alive. But this is not the time to act. Liang Xingqian's gaze grew even sharper, but Zhou Yufu suppressed her own fury and reasoned calmly, you are at a critical juncture. You cannot let a lowly rat jeopardize your chance to advance as a core disciple. Taking a deep breath, Liang Xingqian forced himself to rein in his anger. Zhou Yufu continued, the elders have already approved your nomination. All that remains is the sect master's final review. Any misstep now could ruin your opportunity. Killing him might bring temporary satisfaction, but it would tarnish your reputation. She elaborated further. Xiao Nuo was now an official disciple of the sect, and sect rules strictly prohibited infighting outside of sanctioned events. While Yang Xingqian's status was extraordinary, killing an outer disciple would not result in severe punishment. However, should someone amplify the incident, it could damage his reputation and even influence the sect master's decision. As an elder, Zhou Yufu understood the intricate web of relationships within the sect. Despite losing her nephew Zhouan, she maintained her composure. She saw immense potential in Liang Xingqian and hoped he would rise to become the sect's brightest talent, wielding ultimate authority. His success would naturally elevate her own standing within the sect. Gradually, Liang Xingqian calmed down. His voice was steady but cold as he said, you are right. I shouldn't act impulsively. Let him live a few more days. Once I become a core disciple, it will be his time to meet his end. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of chilling energy erupted from him, enveloping the sword platform. Though his killing intent subsided, his resolve to take vengeance only grew colder. The faint light of dawn began to creep across the horizon. Within the serene bamboo forest surrounding the Nirvana Hall, a powerful tiger's roar suddenly echoed from Xiao Nuo's training chamber. His cultivation level had stopped at the fourth tier of the Foundation establishment realm, having surged through 4 minor stages in a single night far exceeding expectations. Xiao Nuo muttered to himself, I underestimated the effectiveness of the Fiercewing Tiger's bone marrow elixir. The Fiercewing Tiger, a high-tier demonic beast, was comparable to a cultivator in the spirit condensation realm. Its bone marrow, meticulously refined and infused with special spiritual energy, was a treasure even powerful experts like Lu Qing could benefit from, let alone a new recruit like Xiao Nuo. A trace of guilt crossed his mind. Senior brother Lu Qing's gift is far more precious than I realized. I owe him my deepest gratitude. Only after using it did he truly grasp its immense value. Reflecting further, he analyzed, the technique I cultivate, the primal dominance body art, demands vast resources to progress. If this bone marrow elixir were used by others, it might even push someone to the 5th or 6th tier of the Foundation establishment realm. Suddenly, a deep, ancient voice echoed in his mind. It was the spirit of the primal gold tower. No, it wouldn't. Surprised, Xiao Nuo asked, oh, why not? The tower spirit explained. While the bone marrow elixir has been refined for absorption, it originates from a demonic beast's spiritual energy. Ordinary people lack the compatibility to fully harness its potential. Why is that? Xiao Nuo asked, puzzled. The tower's spirit elaborated. Despite the refinement process, the elixir's essence still stems from the Fiercewing Tiger's powerful energy. Ordinary cultivators would struggle to align with its nature, achieving at best the 3rd tier of the Foundation establishment realm. Xiao Nuo clenched his left fist, feeling the surging power coursing through his veins. He turned to the tower spirit and asked when he could reach the 1st level of the Hongmeng Overlord body technique. The tower spirit replied, you're close, but there's still a little way to go. To achieve the 1st level, the bronze ancient physique, you need more accumulation. I'll notify you when the time comes. Xiao Nuo nodded slightly and was about to continue his thoughts when Guanxiang's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Junior brother Xiao Nuo, are you up? Today, I'll take you to the transmission platform. The door opened, and Xiao Nuo stepped outside. Guanxiang was immediately struck by the commanding aura emanating from Xiao Nuo's deep eyes, as if a fierce tiger lay dormant behind him. Startled, Guanxiang hurriedly asked if Xiao Nuo had used the fierce wing tiger bone marrow elixir. Upon receiving confirmation, Guanxiang slapped his forehead in frustration. Careless of me. I forgot to warn you that stuff is really hard to refine. Using it like that probably wasted a lot of its spiritual energy, Guanxiang said regretfully. Even senior brother Lo Qing can only refine about 80% of it. For you, reaching the 2nd level of the Foundation establishment realm is already quite impressive. Xiao Nu was about to explain, but Guanxiang waved him off and urged, come on, let's head to the transmission platform. If we're late, there won't be any spots left. The two left the Nirvana Hall and made their way toward the transmission platform. The misty Sect in the early morning resembled a celestial paradise. The dawn light bathed the mountain peaks in golden hues, spirit beasts roamed freely, and cranes soared gracefully through the skies, exuding the sacred charm of a place dedicated to cultivation. Before long, they arrived at a massive Lingxiao square. Surrounding it were 72 towering pillar-shaped platforms reaching into the heavens. Some were empty, while others were bustling with people. Guanxiang introduced, these are the 72 transmission platforms, each representing one of the 72 transmission elders. Today is the start of the month, so around 20 elders will be here. It's the busiest day of the month. Xiao Nuo nodded attentively, his gaze sweeping across the platforms, which resembled enormous lotus flowers. Each platform could accommodate thousands of people, with bridges connecting them. He casually asked, are the transmission platforms ranked by levels? Of course, Guanxiang explained. These are the starlight level platforms. Beyond them are the moonlight level and sunlight level platforms. Only inner disciples of the 2nd rank or higher can access the moonlight level ones. The grand sunlit transmission platform stood tall and imposing. Its gates open only to 1st rank inner sect disciples. The hierarchy within the Piao Miao sect was strict and meticulously structured. At the bottom were the outer sect disciples, followed by the inner sect disciples, who were further divided into 3rd, 2nd, and 1st ranks. At the pinnacle of this hierarchy were the revered true inheritor disciples, admired and respected by all. Guanxiang patted Xiao Nuo's shoulder, his tone brimming with anticipation. Keep it up. Let's work hard together so we can become 1st-rank disciples soon. Then we'll have access to the sunlit transmission platform. The martial arts there are on a completely different level. Xiao Nuo nodded silently, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. After a brief exchange, Guanxiang left Xiao Nuo to explore on his own. Xiao Nuo approached the nearest transmission platform, taking in his surroundings. A spacious corridor encircled the massive platform, which spanned 100 feet on each side. To the north, a raised dais was visible, where an elderly man in white robes sat solemnly. The technique I will teach today is called the Serpentine Movement Technique. a mid-tier martial art, the elder announced in a deep voice. Listen carefully and learn well. Xiao Nuo did not linger. He turned and walked away, thinking to himself, I already have the flying shadow sword technique, which is a high-tier martial art. There's no need to study this one. At the second transmission platform, a middle-aged sword master was demonstrating his skill, his long sword slicing through the air with a resonant hum. The flowing wind sword technique emphasizes speed, the sword master explained. Strike like lightning, attack with the swiftness of the wind, and seize the moment to deliver a fatal blow. The crowd burst into applause. Xiao Nuo moved on, passing by more than a dozen transmission platforms, yet none of the techniques resonated with him. He knew what he sought, though he couldn't quite articulate it. Suddenly, a commotion arose behind him. Hurry, head to platform 24. Elder Xiao is about to start teaching, someone shouted. Really? Elder Xiao is just now showing up? You know he's never on time. True enough. Let's go. He only teaches once a month, and if we miss this, we'll have to wait until next time. The crowd surged forward, and Xiao Nuo, intrigued, decided to follow. On platform 24, an elderly man was lazily yawning, his eyes barely open. This session will last for half an hour, Elder Xiao said in a lethargic tone. When the time's up, they'll leave. Pay attention. Thuff if you don't understand, that's not my problem. Today, he'll be teaching a low-tier martial art. His words drew immediate disappointment from the crowd below. Elder Xiao continued, why a low-tier martial art, you ask? Because its lower limit is, indeed, low. However, this technique has a very unique trait. It also has an exceptionally high upper limit. Someone couldn't help but complain, Elder Xiao. Spare us the pointless chatter. Every time you teach, 2/3 of the session is wasted on this nonsense. We're anxious to learn, even if you're not in a hurry. Yeah, Elder Xiao. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can go back to drinking and sleeping. Stop torturing us with your rambling. Despite the complaints, no one left. In fact, more people kept arriving. Xiao Nuo's curiosity grew, and a glimmer of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Elder Xiao, still with his eyes closed, began to explain slowly. This technique is directly linked to the strength of your body and the power within you. For those with weak physiques, its lower limit is low. But for those with great physical strength, its upper limit is extraordinarily high. The human body has many points of power: your dantian, joints, chest, back, throat, and every muscle throughout your body can all generate force. The platform fell silent. Everyone held their breath, listening intently. The martial art I'm teaching today is called the Ninefold Burst Strike, Elder Xiao said in an unhurried tone. It harnesses 9 explosive points within the body to deliver consecutive strikes, creating multiple layers of impact on the target. If your physical strength is too weak, you won't be able to unleash its power. That's why its lower limit is low. But for those with strong bodies, it can produce continuous bursts of force, achieving devastating effects beyond its upper limit. Xiao Nuo's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, this is exactly what I've been looking for. The technique is too weak to generate power, so its lower limit is low. However, a strong physical body can sustain continuous bursts, achieving combat power that exceeds the upper limit. Elder Xiao spoke slowly, squinting his eyes and stroking the beard under his nose as he shared his insight. Then, suddenly changing his tone, he added, so, for those of you who aren't tough enough, you might as well leave now. This martial art clearly isn't meant for you. No need to feel embarrassed. The crowd, who had been listening attentively, suddenly wore dark expressions. Low murmurs of complaints rippled through the group. I feel like going up there and slicing this old man. I wanted to do that last year, but I couldn't beat him. Damn it. One day he'll be too old to move. When that happens, I'll dismantle his old bones myself. Count me in. Me too. Elder Xiao's eyes slyly opened a crack, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. It seems you're all quite interested in this lower-tier martial art, huh? Feeling brave, are we? Finally, a young disciple couldn't hold back and spoke up. Hey, Elder Xiao, could you stop wasting time? It's the first day of the month, and we still need to go collect our cultivation resources later. Yeah, Elder Xiao, just get on with it already. Another chimed in. I think I'm strong enough to give this 9 consecutive strikes a shot, someone else declared confidently. Among the group, Xiao Nuo grew increasingly puzzled. Despite the apparent resentment toward Elder Xiao, only a few people had left. A newcomer, noticing this, whispered to someone nearby, why aren't you all leaving? It's just a lower-tier martial art. Even in my family, few would bother practicing something like this. The person next to him explained, you're new, so you wouldn't know. The techniques Elder Xiao teaches are incredibly practical and easy to understand. The only problem is, the old man talks way too much and drives everyone crazy. Practical? The newcomer looked even more confused. That's right. In fact, every technique Elder Xiao teaches has been modified and improved by him. When he calls something lower tier or middle tier, he's just making it up. The actual power of his techniques can only be understood once you practice them. Ah, I see. The newcomer finally understood. Despite the grumbling and even the occasional joking threat to deal with Elder Xiao, his skills in passing down martial arts were undeniably respected by all. Sitting on a stone chair, Elder Xiao stretched lazily and said nonchalantly, "I've already explained everything. Now, it's time for the practical demonstration." As soon as he said this, the 24th transmission platform erupted into chaos. "That's it? You're done explaining? Are you kidding me? Elder Xiao, don't mess with us." But Elder Xiao remained unmoved by their protests. "I've explained it very clearly. The 9 consecutive strikes relies on the body's 9 powerful force points to deliver continuous strikes. The stronger your physical body, the more internal energy each strike contains, and the more devastating the consecutive blows. This is such a straightforward concept, what more is there to explain? Let's move straight to the demonstration." With that, Elder Xiao waved his hand. Buzz. A chaotic wave of energy suddenly enveloped the 24th transmission platform. Moments later, countless golden droplets of light appeared, floating weightlessly in front of everyone. Xiao Nuo froze for a moment, his mind stirred by the sight of the golden droplets of light. One droplet, in particular, seemed to shimmer hypnotically, creating rippling rings of light that expanded outward. Buzz. The rings of light spun and spread before Xiao Nuo's eyes, and in the next instant, he found himself inside a pitch-black chamber. A voice, devoid of any emotion, echoed in Xiao Nuo's ears. "Welcome to the training illusion. This is a temporary illusion created specifically for those on the 24th transmission platform. The training duration is half an hour." "An illusion?" Xiao Nuo murmured, intrigued. Before he could process further, a black shadow began to take form in front of him. The shadow slowly morphed into a humanoid figure, roughly the same size and build as Xiao Nuo, but with blurred facial features, clearly not a real person. The voice spoke again. "Training battle commencing? A friendly reminder. If you are knocked down, the training will end prematurely." "End prematurely?" Xiao Nuo blinked in surprise. Before he could react, the black figure suddenly lunged at him with a swift motion. Without any warning, a fierce punch came hurtling toward Xiao Nuo's face. Quickly regaining his composure, Xiao Nuo sidestepped and countered with a punch of his own. Fury Fist. A surge of energy gathered along his arm, and Xiao Nuo's punch was as forceful as an arrow piercing through armor. Boom. The two punches collided with a resounding impact, causing the air to vibrate. The black figure's force was completely shattered under the blow. Xiao Nuo's eyes flickered with surprise. The opponent didn't seem as strong as he'd expected. The shadow strength was on par with Xiao Nuo's, but thanks to his cultivation of the Primordial Overlord body technique, Xiao Nuo's physical toughness far exceeded that of ordinary people. In direct confrontations of equal levels, no one could rival him. However, just as the shadow was about to be knocked back, something unexpected happened. The shadow's body shifted to the side, and a sudden burst of white light erupted from its waist. In an instant, Xiao Nuo felt a surge of new power emanating from the shadowy figure's fist. Bang! Their fists collided, and Xiao Nuo was pushed back half a meter. He was astonished to realize that, although his opponent's first punch had been at a disadvantage, they had immediately utilized other points of explosive force in their body to execute a swift follow-up strike, reversing the momentum. The shadowy figure pressed the advantage, leaping high into the air and bringing a powerful kick down. Xiao Nuo raised his left arm to block, easily deflecting the attack. However, the figure's calf and waist muscles suddenly tensed, delivering an even stronger force with a midair twist. Xiao Nuo was caught off guard, his knees bending slightly under the pressure. Such seamless transitions. Xiao Nuo couldn't help but marvel. His opponent's ability to generate multiple layers of force in a single attack was impressive. This skill perfectly complemented the technique of the ninefold collapse. Even without using the Dark Star Soul, the consecutive bursts of punches and kicks were enough to suppress any enemy. Xiao Nuo focused intently, carefully observing the shadowy figure's points of force and the method of their continuous strikes. Meanwhile, over on practice platform 24, one figure after another was sent flying. Disciples were grumbling about how overwhelmingly strong the simulated opponent was, leaving them dazed after a 5-hit combo before they could even react. They marveled at how many points of force the human body could contain, but also complained about how little time they had to analyze it before being ejected from the simulation. On the stone seats of the northern tiered platform, Elder Xiao looked on impassively. "Each of you gets only one chance. How much you learn depends on your own fortune," he stated coldly. He dismissed the disciples' pleas without mercy, emphasizing that the ninefold collapse required an exceptionally strong physical foundation. Without a robust body, it was impossible to achieve such layered bursts of power. At the center of the transmission platform, disciples were gradually waking up. With only half an hour left, only 3 individuals remained standing on the platform, one of them being Xiao Nuo. The crowd murmured in astonishment, surprised that this unfamiliar outer disciple had lasted so long. Suddenly, Li Long awoke. He admitted that he had only managed to learn the triple strike, which drew gasps of amazement from the crowd. Elder Xiao nodded in approval, encouraging him to refine his skills further in the future. The disciples eagerly questioned Li Long about his thoughts on Yang Chu, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Li Long hesitated slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before he spoke slowly. Yang Chu's physical body is tougher than mine. When it comes to the ninefold impact technique, the power he can unleash is likely far greater than mine. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, recalling Elder Xiao's words. The strength of the physique determines the upper limit. Although Li Long and Yang Chu were evenly matched in strength, both at the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage, and usually neck and neck, when it came to the ninefold impact, Yang Chu's explosive power exceeded Li Long's by 3 whole levels. This was enough to shift the balance of power between them. At that moment, Yang Chu opened his eyes. A proud glint sparkled in them as he exclaimed excitedly, "Amazing! This ninefold impact is truly incredible." He turned to Li Long with a smug smile and said, "Li Long, I bet you've only mastered the triple burst, right? It seems you won't stand a chance against me in the future, ha ha ha." Li Long, unwilling to back down, responded with a grin, "Don't be so sure about that. The limits of the ninefold impact are still far off. While my physique might not match yours, as long as I can achieve more bursts, I can still beat you. Ha ha ha, they'll be waiting." Yang Chu laughed heartily, his voice brimming with confidence. However, his laughter quickly faded as his gaze shifted to another figure standing nearby Xiao Nuo. Yang Chu frowned slightly. "Huh? Who's this? An outer sect disciple?" The onlookers immediately chimed in mockingly. "Senior brother Yang Chu, don't bother with him. That guy's been awake for a while, just standing there pretending." "Exactly. If even you and senior brother Li Long, both inner sect level body cultivators, have awakened, how could he still be stuck in the illusion realm? Hey, outer sect junior, stop pretending. Your acting is terrible, and no one's buying it." "Huh, still holding on? I'd like to see how long he can keep this up." Li Long and Yang Chu exchanged a glance before the latter approached Xiao Nuo. "Junior brother, you're overdoing it with your performance," Yang Chu said coldly. "I'm talking to you." When Xiao Nuo remained unresponsive, Yang Chu's temper flared. Still pretending? Let's see how long you can keep this act up." With that, he threw a punch, the force of his fist whistling through the air as it aimed straight for Xiao Nuo's face. In the split second before impact, Xiao Nuo's eyes snapped open. With a swift sidestep, he evaded Yang Chu's attack perfectly. The crowd, stunned by this sudden movement, watched as Xiao Nuo moved like a phantom, flipping into the air and delivering a powerful kick toward Yang Chu's shoulder. Boom! The heavy impact rippled between the two. Yang Chu staggered, his knee bending slightly, but he managed to hold his ground. However, what came next was the relentless follow-through of Xiao Nuo's waist and leg strength. Double burst! Xiao Nuo muttered under his breath, and the force on Yang Chu's shoulder surged once more. Crash! Yang Chu's knees hit the ground with a resounding thud, shattering the stone tiles beneath him. Debris scattered, blood splattered, and the onlookers were left wide-eyed, their expressions frozen in utter shock at the astonishing scene before them. Bang! The platform suddenly cracked with jagged fissures, and blood burst out from beneath Yang Chu's knees. On the 24th transmission platform, the crowd's expressions changed drastically, their gazes instantly snapping to the shocking scene. Even the usually composed Elder Xiao couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment. With just 2 forceful strikes, Yang Chu, at the 5th level of the Foundation establishment realm, was brought to his knees. The situation on the platform had taken a dramatic turn, catching everyone off guard. Yang Chu let out a guttural growl, veins bulging on his forehead as searing pain radiated from his knees. Not far away, Li Long's face twisted with fury at the sight. "How dare you harm him?" he roared, charging at Xiao Nuo like an enraged beast. Stone-shattering palm. Li Long's palms surged with intense spiritual energy, his entire arm enveloped in a golden aura. The power of his strike was enough to shatter solid rock. Yet Xiao Nuo remained unfazed. He first delivered a sharp kick, sending the kneeling Yang Chu sprawling, and then countered with a single punch. Fury fist. Xiao Nuo's forearm turned a deep crimson as energy swirled around him. In an instant, the ferocious golden and crimson forces collided violently in midair. A deafening explosion erupted, and turbulent energy rippled outward. Despite the ferocity of Li Long's attack, Xiao Nuo stood firm, unmoving. Their eyes locked, and a cold, piercing glint flashed in both their gazes. Double strike! Double strike! Almost simultaneously, they bent their knees, unleashing a second wave of power from within. Their fist and palm clashed again, the resulting shockwave reverberating across the platform. To everyone's astonishment, Li Long was forced back more than half a meter. How is this possible? Li Long's heart sank, and the faces of the onlookers below turned pale. Initially, they had assumed Yang Chu's defeat was due to carelessness. But now, even the proactive Li Long was being overpowered. Xiao Nuo's strength far exceeded their expectations. Gritting his teeth, Li Long refused to admit defeat. His eyes widened, and another surge of immense energy flowed into his right hand. Triple collapse strike. Fall before me. Li Long bellowed, releasing 3 consecutive bursts of power that radiated an overwhelming pressure across the platform. However, almost simultaneously, Xiao Nuo's body generated a third point of explosive force. Triple collapse strike. Boom. The two immense forces collided once more. The moment their arms connected, a sickening crack echoed through the air. The crowd stared in shock as Li Long's elbow joint visibly fractured, the bone protruding grotesquely, as if ready to pierce through his skin. Ah! Li Long cried out in agony, his face contorted in pain as he staggered backward, completely incapacitated. The spectators below gasped in unison, struggling to believe what they had just witnessed. For Li Long, known for his physical resilience, to have his arm shattered was inconceivable. Despite both executing a triple force burst, Xiao Nuo's overwhelming advantage was undeniable. His physical strength clearly surpassed Li Long's by a wide margin. As the crowd reeled in shock, Yang Chu, who had previously collapsed, had somehow managed to get back on his feet. "You bastard! I'll kill you!" he roared. His entire body tensed like a bloodthirsty lion as he charged at Xiao Nuo from the side. Wind-piercing strike. Yang Chu's 5 fingers came together like a razor-sharp blade, aiming straight for Xiao Nuo's forehead. Gray energy spiraled around his fingertips, transforming his entire hand into a deadly, spear-like weapon. It was clear that Yang Chu had abandoned all restraint, intent on taking Xiao Nuo's life. Just as Yang Chu's fingertips were mere inches from Xiao Nuo's head, a powerful hand suddenly clamped down on his wrist. In that instant, it felt as though time itself had frozen on the platform. Yang Chu's attack was abruptly halted, unable to advance even a fraction further. "You!" Yang Chu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xiao Nuo. Xiao Nuo's slender fingers gripped Yang Chu's wrist with the strength of an iron vice, rendering him completely immobile. "With such pathetic strength, you dare to specialize in body cultivation?" Xiao Nuo sneered before yanking Yang Chu's arm sharply. Yang Chu lost his balance instantly, his upper body lurching forward uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Nuo's leg tensed, and his knee drove forcefully into Yang Chu's chest. Thud. The impact was bone-crushing. Yang Chu's ribs cracked under the blow. His head tilted back, eyes wide with pain, bloodshot and brimming with agony that seemed to reach his very core. He couldn't even muster a scream, but Xiao Nuo wasn't finished. Before Yang Chu could regain his footing, Xiao Nuo's energy surged once more. A forceful kick struck Yang Chu's jaw. Boom. The powerful kick sent Yang Chu airborne. Several teeth, mixed with blood, flew from his mouth. The crowd thought that surely this was the end, but Xiao Nuo still had more to give. With a third surge of power, before his foot even touched the ground, he delivered another devastating kick directly to Yang Chu's abdomen. Bang! The immense force of the third strike sent Yang Chu hurtling through the air like a ragdoll. Blood spewed from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground, utterly defeated and unable to rise again. The spectators could only stare, their breaths caught in their throats. The once arrogant Yang Chu now lay motionless, like a beaten dog. Xiao Nuo's dominance had left an indelible impression, his strength far surpassing anything they had imagined. Boom! Yang Chu's body slammed violently against the stone pillar on the side of the transmission platform. Blood splattered everywhere, and the sound of bones shattering was chillingly clear. The pillar instantly cracked with a dozen fine lines, and the disciples of the Piao Miao sect watching below felt their scalps tingle. Xiao Nuo's attack was ferocious, as if he intended to end Yang Chu's life. If not for the pillar breaking his fall, Yang Chu might have been kicked off the platform entirely. Li Long, seeing Yang Chu's pitiful state, turned pale as he clutched his broken arm and trembled while pleading with the transmission elder. "Elder Xiao, he deliberately injured someone. This violates the sect's rules. Please punish him." All eyes turned to Elder Xiao, and many secretly thought, this guy is done for. To act so ruthlessly on the transmission platform, there's no way he won't face severe punishment. Reckless youth, serves him right for being so heavy-handed. Unexpectedly, Elder Xiao, seated on the stone dais, rose slowly, stretched lazily, and said in an indifferent tone, "Time's up. This month's transmission session is over. I'm going back to sleep." With that, he made a motion to leave. Li Long panicked and quickly called out, "Elder Xiao?" But Elder Xiao interrupted impatiently, "Why are you shouting? Do you think I'm blind? Or do you take me for a fool? You were the ones who started it, and now you have the nerve to come complaining." Li Long immediately felt a wave of embarrassment, and was left speechless. Elder Xiao waved dismissively and announced, "Meeting adjourned. Meeting adjourned. Come back next month." Before his words fully settled, he transformed into a streak of white light and vanished into the sky above the platform. The scene quickly descended into a cacophony of chatter. Realizing he was in the wrong, Li Long dared not speak further. Supporting the barely conscious Yang Chu, he slunk away from the platform in disgrace. Xiao Nuo looked in the direction Elder Xiao had departed and thought, this elder is certainly Fairmanditter. Perhaps he just couldn't be bothered to deal with this trivial matter and was in a hurry to rest. Without lingering, Xiao Nuo quietly left amidst the murmurs of the crowd. Moments later, Xiao Nuo returned to Lingxiao Square, where Guanxiang was waiting. Seeing Xiao Nuo approach, Guanxiang's eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly asked, "So, did you find a martial art that suits you? If not, don't worry. We'll come back next time." The elders transmit teachings every few days, so with a bit of persistence, you'll find something you like. Xiao Nuo smiled and nodded without saying much. Guanxiang continued, "Next, we're heading to the Pill Pavilion to collect this month's cultivation resources." Under Guanxiang's guidance, the two crossed several massive bridges that span the sky, eventually arriving at the Pill Pavilion situated midway up the mountain. The ancient structure had clearly stood for countless years, with a plaque above the entrance bearing the bold characters, Pill Pavilion. A spacious square stretched before the pavilion, flanked by towering millennia-old pine trees, adding a touch of timeless grandeur to the area. Guanxiang explained, "This Pill Pavilion is where outer disciples and third-tier inner disciples receive their cultivation resources. Second-tier and first-tier inner disciples have separate distribution points." Following the sparse crowd, the two entered the Pill Pavilion and quickly collected their share. Guanxiang, beaming with delight, examined his haul. "Not bad. This month, I got 2 foundation establishment pills and 10 spirit stones." Xiao Nuo, on the other hand, only received 3 spirit chi pills and 5 spirit stones. Guanxiang explained, "You're currently an outer disciple, so your resources are naturally limited. Once you advance to an inner disciple, your benefits will gradually increase." He paused briefly and added, "Outer disciples are at the very bottom of any sect's hierarchy. If you want to gain recognition, you have to work hard and climb the ranks." Although the Piao Miao sect is one of the 7 great cultivation sanctuaries in the eastern wastelands, competition is all the fiercer in such places. As he spoke, Guanxiang unexpectedly handed Xiao Nuo 3 spirit stones. "Here, take these." Xiao Nuo was taken aback. "What about you?" Guanxiang grinned and shook the remaining spirit stones in his hand. "I still have enough, don't I?" He went on to explain, spirit stones are one of the most common resources in cultivation. They're mined from spiritual veins by the sect, and the energy they contain can be absorbed. However, compared to pills, refining spirit stones takes more time and effort. Even so, spirit stones are still quite valuable. Guanxiang's generosity in giving Xiao Nuo 3 spirit stones without hesitation was truly touching. Xiao Nuo was just about to return the spirit stones when Guanxiang spoke up to stop him. "You're the youngest disciple of our Nirvana Hall and a newcomer to the sect. As your senior brother, it's only natural for me to take care of you. Unfortunately, the resources I've received aren't much. Otherwise, I could have given you a foundation establishment pill." He paused briefly and then added, "Wait until next month. If I receive 2 pills, I'll give you 1. This month, I need more resources to break through to the 5th level of the foundation establishment realm." "No need." Xiao Nuo hurriedly refused, handing the 3 spirit stones back to him. "You should keep them for your breakthrough." Guanxiang didn't take the spirit stones, but simply raised an eyebrow and smiled. "2 foundation establishment pills are enough for my breakthrough. Don't worry." With that, he turned and walked ahead. Xiao Nuo was momentarily speechless, but a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Although 3 spirit stones weren't of great value, the sincerity behind the gesture weighed deeply on him. Whether it was Lu Qing from yesterday or Guanxiang today, both had shown him genuine care. Just then, a few figures suddenly blocked Guanxiang's path. A lean young man spoke with a playful tone. "Hey, senior brother Guanxiang. Got your hands on some foundation establishment pills again, huh?" Guanxiang frowned and instinctively moved the pills and spirit stones behind him. "Lingsong, what are you guys up to this time?" Ling Tsong and the young men and women beside him exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter. "Same as last time," Ling Tsong said. "How about a little wager?" "No way." Guanxiang refused without hesitation. "Find someone else. I need these 2 foundation establishment pills this month." The group only laughed harder. A young woman in a long dress giggled and said, "Oh, come on, senior brother Guanxiang. Think about it. If you win, you'll have 4 foundation establishment pills this month. Isn't that enough to take care of your little junior brother standing behind you, just like you used to take care of us?" Guanxiang's frown deepened. He glanced briefly at Xiao Nuo behind him, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. I just told my junior brother that I'd give him a pill next month. This time, I won't fall for your tricks. Coward. The woman sneered with disdain. Guanxiang ignored her and was about to walk around them when Ling Tsang spoke again. Double. I'll double the stakes. If you win, I'll give you twice the number of foundation establishment pills. Guanxiang froze mid-step, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. But he quickly composed himself. I can't beat you. Last month, he lost to Ling Tsang in less than 30 moves, costing him the resources he'd received. Even with double the stakes, he had learned his lesson. 3 moves. Just as Guanxiang was about to turn away, Ling Tsang's cold, arrogant voice rang out again. If you can withstand just 3 moves from me, you win. These words sent a ripple through Guanxiang's heart. He turned to face Ling Tsang directly. Are you serious? Of course, Ling Tsang replied with a smirk. If you can survive 3 moves without losing, I'll give you 4 foundation establishment pills. Do you dare to take the challenge? Guanxiang clenched his fists, his mind racing. He calculated that if he went all out, he could hold his own against Ling Tsang for 30 moves. 3 moves would be nothing. As long as he focused entirely on defense, even 10 or 20 moves wouldn't be a problem. Fine. Guanxiang made up his mind. But no tricks this time. Ling Tsang's grin widened. As usual, we'll hand over the stakes to Sister Hongya for safekeeping. Give them to me, the young woman in the long dress said with a smile as she stepped forward. Ling Tsang casually tossed 4 foundation establishment pills to her, and Guanxiang, without hesitation, handed over the 2 pills he'd just received. The others stepped back, clearing a space for the duel. Guanxiang steadied himself, determined to focus solely on defense. Ling Tsang folded his arms across his chest, his expression full of amusement. Well, ready? Oomph. Guanxiang snorted. Bring it on. This time, I'm taking back everything I lost last time. Ha ha ha. We'll see if you have what it takes. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ling Tsang stomped the ground forcefully, propelling himself 10 meters forward in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Guanxiang. What speed! Guanxiang's heart sank. Ling Tsang's movements were much faster than they had been last time. Without hesitation, Guanxiang channeled all his spiritual energy, concentrating it in his arms. Golden Shadow Shield, he shouted, crossing his arms as a faint golden glow emanated from them. A semicircular protective barrier materialized in front of him. The Golden Shadow Shield was a mid-ear defensive technique that transformed spiritual energy into a shield, offering strong protection. Boom. Before the shield could fully form, Ling Tsang's fist came crashing down. The sheer force of the blow sent shockwaves rippling through the shield. Cracks spread across its surface as fragments of golden light scattered in all directions. What? Guanxiang's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Nuo, positioned at the rear, narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. Ling Tsang burst into arrogant laughter, his voice dripping with disdain. Ha ha, pathetic. You call that a shield? Before Guanxiang had a chance to repair his defenses, Ling Tsang launched another strike. An elbow blow aimed directly at the golden shield. With a deafening boom, the already cracked shield shattered like a broken mirror, scattering into countless fragments of light. Guanxiang's face turned pale with shock as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. How is this possible? A mocking smirk tugged at the corner of Ling Tsang's mouth. Apologies, senior brother Guanxiang. Before he finished speaking, he delivered a sweeping kick to Guanxiang's torso. Stone-breaking kick. With a dull, explosive sound, the moment the force hit his body, Guanxiang bent like a shrimp. His eyes widened, blood spurted from his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground on his knees. 3 moves were all it took to decide the outcome. Guanxiang knelt on the ground, pain coursing through his entire body, leaving him dazed. A young woman laughed melodiously, tossing a foundation pill in her hand. Sorry, senior brother Guanxiang. Looks like you've lost again. TSK. This month's foundation pills are of such high quality. Too bad you won't get to enjoy them. A thunderous boom echoed in Guanxiang's mind, leaving him utterly blank. He stared at Ling Tsang in disbelief, his voice trembling. You've broken through to the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage? Just last month, Ling Tsang had only been at the 4th level, the same as Guanxiang, which had allowed them to fight on equal footing. But now, losing in 3 moves could only mean one thing: Ling Tsang had advanced. Ling Tsang's eyes were filled with contempt as he spoke coldly. Not the 5th level of foundation establishment, but half step to the 6th level. Half step to the 6th level? Guanxiang's body trembled, overwhelmed with regret. He had fallen into their trap once again. My pills. Guanxiang clenched his fists and pounded the ground. Those resources were meant to help him break through to the 5th level of foundation establishment. Unwilling. He was so unwilling. Guanxiang's eyes turned bloodshot, like a raging beast that had lost its mind. He scrambled to his feet and charged toward the young woman. Give it back. Give me back my pills. But before he could get close, another young man stepped forward and kicked him square in the face. Get lost. With a loud thud, Guanxiang lost his balance and was sent flying several meters. Half of his face swelled up instantly. The young man looked down at him with disdain. A useless piece of trash like you, giving you those pills would just be a waste. Let me tell you something. Next month, we'll be coming for you again. The three of them burst into laughter, their mockery echoing loudly. Guanxiang clenched his teeth so hard that blood seeped from his gums. Glaring at the three, he roared, Ling Tsong, Lan Hongya, Emo, why are you doing this to me? Back in Nirvana Hall, I treated you all well. I even shared my cultivation resources with you. Why are you treating me like this? Lan Hongya sneered, her voice dripping with scorn. Huh, you dare bring that up? If it weren't for you tricking us into joining Nirvana Hall, we would have achieved far more by now. You talked up Nirvana Hall like it was so great. But in reality, Nirvana Hall is the shame of the Piao Miao sect. Staying in that place offers no future at all. Ling Tsong's expression was equally dark and disdainful. Exactly. Luckily, we realized it early and joined you on Long Haul in time. Otherwise, we'd be as pathetic as you. Guanxiang struggled to his feet, blood dripping from his lips, tears welling in his eyes. You. I won't let you insult Nirvana Hall. And what if we do? Ling Tsong sneered. Only a disgraceful place like Nirvana Hall could produce trash like you. And the person behind you? Silent and cowardly, nothing but trash among trash. Shut up. Guanxiang, consumed by rage, roared hysterically. They'll fight you to the death. With that, he charged forward again. Courting death, Ling Tsong's aura surged as he threw a punch aimed at Guanxiang's head. Lan Hongya and Emo didn't intervene. They showed no trace of their past camaraderie, only schadenfreude on their faces. Just as Ling Tsong's fist was about to collide with Guanxiang, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Guanxiang. A cold, indifferent voice rang out. Counterattack. In the next instant, Guanxiang's right hand moved instinctively, forming a fist and striking forward. A surge of powerful internal force coursed through his arm like a tidal wave, meeting Ling Tsong's punch Hedon. With a resounding boom, the surrounding air trembled from the impact, and shards of spiritual energy scattered like debris. Guanxiang felt as though his entire arm was about to explode, every muscle and tendon screaming in agony. But Ling Tsong's arm was truly destroyed. With a loud bang, blood mist sprayed everywhere as Ling Tsong's eyes widened in shock. In the instant his fist connected with Guanxiang's, his forearm was blasted into a mangled mess of flesh and bone. Behind Guanxiang, Xiao Nuo's gaze was icy and detached. He spoke again, his tone as cold as ever. Did you just say I don't even dare to speak? Did you just say I don't even have the courage to speak? Before the words had fully left his lips, a horrifying scene unfolded. Ling Tsong's forearm seemed to be struck by an invisible force. Blood vessels burst, flesh was torn apart, and white bone lay exposed. Blood sprayed like a crimson rain, splattering across the faces of everyone present. Lan Hongya and Emo turned pale as death, while Guanxiang, standing directly in front of Ling Tsong, was too stunned to speak. Pain surged through Ling Tsong, prompting a guttural scream of agony. At that moment, a cold voice rang out from behind Guanxiang. Step aside. It was Xiao Nuo. With a swift kick to the back of Guanxiang's knee, his right leg buckled instantly, causing him to stumble. His foot swung upward, striking Ling Tsong squarely on the chin. Caught completely off guard, Ling Tsong's jaw dislocated on impact. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his body was flung backward like a broken kite, hurtling 7 or 8 meters before crashing to the ground. He skidded to a stop, leaving a long trail behind him. His mouth hung open, blood and shattered teeth scattering across the ground. Guanxiang froze in place, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Xiao Nuo, unfazed by his shock, turned his icy gaze toward Emo and Lan Hongya. Didn't you want to gamble? Let's raise the stakes. I'll wager against you again this time. For the 6 Foundation establishment pills you're holding. If you win, I'll double the payout. His words were a blatant provocation. Emo clenched his fists, torn between anger and trepidation. Who could have imagined that an outer disciple could wield such an aura of intimidation? Seeing their hesitation, Xiao Nuo's tone turned mocking. What's the matter? Afraid? Didn't you just say you'd return next month? No need to wait until then, we can settle this right now. Emo and Lan Hongya's faces turned even paler, their eyes involuntarily shifting to Ling Tsong, who lay on the ground barely conscious. Xiao Nuo spoke again. His voice as chilling as ice. 3 moves. The 2 of you together. As long as one of you can withstand 3 moves, you win. These words ignited a fire of fury within Emo and Lan Hongya. Gritting her teeth, Lan Hongya spat. Don't get too full of yourself. Xiao Nuo let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with disdain. It seems you're nothing but cowards who bully the weak. I thought you were bold and arrogant, but it turns out you are just spineless rats. As for the 2 Foundation establishment pills, consider them charity from Senior Brother Guan. Take your fear and get out. The deliberate use of the word charity and the final, scornful get out pushed the two over the edge. Emo roared in anger. You're asking for death if you're so eager to hand us 12 Foundation establishment pills. How could we refuse? With that, he charged toward Xiao Nuo and Guanxiang. Not to be outdone, Lan Hongye summoned a longsword and attacked from the other side. The two figured that as long as they survived 3 moves, victory would be theirs. Emo struck first, unleashing a killing star fist. His fist was cloaked in a blue glow, with silver streaks flashing in its wake. Guanxiang, seeing the attack, panicked and began to retreat, but Xiao Nuo grabbed his shoulder firmly. Don't panic, Xiao Nuo said calmly. You took the hit earlier, so it's only fair you deliver the payback yourself. Guanxiang was stunned. What? Aren't you the one gambling with them? Why do I have to fight back myself? Before he could finish, Emo's attack was upon him. At the last possible moment, Xiao Nuo yanked Guanxiang backward, causing Emo's punch to miss. The air rippled from the force of the blow. Xiao Nuo then delivered a sharp palm strike to Guanxiang's right shoulder, sending his arm flying upward. Guanxiang's hand slapped Emo squarely across the face. The crisp smack reverberated through the air as Guanxiang stood frozen, utterly confused about how he had managed to land the hit. He merely felt a surge of force channel through his arm, resulting in the unexpected strike. Emo, now slapped across the face, was enraged. His eyes burned red as he roared, "He'll kill you." His right hand transformed into a blade, aiming straight for Guanxiang's throat. Once again, Guanxiang found himself trapped in panic, unsure how to deal with the deadly attack bearing down on him. Xiao Nuo was about to pull Guanxiang away when his left hand shot out abruptly, precisely grabbing Emo's wrist. Emo's knife hand froze midair, emitting a low, vibrating hum. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Nuo's left leg whipped up like lightning, delivering a fierce kick aimed directly at Emo's right knee. Crack! The sharp sound of bones breaking echoed across the square. Emo's knee twisted grotesquely, and he collapsed to the ground on one knee. A blood-curdling scream tore from his throat as veins bulged on his forehead. His bloodshot eyes filled with unbearable pain. Nearby, Guanxiang witnessed the scene with a mixture of horror and a trace of satisfaction. In just 2 moves, Xiao Nuo had shattered Emo's kneecap, a brutal yet satisfying spectacle. At the very moment Emo fell to his knees, Lan Hongye charged in like a storm. Stop right there. Gale's sword, she shouted furiously, her long sword slicing through the air with sharp, lethal arcs. Several streaks of cold light aimed directly for Xiao Nuo's vital points. The attack was as ferocious as Emo's, if not more. Yet Xiao Nuo's eyes betrayed not a hint of panic. His left hand darted out like lightning, and with 2 fingers, he caught the blade midair with a resounding clang. Lan Hongye's sword came to an abrupt halt, immobilized. What? Lan Hongye's face turned pale with shock. An outer disciple caught her sword barehanded? Before she could react, Xiao Nuo lifted Guanxiang's arm and swung it forcefully toward her. Smack! The slap landed with such force that it far surpassed the one Emo had received earlier. Guanxiang froze in disbelief, while Lan Hongye was left dizzy and disoriented. Her eyes turned red with rage as she screamed, "You dare hit me? You, a mere trash from Nirvana Hall, dare strike me? I'll kill." Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Nuo sent another burst of internal force through Guanxiang's arm, causing it to rise involuntarily. Smack! Another slap landed, this one even more powerful, 3 or 4 times stronger than the last. Lan Hongye's delicate face split open, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as stars danced before her eyes. The humiliation overwhelmed her, consuming her sanity. I'll kill you. I'll kill both of you worthless scum. Lan Hongye shrieked hysterically. Xiao Nuo sneered coldly, if we're scum, then what does that make you? With that, he delivered a swift backhand slap that sent Lan Hongye flying. Watching Lan Hongye's pitiful state, Emo, still kneeling on the ground, burned with fury. Gritting his teeth, he growled. 1 move left, the 3-move wager. As long as one of us survives 3 moves, we win against Xiao Nuo. Emo had already used 2 moves, and Lan Hongye had fallen in 1. Now, all Emo needed was to endure 1 more move to claim victory. Despite the excruciating pain from his shattered knee, he forced himself to leap up from the ground. Clang! A fierce battle blade suddenly appeared in Emo's hands. He raised the blade high above his head, slashing down toward Xiao Nuo with all his might. "I'll make sure there's nothing left of you," he roared. The blade descended rapidly, its edge gleaming with deadly intent. Guanxiang's heart clenched in fear. Yet Xiao Nuo remained motionless, his eyes flashing with an icy, profound light. His throat moved slightly, and his lips parted. Suddenly, A thunderous tiger's roar erupted from Xiao Nuo's body, shaking the heavens and earth. Roar! The deafening sound swept across the entire square, causing even the disciples inside and outside the pill pavilion to tremble in shock. A powerful gust of wind surged outward as the overwhelming aura of a tiger dominated the scene. Emo's blade froze midair. His eyes widened in terror, as though he were standing before a king of all beasts. In an instant, his veins and arteries began bursting one after another, spraying clouds of blood into the air. Arg! Emo let out a trembling scream, his legs giving way as he collapsed heavily onto his knees before Xiao Nuo. This kneeling was not just physical. It was a complete surrender of his spirit and dignity. Compared to Lan Hongya, Emo's defeat was even more devastating. The square fell into an eerie silence. Onlookers who had been drawn to the commotion stared in shock. That tiger's roar carried an undeniable aura of dominance, and from a distance, Xiao Nuo seemed to have a phantom-winged tiger looming behind him, a manifestation of sheer power. Guanxiang swallowed hard, his throat dry. He understood that this was the residual tiger might from the marrow essence of the fierce winged tiger, a high-ranking beast of unparalleled dominance. Its presence alone was enough to crush Emo's will. However, what truly stunned Guanxiang was Xiao Nuo's skill and power. Too strong. 3 inner disciples, each half a step into the 6th stage of the Foundation establishment realm, had all been utterly defeated by him. Junior brother. Yu Guanxiang's expression was complicated as he looked at Xiao Nuo, re-evaluating the seemingly unremarkable new disciple who had joined just yesterday. Xiao Nuo's tone was calm. Collect the spoils. With that, he turned and walked away. Guanxiang hesitated briefly before stepping toward Lan Hongya. Hand over the 6 Foundation establishment pills, he demanded. At this moment, Lan Hongya's face was swollen and lopsided, her once graceful and ethereal image completely shattered. The 3 slaps from Guanxiang and Xiao Nuo had not only humiliated her but also cost her 4 Foundation establishment pills. Her heart was filled with both regret and venomous hatred toward the 2 of them. Clutching the 6 Foundation establishment pills in his hand, Guanxiang felt much of his pent-up resentment dissipate. He let out a cold snort, thinking to himself that these 3 would likely think twice before troubling him again. Reflecting on how he had once helped them enter the Nirvana Hall, even sharing cultivation resources with them, and then comparing it to their current attitude after joining the Yuanlong Hall, Guanxiang couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. Yet, the year of enduring humiliation had finally yielded a small taste of retribution today. Taking a deep breath, Guanxiang was about to walk over to Xiao Nuo when a chilling gust of air swept toward him. Accompanied by steady footsteps, a cold and imposing figure stepped into his path. Do you think you can just leave after injuring members of my Yuanlong Hall like this? The newcomer said coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. A sharp metallic sound rang out, and Xiao Nuo's eyes immediately focused on the figure's left arm. There, he saw a uniquely designed iron gauntlet emitting an icy aura. Its 5 fingertips were adorned with silvery frost patterns, and a delicate snowflake design was etched on its back. It was clearly a high-grade spiritual weapon. The newcomer was tall and exuded an aura far more formidable than Ling Tsong, Emo, and Lan Hongya combined. His arrival immediately stirred the crowd gathered in the square. It's Yuan Chengqian. This just got serious. Yuan Chengqian is infamous for defending the reputation of Yuanlong Hall. There's no way this will end peacefully now. Whispers and murmurs spread among the onlookers. Lying on the ground, Lan Hongya, Ling Tsong, and Emo suddenly seemed to see a glimmer of hope. They immediately started complaining. Senior brother Yuan, he stole our Foundation establishment pills. Senior brother Yuan, you must stand up for us. My hand. Senior brother Yuan, look at how badly he injured us. He doesn't respect Yuanlong Hall at all. Guanxiang shouted angrily. Stop spewing nonsense. You know the truth as well as I do. Yuan Chengqian raised his left arm, gently tracing the frost patterns on the gauntlet as if admiring a fine piece of art. He said calmly, I saw everything that just happened. Hearing this, Ling Tsong and Lan Hongya's group immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Xiao Nuo asked evenly, and so? A sly smile tugged at Yuan Chengqian's lips. He first pointed at Ling Tsong and the others. They've disgraced Yuanlong Hall. Then, turning his finger toward Xiao Nuo, he added, and I intend to reclaim that lost honor. I challenge you to a wager. This provocative statement instantly heightened the tension in the air. Guanxiang quickly interjected, Xiao Nuo, don't agree to it, absolutely don't agree. Yuan Chengqian is ranked at least in the top 5 among the inner sect's third-year disciples, and he's already at the peak of the 7th level of the Foundation establishment stage. With his mid-grade spiritual weapon, the Frost Iron Gauntlet, he could even hold his own against someone at the 8th level. Don't act recklessly. But Xiao Nuo seemed unfazed by Guanxiang's pleas. Fixing his gaze on Yuan Chengqian's arrogant face, he asked, you're stepping in for those 3? Yuan Chengqian smiled faintly. If that's how you see it, then, sure. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Guanxiang reached out to pull Xiao Nuo away. But before he could, Xiao Nuo calmly declared, then he'll raise the stakes. Raise the stakes. As soon as Xiao Nuo's words landed, the crowd gathered in front of the pill pavilion plunged into stunned silence. Guanxiang, standing beside Xiao Nuo, widened his eyes in shock, staring at his junior brother in disbelief, his tongue nearly tied in knots. Junior brother, are you out of your mind? Guanxiang's heart sank as he realized his earlier heartfelt advice had been completely wasted. He began to consider whether he should rush back to Nirvana Hall to call for reinforcements. But the thought of the hour-long round trip made him hesitate. By the time he returned, it would all be over. Yuan Chengqian, hearing Xiao Nuo's bold declaration, didn't get angry. Instead, he chuckled darkly. Interesting, how many Foundation establishment pills are you willing to bet? 16. Xiao Nuo replied without hesitation. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of gasps and whispers. All eyes turned toward Xiao Nuo in disbelief, while Guanxiang's face turned pale with shock. S16? He stammered internally, doing the math. Even a third-grade inner disciple only received 2 Foundation establishment pills per month, sometimes just 1. 16 pills amounted to nearly a year's worth of resources. A cold glint flickered in Yuan Chengqian's eyes. Oh, are you sure you can produce 16 Foundation establishment pills? They can be held by a neutral third party as collateral, Xiao Nuo replied coolly. No need. Yuan Chengqian sneered dismissively. I don't like wasting time. I'm not finished. Xiao Nuo locked eyes with him, his gaze sharp and unyielding. In addition to the 16 Foundation establishment pills, I want to wager something else. What is it? That item in your possession, the Frost Origin Ice Gauntlet. The moment those words left Xiao Nuo's mouth, the crowd could no longer contain their composure. Shocked exclamations filled the air. Some mocked Xiao Nuo's audacity, calling him an arrogant fool, while others jeered at Yuan Chengqian to put the presumptuous outer disciple in his place. Guanxiang, meanwhile, was utterly speechless, his entire body numb with disbelief. But what happened next caught everyone off guard. You're deliberately provoking me. Yuan Chengqian's voice turned icy. You're free to walk away, Xiao Nuo retorted, his tone dripping with mockery. Yuan Chengqian let out a cold laugh and raised his left arm, revealing the Frost Origin Ice Gauntlet. As he clenched his fingers into a fist, intricate frost runes lit up like awakened sigils, radiating a dazzling brilliance. This Frost Origin Ice Gauntlet is a mid-grade spiritual artifact. I doubt you can offer an equivalent stake. Before the crowd could react, Xiao Nuo raised his hand and flicked his wrist. A streak of white light shot forth, embedding itself into the trunk of an ancient pine tree not far away. Ice shards scattered as a chilling wave spread outward. The crowd gasped as they realized it was a coiled iron chain. Though slender, the chain exuded an aura of elegance and lethality, with frost flowing along its surface. In the blink of an eye, the entire pine tree was encased in a layer of crystalline ice, transforming it into a snow-laden sculpture. What is that? The frosted iron chain. It's also a mid-grade spiritual artifact. Isn't he this year's top newcomer? That's right. The first to ascend the ethereal sky ladder each year earns this artifact as a reward. Wait, is he the one who severed Tang Qian's arm with a single strike on the ladder? The murmurs grew louder, and the escalating stakes shifted the atmosphere in the square. Guanxiang stood frozen in place, his mind awash with confusion. Top newcomer? Spiritual artifact reward? Severed Tang Qian's arm with one strike? Could this bold figure truly be his junior brother? Yuan Chengqian's expression darkened as he pieced everything together. So, it was you who ascended the ethereal sky ladder first yesterday. Xiao Nuo didn't respond. His voice was cold and unwavering as he said, bet or leave. Your choice. Faced with such blatant provocation, Yuan Chengqian's fury erupted. You'll pay for your arrogance. That frosted iron chain will soon be mine. Before his words faded, Yuan Chengqian stomped heavily on the ground, causing cracks to spiderweb across the surface. Like a cannonball, he shot toward Xiao Nuo in an instant. Cold severing bone claw. With a thunderous roar, the Frost Origin Ice Gauntlet on Yuan Chengqian's left arm unleashed a surge of bone-chilling frost. 5 razor-sharp claws, like the scythes of a reaper, slashed toward Xiao Nuo's head. Xiao Nuo shifted his body just in time, narrowly dodging the lethal strike. The Frost Origin Ice Gauntlet smashed into the ground with a deafening crash, sending debris flying. 5 deep claw marks marred the square's surface, a testament to its devastating power. The crowd collectively drew in sharp breaths. Yuan Chengqian's strength had clearly surpassed the limits of the 7th stage of Foundation establishment. Such power would be formidable even against cultivators of the same level. Truly worthy of being a top talent of the Yuan Dragon Hall, someone in the crowd murmured in awe. That power is terrifying. Indeed, I doubt anyone at the same level could withstand his Frost Gauntlet attacks. The moment Yuan Chengqian made his move, he demonstrated the formidable strength that ranked him among the top 5 of the third-year disciples. Concern clouded Guanxiang's face as his mind descended into chaos. Xiao Nuo, crowned as this year's top newcomer, was expected to be fiercely contested by the other 4 halls, but had unexpectedly appeared in the Nirvana Hall. Before Guanxiang could think further, Yuan Chengqian's assault came crashing down like a tidal wave. Ice burst fist. Yuan Chengqian roared, throwing a powerful punch. A brilliant white vortex of frosty energy spiraled around his fist, swiftly condensing into an icy orb in front of it. Shao Nuo coldly remarked, "How foolish of you. Ignoring the Shinhan iron chain is nothing short of digging your own grave. To deal with you, why would I need to rely on external tools?" Before his words fully landed, he swung his right arm forward, meeting Yuan Chengqian's punch Hedon. Furious steel fist. The spectators gasped in unison. To face the frost ice fist barehanded was sheer madness. Yet, Xiao Nuo's fist, imbued with a domineering inner force, collided directly with Yuan Chengqian's frosty strike. Boom! The two forces clashed violently, shattering the icy orb instantly. Razor-sharp shards of ice exploded between them, and a frigid wave of air surged toward Xiao Nuo, encasing his arm in a layer of frost. A smug smile spread across Yuan Chengqian's face. He sneered, "Fool. I possess the frost ice physique, a gift of my family lineage. The frost energy emanates from within me, capable of freezing all things and sealing my opponents. Though my mastery of the frost ice physique is still in its early stages, it is far beyond what someone like you can withstand." The onlookers turned pale at his words, and even Ling Tsong, Lan Hongya, and Ima sprawled on the ground revealed sinister expressions. The Yuan family's frost ice physique was renowned throughout the eastern wastelands. Yuan Chengqian's ability to rank among the top 5 third-year disciples, while still in the early stages of mastering it, was a testament to his exceptional talent. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Nuo's entire arm was frozen solid. Yuan Chengqian, brimming with confidence, was about to declare his victory when a second surge of hidden energy erupted from Xiao Nuo's body. Crack! The frost encasing Xiao Nuo's arm shattered into pieces. Yuan Chengqian's gaze sharpened as a counterforce surged back into his frost ice fist. Bang! His arm trembled, and the white vortex around his ice fist dissipated as he was forced back several steps. The crowd was stunned, but a glimmer of hope flickered in Guanxiang's eyes. Xiao Nuo mocked, "Your so-called frost ice physique is quite underwhelming." Without waiting for a reply, he launched a fierce offensive. Yuan Chengqian's face darkened as he summoned his ice fist to retaliate. Bang! Boom! The sound of continuous collisions echoed through the air as their forces clashed. Ice shards flew wildly, and waves of energy rippled outward. The more Yuan Chengqian fought, the more unsettled he became. His frost ice physique was supposed to overwhelm opponents by freezing their meridians. Yet Xiao Nuo's resilient body seemed impervious to its effects. Yuan Chengqian thought to himself, "There's something unusual about his physique. Even my frost energy can't penetrate it. I must end this quickly." Determined to conclude the battle, he prepared to unleash his ultimate move, as maintaining the frost ice physique consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. "You should feel honored that I'm using this technique against you." Frost Serpent Starstrike Fist. Yuan Chengqian bellowed, releasing a surge of frosty energy from his body. A torrent of icy spirals converged on his left arm, forming a massive, twisting vortex around his frost ice fist. Shriek! A piercing cry sent chills down everyone's spines as the vortex transformed into a menacing frost serpent. The serpent lunged forward, its gaping maw aimed directly at Xiao Nuo. "It's the Frost Serpent Starstrike Fist, one of Yuan Chengqian's strongest killing moves," someone exclaimed. "The power of this technique is terrifying. Everyone back away." The crowd quickly retreated, fearing collateral damage. Xiao Nuo, having completed his preparations, leapt forward to meet Yuan Chengqian's assault. Though his approach appeared straightforward, it seemed unimpressive compared to Yuan Chengqian's elaborate technique. In an instant, Xiao Nuo's fist, enveloped in a dark red aura, collided with the frost serpent. Boom! A heavy impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards. As expected, Xiao Nuo's punch seemed overpowered by Yuan Chengqian's ultimate move. The frost serpent engulfed Xiao Nuo's arm entirely. "Not good," Guanxiang exclaimed in alarm. Yuan Chengqian sneered, "You overestimated yourself." But before he could finish, a sudden burst of energy erupted from Xiao Nuo's body. Double impact. Crack! The frost serpent trembled violently, and the icy vortex surrounding it began to unravel. Yuan Chengqian's brow furrowed as he felt a familiar surge of power approaching. Xiao Nuo seized the moment, his figure darting forward like lightning. His fist, charged with thunderous force, descended with a terrifying triple impact. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the arena. The outer layer of Yuan Chengqian's prized frost ice fist, adorned with a magnificent ice serpent, instantly cracked, the fractures spreading like a spiderweb. Xiao Nuo's unstoppable force, however, met resistance at that critical moment. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Sharp-eyed spectators immediately recognized the technicite was none other than the ninefold collapse, a martial skill Elder Xiao had demonstrated on the transmission platform earlier that day. Some even identified Xiao Nuo as the rising talent who had previously defeated Li Long and Yang Chu, two seasoned outer disciples specializing in body cultivation, at Platform 24. Amid the murmurs of the audience, Xiao Nuo's assault showed no signs of relenting. Slightly angling his knee, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The fourth wave of force crashed down like a mountain's weight. Boom! Another thunderous impact. Yuan Chengqian's arm went numb as the one-sprout ice serpent surrounding his frost ice fist shattered completely. With a resounding crack, the icy vortex exploded, sending shards of ice scattering between the two combatants. The spectacle was both breathtaking and intense. The audience was left stunned, their mouths agape. A fourfold strike? He actually unleashed a fourfold strike, someone exclaimed. Elder Xiao's techniques are notoriously difficult to master. Most can barely achieve a triple strike. This newcomer's talent might even surpass that of the inner disciples. The fourfold collapse obliterated Yuan Chengqian's most formidable technique. Feeling the overwhelming force transmitted through his frost ice fist, Yuan Chengqian's expression darkened with a mix of shock and fury, his eyes flashing with a murderous gleam. I underestimated you. Yuan Chengqian growled through gritted teeth. Xiao Nuo's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. You're about to lose, he said. Before the words fully left his mouth, Xiao Nuo shifted his stance and unleashed a fierce roundhouse kick aimed directly at Yuan Chengqian's chest. Oomph! Yuan Chengqian barked sharply. Even 10 of you wouldn't defeat me. Ice spirit armor. With a low shout, Yuan Chengqian's spiritual energy surged, instantly forming a nearly transparent suit of ice armor around him. This was one of his trump cards, his ultimate defensive technique. Bang! Xiao Nuo's kick landed squarely on Yuan Chengqian, sending shockwaves rippling outward and scattering shards of ice. Yet Yuan Chengqian merely staggered back a few steps, the ice armor on his body remaining intact. Undeterred, Xiao Nuo's attacks intensified, each strike erupting with explosive force. A side elbow strike was followed by 2 heavy punches, culminating in another fourfold strike. Yuan Chengqian was forced to retreat repeatedly, but his ice spirit armor held firm against the relentless assault. Watching this, the spectators couldn't help but shake their heads in awe. Yuan Chengqian's reputation as a top 5 third-ranked disciple was clearly well-deserved. Just as the crowd began to believe the outcome was decided, a sudden burst of energy erupted from within Xiao Nuo. 10 of me won't be necessary, Xiao Nuo said coldly. 1 is more than enough. His right fist, like an arrow piercing through armor, aimed straight for the center of Yuan Chengqian's chest. That wasn't my limit. 5-fold collapse. What? The crowd collectively held their breath, their hearts pounding. With the roar of a fierce tiger, Xiao Nuo's devastating punch tore through the air. 5 consecutive waves of explosive force crashed down in rapid succession. Yuan Chengqian's ice spirit armor shattered instantly, splintering into countless fragments before completely disintegrating. The overwhelming force broke through, slamming directly into Yuan Chengqian's chest. Boom! A dull, thunderous sound echoed as Yuan Chengqian's chest seemed to cave under the impact, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Yuan Chengqian cried out, staggering backward, his face pale with fear and unwillingness. The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. A 5-fold collapse. Xiao Nuo had unleashed 5 consecutive waves of power. Such a terrifying display of talent and strength was nothing short of extraordinary. A barrage of 5 consecutive strikes erupted with unstoppable force. Xiao Nuo's fists shot out like a relentless cannonade, each punch carrying incredible power. Yuan Chengqian's ice armor shattered piece by piece under the onslaught, crumbling like fragile glass. The final blow pierced straight through his chest. The spectators surrounding the scene collectively gasped, their eyes wide in disbelief. Guanxiang couldn't hold back and shouted, "Oh my God! How is this possible? That's insane!" Fragments of ice danced in the air, swirling like a frozen storm. Blood gushed from Yuan Chengqian's mouth as he staggered back several meters, his legs giving way until he collapsed to his knees before Xiao Nuo. Ugh! Yuan Chengqian groaned in agony, clutching his chest with trembling hands as blood seeped through his fingers like a small fountain. At this moment, the once top 5th-ranked disciple among the third-year students, Yuan Chengqian, had been utterly defeated by the rising star, Xiao Nuo. Ling Tsong, Lan Hongye, and Emo watched in stunned silence, their scalps tingling with fear. None of them dared to utter a word. Xiao Nuo stood towering over Yuan Chengqian, his gaze cold and unyielding. "Hand it over," he commanded. Though his voice was quiet, it carried an invisible pressure that sent a chill through everyone present. Yuan Chengqian struggled to lift his head, and for a fleeting moment, It seemed as if a ferocious tiger loomed behind Xiao Nuo's presence, both terrifying and commanding. Everyone knew exactly what Xiao Nuo was demanding. The wager. A flash of defiance crossed Yuan Chengqian's eyes as he gritted his teeth and reluctantly pulled out a small blood-stained vial, handing it over. Xiao Nuo accepted the vial, removed the stopper, and glanced briefly inside. "Only 10, he remarked indifferently. Yuan Chengqian's lips quivered as he stammered. The remaining 6. I'll give them to you next month." Xiao Nuo's lips curled into a faint smile as he pressed further. "And what about the rest?" All eyes instinctively shifted to the icy gauntlet adorning Yuan Chengqian's left hand, the cold essence ice fist, a mid-grade spiritual artifact that was also part of the wager. Yuan Chengqian's right hand clutched the gauntlet protectively as he rasped, "Next month? I'll give it to you. Why wait until next month?" Xiao Nuo advanced step by step. Yuan Chengqian explained hastily, "The cold essence ice fist is bound to my arm by an internal formation. I'll need my family's elders to release the formation before I can remove it." Xiao Nuo's expression remained unchanged as he exposed the lie. "Your excuse is too weak. I won't wait until next month." Realizing his ruse had been uncovered, Yuan Chengqian dropped all pretense. "Humph. The cold essence ice fist is a family heirloom. You can't take it. If you want it, you'll have to wait a month." "Shameless." Guanxiang cursed from the sidelines, his frustration evident. Yet, seeing Yuan Chengqian's blatant refusal, there was little anyone could do. However, Xiao Nuo's next words sent shockwaves through the crowd. "No need to wait. The cold essence ice fist, I'll take it now." Before anyone could react, Xiao Nuo grabbed Yuan Chengqian's shoulder with one hand. With the other, he seized the gauntlet's wrist guard. His arms tensed, and with a forceful pull, crack, the sickening sound of tearing flesh and snapping bones echoed through the air as Yuan Chengqian's left arm was wrenched off. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the sound of severed tendons and splintered bones made everyone wince. "Ah!" Yuan Chengqian's face contorted in agony, his earlier smugness replaced by sheer torment. The sudden and brutal act left the onlookers frozen in shock. Many instinctively stepped back, their spines tingling with dread. Xiao Nuo calmly removed the severed arm from the cold essence ice fist, as though performing the most mundane task. "See? That wasn't so hard," he said, his tone indifferent. Yuan Chengqian writhed on the ground, his eyes bloodshot with rage and despair. You'll regret this. You'll regret this, I swear." "Thanks for the reminder," Xiao Nuo replied coolly, tossing the severed arm back in front of Yuan Chengqian. "You still owe me 6 foundation pills. I'll come for them next month." He then turned his gaze to Ling Tsong, Emo, and Lan Hongya. "If any of you want to bet again next month, feel free to find me." His words struck like a dagger to the heart. The 3 disciples turned pale as death, too frightened to respond. The crowd parted instinctively, creating a path as Xiao Nuo and Guanxiang walked away. Whispers filled the air as soon as they were out of earshot. "This newcomer is something else. He's only been here 2 days and has already caused such a stir. His talent is terrifying. Most third-tier inner disciples don't stand a chance against him. With such potential, why would he join the Nirvana Hall? Don't you know? Word is, he offended Brother Liang Xingchen and Elder Zhou Yufu." "What? That explains it. He's not going to last long in the Miao sect. Offending Elder Zhou is one thing, but crossing Brother Liang Xingchen? He's doomed." On the way back to the Nirvana Hall, Guanxiang walked behind Xiao Nuo, hesitating to speak. After some internal struggle, he finally mustered the courage to say, "Little junior brother." Xiao Nuo turned to face Guanxiang, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. "What's wrong?" You Guanxiang's words were cut off by Xiao Nuo. "What about me?" Xiao Nuo asked in return, frowning slightly. Guanxiang took a deep breath and looked Xiao Nuo straight in the eye. "So, you're this year's top newcomer. Why didn't you tell me yesterday?" Xiao Nuo shrugged, his tone indifferent. "You didn't give me a chance to say anything." Those words hit Guanxiang like a heavy blow. He scratched his head, replaying yesterday's events in his mind. From the moment Xiao Nuo arrived at Nirvana Hall, Guanxiang had been talking non-stop. Even when introducing Xiao Nuo to Lu Qing, Lan Meng, and the others, he had monopolized the conversation. Xiao Nuo truly hadn't had much of an opportunity to speak. Guanxiang's face showed a trace of regret. "I just thought all the talented newcomers would have been snatched up by the other 4 halls. No one would come to Nirvana Hall." So, he shook his head, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, Guanxiang mustered his courage and continued, "Since you're so outstanding, maybe you should just—" "No need to explain." Xiao Nuo interrupted firmly, his tone decisive. "I'm staying in Nirvana Hall." Guanxiang's eyes lit up instantly. "Really?" But then he shook his head, his expression dimming. "I don't want you to end up resenting me like Ling Tsong or Emo. I should have been honest with you yesterday." A faint smile appeared on Xiao Nuo's face. I've already accepted the gift from senior brother Lu Qing and the spirit stones you gave me. That means I won't be going anywhere else. As he spoke, he pulled out 10 foundation establishment pills from his robe winnings from Yuan Chengqian. Here, take these. Guan Xiang quickly waved his hands in refusal. No, no, that's not necessary. I haven't even given you the 6 foundation establishment pills I owe you yet. These 10 are better off with you for now. Letting out a long sigh of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted off his shoulders, Guan Xiang spoke earnestly. I'm just happy you're staying in Nirvana Hall. Come on, I have to go tell senior brother Lu Qing, senior sister Lan Meng, and the others the good news that the new disciple in our Nirvana Hall is the top newcomer of Piamiao Sect. Ha ha ha. After their conversation, Guan Xiang's mood visibly improved, his earlier sense of defeat completely gone. Xiao Nuo simply smiled faintly and said nothing more. The two began making their way back to Nirvana Hall. When they arrived at the inner quarters of Nirvana Hall, Guan Xiang called out excitedly, Senior brothers, senior sisters, come out quickly. I have amazing news to share with you. Xiao Nuo followed silently behind, slightly at a loss for words at Guan Xiang's enthusiasm. However, the inner quarters were empty. Guan Xiang stood at the doorway, looking around in confusion. Where is everyone? Where did they all go? At that moment, a young disciple hurried by. Guan Xiang grabbed him immediately. Where are senior brother Lu Qing and the others? The young disciple replied, Senior brother Guan Xiang, you're back? They've all gone to Yejian residence. Yejian residence? Guan Xiang's smile froze on his face. His brows furrowed, and his voice trembled slightly. Don't tell me senior brother Lu Zhu? The young disciple nodded solemnly. Yes, senior brother Lu Zhu is leaving. The words struck like a bolt from the blue. Guan Xiang's grip on the young disciple's robe slackened, and he leaned weakly against the doorframe. Seeing this, Xiao Nuo immediately stepped forward to steady him. Senior brother Guan Xiang, are you all right? Guan Xiang closed his eyes and leaned back against the doorframe, a faint glimmer of tears in the corners of his eyes. When he opened them again, they were red-rimmed, his voice hoarse. Come with me to Yejian residence. Let's go see senior brother Lu Zhu one last time. The Yejian pavilion stood quietly on a smaller peak to the southwest of the Nirvana Hall, its exterior as elegant and serene as its name suggested. It lacked the grandeur of extravagant decorations or intricate designs, appearing instead as a simple yet charming abode. Guan Xiang silently led Xiao Nuo to the pavilion, his expression betraying the effort it took to suppress his emotions. Go on in, Guan Xiang said, his eyes rimmed red. He then stepped forward, leading Xiao Nuo through the entrance. The interior was modest yet refined, with a bright and open layout. In one of the rooms, several familiar figures gradually came into Xiao Nuo's view: Luo Qing, Lan Meng, Chang Qing, and other senior disciples who had greeted him just the day before. As Guan Xiang and Xiao Nuo entered the room, the heavy atmosphere was palpable, suffocating. Lan Meng's eyes were swollen and red, clearly from crying. Chang Qing sat with his head bowed, fists clenched tightly, his expression dark and somber. Luo Qing, the senior-most disciple of Nirvana Hall, stood silently to one side, his face impassive. At the center of the room stood a rectangular zither table, upon which rested a guqin. Its 7 strings were broken in 3 places, and the instrument's body was marred with sword marks, evidently damaged by sword energy. Behind the zither table lay a bed, where a person rested. The man was emaciated, his skin clinging tightly to his bones, his complexion deathly pale, and his life force barely discernible. Yet, even in this frail state, there was still a faint trace of grace and dignity in his features. Is Guan Xiang here? The frail young man on the bed asked weakly. Guan Xiang's body stiffened, and tears instantly welled up in his eyes. He rushed forward and fell to his knees beside the bed. Junior brother Guan Xiang is here to bid farewell to senior brother Lu Zhu on his final journey. Despite his best efforts to contain his emotions, the grief in his eyes continued to deepen. Heh. Lu Zhu, the man on the bed, managed a faint smile and turned his gaze toward Guan Xiang. You have the kindest heart among us in Nirvana Hall, but remember this. Kindness is for those around you. Misplaced kindness will only bring harm to yourself. Yes. Guan Xiang's voice trembled. I will remember senior brother Lu Zhu's words. Lu Zhu took a deep breath, as though even breathing had become an arduous task. He turned his attention to Luo Qing. Luo Qing, among all the brothers and sisters, you have the calmest mind. The responsibility of leading Nirvana Hall will now fall on your shoulders. You must carry our hall forward and ensure its legacy thrives. Luo Qing clenched his fists and nodded solemnly. Lan Meng, Lu Zhu's voice grew fainter. Lan Meng, her face streaked with tears, responded, Senior brother, I'm here. You used to come to me often to share your secrets or cry over small grievances. In my heart, you are like my own little sister, Lu Zhu said with difficulty. From today onward, this will be our farewell. I only wish for you to find peace and happiness and to fulfill your dreams. And Chongqing, Lu Zhu's gaze shifted to another figure. I won't live to see the day you become a sword king. Please, forgive me, senior brother. Chongqing closed his eyes tightly, overwhelmed by sorrow. Lan Meng turned and leaned against Luo Qing's shoulder, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Guanxiang gritted his teeth and said, there must be a way, senior brother. There has to be a way to save you. I'll go to the sect master immediately. Surely the sect master will have a way to extend your life. Lu Zhu weakly raised his trembling hand. Don't waste everyone's time. Every extra day I live is just more suffering. He continued, our Nirvana Hall was once glorious, standing at the pinnacle of the Miao sect. But now, as I prepare to depart this world, it is in decline. After my death, I will have failed our master and all our senior and junior brothers. Guanxiang seemed to suddenly think of something and shook his head frantically. Senior brother, Nirvana Hall will rise again. We will return it to its former glory. Did you know? Our hall has a new junior brother, and he's a top-tier prodigy. He was crowned the rookie king of the Miao sect this year. He turned eagerly toward the door. Xiao Nuo, come here and meet senior brother Lu Zhu. All eyes turned to Xiao Nuo. Without hesitation, Xiao Nuo stepped forward under their gaze, cupped his hands, and bowed deeply. Junior brother Xiao Nuo pays his respects to senior brother Lu Zhu. Guanxiang, visibly moved, said, senior brother Lu Zhu, even the sect's strongest newcomer has joined us. Nirvana Hall will rise again. It will rise again. Good, that's wonderful. Lu Zhu smiled, a trace of relief in his expression. His dim eyes seemed to regain a faint glimmer as he looked at Xiao Nuo. I have nothing to give you, but this Sword and Zither Nether River manual contains all my life's knowledge. Take it and study it with your senior brothers and sisters. I hope it will aid you on your path of cultivation. As he spoke, Lu Zhu slowly retrieved an ancient scroll from beside him and handed it to Xiao Nuo. Xiao Nuo's heart stirred, but he did not refuse the gift. Xiao Nuo respectfully took the scroll with both hands, speaking solemnly, thank you, senior brother, for this gift. I will study it diligently. Good. Lu Zhu murmured, repeating the word as a rare trace of approval flickered in his weary eyes for the young man he had just met. He weakly gestured toward a nearby zither stand. Guanxiang, bring me the Mingyue Qin. Yes, senior brother. Guanxiang quickly strode over to the stand, carefully lifting the ancient zither. Its strings were broken, 3 of them severed, and its surface bore scars from countless sword strikes. Lu Zhu tried to sit up, but his injuries rendered him too weak to move. Lan Meng and Chongqing hurried forward, supporting him so he could recline slightly. Trembling, he ran his hand over the battered body of the Mingyue Qin, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Mingyue Qin, my old friend, his voice cracked. In the end, I failed to defeat him with you. I failed to fulfill our master's last wish. I couldn't avenge my fellow brothers and sisters. I hate this. I can't accept this. Before he could finish, Lu Zhu suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing into their arms. His hand fell limp, brushing against the strings of the zither, which let out a brief, mournful note, his final lament in this world. A few icy drops of blood splattered onto Xiao Nuo's hand, causing his pupils to contract in shock. Lan Meng, Chongqing, and Guanxiang broke into anguished cries, calling out his name, but Lu Zhu never opened his eyes again. Lu Qing tilted his head back, gazing silently at the sky, then closed his eyes for a moment before turning away without a word. An hour later, in front of the Grand Nirvana Hall, a pristine coffin rested quietly. Lu Qing, Lan Meng, Chongqing, Guanxiang, and Xiao Nuo stood in solemn silence on either side. Should we notify the acting hall master? Lan Meng asked softly, glancing at Lu Qing. There's no need, Lu Qing replied, shaking his head. Let's lay senior brother Lu Zhu to rest. Xiao Nuo watched in confusion as the group carried the coffin into the hall, instead of taking it to a burial ground. Lan Meng approached him, her face streaked with tears that had yet to dry. Come, let's go meet the rest of the senior brothers and sisters. As they stepped into the hall, a wave of chilling air swept over them. Xiao Nuo froze, his breath catching as he saw 6 other coffins arranged neatly inside, now joined by Lu Zhu's. A total of 7. These 7 coffins contain the strongest disciples of Nirvana Hall. Lan Meng said, biting her lip, her tear-filled eyes burning with a cold fury. Moments later, at the edge of a sheer cliff shrouded in clouds, Guanxiang found Xiao Nuo standing alone, deep in thought. Did it shock you earlier? Are you feeling any calmer now? Guanxiang asked gently. What happened to Nirvana Hall? Xiao Nuo turned to face him. I came to the Piao Miao sect on short notice and know very little about this place. Guanxiang sighed and stepped closer to the cliff's edge, standing shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Nuo. It all began 8 years ago. Back then, Nirvana Hall was the most powerful of the 5 halls of the Piao Miao sect. Its hall master, Ing Wuya, was hailed as the sect's greatest swordsman, a peerless master who wielded the legendary Tianzong sword. At the mention of the Tianzong sword, Xiao Nuo's heart stirred. Guan Xiang continued, his tone heavy with reminiscence. 8 years ago, Hall Master Ing Wuya faced off against Feng Jinxiu, the strongest sword cultivator of the Tiangang sword sect, in a decisive duel. The stakes were high. Tiangang sword sect wagered 10 rare mineral veins, while we put forth the Tianzong sword. Everyone believed in Hall Master Ying's victory after all. He was a ancien millennium genius in swordsmanship, and he had always held the upper hand in their previous encounters. But Guan Xiang's voice faltered, tinged with sorrow. He lost. His Dantian was destroyed, and the Tianzong sword fell into enemy hands. That defeat not only cost him his chance to ascend as sect leader, but also brought immeasurable disgrace to Nirvana Hall. He lost. Ing Wuya not only became a cripple, but also lost the treasured artifact of the Misty Sect Heaven burial sword. This defeat brought disgrace to the Nirvana Hall, and the entire Misty Sect's reputation was tarnished. Less than half a year later, the grief-stricken Hall Master passed away in solitude at Broken Sword Valley. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nuo's eyes slightly narrowed, and his heart was filled with even deeper shock. Ing Wuya's death hastened the decline of Nirvana Hall. Despite several attempts by the Misty Sect's leadership to revive the hall, their efforts bore little fruit. To the outside world, Nirvana Hall had become a shameful mark on the sect's legacy. Xiao Nuo's mind swirled with even more questions. What's the story behind the coffin in the main hall? And how did Brother Lu Zhu get injured? Guan Xiang's eyes burned with hatred and sorrow as he gritted his teeth and said, after the Hall Master's defeat, the Tiangang Sword Sect arrogantly declared that the Misty Sect could send one disciple each year to retrieve the sword. Retrieve the sword? Xiao Nuo raised his eyebrows. Guanxiang explained, anyone who could defeat the representative of the Tiangang Sword Sect would be able to reclaim the Heaven Burial Sword. However, his knuckles cracked audibly as he spat out each word. For the past 7 years, the 7 disciples we sent have all been defeated. These 2 words, all defeated, were laden with bitterness and helplessness. This so-called challenge was not just an insult to Nirvana Hall, but also a deliberate ploy to suppress the Misty Sect. Every year, Nirvana Hall was met with deeper humiliation and more grievous wounds. Guan Xiang's eyes turned bloodshot, his emotions increasingly unstable. He had witnessed Nirvana Hall's fall from glory to ruin. He had also seen 7 of their most gifted senior brothers and sisters have their tendons severed, their dantians destroyed, and even their spines broken. They returned covered in blood, only to die in despair. For months ago, Brother Lu Zhu went to retrieve the sword, but his Mingyue Qin shattered its strings. Guan Xiang's voice trembled as tears welled up in his eyes. The sect exhausted every resource just to barely keep him alive until now. And today, even he is gone. Xiao Nuo recalled the scene at Elegant Sword Residence when he had seen Brother Lu Zhu. He finally understood why Lu Zhu had appeared so sorrowful. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Nuo's eyes. The 7 sent by Tiangang Sword Sect are truly ruthless. Guan Xiang shook his head. It wasn't 7 people. From beginning to end, Tiangang Sword Sect sent only 1 person. 1 person? Xiao Nuo was puzzled. That's right. For 7 years, the one who faced us has always been the same person. 7 years ago, he was only 13. Now, at 20, he has already defeated the 7 most talented disciples of Nirvana Hall. Who is he? Guan Xiang's eyes narrowed, and he gritted his teeth. The son of Feng Jinxiu, the man who defeated our hall master back then. He is now the young sect master of Tiangang Sword, Sect Feng Hanyu. What? The young sect master of Tiangang Sword Sect? The weight of those words sent a chill coursing through Xiao Nuo's entire body. The young master of the Tiangang Sword Sect, Feng Hanyu. These words struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the calm on Xiao Nuo's face in an instant. His expression froze over, a layer of frost seemingly covering his features, while a fleeting trace of pain flashed through his eyes. 7 years ago, at the mere age of 13, Feng Hanyu began his undefeated legend. For 7 consecutive years, the top prodigies of Nirvana Hall challenged him one after another, only to meet crushing defeats without exception. Xiao Nuo's mind conjured the tragic images of those geniuses' fates meridians severed, spines shattered, blood drained, their lives ending in agonizing struggles. Guan Xiang clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, oblivious to the changes in Xiao Nuo's expression. He continued, 8 years ago, Feng Jinxiu defeated the Hall Master and ascended to the throne of the Tiangang Sword Sect. His son, Feng Hanyu, is said to have an even greater talent for swordsmanship than his father. Guan Xiang lowered his voice. I also heard that a few years ago, Feng Hanyu obtained a drop of Celestial Phoenix sacred blood and cultivated the immensely powerful Battle Phoenix sword body. For months ago, senior brother Lu Zhu fell to this very power. Celestial Phoenix, Sacred Blood. Battle Phoenix, Sword Body. These words pierced Xiao Nuo's heart like sharp daggers, each syllable cutting deeper. He knew this matter better than anyone else, for that drop of Phoenix blood had been forcibly taken from him by the Shao family 3 years ago. One drop of blood, exchanged for the family's prosperity for 3 centuries. Xiao Nuo's hands clenched involuntarily, his nails digging deep into his palms. Why haven't they buried them? Xiao Nuo asked coldly, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. Guanxiang's expression grew heavy as he answered, because the heavenly burial sword has not been reclaimed. Those 7 were all direct disciples of the Hall Master. From the moment the first one fell 7 years ago, they swore an oath until the heavenly burial sword is recovered, they will not be laid to rest. Even if Nirvana Hall ends up filled with coffins, they will fight to reclaim the sword. Reclaim it. Guanxiang's voice rose with fervor, the force of his emotions causing his robes to ripple. His eyes reddened, and his nails dug into his flesh. One day, Nirvana Hall will live up to its name and rise again from the ashes. Xiao Nuo's heart trembled as he was moved by the resoluteness in Guanxiang's eyes. Though Nirvana Hall had been in decline, each individual harbored an unyielding belief within them. What kind of determination could drive people to embrace death so fearlessly? Junior brother Xiao Nuo, do you think this is worth it? Guanxiang turned to him and asked. Xiao Nuo nodded solemnly. As you said, one day, Nirvana Hall will rise again from its ashes. By evening, the fiery sunset painted the sky a deep crimson, casting a blood-like hue across the heavens. The death of Lu Zhu had plunged Nirvana Hall into an atmosphere of sorrow. Though Xiao Nuo did not feel particularly grief-stricken, he could clearly sense the sadness that enveloped the others. Standing alone at the edge of a steep cliff on Cloud Peak, Xiao Nuo gazed silently at the blood-red sunset. After a long moment of contemplation, he suddenly spoke, Tower Spirit, help me cultivate the first layer of the Hongming Overlord Body Technique. A ripple of energy stirred within Xiao Nuo, and a soft white light shimmered in his dantian, revealing the faint outline of an illusory tower. The Tower Spirit's voice echoed, have you made up your mind? Yes. Xiao Nuo's eyes were resolute. My enemies are far stronger than I imagined. I don't have the luxury of time to grow slowly or settle for gradual progress. Until today, Xiao Nuo's understanding of the Tiangang Sword Sect had been limited to its status as one of the 7 great sacred lands of cultivation in the eastern wastelands, a colossal power that even imperial dynasties feared. As for the Sword Sect's young master, Feng Hanyu, Xiao Nuo had only just learned his name. After hearing about the history between Nirvana Hall and the Sword Sect, Xiao Nuo was forced to reassess the strength of the Tiangang Sword Sect and reevaluate Feng Hanyu as an individual. Defeating Nirvana Hall's first challenger at the age of 13 and remaining undefeated for 6 consecutive years, Xiao Nuo couldn't deny that the Tiangang Sword Sect was an insurmountable mountain standing before him. I must grow stronger, and I must do so quickly, Xiao Nuo resolved. Learning of the wager between the Ethereal Sect and the Tiangang Sword Sect 8 years ago, as well as Feng Hanyu's overwhelming power, Xiao Nuo felt an acute sense of urgency. The Shao family wanted him dead, the Tiangang Sword Sect would never tolerate his existence, and even the Ethereal Sect would only value him if he possessed sufficient strength. Under such pressure, some might choose to resign themselves to fate, but Xiao Nuo chose to defy it. I need to grow stronger. I need more power. Xiao Nuo clenched his fists, his eyes burning with unwavering determination. The Tower Spirit's voice resounded once more. I've told you before that you're still a step away from achieving the first layer of the Hongming Overlord Body Technique. However, there is a way to bridge that gap ahead of time. Is that so? Xiao Nuo's eyes lit up as he eagerly awaited the Tower Spirit's explanation. But this method comes with considerable risks, and the process is quite painful, Tailing's voice echoed in Xiao Nuo's mind. Xiao Nuo frowned and pressed further. What method? Tailing explained, the blood of 10,000 beasts to temper your bones, and the wild souls of beasts to refine your body. Simply put, it involves gathering the essence blood of 19,000 ferocious demonic beasts into a blood pool, then using the power of the Hongming Golden Tower to guide and refine it. Through this, you'll achieve the first level of the Hongming Overlord Body Technique. These words left Xiao Nuo utterly stunned. 19,000 ferocious beasts, essence blood? What a monumental task. He fell into deep thought, but, despite the daunting challenge, a spark of determination ignited in his heart. Since he had made up his mind, he wouldn't give up easily. Moments later, Xiao Nuo sought out Guanxiang. A mountain range teeming with demonic beasts? Why do you ask? Guanxiang scratched his head, looking puzzled. For training and cultivation, Xiao Nuo replied concisely. Guanxiang tried to dissuade him. There are plenty of secret realms within the Piao Miao sect where you can cultivate. There's no need to risk fighting demonic beasts, that's far too dangerous. Xiao Nuo stood firm. As the saying goes, real combat is the fastest way to improve one's strength. I know my limits, senior brother. You don't need to worry. Seeing Xiao Nuo's resolute attitude, Guanxiang relented. Fine then. 300 miles north of the Piaomiao Sect's rear mountains lies the Huagu mountain range. It's the nearest habitat for demonic beasts. Many of our sect's disciples often go there to train, hunt beasts, or collect valuable resources to exchange for cultivation materials. Huagu mountain range. Got it. Xiao Nuo nodded. Guanxiang then suggested, how about waiting a few more days? Once I finish mourning senior brother Lu Zhu, I can go with you. Xiao Nuo declined politely. Don't worry, I can handle it on my own. All right, but if you encounter danger, try to seek help from nearby fellow disciples who are also training there. I've been to Huagu mountain range a few times myself. Tonight, I'll draw you a map of the outer region. Come by tomorrow morning before you leave to pick it up. All right. Oh, and one more thing, Guanxiang added. The Jianqin Mingyi manual that senior brother Lu Zhu gifted you, make sure to study it when you have time. It's his own creation and should be very beneficial to you. I will. After their brief exchange, Xiao Nuo returned to his residence. With plans to head out to the Huagu mountain range early the next morning to hunt demonic beasts and collect their essence blood, he decided to rest early and conserve his energy. Meanwhile, within the Yuanglong Hall of the Piaomiao sect, inside a magnificent crystal palace-like pavilion, a tense conversation was taking place. Young mistress, please save me. Yuan Chengqian knelt on the ground, his face pale and filled with resentment. Beside him on the stone floor lay a severed arm. The once proud top 5 third-rank disciple now looked utterly miserable, a shadow of his former self. You lost even the cold origin ice fist bestowed by the family, and you still dare to come here seeking help? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you on the spot? A cold voice echoed from the crystal throne ahead. Seated there was a stunningly beautiful young woman with snow-white skin and delicate features. She wore flowing white robes paired with a short skirt, her long, flawless legs exuding elegance. This was none other than Yuan Lixue, the eldest daughter of the Yuan family and its most talented prodigy. Yuan Chengqian's expression shifted as he stammered. Young mistress, I was careless this time, but I swear I'll reclaim the ice fist. How troublesome. Yuan Lixue leaned slightly to the side, her demeanor regal. She glanced at Yuan Chengqian's injury and remarked, if you don't reconnect that arm soon, it will be permanently useless. Yuan Chengqian kowtowed repeatedly, pleading, young mistress, please save me. I don't want to become a cripple. Fine. In light of your loyalty to the family, I'll help you this once. The moment she finished speaking, a silvery white light gleamed in Yuan Lixue's beautiful eyes, transforming her pupils into snow-white irises. She raised her left hand, her slender fingers pointing forward. In an instant, a chilling current mixed with snow and wind surged forward. From behind Yuan Lixue's throne, countless tiny white ice spiders scurried out, heading toward Yuan Chengqian. These crystalline spiders, each no larger than a fingernail, quickly climbed onto Yuan Chengqian's body, dragging his severed arm with their silk. The threads wove through the torn flesh, visibly stitching the wound back together. A look of relief spread across Yuan Chengqian's face as he felt sensation returning to his arm. Before long, the severed limb was fully reattached, the spider silk tightening at the connection. Once the process was complete, the tiny ice spiders leapt off and retreated to their mistress. You're lucky you came early. Another half an hour, and even I wouldn't have been able to save that arm, Yuan Lixue said coolly. Yuan Chengqian was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. The power of the young mistress's ice physique is truly remarkable, and those snow realm ice spiders from the northern Chuan snowfields are extraordinary. Enough flattery, Yuan Lixue interrupted. Healing you drained a significant amount of my spiritual energy. I need to rest. Yuan Chengqian clenched his fist. While the power of the snow realm ice spiders still lingers in my arm, I'll go reclaim the cold origin ice fist right away. Don't cause me any trouble, Yuan Lixue warned. I've just been nominated as a true disciple. What? A true disciple? Yuan Chengqian was taken aback, but quickly broke into a smile. That's fantastic news. As expected of the young mistress. Don't celebrate too soon, Yuan Lixue interrupted calmly. I'm not the only one nominated. There's also Liang Xingqian from the Juexian Hall, the sword prodigy. Yuan Chengqian's eyes narrowed. Liang Xingqian was the top of the 10 strongest inner disciples, a formidable opponent even for Yuan Lixue. Now's not the time for trouble, Yuan Lixue cautioned. I understand, young mistress, Yuan Chengqian lowered his head. I'll let that boy bask in his temporary victory. Once you officially become a true disciple, I'll retrieve the cold origin ice fist. Good. Now leave. Yes, young mistress. The night passed quietly. At dawn, before the first light of day, Xiao Nuo had already left the Nirvana Hall with the map Guanxiang had drawn. His eyes were resolute as he gazed toward the northern horizon. His destination set the Huagu mountain range. The bone-melting mountain range is fraught with danger. Dense, towering jungles, swamps teeming with venomous insects and snakes, Countless caves filled with rocky creatures and valleys littered with skeletal remains make this region a fearsome and forbidding place. As the nearest haven for demonic beasts to the ethereal Piao Miao sect, the bone-melting mountain range attracts numerous disciples seeking to temper themselves. However, most only dare to tread along its periphery. Venturing into the heart of the range means encountering ever stronger beasts, with the risk increasing exponentially. At this moment, deep within the lush forest, Xiao Nuo stands alone, surrounded by 3 fierce demonic beasts. A low-tier thorn wolf, a mid-tier black flame panther, and a mid-tier purple-scaled serpent have encircled him in a triangular formation. The black flame panther possesses strength comparable to a cultivator at the 7th level of the Foundation establishment stage, while the venom of the purple-scaled serpent is lethal enough to kill any Foundation establishment cultivator with ease. These 2 mid-tier beasts are undoubtedly formidable foes. Shao Nuo's lips curl into a faint smile as he muses. Not bad luck, 2 mid-tier beasts. Before his thought is fully formed, the black flame panther strikes first, launching itself like a streak of black lightning. Despite its small stature, its speed is astonishing, coupled with extraordinary agility, making it a deadly assassin among demonic beasts. In the blink of an eye, the black flame panther closes in on Xiao Nuo, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air. Xiao Nuo remains unfazed, meeting the attack with a single punch. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the panther is sent flying several meters, its claws leaving long gouges in the ground as it skids to a halt. A glint of cold light flashes in its eyes. Seizing the opportunity, the thorn wolf lunges from behind. This beast, larger than the black flame panther, leaps 4 to 5 meters into the air, its sharp fangs aiming directly for Xiao Nuo's neck. However, Xiao Nuo is prepared. He sidesteps and delivers a precise kick to the thorn wolf's abdomen. Though the move seems simple, it carries immense force, shattering the wolf's internal organs. The massive beast is sent hurtling through the air, spewing blood from its mouth as it lets out a harrowing cry. While the black flame panther and thorn wolf launch their respective attacks, the purple-scaled serpent silently slithers to Xiao Nuo's flank. Its massive, foul-smelling jaws open wide, venomous fangs gleaming with a green, toxic glow. With a sharp hiss, the serpent strikes like an arrow, aiming for the major artery in Xiao Nuo's neck. But Xiao Nuo has anticipated this as well. With a mere thought, a chilling black, demonic blade materializes in his hand. Clang! The black blade intercepts the serpent's open jaws, locking its venomous fangs in place. Xiao Nuo's voice turns cold. Wait until I've mastered the first level of the Hongming Overlord body technique, then you can try biting me. For now, not a chance. Without waiting for a response, he twists the blade sharply, the keen edge slicing through the serpent's inner mouth. Rip! With a single stroke, the purple-scaled serpent is torn apart from its jaws. Crimson blood sprays like a rainstorm as both the thorn wolf and the serpent fall lifeless to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only one opponent remains. The black flame panther's eyes grow fiercer, a guttural growl rumbling from its throat. Suddenly, an intense heat gathers in its mouth, black streams of energy converging into a fiery orb. Roar! The panther unleashes a fireball over half a meter in diameter, its core as black as ink. The air distorts with searing heat as it barrels toward Xiao Nuo. A sharp gleam flashes in Xiao Nuo's eyes as he lets out a low shout. Slash! He charges forward like a tiger, exuding an invisible aura of dominance. The black demonic blade arcs through the air, slicing cleanly. As the fireball explodes, Xiao Nuo closes the distance, appearing directly in front of the black flame panther. With a swift turn of his blade, a dazzling streak of light flashes, and the panther's head is severed from its body. Clang! The blade drips with blood. The battle concluded. In less than 10 breaths' time, Xiao Nuo has effortlessly slain 2 mid-ear demonic beasts and 1 low-tier beast. He strides to the fallen black flame panther's corpse, extending his palm downward and curling his fingers slightly. Buzz! A unique wave of energy emanates from his hand, intertwining strands of white light. In an instant, a drop of demonic beast essence blood, brimming with violent energy, is drawn out. The essence blood, dark with a fiery aura, vanishes into Xiao Nuo's palm with a mere thought. The Hongming Golden Tower really makes extracting essence blood so convenient. Xiao Nuo mutters to himself. Normally, extracting essence blood would require considerable effort, but with the power of the Hongming Golden Tower, he can directly extract and store it within the artifact. Tower Spirit, how many demonic beast essence blood drops have I collected now? He asks. Over 10,000, the Tower Spirit replies. Another 9,000 to go, huh? Xiao Nuo exhales deeply, feeling a tinge of exhaustion. He has been in the bone-melting mountain range for over 20 days, slaying hundreds of demonic beasts each day. The relentless battles have left his arms aching and numb from constant swordplay. Tailing's voice echoed in Xiao Nuo's ear. Your progress is impressive. These 20 or so days of combat have significantly enhanced your strength. This can be considered part of your training. Xiao Nuo frowned and replied, I still feel it's a bit slow. I originally planned to accomplish this in a month, but it seems the progress hasn't met my expectations. Tailing explained, that's unavoidable. Using the essence blood of demonic beasts to temper your body is already a shortcut. Even reaching the first level of the Hongmeng Overlord body technique isn't something that can be achieved easily. Xiao Nuo nodded, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. The Hongmeng Overlord body technique, being the foremost of the 4 strongest divine techniques in the universe, is indeed not easy to master. The beginning is always the hardest. Let's continue. He quickly approached the corpses of the barbed wolf and the purple-scaled snake, skillfully extracting the essence blood from both beasts and storing it in the Hongmeng Golden Tower. Looking at the corpses, Xiao Nuo felt a tinge of regret. What a pity. Aside from their essence blood, the other parts of these beasts are treasures as well. But with limited time, he had no choice but to abandon collecting the other parts. Just as Xiao Nuo was about to head to the next location, a violent aura suddenly erupted from the side of the jungle. A massive dark golden rhinoceros, about 6 to 7 meters long and 3 to 4 meters tall, burst out from the forest. A golden rhino beast. Xiao Nuo immediately recognized the mid-level demonic beast. The golden rhino beast's strength was at least at the 8th level of the Foundation establishment stage, boasting formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. The golden rhino beast, its eyes bloodshot, locked onto Xiao Nuo and charged at him like an unstoppable icebreaker. A glint of cold light flashed in Xiao Nuo's eyes. Instead of retreating, he braced himself, slightly bending his knees. Fury Fist. Xiao Nuo muttered under his breath as a dark red fist force erupted like a piercing arrow. Boom. The 2 domineering forces collided heat-en, and Xiao Nuo's fist force was instantly shattered by the golden rhino beast's head. But in the very next moment, several surging waves of power erupted from within Xiao Nuo. 5 consecutive collapsing strikes. Boom. Bang. 5 successive bursts of fierce dark energy pounded against the golden rhino beast, caving in its head. The beast let out a furious, agonizing roar as blood gushed from its head. Its massive body was sent flying 7 or 8 meters, crashing into and snapping 2 large trees. As the golden rhino beast was flung away, several young figures emerged from the forest. Over here, Aining, a voice called out. I see it, responded a girl dressed in red, pulling out 3 gold needles, each as thick as a chopstick. Glowing firefly needles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a flick of her slender wrist, the 3 needles shot out at lightning speed, precisely striking the vital spot near the golden rhino beast's heart. The needles pierced through its body and embedded themselves in a tree behind it. Roared, the golden rhino beast attempted to rise, but its body suddenly weakened and collapsed to the ground. The group erupted in joy. Wow, Aining, your glowing firefly needles are incredible, a young woman exclaimed in admiration. The girl in red smiled modestly. It's not that amazing. I just got lucky. At that moment, a young man spoke up. I don't think it's just luck. The girl in red turned to him, puzzled, about to ask what he meant when she noticed his gaze fixed on a spot in front of the golden rhino beast's corpse. The others followed his line of sight and saw a figure standing there, a figure who clearly wasn't part of their team. The girl in red's eyes lit up, and she strode toward Xiao Nuo. It's you. I know you. Xiao Nuo looked confused, seemingly unable to recall who she was. You don't remember me? The girl in red continued. We entered the ethereal sect on the same day. You were the first-place newcomer, and I was second. The woman in red fixed her gaze on Xiao Nuo, her eyes sparkling with a lively glimmer. You're the first-place newcomer, and I'm the second. Her words stirred a faint memory in Xiao Nuo's mind. Do you remember now? She asked, pressing for an answer. Xiao Nuo nodded slightly. Yeah. Although his memory of it was vague, he did recall that among the group climbing the ethereal sky ladder, there had been a girl dressed in red. She was the second to make it to the top and had received a low-grade spiritual artifact as a reward, 3 golden needles, known as the Firefly Flying Needles, which she had just used to slay the golden rhinoceros beast. My name is Luo Ning, Ning as in serenity, and you? The girl in red extended her hand, a friendly gesture. Xiao Nuo hesitated briefly but responded politely, Xiao Nuo. At that moment, a young man with delicate features approached, smiling as he said, so the second-place finisher meets the first and forgets all about me. The third? Introducing himself, he added, I'm Li Ran, the third to ascend the sky ladder. Xiao Nuo gave him a nod in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, another young man walked over to inspect the golden rhinoceros beast's corpse. After a careful examination, he remarked, the fatal wound is on its head. Ah Ning, even without those 3 needles, the beast wouldn't have survived. At this, everyone froze for a moment. Luo Ning quickly moved to the beast's side and gently ran her fair hand over its head. The skull is shattered. You're right. She turned to Xiao Nuo. Was it you who brought it down? Li Ran glanced between Xiao Nuo and the distance to the golden rhinoceros beast, clicking his tongue in amazement. You punched it 7 or 8 meters away? That's some terrifying strength. The golden rhinoceros beast is one of the stronger intermediate-level demonic beasts, with defensive and offensive capabilities that most Foundation establishment cultivators can't handle. While the group was still in shock, Luo Ning returned to Xiao Nuo's side. You're here to hunt demonic beasts for cultivation resources too, right? Why not join our team? Her eyes held a hopeful gleam as she introduced her group. Our team is quite strong. This is Senior Brother Wu Ao, ranked 4th among the Thirder Inner Disciples, and this is Senior Brother Lai Tao, ranked 3rd. With the two of them leading, we can venture deeper into the region to explore and find treasures. Before she could finish, Wu Ao and Lai Tao exchanged glances. Wu Ao smiled faintly, raising an eyebrow as he said, if Junior Brother Xiao Nuo can take down a golden rhinoceros beast on his own, he clearly has the ability to act independently. Lai Tao nodded in agreement. Exactly. We already agreed when we formed the team that 6 members would be the ideal number. Adding another might disrupt the balance. Oh, come on. Don't be like that. Luo Ning quickly tried to mediate, addressing her senior brothers. Don't be so stingy. You've seen Xiao Nuo's strength. With him on board, our team would only grow stronger. The place we're heading to later, Deep Rock Valley, is full of demonic beasts that roam in packs. Having another person would mean better chances for everyone. Ning is right. I think adding one more person is a good idea. Li Ran chimed in, supporting her suggestion. I agree, said another young woman in the group. It was clear that Luo Ning was well-liked and had strong relationships with the group, as they all seemed willing to back her up. To be honest, Xiao Nuo had planned to decline. He had no intention of joining a team, especially with strangers he barely knew. However, one thing Luo Ning mentioned changed his mind. Deep Rock Valley is full of demonic beasts that roam in packs. Xiao Nuo still needed nearly 9,000 more demonic beast blood essences to reach his goal of collecting 19,000. If he wanted to speed up the process, Deep Rock Valley was worth a try. Seeing that they couldn't dissuade Luo Ning, Wu Ao spoke again. All right, you can bring someone else in, but as for the distribution of resources from the beasts we hunt. Before he could finish, Xiao Nuo cut him off decisively. I only want the blood essence. Huh. The group was taken aback. Any demonic beast, any level, I only want its blood essence. Everything else is yours, Xiao Nuo clarified. Why? Luo Ning asked curiously. While demonic beast blood essence was valuable, there were plenty of other valuable materials on a beast. For instance, the golden rhinoceros beast's bones, spirit marrow, and hide were all treasures. To the group, blood essence wasn't considered the most critical resource. It was generally used as an auxiliary aid in cultivation. Xiao Nuo didn't answer directly. I have my reasons. Wu Ao and Lai Tao exchanged another glance before Lai Tao said, all right, but you said it yourself, then go back on your word later. I won't, Xiao Nuo replied firmly. Though still puzzled, Luo Ning seemed delighted that Xiao Nuo had agreed. Great, then it's settled. From now on, all the blood essence from the beasts we hunt together will go to you. By dusk, the team was ready to head out. Within the ethereal confines of the absolute immortal hall of the Piao Miao Sect, a towering sword platform pierced through the clouds. At the summit of the platform stood Liang Xingqian, the absolute blade sword disciple, his presence commanding and enveloped by an intense and sharp sword aura. Elder Zhou Yufu quietly appeared about 10 meters behind him, halting cautiously as she sensed the danger emanating from the sword intent surrounding Liang Xingqian. I've just received news the thief has fled to the Huagu Mountains, Zhou Yufu informed him. Liang Xingqian's cold eyes opened slightly as a surge of sword energy rippled outward from him. The stone tiles beneath his feet etched into patterns resembling petals. Humph. Those who court death cannot escape it, he said coldly. Are you planning to kill him yourself? Zhou Yufu asked. Liang Xingqian replied indifferently. The Huagu Mountains lie beyond the Piao Miao Sect's territory. If I kill him, no one will ever know. Let me handle it instead, Zhou Yufu suggested, adding, there's no need for you to waste your time on this. Besides, I've just received another piece of news. Yuan Lixue, the top disciple of Yuanlong Hall, has also been nominated by the Elder Council for the position of True Disciple. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Liang Xingqian's eyes. Yuan Lixue, ranked 3rd among the top 10 inner disciples, was a formidable opponent he could not afford to underestimate. Zhou Yufu continued her analysis. Yuan Lixue has a powerful background and talent that rivals your own. The sect is unlikely to promote 2 true disciples in such a short time. The delay in the sect master's approval for your promotion might be because of her. Liang Xingqian's gaze grew colder and darker. I'll take care of this matter, Zhou Yufu assured him. I'll make sure it's clean and untraceable. Liang Xingqian gave a slight nod, granting silent approval. After Zhou Yufu departed, the frost in his expression deepened. He murmured to himself, The Tiangong sword sect is quieter than I expected. He recalled how Feng Hanyu, the young sect master of the sword sect, had willingly surrendered Sha City to him and demanded that he deliver Xiao Nuo's head to the Shao family in CS City. 20 days had passed, and the task remained incomplete. By all logic, the Tiangong sword sect should have reclaimed Sha City by now, yet the city remained undisturbed. Feng Hanyu, what game are you playing? Deep within the Huagu Mountains, in the Shadow Rock Valley, steep cliffs rose on either side, and the deeper one ventured, the more cavernous the terrain became. Xiao Nuo, Luo Ning, and their group stood amidst the corpses of a pack of ferocious beasts. Done! Li Ran exclaimed as he beheaded the last wind speed hound, a triumphant grin on his face. These hounds are endless. My arms gone numb from all the hacking. Luo Ning wiped the sweat from her forehead and exclaimed in admiration, the beasts in Shadow Rock Valley always move in packs. There must have been at least 200 or 300 wind speed hounds here. If it weren't for senior brothers Wu Ao, Lai Tao, and Xiao Nuo leading the charge, we'd have been overwhelmed. Despite her praise, Wu Ao and Lai Tao showed no signs of joy. Ranked 4th and 3rd among the Thirder inner disciples, they were proud and disdainful of being compared to Xiao Nuo, a newly admitted outer disciple. Over the past 10 days, Luo Ning's repeated commendations of Xiao Nuo had only deepened their resentment. Let's start dismantling the wind speed hounds, Luo Ning said eagerly. Their fangs are worth more than refined black gold. Li Ran chimed in, and their bone marrow can be used to craft special foundation establishment pills. With a skilled alchemist, we could probably get 100 pills or so. Wow, that many? Luo Ning clapped her hands in delight. With 7 of us, that means each of us gets around 13 pills. We're rich. Huh. Wu Ao scoffed. Junior sister Ning, you've miscalculated. It should be divided among 6 people, not 7. Luo Ning froze for a moment before realizing what he meant. Xiao Nuo only cared about collecting the beast's blood essence and had no interest in anything else. Xiao Nuo, indifferent to their conversation, focused on extracting the blood essence of the wind speed hounds. With his palm facing downward, a white ethereal light swirled as the blood essence was absorbed into the Hongming golden tower in his possession. What kind of technique is that? It makes extracting the blood essence look so easy. Luo Ning asked curiously. Xiao Nuo ignored her, moving on to the next wind speed hound carcass. You've asked that question at least 10 times already, someone remarked. I can't help it. I'm curious, Luo Ning pouted, a hint of frustration in her voice. Since the team had entered Shadow Rock Valley 10 days ago, Xiao Nuo had remained singularly focused on collecting beast blood essence, paying no attention to other treasures or resources. Xiao Nuo focused intently on extracting the essence blood of the wind speed fierce hounds. With a slight movement of his palm, he efficiently completed the extraction process. Seeing that Xiao Nuo was ignoring everyone, Luo Ning sighed helplessly and began dismantling the hounds' carcasses. Soon, the essence blood of over 300 wind speed fierce hounds was completely extracted. How much more do we need? Xiao Nuo asked the tower spirit. Not much now, just the essence blood from fewer than 100 more beasts, the tower spirit replied. Xiao Nuo let out a genuine sigh of relief. Finally, we're almost done. He had to admit that joining Luo Ning's team had significantly boosted efficiency. Collecting the essence blood of 9,000 beasts had taken less than 10 days, about twice as fast as when he worked alone. Half an hour later, the group finished dismantling the wind speed fierce hound pack. Every valuable resource was carefully collected. Everyone was busy but exhilarated by the abundant rewards of this venture. Li Ran approached, holding a map in his hand. There's only one last area of Deep Rock Valley left to explore, he said. Another young man in the group chimed in. With our current strength, Deep Rock Valley is already pushing our limits. If we venture beyond, we might encounter high-level beasts. Li Ran nodded in agreement. High-level beasts are still beyond what we can handle for now. Once we finish exploring the last area of Deep Rock Valley, we'll head back to the Sect. Sounds good, Wu Ao said confidently, raising his chin slightly and crossing his arms. With Lai Tao and me here, there's no way anything will go wrong. Of course, Li Ran replied with a smile. The group continued forward. About half an hour later, they entered a cavern. The cave was deep and spacious, resembling the gaping maw of a prehistoric creature hidden in the valley's depths. Li Ran slowed his pace cautiously. Something feels off. What's off? Luo Ning asked curiously. It's too quiet, Li Ran explained. The beasts in Deep Rock Valley usually roam in groups. It's unusual for it to be this silent. Though he was only the third-ranked newcomer in the Miao sect, his survival skills in the wild were exceptional. Staring intently into the dark depths of the cave, he said in a low voice, we might need to turn back. Why? Someone asked. Because there might be a powerful beast living here, one so dominant that other creatures wouldn't dare step into its territory. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of scorching heat surged from the depths of the cave. Then, a deep, guttural roar echoed through the cavern. Roar! The sound carried an overwhelming, untamed power unlike anything they had encountered before. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps approached, shaking the ground with each step. In the darkness, three crimson, gem-like eyes emerged. A fierce aura swept over them, enveloping everyone in suffocating pressure. The group's expression shifted drastically as a massive ape-like beast, towering 7 to 8 meters tall, stepped into view. The creature was immensely muscular, with arms so thick that its iron-like fists were wider than a human's torso. Atop its head was a third eye on its forehead, blazing with red flames. Its sheer appearance radiated an aura of terrifying power. This is bad. It's a high-level beast, Li Ran stammered, his trembling voice breaking the tense silence. Everyone's nerves tightened at once. A high-level beast, a threat comparable to the Qi manipulation realm, was now standing before them. The oppressive danger it exuded made it clear that they were facing an unprecedented threat. It was a high-level beast. A menacing aura swept over them, and cold sweat involuntarily trickled down their faces. The ground suddenly trembled as a monstrous ape with 3 eyes stomped forward. Each step caused the earth to quake, and the oppressive force it exuded made the surrounding danger even more palpable. The massive creature drew closer, its overwhelming presence suffocating everyone. "We need to leave," Luo Ning stammered anxiously as she backed away, her voice trembling with fear. "It's too late," Li Ran said in a low voice, his tone heavy. Before his words had fully settled, the three-eyed ape unleashed a surge of scorching blood energy. Its enormous jaws parted, revealing razor-sharp fangs. Roar! A deafening bellow echoed as the beast stomped the ground and leapt dozens of meters, hurtling toward the group. At this critical moment, Lai Tao's eyes flashed with icy determination. He darted out from the group, and as he moved, a long-handled saber appeared in his hand seemingly out of thin air. "Humph! Vile beast, stand down!" Lai Tao bellowed, his voice commanding. 7-path demon-slaying blade. Earth-shaking force. Ranked third among the thirder inner disciples, Lai Tao had reached the peak of the 8th stage of Foundation establishment. As his saber swept out, a powerful wind howled, and the extraordinary momentum of his strike locked onto the ferocious creature. However, the three-eyed ape showed no fear. Its massive fist, wider than a human torso, swung forward with a fiery whirlwind spiraling around its arm. Boom! The collision of immense forces sent shockwaves rippling outward. The saber in Lai Tao's hand emitted a resonating hum as his momentum was abruptly suppressed. At the same time, Wu Ao leaped into the fray. "With the two of us here, what is there to fear from a high-level beast?" "Vine bind strike." Wu Ao flicked his sleeve, and a long vine shot out, swiftly coiling around the three-eyed ape's neck. He sneered. "A beast is still just a beast, brute strength without any brains." Channeling his powerful spiritual energy, Wu Ao caused the vine to rapidly grow, wrapping loop after loop until it covered half of the ape's head. "Impressive. Senior brother Wu Ao is incredible," exclaimed a young woman in the group, her voice filled with excitement. Wu Ao's grin grew even more confident as he relentlessly pressed his attack. The vine tightened around the ape's muzzle and nostrils. "Feel the agony of suffocation," he taunted. Seizing the opportunity, Lai Tao completed his charge, leaping 7 or 8 meters into the air. 7-path demon-slaying blade. Endless thunderstorm. The saber's blade gleamed with a razor-sharp edge as it slashed toward the ape's head. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. The saber, infused with spiritual energy, erupted in a cascade of silver lightning. Strike! The radiant blade illuminated the surroundings, and just as it was about to deliver a fatal blow, a sudden crack disrupted the moment. Sparks flew, and the air rippled with explosive energy. The three-eyed ape's left hand clamped down firmly on the saber's edge. "What?" Lai Tao's pupils contracted as shock overtook his face. Roar! The ape let out a ferocious roar, and flames ignited on its face, burning with a tangible, fiery intensity. The dark red demonic fire quickly scorched through the vine. With a forceful tug, the beast tore the remaining vines from its body, which fell away like lifeless snakes. Seeing this, Li Ran immediately shouted, "Assist him now." "Got it." Luo Ning and the others nodded resolutely. Clang! Shing! Weapons were drawn as they launched a coordinated attack on the three-eyed ape. However, even with 2 inner disciples at the peak of the 8th stage of Foundation establishment, the group struggled to match the beast's ferocity. For the newcomers like Luo Ning and Li Ran, who had only recently joined the sect, their attacks were easily repelled by the ape. Meanwhile, Lai Tao remained suspended in midair, his saber firmly held in the ape's grasp. Reluctant to abandon his weapon, he was left swaying helplessly. "Focus on freeing Lai Tao first," Wu Ao commanded the group. "Understood." Li Ran flipped his palm, revealing a talisman. The talisman was small, about the size of a domino, and intricately inscribed with runes. This Thunderfire talisman cost me a fortune. I've been saving it for an emergency. Looks like today's the day. Without hesitation, Li Ran hurled the talisman. Boom! A deafening explosion followed as a surge of violent lightning erupted beneath the three-eyed ape. Blinding light surged outward, and flames engulfed half of the beast's body. Roar! The ape roared in agony as its flesh was torn open, blood spraying in all directions. Enraged, it swung its massive arm and flung Lai Tao, saber and all, across the battlefield. Lai Tao skidded across the ground for dozens of meters, his expression grim. It's going berserk. Although the Thunderfire talisman was powerful, it had only inflicted superficial wounds on the high-level beast, failing to deal any critical damage. At that moment, Lai Tao glanced sideways and shouted toward the back of the group, "Xiao Nuo, what are you doing? Just standing there watching?" Xiao Nuo had been standing on the sidelines the entire time, making no move to intervene. Lai Tao's anger flared. Are you afraid of dying? If you're so scared, why don't you just leave now?" When Xiao Nuo remained silent, Lai Tao's fury only grew. At that moment, the three-eyed monstrous ape unleashed an astonishing burst of power, breaking free from the encasing thunder and fire. With a sudden outward sweep of its massive arms, a tide-like surge of ferocious blood energy erupted, sweeping across the battlefield. Luo Ning, Li Ran, and the others were forced to retreat repeatedly, and even the stronger Lieta and Wueo struggled to maintain their footing. The ape let out an earth-shaking roar as its vertical eye emitted a blinding red beam. Wueo reacted swiftly, crossing his arms in front of him and summoning a multitude of vines to weave into a sturdy wooden shield. Yet, this seemingly solid defense crumbled in an instant under the impact of the red light. The immense force hurled Wueo 10 meters back, leaving gruesome bloodstains on his arms. "Damn it, you wretched beast!" Lieta cursed furiously, his wrath directed at both the ape and Xiao Nuo. "Once I deal with this abomination, you're next." Without waiting for a reply, he charged at the ape again, his blade gleaming with deadly intent. Lieta's strikes were like a whirlwind, accompanied by the deafening roar of wind and thunder. "Seven-path demon-slaying blade, tidal surge," he bellowed, as his saber carved a crescent-shaped shadow resembling the ocean's crest, aiming for the beast's vital points. However, the enraged creature's blood energy surged even more violently. Its fangs bared, and its massive fist, engulfed in roaring flames, came crashing down with terrifying force. Blade met beastly might in a thunderous collision. Despite Lieta's overwhelming momentum, the gap in power was apparent against a foe rivaling high-tier monsters. A resounding explosion echoed as scorching shockwaves swept outward, shattering the blade's shadow into chaotic streams of energy. Lieta was forced to retreat, blood dripping steadily from between his fingers. At that critical moment, Li Ran's eyes lit up with an idea. Aim for its eyes with your flowing fire needles," he shouted. Luo Ning immediately sprang into action, retrieving 3 golden needles infused with spiritual energy from her sleeve. With a graceful flick of her wrist, the needles streaked through the air like lightning, targeting the ape's 3 eyes. The ape moved with startling agility, tilting its body and raising its massive arm. Clink, clink. 2 needles were deflected, while the third missed its mark but grazed the corner of its left eye, leaving a long, bleeding gash. This attack completely enraged the already feral beast. It let out a deafening howl, its gaze locking onto Luo Ning. Li Ran's face turned pale. "No, Aining, run!" he shouted in panic. Lieta and Wueo tried to intervene, but it was too late. The others could only watch helplessly. The ape stomped the ground with immense force, sending shards of rock flying and a wave of heat surging. The flames covering its body concentrated on its right arm, transforming it into a fiery dragon-like appendage that lunged straight at Luo Ning. The overwhelming aura of destruction bore down on her, leaving her paralyzed with fear, her eyes wide in terror. "Aining? Luo Ning?" Just as disaster seemed inevitable, a deafening explosion erupted. The fiery punch stopped mere inches from Luo Ning as a chilling iron chain, radiating icy energy, coiled around the ape's waist and arm like a frost serpent. "The Xianhan chain?" Luo Ning gasped in shock. Li Ran clenched his fists, instantly recognizing it as the reward for reaching the top of the ethereal sky ladder. "Looks like it's time to end this." A calm voice echoed from the ape's side. Xiao Nuo emerged, standing directly in front of the raging beast. His right hand gripped one end of the Xianhan chain tightly, while his left hand was adorned with a magnificent icy gauntlet etched with intricate frost patterns. The ape turned its attention to Xiao Nuo, roaring furiously. "So noisy," Xiao Nuo said coldly, his tone indifferent. Without hesitation, he charged forward in a blur. Letting go of the chain, he leaped high into the air. 5 consecutive strikes. Xiao Nuo's left fist shot upward, powered by the icy gauntlet. The Frost Origin Gauntlet unleashed immense force, each strike like a piercing storm. His fist smashed into the ape's chin with a thunderous impact. The consecutive bursts of power shattered its lower jaw, contorting its features grotesquely. A guttural cry of agony escaped the ape as blood spurted from its 7 orifices. With the combined restraint of the 2 powerful artifacts, its defenses crumbled completely. Just as everyone thought Xiao Nuo had reached his limit, a 6th surge of power erupted from the Frost Origin Gauntlet. 6 consecutive strikes. Xiao Nuo's low roar accompanied the sound of an explosive boom. A mist of blood burst into the air as the ape's head was violently severed from its body. The once ferocious three-eyed beast was slain in a single devastating blow. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the vast cavern, accompanied by a burst of blood mist and a shower of crimson rain. Xiao Nuo landed steadily, like a war god descending to the battlefield. With the binding power of the Xinhan iron chains, 6-fold explosive force, and the icy might of the Frost Origin Fist, his strike was a critical hit among critical hits. Everyone around was stunned, their mouths agape. The nearest, Luo Ning, stood frozen in fear. Just a second ago, she had been facing the brink of death, but in the blink of an eye, the battle was over. The monstrous ape beast, its head obliterated, collapsed to the ground. The Xinhan chain suppressed its remains, flames extinguished as its body rapidly froze over. Li Ran let out a sigh of relief. A moment earlier, their nerves had been stretched to the breaking point. If Luo Ning had truly been struck by the beast, her life would have hung by a thread. Drenched in cold sweat, Luo Ning was about to express her gratitude when Xiao Nuo, without a word, walked toward the beast's corpse, clearly intent on extracting the high-grade demonic beast essence blood. Suddenly, a massive, frost-coated greatsword blocked Xiao Nuo's path. Liao Tao's voice rang out, cold and sharp. Hold it right there. Luo Ning, Li Ran, and the others were startled as the tension in the air shifted dramatically. Xiao Nuo glanced at him calmly. What's the matter? Liao Tao sneered. What do you think? What were you doing just now? While we were risking our lives in battle, you just stood there watching. I was observing, Xiao Nuo replied, his gaze lifting slightly, looking for its weakness. Besides, it's dead now. Liao Tao's anger flared. Wu Ao bellowed. That's blood we fought for with our lives. Were we just cannon fodder to you? Luo Ning hurried to intervene. Stop fighting. We're a team, we should trust each other. Trust? Liao Tao's eyes gleamed with a frosty light. Is he even worth trusting? Xiao Nuo, uninterested in arguing, responded calmly. Fine. I was planning to leave anyway. With that, he bent down, reaching for the beast's essence blood. Liao Tao's blade shifted, pointing directly at Xiao Nuo. That high-grade demonic beast essence blood is not yours to take. Ridiculous, Xiao Nuo retorted. I killed the three-eyed ape. Who are you to decide? Liao Tao shot back. Without us keeping it occupied, do you think you could have killed it? We wore it down first, you just came in for the easy kill. Know your place. And what if I insist on taking it? Xiao Nuo's expression remained unchanged. The atmosphere grew tense, the air thick with hostility. Liao Tao's eyes narrowed dangerously. Then you can ask my blade. Wu Ao chimed in. Or my vines. Xiao Nuo straightened, his tone dismissive. The two of you trash? Really? The word trash sent shockwaves through the group. Liao Tao and Wu Ao's fury erupted instantly, the conflict boiling over. Courting death. Wu Ao roared, lashing out with his vines. Xiao Nuo raised his left arm, allowing the vines to wrap around it. Frost Origin energy surged, spreading icy crystals along the vines and freezing them in place. Liao Tao seized the moment, his greatsword slicing through the air. 7-path demon-slaying blade. Endless wind and thunder. The powerful strike roared forward. Xiao Nuo met the attack effortlessly, summoning a jet-black demon blade in his right hand. The clash of blades sent Liao Tao stumbling back. Xiao Nuo's left arm unleashed a surge of frost energy, shattering the frozen vines into fragments. Shadow slash. In a flash, Xiao Nuo closed the distance, appearing before Liao Tao like a phantom, his demon blade aiming for his throat. Xiao Nuo, stop. Don't kill him. Luo Ning cried out in alarm. Xiao Nuo's eyes flickered, and he shifted the blade's trajectory, targeting Liao Tao's chest instead. Liao Tao raised his sword in defense, his voice defiant. Kill me? Does he even have the strength? Before he could finish, the black demon blade crashed against his greatsword. Liao Tao's arms went numb as a domineering tiger-like force erupted. Roar. The deafening sound of a tiger's roar shook the air, its ferocity palpable. The blade in Liao Tao's hand shattered with a sharp crack, unable to withstand the force. The unstoppable arc of the blade swung like a crescent moon, slicing toward his opponent's chest. The blade bit into bone, flesh burst apart, and Liao Tao let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent flying through the air. Wu witnessing the scene, was overcome with both shock and rage. Without hesitation, he summoned a web of slender vines to launch another assault. "Thousand vine constriction," he roared. "You're all useless. And you, what makes you any better?" Xiao Nuo sneered disdainfully and dashed forward with his blade in tow. Suddenly, a deep dragon's roar emanated from the blade. Roar! In an instant, everyone present felt their minds reel, and an uncontrollable wave of fear surged in their hearts. By the time they regained their senses, Xiao Nuo's blade was already pressed against Wu Ao's throat. "If I push my blade forward just half an inch, your throat will be severed," Xiao Nuo said coldly, his icy gaze as piercing as death itself. Wu Ao's face turned ashen. "On your knees," Xiao Nuo bellowed. His voice thundered like a tiger's roar, and the oppressive aura of dragon-like might crushed down. Wu Ao's legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees before Xiao Nuo. "Xiao Nuo!" Luo Ning rushed forward, shaking her head in desperation. "Please, stop, don't do this." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she struggled to comprehend the ferocity of the conflict that had erupted. While she had sensed from the start that Wu Ao and Light Ao were unwilling to accept Xiao Nuo, she had naively hoped that time would mend their differences. Clearly, she had overestimated their tolerance. Li Ran and the others stood frozen, their scalps tingling with shock. When Xiao Nuo had slain the three-eyed demon ape, he had at least relied on the group's combined strength. But now, his ability to subdue both Wu Ao and Light Ao in an instant revealed the full extent of his power. One lay kneeling in surrender, the other bleeding out on the ground. Xiao Nuo could end their lives with ease. "Killing you two would be far simpler than slaying that demon ape," Xiao Nuo said mockingly, his words cutting deeper than any blade. Without waiting for a response, he sheathed his weapon and walked over to the corpse of the three-eyed demon ape. He collected the beast's essence blood into the Hongming Golden Tower and, having completed the task, turned and strode toward the cave's exit without looking back. "Xiao Nuo," Luoning called out, her voice tinged with both regret and hesitation. "Where are you going?" Xiao Nuo paused briefly and replied coolly, "Our paths are different. We're not meant to walk together. From the beginning, I've only taken what was rightfully mine, nothing more, nothing less." Luo Ning opened her mouth to speak, but Xiao Nuo was already disappearing into the distance. Regret weighed heavily in her heart. Had she known things would turn out this way, she never would have invited him to join them. "I won't let him get away with this," Light Hao growled through gritted teeth, blood still gushing from the wound in his chest. He glared at Wu Ao with unbridled fury. "You're useless. He was just bluffing. You really think he dared to kill you?" Wu Ao clenched his fists, his frustration and humiliation boiling within. "That's not necessarily true," Luo Ning interjected, her tone laced with bitterness. "Do you know why he went to the Nirvana Hall? Because he dared to kill Elder Zhou Yufu's nephew, and even injured Liang Xingqian's own sister." "What?" Light Hao and Wu Ao's faces turned pale with dread. Li Ran let out a heavy sigh and shook his head. If he hadn't held back earlier, we might all have been silenced alongside them. Whether Li Ran's words were true or not, cold sweat streamed down everyone's backs as the weight of the moment sank in. By afternoon, Xiao Nuo had ventured into a shadowy swamp. There, he extracted a single drop of pale green essence blood from the body of a green-eyed lizard beast. Phew. Finally done. Xiao Nuo exhaled in relief. It had taken him over a month to collect the essence blood of 19,000 beasts. "Can I begin cultivating the first layer of the Hongming Overlord body technique now?" Xiao Nuo asked. "Of course," the tower spirit replied. As the words fell, a unique energy ripple emanated from Xiao Nuo's body. A small, ethereal tower materialized within his dantian, and streams of radiant white light flowed outward from the tower, enveloping him completely. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Nuo found himself inside the first layer of the Hongming Golden Tower. Before him stood an ancient divine temple, grand and majestic, as though it were a relic left behind by primordial gods. This was Xiao Nuo's second time entering the Hongming Golden Tower. Unlike his initial visit, where he had been filled with tension and confusion, he now felt calm and composed. Rumbling noises echoed as a mysterious, imposing altar slowly rose before him. At the center of the altar was a pool filled with golden mist. As ancient patterns emerged across the altar's surface, a dazzling rain of light appeared in the air above Xiao Nuo, precisely 19,000 droplets, representing the essence blood of the 19,000 beasts he had painstakingly collected. Each drop brimmed with raw, violent energy. "Step forward," the tower spirit urged. Xiao Nuo nodded and, without hesitation, ascended the ancient altar. Xiao Nuo unbuttoned his shirt and, without hesitation, leapt into the pool. In an instant, golden spiritual mist surged from all directions, enveloping his body. A cool sensation seeped through his skin, sending a shiver down his spine. The mist in the pool is condensed from the primordial energy of the Hongming Golden Tower. It can guide and temper the violent power within the beast blood essence. The voice of the tower spirit echoed in his ears. Adjust your state. Once you're ready, we can begin. Xiao Nuo gave a slight nod. He knew full well that under normal circumstances, the violent spiritual energy in beast blood essence was too chaotic for the human body to absorb directly. It required special methods to refine. And now, he was about to face the violent spiritual energy of 19,000 beasts blood essence. The challenge ahead was unimaginable. Recalling the tower spirit's warning in the Nirvana Hall, Xiao Nuo's expression remained resolute. The lead of Feng Hanyu, the young master of the Tiangang sword sect, the humiliation brought by the Shao family, and the hatred from the sword sect, all of it left him no room to retreat. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Nuo declared firmly, "Begin." "Very well," the tower spirit responded. "The blood of 10,000 beasts to temper the bones, the fury of their souls to forge the body, activate the body refining array." Boom. The altar beneath Xiao Nuo erupted with dazzling light, illuminating the heavens. Ancient runic symbols, like a reversed Milky Way, lit up rapidly. Centered on Xiao Nuo, pillars of radiant light shot skyward. The space trembled violently, and the skies dimmed as a ferocious sandstorm of energy surged through the first layer of the Hongming Golden Tower, sealing the heavens. The pool around Xiao Nuo grew increasingly turbulent. The golden mist transformed into blazing flames, wrapping tightly around him. Suspended above the altar, 19,000 droplets of beast blood essence emitted piercing screeches, as if summoned. They radiated brilliant light and rained down toward the pool. In the blink of an eye, the golden mist shifted into a kaleidoscope of colors. The flames engulfing Xiao Nuo shimmered with hues of every kind. A single drop of dark blood exploded before his eyes. Accompanied by a deep growl, the shadow of a black flame panther materialized within the fire. Roar! The blazing flames surged into Xiao Nuo's chest. Instantly, a scorching heat seemed to explode within his ribcage. Before he could recover, a droplet of violet blood burst apart, manifesting the phantom of a violet-scaled serpent that darted into his brow. A sharp, searing pain coursed through his entire body. One after another, the droplets of beast blood essence transformed into mysterious beast flames, continuously surging into Xiao Nuo's body. His entire frame trembled. His veins bulged, and intricate beast-like patterns of varying colors emerged on his skin. "I warned you." The tower spirit spoke again. "The process of body refinement through the blood of 10,000 beasts is excruciating. If you choose to give up now, it's still not too late. But once all 19,000 drops of beast blood essence are unleashed, you'll feel as though you're trapped in a fiery inferno." Xiao Nuo clenched his fists, his gaze unwavering, his profile etched with a fierce determination. "Bring it on," he growled. Buzz. The spiritual energy emanating from the altar intensified, surging outward in violent waves. The roars of enraged beasts filled the air, deafening and relentless. Suddenly, hundreds of Windfang Hound blood essences simultaneously transformed into fiery whirlwinds, slashing through Xiao Nuo's body. Every muscle felt as though it was being ripped apart. Yet, despite the unbearable pain, he gritted his teeth and refused to utter a single sound. The 19,000 droplets of beast blood essence, each harboring unique elemental energies, were now fully unleashed, channeling their refining power into Xiao Nuo's body. The altar became a colossal furnace, and Xiao Nuo was like a statue within, enduring wave after wave of unrelenting force. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Nuo's veins burst one after another. Every bone in his body felt as though it was being hammered repeatedly. On the verge of losing consciousness, he bit down hard, silently chanting to himself. 3 years of humiliation, 3 years of torment. I won't let it end like this. My clan stole my bloodline. The sword sect trampled me like an ant. How can I give up now? His eyes blazed with fury as the image of the 7 coffins in the Nirvana Hall flashed through his mind. 7 senior brothers and sisters, still unburied. The celestial burial sword, shrouded in darkness. Would he follow in their footsteps? Would he, like senior brother Lu Zhu, die consumed by sorrow and regret? No. Xiao Nuo roared, his voice thunderous, his eyes bloodshot. Feng Hanyu, Xiao Yue, Xiao Xiong, my wrath will never extinguish. I, Xiao Nuo, will never accept defeat. Boom. A massive surge of energy erupted from the center of the altar, sending shockwaves in all directions. A towering pillar of blood-red light shot into the sky. Another earth-shattering beast roar echoed through the air as the blood essence of a high-tier 3-eyed demon ape transformed into a magnificent lotus of fire, blooming brilliantly. Xiao Nuo's figure was entirely consumed by the flames born of 10,000 beasts. Boom. The essence blood of 19,000 demonic beasts surged into Xiao Nuo's body like a raging tide, initiating an excruciatingly brutal body tempering process. For an ordinary person, such a method would undoubtedly be fatal. Yet, Xiao Nuo's heart burned with the flames of vengeance and an unyielding resolve to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Clenching his teeth, he silently endured the searing pain that tore through him, unmoved and unwavering. The spirit of the tower marveled in secret. Xiao Nuo's resilience far exceeded expectations. The way he calmed himself so quickly was truly admirable. No wonder he had gained entry into the Hongming Golden Tower. Perhaps it was destiny at play. The altar was shrouded in silence, with Xiao Nuo sitting motionless in the shallow pool, like a divine statue forged by celestial fire. 19,000 strands of demonic flames, each a different hue, danced around him like ethereal sprites. Time slipped by unnoticed, perhaps a day, perhaps two. For Xiao Nuo, immersed in a state of transcendence, the passage of time no longer held any meaning. Suddenly, a fissure of light split across Xiao Nuo's body, and a unique azure glow shone through. This light was ancient and profound, as if it had traveled through the endless river of time. More cracks began to form, and the azure radiance grew brighter and more dazzling. Xiao Nuo's entire being seemed to glow, resembling an ancient god on the verge of awakening. The altar began to tremble, and the currents of air in the heavens and earth grew chaotic. Xiao Nuo's eyes snapped open, and a surge of azure energy erupted like wings unfurling from his body. Above the altar, thunder roared and winds howled. The dark remnants that had clung to Xiao Nuo's body shattered, replaced by a completely revitalized physique. Xiao Nuo had never felt such overwhelming power coursing through him. Raising his left hand, he clenched his fist, causing azure energy to surge violently. His arm shimmered with the blue glow, and his veins transformed into intricate, mesmerizing patterns. He murmured, "So this is the first stage of the Hongming Overlord physique, the bronze ancient body?" As he spoke, he casually threw a punch toward the edge of the pool. With a deafening crash, shards of stone scattered, and cracks spiderwebbed outward for over 10 meters. The tower spirit's voice echoed, informing Xiao Nuo that his current physical strength was now comparable to that of a high-grade spiritual weapon, impervious to blades and flames, unyielding to water or fire. A glimmer of determination flashed in Xiao Nuo's eyes as he realized that mid-grade spiritual weapons like the Frost Origin Ice Fist or the profound Cold Iron Chains could no longer harm him. The tower spirit added that the power of the bronze ancient body would continue to grow as Xiao Nuo's strength increased, potentially allowing him to withstand even more formidable weapons in the future. Xiao Nuo gazed at the azure patterns on his arm with satisfaction, thinking that with this power, a casual punch could shatter an enemy's bones and tendons. If combined with the ninefold collapse strike, his combat prowess would be amplified immeasurably. He couldn't help but recall the night he fled CS City. Back then, Xiao Yue had been clad in the high-grade spiritual armor, the Ice Soul Garment, leaving him helpless and forcing him to kill Xiao Yong instead. But now, his bronze ancient body would surely crush that Ice Soul Garment with ease. With a single thought, the azure glow faded, and the intricate patterns on his skin slowly receded. Xiao Nuo stepped out of the pool. Though his frame still appeared lean, his physical strength had reached a terrifying level. Suddenly, Xiao Nuo's eyes brightened with surprise as he discovered his cultivation had broken through to the 9th stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. He could hardly believe it, and repeatedly confirmed the breakthrough if it was true. Just a month ago, when he left the Nirvana Hall, he hadn't even reached the 5th stage. Now, he had leaped 4 or 5 minor stages in such a short time. The tower spirit spoke nonchalantly. "That's already considered slow." Xiao Nuo was stunned. "Slow?" The tower spirit explained. "Think about it. The essence blood of 19,000 demonic beasts, including high-level Anisis, now within you. Even if each drop of blood only provides a thread of power, the sheer total is immense. Advancing a few minor stages in the Foundation Establishment realm is hardly worth mentioning." Xiao Nuo was momentarily disheartened. The tower spirit's dismissive attitude toward the Foundation Establishment realm was evident, as if to suggest that advancing in this realm was as trivial as eating or drinking. Xiao Nuo stood at the edge of the towering peak in the Huagu mountain range, gazing out at the breathtaking scenery in the distance. This was his small reward to himself for advancing to the bronze ancient form. As the breeze brushed against his face, he murmured softly, "It's about time to head back to Nirvana Hall." The thought of his senior brother Guanxiang and senior sister Lan Ming possibly worrying about him brought a faint warmth to his heart. Just as Xiao Nuo turned to leave, a dozen dark figures appeared like phantoms, blocking his path. Each of these black-clad individuals wielded a different weapon, their cold, sharp gazes as piercing as blades. "You're here for me?" Xiao Nuo asked calmly. One of the figures replied coldly, "Someone wants you dead." Another added, "You have the time it takes to count to 10 to say your last words." Xiao Nuo's expression remained unchanged. "Who sent you?" "Humph, it seems you don't value this opportunity." Before the words were fully spoken, one of the black-clad figures shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. With a leap spanning 3 zhong, His palms surged with terrifying energy, aiming directly for Xiao Nuo's head. Voodoo palm. The lethal strike was aimed at Xiao Nuo's vital point. Xiao Nuo's lips curved into a faint smile as he threw a punch to meet the attack. His fist, glowing with a green light, collided with the palm's force. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and a spray of blood filled the air. The black-clad figure's arm instantly shattered, splattering blood everywhere. What? The man's eyes widened in terror, utterly stunned. Die. Xiao Nuo coldly uttered the single word before delivering another punch to his opponent's chest. Thud. The seemingly ordinary punch carried an overwhelming force, instantly piercing through the man's chest. Bone fragments and internal organs scattered in all directions. Standing beside the corpse, Xiao Nuo's gaze swept over the remaining black-clad figures. A glimmer of doubt flashed in his eyes as he pondered the identity of the mastermind behind this attack. At the same time, he couldn't help but reflect on the gap between himself and Feng Hanyu. Though he had recently broken through to the 9th level of the Foundation establishment stage, Feng Hanyu might already have reached the spirit communication stage. Between them lay the formidable barrier of the essence control stage, a significant gap. But he'll catch up soon enough. Xiao Nuo clenched his fists, his eyes flickering with green light. He silently vowed that one day, he would go to the Tiangang sword sect and reclaim the drop of heavenly phoenix blood. In this moment, Xiao Nuo felt both satisfaction with his progress and anticipation for the challenges ahead. He understood that these black-clad figures were merely a minor episode on his journey to greater power. The true trial still lay ahead, waiting for him in the future. A deafening explosion echoed like a hammer striking flesh. The man in black could only watch in horror as his chest burst open, his shattered organs blooming outward like grotesque, bloody flowers, vivid yet blindingly brutal. The surrounding assassins froze in shock, unable to believe that a cultivator at the 8th level of the Foundation establishment stage had been killed with a single punch. This kid is no ordinary fighter. Stay alert, one of them warned in a low voice. Kill him. Die. The group lunged at Xiao Nuo in unison. One of the assassins, wielding a blade, slashed at Xiao Nuo from the side, the icy edge of the weapon radiating a chilling intent. Xiao Nuo effortlessly sidestepped, his iron-like fingers clamping down on the attacker's wrist with a vice grip. The man in black felt a jolt of panic and quickly drew a dagger with his other hand, aiming it straight for Xiao Nuo's temple. Die, he roared. Xiao Nuo sneered coldly, his fingers tightening abruptly. With a sickening crack, the assassin's arm bent at an unnatural 90-degree angle. Before the man could react, Xiao Nuo delivered a powerful kick to his right knee, shattering the leg entirely and sending fragments flying. A third assassin charged forward, but before he could strike, Xiao Nuo's eyes gleamed with a deadly light. He spun around, delivering a punch that landed squarely on the man's left chest. There was a loud boom as the assassin's shoulder and upper torso were blown apart. Screams echoed across the mountain platform, the air thick with a crimson mist. One by one, more than a dozen assassins fell to Xiao Nuo's relentless blows, each killed in a single strike. In mere moments, only 3 remained. The survivors exchanged terrified glances, their eyes filled with dread. Xiao Nuo's voice was icy and commanding. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me who sent you. The leader of the assassins scoffed. You underestimate the resolve of professional killers. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the 2 assassins flanking him simultaneously pulled out talismans. Explosive talisman. Detonate. Binding talisman. Activate. A deafening explosion erupted, flames roaring as the ground shook violently. Smoke and debris filled the air, and Xiao Nuo took a small step back. Suddenly, dark vines burst from the earth, coiling around his legs and locking him in place. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 assassins lunged with daggers and cold steel aimed directly at Xiao Nuo's vital points. Die now. It's over for you. You pathetic fool, they sneered viciously. But Xiao Nuo remained calm, his arms tensing with latent power. In an instant, he struck out. Dark Chi Fist. This was no ordinary attack, it was a technique imbued with immense spiritual energy and the ancient might of bronze inscriptions. Boom. Crash. The daggers and blades shattered on impact. The residual force sent the 2 assassins flying backward, blood spilling from their mouths as they landed in a heap. At that moment, the leader of the assassins pulled out another talisman, his movements swift and decisive. Invisibility talisman. Activate. A gray shadow enveloped his body, and his presence vanished entirely. Xiao Nuo raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. An invisibility talisman? That's quite the extravagant expense. You must be desperate. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp sword emerged from the void, aimed directly at Xiao Nuo's back. Using an invisibility talisman to kill you? Your life must be worth a fortune, hissed a venomous voice. Yet, as the blade struck Xiao Nuo's back, it met an impenetrable resistance, as though hitting solid steel. A faint azure aura swirled around Xiao Nuo, flowing like silk and deflecting the attack with ease. Is that a high-grade spiritual armor? The assassin stammered in disbelief. Xiao Nuo chuckled coldly. High-grade spiritual armor? Wrong answer. With that, he spun around, launching a devastating punch into thin air. Thud. A heavy figure was sent flying, crashing to the ground as the invisibility effect dissipated. The leader of the assassins lay sprawled on the ground, his face pale with fear. Meanwhile, the two injured assassins, despite their weakened state, mustered their remaining strength and charged at Xiao Nuo once more. Kill him! They roared desperately. But already wounded, they were no match for Xiao Nuo. With a swift motion, Xiao Nuo's figure flickered like a phantom, and in an instant, he seized the throat of the first man in black. His fingers clenched with terrifying force as he lifted the man and flung him outward. The man was tossed like a kite with a severed string, hurtling dozens of meters before crashing heavily to the ground. After a few spasms, he lay motionless. The second man in black seized the opportunity to charge forward, his palm igniting with tangible flames as he struck at Xiao Nuo with a fierce cry. Blazing palm strike, he roared, bringing his fiery hand down with devastating force. Bang! The moment the strike landed, the energy dispersed, and a steel-like counterforce shattered the bones in his hand. Ah! He screamed in agony, but before he could react, Xiao Nuo's backhanded strike whipped across his face. Thud! Another muffled sound echoed as the man's head burst like a watermelon, spraying blood in all directions. Xiao Nuo's movements were seamless, his actions precise and unhurried. In mere moments, the slaughter was complete. Blood rained down on the mountain platform, painting a horrifying scene. The last remaining man in black, their leader, was paralyzed with fear at the sight. Xiao Nuo now stood like a terrifying god of death, exuding an aura of suffocating menace. Trembling, the man fumbled to retrieve a smoke talisman from his robe and smashed it to the ground with all his might. Boom! Thick smoke instantly enveloped the entire platform. Taking advantage of the chaos, the man turned and fled without a second glance, running for his life. Below the platform, Luo Ning, Li Ran, Wu Ao, and Lai Tao had witnessed everything, their faces frozen in disbelief. Just days ago, they had parted ways with Xiao Nuo on bad terms. Yet now they were first-hand witnesses to his terrifying power. Is this his true strength? A young woman in the group asked shakily. Luo Ning and Li Ran exchanged a glance, their expressions a mixture of shock and confusion. Li Ran furrowed his brow and said in a low voice, "It seems he was holding back all along." Wu Ao and Lai Tao were pale as ghosts, their fear evident. Wu Ao, in particular, was trembling so violently that his legs could barely support him. At that moment, Xiao Nuo had already left the platform, striding alone into the distance. In the midsection of the bone-melting mountain range, a pavilion stood amidst the rocky terrain. Zhou Yufu, a high-ranking elder of the Juexian Hall, stood in her moon-white robe, her demeanor regal yet icy. Gazing into the distant valley, she murmured, "Zhouan, I will avenge you. Rest in peace." Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Zhou Yufu turned slightly, her cold eyes falling on the panting figure of the black-clad assassin who had fled earlier. His face was filled with terror. "I found him, but the mission failed," the assassin stammered, his voice trembling. Zhou Yufu's expression darkened instantly. "Useless. What good are you to me?" The assassin, unwilling to take the blame silently, retorted, "I should be asking you that. You said the target was no stronger than the 5th level of the Foundation establishment realm. Yet we had 6 at the 7th level and 5 at the 8th. Any one of them should have been able to take him down. And what happened? I'm the only one left alive. All the others were slaughtered on the spot." "What did you say?" Zhou Yufu's disbelief was palpable. 10 assassins at the 7th and 8th levels of Foundation establishment, all killed? That's impossible. Did you target the wrong person? At that moment, a calm yet chilling voice interrupted, "They didn't make a mistake." Zhou Yufu's heart tightened as she turned to see Xiao Nuo approaching, his presence commanding and overwhelming. The assassin's face turned ashen. "You?" Xiao Nuo sneered. "Did you really think you could escape? If not for your escape, how else would I have found the mastermind behind all of this? If that weren't the case, why would you have led me to the mastermind behind all this?" As soon as Xiao Nuo finished speaking, the black-clad assassin broke into a cold sweat, his hands clenching involuntarily. Xiao Nuo turned to look at Zhou Yufu, his gaze calm and unsurprised. He had long anticipated that the only person in the mysterious Mist Sect who could monitor his every move was none other than her. "Elder Zhou, it's been a while," Xiao Nuo said with a tone that carried a faint trace of mockery. "Humph." Zhou Yufu let out a cold snort, her eyes sharp as blades. "Your stupidity, however, has exceeded my expectations." Xiao Nuo arched an eyebrow and retorted, "Oh, they couldn't kill me, and you think you can?" A murderous glint flashed across Zhou Yufu's face, her eyes gleaming with icy resolve. When news of the mission's failure reached her, her first instinct had been to deal with Xiao Nuo personally. She hadn't expected him to walk right into her hands. Hiring assassins had merely been a ploy to track his whereabouts. Remaining composed, Xiao Nuo continued, "In that case, you'd better hurry. There's a group of nosy spectators following close behind. If they catch us here, Elder Zhou, how will you explain yourself to the sect?" Zhou Yufu's eyes narrowed as she listened intently. Sure enough, faint voices could be heard in the distance. She sneered. "One strike is all I need to end you." Before the words had fully left her lips, a powerful aura erupted from Zhou Yufu. She leapt from the pavilion, suspending herself midair. Her left hand spread wide, gathering streams of energy from all directions into her palm, forming a blade of terrifying sharpness. "Dark Een Blade." Slash! Zhou Yufu shouted, her sleeve sweeping as a surge of power erupted from her hand. The blade, like a streak of dark lightning, shot straight toward Xiao Nuo. The Dark Een Blade was a devastating technique, crafted by condensing the wielder's spiritual power into a blade. Its potency grew with the user's cultivation. With Zhou Yufu's strength, it was more than capable of claiming lives from a distance. The blade, enveloped in swirling black energy, reached Xiao Nuo in the blink of an eye. Sensing the deadly threat, Xiao Nuo wasted no time in equipping his Frost Origin Gauntlet. A surge of icy wind erupted around him. Boom! The Frost Origin Gauntlet clashed Hedon with the Dark Een Blade, unleashing a shockwave of energy. The ground beneath Xiao Nuo cracked, and shards of stone scattered like a swarm of locusts. Xiao Nuo was forced back several meters, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. However, Zhou Yufu's shock was far greater. This boy had actually withstood her Dark Een Blade? Not bad, kid. It seems I underestimated you. No wonder those assassins met their end so easily. Zhou Yufu said coldly as she descended swiftly from above. Her eyes gleamed with a deadly light, and blue star-like patterns began to form in her right palm. "You've hidden your strength well, but you made one fatal mistake coming here to find me." Zhou Yufu roared, her voice laced with fury. Supreme Starflow Palm. The pressure from her palm was overwhelming, unstoppable. The blue star patterns in her hand rotated rapidly, condensing into a sphere of immense energy. Xiao Nuo could feel the terrifying power within it, far surpassing the Dark Een Blade. A faint red glow flickered in Xiao Nuo's eyes, and he wasted no time responding. Six-fold Shattering Strike. With a deafening clash, their attacks collided. The explosive force shook the earth, creating cracks that spread outward while the shockwaves tore through the surroundings. Xiao Nuo was thrown back once again, retreating over 10 meters. Blood churned in his veins, and a thin trickle escaped the corner of his mouth. Yet his eyes burned with an unyielding fighting spirit. "2 strikes now, Elder Zhou. You'd better pick up the pace." Zhou Yufu's face darkened with disbelief. A mere Foundation establishment cultivator like Xiao Nuo had managed to endure her attacks with only minor injuries. Any ordinary cultivator at his level would have been reduced to pulp by now. And yet, here he stood. Noticing the approaching figures in the distance, Zhou Yufu's frustration boiled over. She snarled, "You wretched brat. I'll tear you to pieces today." With a metallic hiss, another Dark Een Blade materialized in Zhou Yufu's left palm, radiating lethal intent. She hurled it forward, then immediately launched herself after it, closing in on Xiao Nuo with alarming speed. Xiao Nuo's gaze sharpened. His left hand donned the Frost Origin Gauntlet, while his right hand wielded a sinister black blade. As the Dark Een Blade approached, he shifted his stance, splitting into 2 shadowy afterimages that darted in opposite directions. Phantom Slash. The 2 afterimages weaved toward Zhou Yufu from opposite sides, executing a pincer attack. This was the first move of the Sky Shadow Sect's Phantom Sword technique Phantom Slash. While most opponents would be thrown off by this maneuver, Zhou Yufu, a seasoned elder of the mysterious Mist Sect, immediately saw through Xiao Nuo's true position. "Oomph! Petty tricks," she scoffed, striking decisively at the left afterimage. Boom! A heavy burst of energy resonated through the air as Zhou Yufu precisely intercepted Xiao Nuo's incoming ice punch with a firm palm strike. The ground beneath them fractured, sending shards of debris scattering in all directions, while turbulent currents of energy roared around them. White ice swirls danced like fleeting shadows in the air. In that fleeting moment, the black demonic blade in Xiao Nuo's hand suddenly let out a resounding dragon's roar. Roar! The sudden, piercing sound momentarily disoriented Zhou Yufu's mind. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Nuo's blade, sharp and merciless, was already closing in on her throat. But Zhou Yufu, a seasoned elder, was far from an easy target. She quickly steadied her thoughts, her figure flashing as she narrowly evaded the fatal strike with remarkable precision. Hiss! Although she managed to avoid the lethal blow, the edge of the demonic blade still managed to tear through her shoulder garment. Zhou Yufu swiftly turned her body to shield the exposed fair skin, her eyes flashing with a frost-like chill that seemed capable of freezing everything in its path. Not far away, a black-clad assassin stood in stunned silence, watching the scene unfold. He could hardly believe that even someone as skilled as Zhou Yufu couldn't subdue Xiao Nuo. At that moment, several figures emerged swiftly from the forest: Luoning, Li Ran, and others. Zhou Yufu's heart sank as she realized she couldn't afford to continue the fight. Killing Xiao Nuo being discovered was trivial compared to the potential consequences. If this incident jeopardized Liang Xingchen's chance to become a core disciple, it would be a significant problem. She still needed Liang Xingchen to help her ascend to the higher echelons of the ethereal sect. At such a critical moment, she couldn't leave any evidence behind. After all, as the top-ranked newcomer of the year, Xiao Nuo's every move was under the sect's scrutiny. I'll let you live a few more days, Zhou Yufu said coldly, her gaze suddenly shifting to the black-clad assassin. Before he could react, she waved her hand, and a dark blade shot out like lightning. Slash! The sharp blade cut through the assassin's throat in an instant, a crimson arc of blood painting the air as his head fell to the ground. Without hesitation, Zhou Yufu turned and disappeared into the distance, her figure a streak of white light. That woman is ruthless, Xiao Nuo narrowed his eyes, shaking his head slightly. With the black-clad assassin's death, Zhou Yufu had effectively erased any evidence. Even if Xiao Nuo reported her to the sect leader, there would be no concrete proof. Xiao Nuo exhaled deeply, muttering to himself, with my current strength, facing someone of Zhou Yufu's caliber is still too much of a stretch. The tower spirit responded, that woman is at the 9th level of the Qi mastery realm. Even with the use of the Bloodburst Spirit Pearl, you are still at a disadvantage. The 9th level of Qi mastery is but a step away from the Spirit Communion realm. Moreover, Zhou Yufu is only around 30 years old and still in her prime of innate talent. Her future achievements will likely be significant. The fact that she holds the position of elder at such a young age speaks volumes about her capabilities. You need not rush. Your bronze ancient physique has just begun to take shape, and the growth in your physical strength is only starting. As your power stabilizes, your ability to fight across levels will only improve. Xiao Nuo nodded silently, offering no further comment. In truth, Xiao Nuo was not reckless. He was well aware of Zhou Yufu's formidable strength, but he also knew she wouldn't dare act against him openly. Even as an elder of the ethereal sect, killing someone required a legitimate reason. No one could prove that Zhouen's death was Xiao Nuo's doing. And even if they could, it had occurred before Xiao Nuo formally joined the sect. Now that he was an official disciple, he was, to some extent, under the sect's protection. Xiao Nuo had anticipated Luoning, Li Ran, and the others following behind. So long as Zhou Yufu couldn't kill him in the first instant, she would have to abandon her plan. Of course, if Zhou Yufu were more ruthless, she could have silenced all witnesses, but the risk of doing so would have been far greater. If the sect investigated, the consequences would be severe. By now, Luoning, Li Ran, and the others had arrived by Xiao Nuo's side. Although they hadn't seen Zhou Yufu, the traces of the battle left behind were enough to astonish them. What on earth caused this destruction? Li Ran asked gravely. Luoning hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Xiao Nuo, are you all right? Who were those people? Xiao Nuo didn't answer. Instead, he walked over to the severed head of the black-clad assassin and yanked off the cloth, covering the man's face. A pale face was revealed. Luoning and Li Ran showed no reaction, but Lian Tao's expression suddenly shifted. That man is Handian? That person? Handian? Lieta's expression changed dramatically, and he blurted out without thinking. Beside him, Wu Ao instinctively took a step forward, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Hearing this, Xiao Nuo immediately stood up, his sharp gaze darting between Lieta and Wu Ao. The two met Xiao Nuo's eyes, and their expressions grew even more tense. Lieta quickly explained, we just know him. We have no other connection with him. Their voices trembled with fear, worried that Xiao Nuo might suspect they had summoned these assassins. Curious, Luoning interjected. Who is Handian? Lieta gave a brief explanation. He used to be a disciple of Juetian Hall, but he violated the sect's rules and was expelled. Wu Ao added. Later, I heard he joined Shirley Yin Yu. Shirley Yin Yulu? The most mysterious assassin organization? Luoning exclaimed. She didn't know Handian, but she had heard of Shirley Yin Yulu's infamous reputation. Li Ran squinted his eyes with interest and said, the entire Shirley Yin Yulu is said to be incredibly secretive. Their bases are scattered across the major regions of the eastern wastelands, and many nobles from various empires have fallen victim to their assassinations. Luoning suddenly understood. So, those people earlier must have been assassins from Shirley Yin Yulu? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, and their gazes toward Xiao Nuo became even more cautious. Xiao Nuo remained expressionless, but he had already deduced that these assassins were hired by Zhou Yufu. He pondered silently, If he could obtain the transaction records from Shirley Yin Yulu that proved Zhou Yufu had hired them, her position in the Miao sect would be in jeopardy. However, achieving this would be extremely difficult. Xiao Nuo had never had any dealings with Shirley Yin Yulu, and even if he knew their locations, obtaining solid evidence was an almost impossible task. Without saying much, Xiao Nuo turned and walked away. Luo Ning quickly followed, calling out, "Wait for us. Let's go together." She didn't doubt Xiao Nuo but felt that the Huagu Mountains were far too dangerous. With fierce beasts and assassins lurking around, it was only natural to rely on someone strong for protection. Time flew by, and over a month later, Xiao Nuo returned to the familiar Nirvana Hall of the Miao sect. Time truly healed all wounds, as the hall's atmosphere was no longer as gloomy as before. It seemed that everyone had gradually moved on from the grief of Lu Zhu's passing. Inside the Nirvana Hall, a single white flower placed above the seventh coffin stood out prominently. Lu Qing, Lan Meng, Chang Qing, and Guan Xiang stood in silence, all aware of the significance of that flower. "The acting hall master has returned," Guan Xiang said quietly. Lan Meng nodded slightly. Chang Qing asked, "Why isn't he meeting us?" Lan Meng speculated, "Perhaps he doesn't want us to see him in a vulnerable state." The group fell into silence. Just then, Xiao Nuo appeared outside the Nirvana Hall. "Junior brother? When did you get back?" Guan Xiang's eyes lit up as he quickly walked over. "Just now." Lan Meng also smiled as she approached and gave Xiao Nuo a pat on the shoulder. "A whole month without any news, we were worried sick. Chongqing and I were planning to head to the Huagu Mountains tomorrow to look for you." You seem to be in much better shape than before, right? I feel like junior brother's whole aura has changed," Guan Xiang remarked, studying Xiao Nuo closely. Xiao Nuo smiled faintly without elaborating. He raised his left hand, holding a bouquet of flowers. "I picked these in the Huagu Mountains. They're for senior brother Lu Zhu." A flicker of emotion passed through everyone's eyes. Though Xiao Nuo had only met Lu Zhu once, the memory of Lu Zhu's final moments was deeply etched in his heart, especially after learning that the 7 senior brothers and sisters of Nirvana Hall had all been killed by Feng Hanyu. Xiao Nuo's feelings were even more complicated. "That's very thoughtful of you," Lan Meng said with a soft smile. "Senior brother Lu Zhu would be happy to see this." Xiao Nuo nodded and walked into the hall, placing the flowers in front of Lu Zhu's coffin. He noticed another fresh white flower on the coffin lid, clearly placed there not long ago. At that moment, Lu Qing spoke. "It's getting late. Let's all get back to our respective tasks." The group nodded and began to disperse. Lu Qing then turned to Guanxiang and said, "Explain the details of the inner sect disciple assessment to Xiao Nuo. It's happening in a few days, and both of you will be participating." "So soon?" Guanxiang sounded surprised. Lan Meng replied, "It's not that soon. Junior brother Xiao Nuo even defeated Yuan Chengqian. This assessment shouldn't be too challenging for him." As she spoke, she gave Xiao Nuo a look of approval. The members of Nirvana Hall had already learned that Xiao Nuo had claimed the top spot among the newcomers. Furthermore, they heard from Guanxiang about his bold feat of publicly defeating Yuan Chengqian, a genius from Yuanlong Hall. This remarkable achievement made Lu Qing, Lan Meng, and the others take Xiao Nuo's future prospects even more seriously. As a result, they decided on the spot to let him participate in the inner sect assessment. "That makes sense." Guanxiang chimed in enthusiastically, and soon the group filed out of the main hall. As they walked, Guanxiang turned to Xiao Nuo with excitement and said, "With your strength, you'll easily become an inner sect disciple. Tomorrow morning, they'll take you to register." Xiao Nuo asked, puzzled, "Are you participating as well?" "Of course. Senior brother Lu Qing just mentioned it." Guanxiang nodded, noticing the confusion on Xiao Nuo's face. He quickly clarified, "Aren't you already a Tier 3 disciple?" "Oh, let me explain. This assessment has 2 stages." Slowing his pace, Guanxiang elaborated, "The first stage is ascending the skyward platform. Both outer sect disciples and Tier 3 disciples take part in this. If outer sect disciples succeed, they can advance to Tier 3 inner sect disciples. If they fail, they'll have to wait for the next opportunity." He paused, his tone becoming more serious. "But if Tier 3 disciples fail, they'll be demoted to outer sect disciples." Xiao Nuo's eyes widened in surprise. Tier 3 inner sect disciples can actually be demoted? Exactly. Guanxiang sighed. The competition in the ethereal sect is incredibly fierce. I've seen many people stuck in a cycle, bouncing between outer sect and Tier 3 disciple status. If I'm not careful, I might end up back as an outer sect disciple myself." He pursed his lips, clearly feeling the pressure of it all. Xiao Nuo chuckled lightly. "What about the second stage, then?" Guanxiang continued. "Once you ascend the skyward platform, the next step is to enter the illusory beast tower through it. The tower has 7 levels, each guarded by an illusory beast. The 10 people who clear the tower in the shortest time will be promoted to Tier 2 disciples." "Promoted straight to Tier 2? Xiao Nuo raised a surprised eyebrow. "Exactly. Guanxiang confirmed. But only the top 10 will be promoted directly. Everyone else, even if they pass the trial of the illusory beast tower, will remain Tier 3 disciples. As he spoke, Guanxiang patted Xiao Nuo on the shoulder, encouraging him. Junior brother, I'm rooting for you. I believe you can leap straight from outer sect disciple to Tier 2 disciple. Xiao Nuo casually asked, how difficult is it? Has anyone succeeded before? Guanxiang immediately replied, of course. Liang Xingqian from the Absolute Zenith Hall and Yuan Lixue from Yuanlong Hall both did it back in their day. The earth lay desolate, and the sky was shrouded in gloom. A massive, rusted iron sword jutted diagonally through the peak of a perilous mountain, like an eternal scar. Above the heavens, ominous, bloodthirsty birds and beasts circled endlessly. At the cliffs, bones piled high like mountains. This was Broken Sword Valley, infamously known as the Land of the Condemned. At this moment, on a ledge halfway up the mountain, a young woman in a pale long dress stood silently outside a cave. Her figure was tall and graceful, her curves alluring, her skin as fair as snow, and her long hair cascaded smoothly down her back. Her features were stunningly beautiful, her delicate face flawless. But what drew the most attention were her eyes clear and bright, yet carrying a hint of hardship and sorrow, a quiet melancholy hidden beneath their calm surface. The woman stood motionless at the cave's entrance, unwilling to step inside. She could not bear to face the skeletal remains within. She simply said in a detached tone, Senior brother Lu Zhu is dead. There was no response from the cave, nor could there be. Inside was only a skeleton, seated in meditation, lifeless for nearly 8 years. 8 years ago, that skeleton belonged to Ing Wuya, once the most renowned swordsman of the ethereal sect Piaomiaozong, and the head of Nirvana Hall, the most prestigious of its 5 great halls. His name had once shaken the eastern wastelands. But in the battle 8 years ago, he suffered a crushing defeat. Now, his name was long forgotten, and Nirvana Hall was further nailed to the pillar of shame. The woman outside the cave remained expressionless as she continued, Your 7 most cherished disciples, all of them died at the hands of the Tiangang sword sect. All for reclaiming the heaven burial sword. Her voice echoed faintly through the cave. Her eyes reddened slightly, and her tone trembled as she spoke again. Because of you, their bodies still lie unburied. Because of you, I had to take on the role of acting hall master. Because of you, Nirvana Hall has completely collapsed. You chose death to escape it all, leaving us to deal with the mess. A trace of sorrow flickered in her eyes. Her left hand trembled as she raised it, then clenched it into a fist. In a low voice, she murmured, Father. So this is what it means to be your daughter. It's so hard. So unbearably hard. A cold wind howled past, scattering leaves and dust across the ground. The woman tilted her head back, letting tears well up in her eyes without falling. Inside the cave, the lifeless skeleton remained seated in silence. The entire Broken Sword Valley was steeped in desolation. Time passed swiftly, and days turned into a blur. All disciples participating in the inner sect examination report to Beishi Peak immediately. At that moment, Beishi Peak was teeming with people. Spirit beasts soared through the skies, celestial cranes glided majestically, and magical artifacts radiated dazzling light. Numerous outer sect disciples and third-tier inner sect disciples gathered in the plaza, brimming with anticipation. It's happening. It's finally happening. The examination is here. Today, I'm going to become a second-tier inner sect disciple. One disciple exclaimed with excitement. You? A second-tier inner sect disciple? You'll be lucky if you don't get demoted to the outer sect. Another mocked. Enough. Enough. Stop talking nonsense. A third chimed in. Let me remind you, there are only 10 slots for second-tier disciples. It's a dogfight out there, scarce slots. Too many competitors. You might not even get a crumb. You're like a fly buzzing around. It's just an analogy. Don't take it so seriously. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, a thunderous explosion suddenly echoed through the sky. Moments later, several imposing figures descended, riding atop a massive black flood dragon. Roar! The black flood dragon was enormous, over 100 meters long. Its body covered in black-scaled armor like a suit of armor, its golden eyes gleaming with a fearsome aura. Wow! The crowd felt an overwhelming pressure spreading in all directions, leaving the disciples on Beishi Peak visibly awestruck. That's the Dark Luo Dragon. It's a general class beast. Show some respect, everyone. This is a big deal. On the dragon's back stood 3 men and 1 woman. At the center were a middle-aged man and a woman in a simple gauze dress, her face veiled with a thin fabric. It's the deputy master of Yuanlong Hall and the deputy master of Taihua Hall. Elder Xiao is here as well. This is what you call a grand occasion. The deputy master of Yuanlong Hall, Imo Huayuan, stood nearly 2 meters tall. Standing on the dragon's back, he resembled a commanding statue. The deputy master of Taihua Hall, Lin Ruayin, though over 35, looked no older than 27 or 28. Her veil obscured her face, but her deep, tranquil eyes made it hard for anyone to maintain eye contact. As for Elder Xiao, his reputation was equally illustrious. His lectures at the 24th transmission platform were always packed, and his signature verbose teachings were both loved and loathed by countless disciples. The four figures leaped gracefully onto the high platform in the center of the plaza, each taking a seat in the chairs prepared for them. Then, a coordinator stepped forward and announced in a booming voice, "The four examiners are in position. The assessment will now begin. Everyone, prepare yourselves." Without any unnecessary preamble, the examination commenced as soon as the time arrived. Mo Huayuan, Lin Ruayin, Elder Xiao, and the others remained composed, as they had witnessed such events countless times before. At the command of the assessment leader, the teleportation platform roared to life. In the center of the North Lizard Peak Plaza, a dazzling and intricate array suddenly appeared, with spiritual energy surging skyward. The formation rotated like a magnificent celestial wheel, its spiraling light converging into a massive sphere of energy, 100 meters in diameter, suspended high above the peak. The audience erupted in awe once again. Elder Xiao, seated beside Lin Ruayin, the deputy master of the Taihua Hall, yawned and rested his head on his hand, appearing unfazed by the spectacle. Lin Ruayin merely smiled faintly, maintaining her silence. The assessment leader briefly reiterated the rules. The assessment would proceed in 2 stages. In the first stage, reaching the Ascension platform would qualify participants as third-rank disciples. In the second stage, entering the Illusionary Beast Tower, the top 10 who reached the summit would advance to second-rank disciples. He emphasized that taking lives was strictly forbidden, warning of severe consequences for violators. With the command "begin," the crowd surged toward the teleportation array like a tidal wave. Guanxiang grabbed Xiao Nuo and hurriedly led him forward, reminding him, "Make sure to collect the Biexine spirit crystals. They're important." Before he could finish speaking, the two of them transformed into beams of light and disappeared into the energy sphere. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Nuo found himself in a dark and tranquil forest. It was his first time participating in the Inner Sect Disciple Assessment, and he felt both curious and uncertain. As he hesitated, his peripheral vision caught a faint green glow in the bushes. Squatting down to investigate, he discovered a floating emerald crystal, a small rhomboid-shaped gem, no larger than a pigeon's egg, with a gentle, wood-colored radiance flowing within. This must be a Biexine spirit crystal, Xiao Nuo thought with delight, surprised at how easily he had found one. However, as he reached out to take it, ancient cyan patterns suddenly surfaced on his palm. With a sharp crack, the crystal split open, and a thread of pure spiritual energy seeped into his body. The patterns on his palm glowed slightly brighter. Baffled, Xiao Nuo heard the tower spirit's explanation. "That was energy absorbed by your bronze ancient body. The spiritual energy within the Biexine spirit crystals is exceptionally pure. Your bronze ancient body is rather dominant. It will automatically absorb any usable energy if not restrained." Realizing what had happened, Xiao Nuo nodded in understanding. "So that's how it works." Senior brother Guanxiang was right. "This thing is definitely useful." Xiao Nuo's question made the tower spirit pause for a moment. It replied impatiently, "What do you take the Hongming dominant body technique for? Even if you absorbed all the Biexine spirit crystals on the entire arena, it's still impossible to reach the second level." Xiao Quan was left speechless, almost able to feel the disdainful gaze of the tower spirit. However, the tower spirit quickly changed its tone and added, "But if the amount of spiritual energy you absorb is substantial, it could strengthen the defense of your bronze ancient body a second time. It might even evolve into an all-encompassing shield." "A shield?" Xiao Nuo's eyes lit up. The tower spirit explained, "That's right. This shield is remarkably powerful. Even at its initial stage, its defense isn't inferior to some high-grade spiritual armor. The further you enhance it, the stronger it becomes. Combined with the inherent defensive power of the bronze ancient body, it will achieve double resistance." Double resistance? Xiao Nuo was stunned with excitement. The bronze ancient body alone could rival high-grade spiritual weapons. With an additional shield, it might even contend with supreme-grade spiritual weapons. He made up his mind immediately. First, gather the Biexine spirit crystals, then ascend the sky platform. The Inner Sect qualification tournament was in full swing. Every outer sect disciple of the Piaomiao sect was striving desperately to climb higher. Xiao Nuo traversed through a dense forest and arrived at an abandoned palace city. Before long, he found the 5th Biexine spirit crystal behind a collapsed palace pillar. Without hesitation, Xiao Nuo extended his hand and touched the crystal. With a crisp crack, a surge of pure spiritual energy flowed into his body. The ancient bronze patterns on his arm began to shimmer with a brilliant glow, further enhancing the power of his bronze ancient body. Not bad, Xiao Nuo thought to himself with delight. Initially, the effects of absorbing the crystals were subtle, but now, after 5 of them, he could clearly feel his physical strength increase. While there was still some way to go before forming the bronze shield, the progress was evident. Just as Xiao Nuo was about to leave, a sharp, icy spear came hurtling through the air. Xiao Nuo's eyes narrowed as he quickly sidestepped to evade. Boom! The spear pierced through the wall behind him, sending debris flying and cracks spreading. The force behind the strike was formidable. Hand it over! A cold, commanding voice rang out. Xiao Nuo looked up to see a young man with a chilling aura and cold, piercing eyes standing on the steps ahead. The man gazed down at Xiao Nuo with an air of disdain. Xiao Nuo remained composed and asked calmly, "You want the Bi-Exian spirit crystals?" The man replied coldly, "I don't like wasting words. Hand over every single Bi-Exian spirit crystal you have. If you dare hide even one, I'll break your arms and legs." Before the man finished speaking, Xiao Nuo suddenly chuckled. The man's eyes grew colder. "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Nuo raised his eyes, a faint smirk on his lips. "I just realized. I could have skipped the hard work and simply taken them from others." Xiao Nuo stood on the steps of the ruined palace, a mocking smile tugging at the corner of his lips. His gaze rested on the young man opposite him, whose expression was fierce as he began to declare his identity. "I am the 10th-ranked disciple among the third grade." Before the man could finish his sentence, a burst of blue energy erupted, shattering the ground beneath them. In the blink of an eye, he was sent flying, coughing up blood as he crashed heavily to the ground. Xiao Nuo walked forward unhurriedly, extending his hand. "Hand it over. If you dare to hide even one, I'll break your arms and legs." The threat contrasted sharply with the young man's earlier bravado. Stunned, the man staggered backward. "Why you stay away?" Trembling, he fumbled behind him, pulling out a cloth pouch and tossing it over in panic. "Here, take it. It's all yours." Xiao Nuo caught it effortlessly and casually untied the knot. 7 or 8 emerald green spirit crystals gleamed temptingly under the sunlight. No wonder so many people turn to robbery. It really is the fastest way to get rich. Xiao Nuo muttered to himself as he turned to leave. Just then, the sharp sound of a spear being drawn echoed behind him. The man, unwilling to accept his loss, ripped a long spear from the wall and charged at Xiao Nuo's back. "Give it back to me." The spear struck Xiao Nuo's back, but snapped in two instantly. The young man's face turned pale, disbelief written all over his features as he stared at his now broken low-tier spiritual weapon. Xiao Nuo turned slowly, his eyes gleaming with cold light. "So, you don't keep your word, huh?" Before the man could respond, Xiao Nuo delivered a powerful kick to his chest. A sickening crack rang out as the man's ribs fractured, sending him flying over 10 meters away. "Looks like you'll be dropping in rank now. Almighty 10th-rank genius," Xiao Nuo mocked before striding off. The young man lay sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from his mouth, completely unable to continue his journey to the ascension platform. This failure meant he would be demoted to an outer disciple. Such was the unforgiving nature of the rules at the Miao sect. An hour later, in another abandoned city, 3 inner disciples knelt reluctantly before Xiao Nuo, each handing over their spirit crystals with great reluctance. Xiao Nuo took the pouch and sighed, shaking his head. "I guess I'm just too kind. I can't bring myself to be as proactive as you guys." The 3 disciples' faces darkened, silently cursing his words as blatant mockery. In reality, Xiao Nuo hadn't actively attacked anyone. Instead, he had strategically displayed his spirit crystals to lure others into robbing him, only to turn the tables and take their belongings instead. "Thanks for the generous donations," Xiao Nuo said lightly. The 3 men exchanged glances, anger simmering but unspoken. Suddenly, the sharp-featured young man in the middle spoke up. "You like preying on others, don't you?" Xiao Nuo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The young man continued, "There's a place that's perfect for someone like you. About 3 miles from here is an abandoned royal palace. Someone's deliberately scattering spirit crystals at the entrance, waiting to ambush anyone who takes the bait." "And how do you know this?" Xiao Nuo asked. "We saw it with our own eyes from a distance. Those people have already amassed dozens of spirit crystals. If you're bold enough to go, you could walk away with a hefty reward." A glint of interest flashed in Xiao Nuo's eyes. "Thanks for the tip. I'll return the favor, 1 spirit crystal each." With that, he tossed 3 crystals to the group. The trio was left speechless, torn between frustration and disbelief. A robber who actually gave something back. What a peculiar character. As Xiao Nuo walked away, the young man on the left whispered, "You're trying to get him killed, aren't you? Do you even know who's there?" "That's the 2nd-ranked disciple among the 3rd grade." The sharp-featured man sneered. "Oomph. If he wants to prey on others, they'll just give him a little push in the right direction." "Exactly. He stole our spirit crystals. Why should we feel sorry for him?" the 3rd disciple chimed in. The 3 exchanged knowing looks and said no more. Moments later, Xiao Nuo arrived at the abandoned palace. The area was eerily silent, as if no one had ever set foot there. His sharp eyes immediately spotted a spirit crystal hovering on the steps at the palace entrance, with another one visible further up. They've made this far too obvious, Xiao Nuo thought with amusement. The spirit crystals were placed so conspicuously, and in such abundance, that it was clear this was a trap. But since he had decided to turn the tables, he would play along. Without hesitation, Xiao Nuo approached the palace entrance and picked up the first spirit crystal. Not bad, there's more up ahead, he said loudly, deliberately raising his voice to ensure those inside could hear him. After accepting the emerald spirit crystals at the top of the stairs, Xiao Nuo stepped into the palace without hesitation. Despite its dilapidated exterior, the interior was remarkably well preserved. His gaze was immediately drawn to 3 floating emerald spirit crystals in the center of the hall. Not bad. Definitely worth the trip. Xiao Nuo thought to himself with a surge of excitement. In a flash, he appeared at the center and reached out for the crystals. However, the moment his fingers touched one, a sharp whooshing sound came from above. Bang! A massive iron cage suddenly crashed down, trapping Xiao Nuo inside. Almost instantly, 7 or 8 figures emerged from both sides of the palace, surrounding him as a chilling, murderous aura filled the air. Ha ha ha, another fish caught in the net? A smug voice echoed from deeper within the palace. A young man and woman stepped forward leisurely. The man carried himself with an air of arrogance, his expression brimming with conceit. The woman, equally smug, exuded unrestrained glee. Let's see who's come to deliver us more spirit crystals this time. The woman sneered as she approached. But the moment her eyes fell on Xiao Nuo within the cage, her expression hardened into icy hostility. It's you. Xiao Nuo glanced up and recognized her immediately. It was Liang Ji, the younger sister of Liang Xingchen. Over a month ago, during the newcomer trials to ascend the celestial ladder, Liang Ji and Zhou had ambushed Xiao Nuo. The result? Zhou lost his head, and Liang Ji was left crippled, losing a leg in the process. Junior sister Liang, do you know him? The young man beside her asked curiously. Liang Ji scoffed, her eyes blazing with hatred. Him? He's nothing. Why would I know someone like him? Xiao Nuo raised an eyebrow and said, Liang Xingchen sure has his ways. Not only did he get you into the sect as a disciple, but he even managed to reattach your leg. You dare speak my brother's name? Liang Ji sneered contemptuously. My leg was reattached by the vice palace master of the absolute immortal hall himself. Privileges like mine are something you'll never get to enjoy. With that, Liang Ji's expression turned cold. She focused her energy, and with a swift motion of her hand, a long sword bathed in silver lightning appeared in her grip. The blade crackled with electric energy, as if alive with the fury of a storm. Even the young man beside her couldn't hide his envy at the sight of such a superior spiritual weapon. Pointing her sword at Xiao Nuo, Liang Ji declared, This time, I'll make you pay for everything with interest. The young man chuckled lightly and said, Junior sister Liang, don't be too hasty. According to the rules, killing isn't allowed during the trial, but you could always cut off his limbs and destroy his dantian. That way, he'll live out the rest of his life as a useless cripple. Liang Ji's face twisted into a venomous grin. Senior brother Shanji, your suggestion aligns perfectly with my thoughts. Before her words fully landed, Liang Ji lunged forward, her sword thrusting through the iron bars, aiming straight for Xiao Nuo's face. This time, you won't escape. Clang. The blade let out a sharp, resonating hum but stopped abruptly just as it was about to reach Xiao Nuo. To everyone's shock, Xiao Nuo had pinched the sword's edge between 2 fingers, holding it effortlessly. What? Liang Ji was stunned. Shin Ji's brows furrowed deeply, his disbelief palpable. A mocking smile played on Xiao Nuo's lips. You haven't improved at all, have you? Even with a superior spiritual weapon in your hands, it's nothing but a waste. With a flick of his wrist, Xiao Nuo unleashed a burst of energy. Bang! Sword energy erupted, lightning crackled, and the iron cage was instantly shattered into fragments. Liang Ji's arm went numb, forcing her to release the sword as she stumbled backward in shock. How dare you? Shunji roared as he charged forward, his fist striking like a bolt of lightning aimed at Xiao Nuo. Step back. As a cultivator at the 9th level of the Foundation establishment stage and ranked second among third-class disciples, Shun Ji's attack was not only meant to protect Liang Ji but also to curry favor with Liang Xingchen. However, he had severely underestimated Xiao Nuo, who was no longer the same as before. Bang! Shin Ji's powerful punch landed squarely on Xiao Nuo's right palm. The force, which should have shattered bones and tendons, dissipated entirely the moment it made contact with Xiao Nuo's hand. Shin Ji's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what had just happened. Wasn't it you who said you'd cut off my limbs? Xiao Nuo asked coldly. Furious, Shunji growled. Let go. As you wish, Xiao Nuo replied calmly. A surge of explosive power erupted from his palm, sending shockwaves through Shun Ji's arm. With a sickening crack, blood sprayed into the air as Shun Ji's arm was severed at the midpoint. Aha! Shun Ji let out an ear-piercing scream of agony. Liang Ji and the others blocking the palace entrance froze in disbelief, their faces ashen. Xiao Nuo looked down at Shun Ji with icy detachment. Is this enough? Before anyone could react, Xiao Nuo swung the superior spiritual sword in his hand. A flash of lightning illuminated the hall, and Shun Ji's leg was severed cleanly, blood splattering everywhere. Boom! A dazzling flash of lightning-like sword light streaked across the air, instantly blinding Liang Zi and her group. With a sickening sound, Shun Ji's leg was severed and flung several meters away. The faces of the onlookers changed dramatically, their eyes widening in shock as they stared at the scene in utter disbelief. Shunji, the prodigious second-ranked disciple among the third-year students, a young man who had already reached the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm, was reduced to such a state in a single exchange with Xiao Nuo, one arm and one leg severed an unimaginable defeat. Ah! Shunji let out a blood-curdling scream, his eyes bloodshot, his body swaying as fear and rage wrestled within him. Sister Liang Zi, save me, he pleaded, his voice trembling as he called out for help. But Liang Zi was in no position to help. Despite being the sister of Liang Xingchen, she found herself without anyone to shield her. The gruesome scene before her eyes dragged her mind back to her encounter with Xiao Nuo on the celestial ladder. It was clear that Xiao Nuo had no fear of Liang Xingchen's reputation. Xiao Nuo glared coldly at the panicked Shunji, the lightning-infused sword in his hand flashing once more. Next time, watch your mouth, he said icily. Before the words had fully landed, a crescent-shaped arc of lightning sword energy shot out with a sharp whistle. Swoosh! The blinding sword light struck again. Shunji, still crying out for help, suddenly felt a chilling sensation in his mouth. In the blink of an eye, half of his tongue was severed and flew out. He collapsed heavily onto the ground, unable to even scream anymore. All that remained in his eyes was endless terror, his anger completely extinguished. Liang Zi was so horrified by what she had just witnessed that her legs gave out, and she collapsed weakly to the ground. A wave of fear surged through her heart as she stared at Xiao Nuo, trembling uncontrollably. The others in the group were equally pale with fright, none daring to take a single step forward. Shin Ji's fate was a grim reminder of the consequences of underestimating Xiao Nuo. Just because he had threatened to sever Xiao Nuo's limbs and turn him into a cripple, the tables had turned, leaving him in this pitiful state. This marked the end of Shunji. With his former strength, passing through the illusory demon tower and advancing to second-tier disciple status would have been effortless. But now, he wouldn't even make it to the ascension platform. Hand them over, Xiao Nuo demanded coldly, extending his hand toward Liang Zi and the others. All of you are by Xian spirit crystals. The command sent a fresh wave of panic through the group. A glance at Shun Ji's miserable state was enough to silence any thoughts of resistance. Trembling, the others quickly fished out their by Xian spirit crystals and handed them over. Liang Zi, though reluctant, gritted her teeth and produced over 20 crystals. You can take the spirit crystals, but return the Thundercry sword to me, Liang Zi said in a shaky voice. Clang! Before she could finish, Xiao Nuo's sword flicked, and the spirit crystals flew from her hand. With a casual motion, Xiao Nuo pocketed all the crystals. Liang Zi's eyes burned with anger. The Thundercry sword was a gift from my brother. Before she could say more, the Thundercry sword slashed through the air, leaving a fresh wound on her body. Crimson blood splattered as the brilliant sword light faded. Liang Zi froze in terror, unable to even cry out, as the sharp tip of the sword pressed against her throat. Stay quiet, or your head might just roll off, Xiao Nuo's icy voice cut through the air, sending shivers down her spine. She immediately clamped her mouth shut, trembling like a frightened bird as she stared at him. The others stood frozen, rooted to the spot. Xiao Nuo's ruthless display had left them too terrified to move, even the mention of Liang Xingchen's name failing to intimidate him in the slightest. Please don't kill me, Liang Zi stammered, shaking her head in desperation. She had completely forgotten that this was merely a trial arena where killing was forbidden. Even if she had remembered, she couldn't be certain Xiao Nuo wouldn't leave her in the same state as Shunji. Answer one question, and I'll let you keep your limbs intact, Xiao Nuo said coldly. Liang Zi nodded repeatedly, her fear evident. Back at the celestial ladder, why did you and Zhou try to kill me? Xiao Nuo demanded. Zhou and it was Zhou's idea, Liang Zi stuttered, trembling as she replied. And what did he say? Xiao Nuo pressed. He said. Liang Zi hesitated. The next moment, the Thundercry sword pressed deeper into her flesh, drawing a thin line of blood from her neck. It was my brother, Liang Zi broke down, clutching her head in despair. Zhou told me my brother ordered him to ambush you on the way, so. Xiao Nuo's expression remained unchanged, as though he had expected this answer. Yet his gaze grew even colder. I've told you everything, please don't kill me, Liangzi begged, her earlier arrogance completely gone. Xiao Nuo withdrew his sword and cast a frigid glance at the group. Get lost. Relieved but still paralyzed with fear, Liangzi found herself too weak to stand. The others quickly rushed to help, lifting both her and the bloodied Shunji before retreating hurriedly from the ruins of the abandoned palace. Liang Xingqian, Xiao Nuo muttered, his eyes narrowing as a chilling aura emanated from him. He then planted the Thundercry sword into the ground and began organizing the Bi-Exian spirit crystals he had taken from Liang Zi and her group, along with those he had collected earlier. After counting them, a rare smile appeared on his facete. Turned out he now had over 200 crystals in total. Absorbing all these spirit crystals should be enough to form the bronze shield, right? Xiao Nuo mused aloud. Just barely. You can give it a try, the tower spirit responded. Xiao Nuo nodded in agreement, then found a clean spot to sit cross-legged. Closing his eyes, he focused his mind and activated the Hongmeng Overlord body technique within him. Instantly, a surge of powerful energy coursed through his body. In a flash, ancient bronze patterns surfaced on his arms, becoming increasingly vivid and luminous. The 200 or so Bi-Exian spirit crystals, suspended in front of Xiao Nuo, suddenly shattered with a crisp crack. Pure spiritual energy rose like phantoms, swirling and dancing around Xiao Nuo. In mere moments, these green crystalline phantoms, resembling enchanting sprites, floated up and down before being drawn by an invisible force into Xiao Nuo's body, flowing through his meridians. The refined spiritual energy was swiftly processed by the ancient bronze physique. Xiao Nuo could clearly feel streams of energy converging from all directions, forming a cyan vortex that revolved around him. Suddenly, a deep and ancient humming sound resonated from within his body, and a cyan light gradually expanded outward. Moments later, a circular bronze shield exuding an ancient aura materialized around him. The shield seemed to hover between reality and illusion, with mottled bronze patterns flowing across its surface. Ripple-like waves emanated outward from beneath Xiao Nuo, resembling the gentle undulations of water. His eyes shimmered with cyan light, and a joyful smile appeared on his face. It worked, Xiao Nuo thought, feeling a surge of excitement. Just then, the tower spirit spoke in a timely manner. This is merely the initial stage. If your cultivation level were higher, this bronze shield would be much more solid. Indeed, the bronze shield Xiao Nuo had just formed was not entirely stable, with certain areas even appearing translucent. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied. After all, even at its initial stage, the bronze shield was strong enough to withstand the power of high-grade spiritual weapons. At that moment, a sudden rumble of wind and thunder erupted outside the abandoned palace. Xiao Nuo's heart skipped a beat as he quickly withdrew the bronze shield and pulled the Lei Li sword from the ground. He hurried outside, only to see dark clouds gathering in the sky, blotting out the sun. A solemn voice echoed from the heavens. The first phase of the assessment is nearing its end. Disciples who have not yet reached the Deng Xiao platform, please hurry. I repeat, the first phase of the assessment is nearing its end. Disciples who have not yet reached the Deng Xiao platform, please hurry. The majestic announcement reverberated across the entire arena. Xiao Nuo's expression grew serious as he realized it was time to head to the Deng Xiao platform. The Deng Xiao platform marked the endpoint of the first phase of the assessment. Outer sect disciples who successfully reached the top would be promoted to third-grade inner sect disciples, while current third-grade inner sect disciples could solidify their rank. This massive tiered platform had 10 levels, each consisting of 1,000 steps, for a total of 10,000 steps. The steps were broad, making anyone standing on them seem small and insignificant. As the assessment neared its conclusion, participants began their final sprint. Some dashed forward with incredible speed, while others struggled to move, their steps slow and labored. At the base of the Deng Xiao platform, Guanxiang anxiously scanned his surroundings, furrowing his brows. Where's junior brother Xiao Nuo? The assessment is almost over. What could he still be doing at a time like this? As the crowd behind him thinned, Guanxiang grew increasingly restless. Just as he was about to lose patience, a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. Junior brother, over here, Guanxiang called out, waving toward Xiao Nuo. Xiao Nuo approached and asked, Senior brother, why haven't you started climbing yet? I was waiting for you. Come on, we don't have much time left. Let's go, Guanxiang urged. Xiao Nuo nodded, and the two prepared to ascend. However, Guanxiang suddenly took out 3 Bi-Exian spirit crystals. Seeing Xiao Nuo remain motionless, he asked in confusion, where are your Bi-Exian spirit crystals? Huh, what do we need them for? Xiao Nuo was taken aback. Guanxiang's eyes widened. Didn't I tell you? You need to collect Bi-Exian spirit crystals. They are essential for climbing the Deng Xiao platform. Xiao Nuo's expression turned awkward. He had indeed gathered a significant number of Bi-Exian spirit crystals, but he had already used them all. Guanxiang pointed toward the climbers and explained, The Dengxiao platform isn't an ordinary high platform. It releases a powerful pressure as you climb. The Bi-Xian spirit crystals are used to resist that pressure. The more crystals you have, the faster you can ascend. With fewer crystals, your pace slows. And without any crystals, you won't be able to climb at all. Hearing this, Xiao Nuo suddenly understood had completely misinterpreted Guanxiang's earlier instructions. He had assumed the Bi-Xian spirit crystals were merely resources provided for the competition, never realizing they were the key to ascending the platform. Looking up, he noticed that all the climbers were enveloped in a layer of cyan flame-like energy, varying in intensity. Those with deeper-colored flames climbed swiftly, while those with lighter flames struggled. Some were even at a standstill, each step forward seeming like an insurmountable challenge. Guanxiang asked seriously, "You didn't manage to get even one by Xian Lingjing?" Xiao Nuo shook his head, his expression tinged with helplessness. "To be precise, I didn't manage to keep even one." Guanxiang felt a headache coming on, but he didn't blame Xiao Nuo. Instead, he rubbed his temples and blamed himself. "It's my fault, my fault. I should have made things clear to you earlier." Time was running out, and Guanxiang made a swift decision. "Junior brother, you go up to the Dengxiao platform." As he spoke, he handed over 3 by Xian Lingjing crystals to Xiao Nuo. "What about you?" Xiao Nuo took the crystals but didn't immediately accept them. Guanxiang's tone was firm. "Don't worry about me. Senior brother Lu Qing told me to look after you, and it's my fault for not explaining things properly. The responsibility is mine." He knew Xiao Nuo was exceptionally capable and had the potential to directly advance to a second-tier disciple. However, this also meant that Guanxiang himself would face the risk of being demoted if he, as a third-tier disciple, failed to ascend the platform. He would fall to the ranks of the outer sect disciples. Even so, Guanxiang unhesitatingly offered up his own 3 by Xian Lingjing crystals. Xiao Nuo felt a warmth in his heart, silently admiring his senior brother's selflessness. "Take them already. There's no time left," Guanxiang urged, his voice filled with urgency. Unexpectedly, Xiao Nuo gently pushed Guanxiang's hand back. "You go up first. I have my own way," he said with quiet confidence. Guanxiang was puzzled. "What way? We're the last 2 here. Even if you wanted to snatch crystals from others, there's no one left. Without the protection of Bi-Xian Lingjing, it's impossible to climb to the top." Xiao Nuo shook his head, his gaze steady and resolute. "Don't worry about me. Just head to the top of the Dengxiao platform and wait for me there." But Guanxiang wanted to say more, but Xiao Nuo interrupted him. "If you trust me, then turn around and go," Xiao Nuo said firmly. Guanxiang hesitated for a moment, but was ultimately convinced by the calm determination in Xiao Nuo's eyes. He nodded. "All right, but you must come up, or senior brother Lu Qing will definitely punish me." Xiao Nuo gave a solemn nod. Without further delay, Guanxiang tightly gripped the 3 by Xian Lingjing crystals and quickly ascended the platform. The radiant green glow of the crystals formed a protective barrier around him, allowing him to move swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared beyond the steps. Boom! Not long after Guanxiang left, the sky above the 9 heavens rumbled with thunder once more. A majestic and commanding voice echoed across the area. "Only half a quarter of an hour remains for the first stage of the trial. Those who fail to ascend the platform within this time will be eliminated. I repeat, only half a quarter of an hour remains. Once the time is up, anyone who has not reached the top of the platform will be disqualified." Disqualified meant that even those still climbing the steps would be eliminated. The participants already on the stairs quickened their pace in a frenzy. Standing at the base of the platform, Xiao Nuo scanned his surroundings, confirming that no one else was present. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes as he took a resolute step onto the first step of the platform. Buzz! In an instant, an invisible pressure descended upon him from all directions, as if a tremendous weight had suddenly been placed on his shoulders. Xiao Nuo remained unfazed, taking another steady step forward onto the second step. The pressure intensified immediately, but Xiao Nuo remained calm and composed as he continued to ascend, one step at a time. The Dengxiao platform stood towering beneath the void, its magnificent structure and imposing grandeur leaving all who beheld it in awe. At this moment, the first phase of the assessment was nearing its conclusion, with less than half a quarter hour remaining. The summit of the platform was bustling with activity, mostly occupied by accomplished third-tier inner disciples who had successfully passed the trial. Outer disciples were few, and newly admitted disciples this year were even scarcer, among them the exceptional Luoning and Li Ran. Li Ran glanced around and couldn't help but exclaim, "The competition is fierce. Out of so many people, only 10 can advance to second-tier disciples." Noticing Luoning scanning the surroundings, he asked, "Are you looking for someone?" Luoning replied bluntly, "I'm looking for Xiao Nuo. He doesn't seem to have reached the Dengxiao platform yet." Li Ran chuckled. "You seem quite interested in him, huh?" Luoning turned to look at him. "Do I?" Li Ran nodded. a hint of caution in his tone. I suggest you keep your distance from him. He's made plenty of enemies. Luo Ning pursed her lips and said nothing in response. Not far away, Lai Tao and Wu Ao were also carefully observing the area. Wu Ao spoke in a low voice. It seems Shunji hasn't shown up yet. Lai Tao narrowed his eyes slightly, analyzing the situation. If he hasn't appeared by now, there's only one explanation: collecting more by Xian spirit crystals. At that moment, Luo Ning and Li Ran approached and overheard their conversation. Curious, Luo Ning asked, why would he need so many by Xian spirit crystals? To ascend the Dengxiao platform, 3 to 5 crystals are enough. 10 would ensure the fastest pace. Anything more would just go to waste, wouldn't it? Wu Ao shook his head and explained. The purpose of the by Xian spirit crystals extends beyond this phase. They contain highly pure spiritual energy and are quite valuable on their own. More importantly, they play a role in the second phase of the trial within the Phantom Beast Tower. Luo Ning and Li Ran exchanged surprised glances, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Meanwhile, suspended in the sky above Beishi Peak, a massive spherical artifact over 100 meters in diameter radiated dazzling silver light, resembling a mysterious celestial body. At the side of the peak, a commander-level beast, the dark Luo Jiao, coiled atop the mountain. Its golden eyes were half-closed, exuding an intimidating aura that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. On the northern high platform, the Vice Hall Master of Yuanlong Hall, Imo Huayuan, the Vice Hall Master of Taihua Hall, Lin Ruayin, Elder Xiao, and another sect elder remained seated in their respective positions. Elder Xiao yawned and grumbled. This is so boring. Imo Lin, I'm skipping this kind of event next time. It's putting me to sleep. Lin Ruayin smiled gently, while Imo Huayuan's expression darkened. Elder Xiao, could you use a different way to address me? Elder Xiao raised an eyebrow. Oh, what's the problem? Not happy about it? When you first joined the Miao sect, you used to frequently visit my number 24 teaching platform. Now that you're a Vice Hall Master, you're looking down on this old man? Imo Huayuan's face grew even gloomier. Lin Ruayin quickly stepped in to mediate. Elder Xiao, Hall Master Imo didn't mean that. He just feels that the nickname Little Imo doesn't quite suit his image. Elder Xiao dismissed her explanation. Well, that's too bad. This old man is set in his ways. I'll keep being cheeky about it. Imo Huayuan sighed in resignation and stood up, changing the subject. The first phase of the assessment should be wrapping up. Let's take a look at the current progress. As he spoke, he gathered his spiritual energy and directed a beam of light toward the spherical artifact. The sphere trembled, and an image of the Dengxiao platform appeared within. The crowd on the plaza below erupted into chatter. Look, we can see the progress of the assessment now. The pass rate for the first phase seems pretty high. If I'd known, I would have signed up too. Forget it. You've barely been in the sect for long. You'd only slow everyone down. Exactly. Most of those who've successfully reached the Dengxiao platform are third-tier disciples. Outer disciples make up a very small portion. All eyes were fixed on the summit of the ascension platform. The figures of those who had successfully reached the top were clearly visible, along with a group still fighting their way up the steps. Lin Ruayin spoke. Not bad. Quite a few familiar faces made it to the top. Elder Xiao, looking thoroughly bored, leaned lazily against his chair, resting his head on one arm as he muttered, boring. Lin Ruayin chuckled softly but didn't respond. Suddenly, Elder Ouyang, who had been silent all this time, stood up abruptly, his expression changing dramatically. Elder Xiao raised an eyebrow in confusion. Elder Ouyang, what's with the sudden outburst? Squinting his eyes, Elder Ouyang's face turned grave. This isn't right. His strange behavior caught the attention of Lin Ruayin and Imo Huayuan, who exchanged a glance. Lin Ruayin pressed. What's wrong, Elder Ouyang? After a brief hesitation, Elder Ouyang replied uncertainly. That person on the steps, it looks like they don't have a by Xian spirit crystal for protection. The moment he said this, Lin Ruayin and Imo Huayuan's pupils narrowed slightly as they immediately looked skyward. Elder Xiao scoffed dismissively. Oh, come on, Ouyang. You're not even as old as I am, and your eyesight's already failing? Without a by Xian spirit crystal, how could anyone even step onto the ascension platform? But before he could finish his sentence, Lin Ruayan's surprised voice interjected. He really doesn't have a by Xian spirit crystal in his hand? Elder Xiao froze, his eyes widening as he turned to look at the platform. On the staircase, a lone figure stood out, a young man climbing step by step. Unlike the others, who were all surrounded by faint or strong glows of cyan light, this person had no protective light from the by Xian spirit crystal whatsoever. Elder Xiao narrowed his eyes. What's this guy trying to prove? Meanwhile, at the top of the ascension platform, Guan Xiang had just stepped onto the final stair and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally made it, no demotion for me this time. He wiped the sweat from his brow as the by Xian spirit crystal in his hand disintegrated, its cyan glow fading away. But before he could fully relish his success, Guanxiang suddenly remembered someone. My junior brother Xiao Nuo. At that very moment, a commotion broke out on the platform. Wait, what's going on with that guy? Does he not have a Bi-Exian spirit crystal? Are you kidding? Without a Bi-Exian spirit crystal, you can't even get past the first level. Look again's almost finished with the 9th level. What? Everyone's gazes quickly turned toward the long staircase below. There were still 7 or 8 people climbing, but only one of them lacked the glow of a Bi-Exian spirit crystal. Luoning gasped. Xiao, that's Xiao. Li Ran, Wu Ao, and Lai Tao all stared in disbelief. Clenching his fists tightly, Lai Tao muttered, that's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Without a Bi-Exian spirit crystal, there's no way to climb the ascension platform. Wu Ao frowned deeply. The pressure released by the ascension platform is immense. Even a master at the Qi manipulation realm would struggle to climb without a Bi-Exian spirit crystal. Luo Ning's eyes widened. Could it be that he didn't manage to get a single Bi-Exian spirit crystal? Li Ran shrugged. I have to admit, I didn't see this coming. Guanxiang, who had turned back to look, was equally stunned. He couldn't believe that Xiao Nuo's so-called solution was this reckless. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Nuo finished the 9th level and stood before the final challenge, the 10th level. Just 1,000 more steps, and he would reach the top. He's starting the 10th level. This is insane. The pressure on the 10th level is the strongest. Even someone at the 9th stage of the Foundation Establishment realm would have their back broken in an instant. Forget Foundation Establishment realm. Even someone at the 1st or 2nd stage of the Qi manipulation realm would be crushed to their knees. Which sect does this guy belong to? Who dares pull a stunt like this? Isn't he this year's Rookie King? Didn't he join the Nirvana Hall? Nirvana Hall? Huh. No wonder he's so unconventional. At the mention of the Nirvana Hall, most people on the Ascension platform sneered. The name seemed to shift their astonishment into a sense of mockery. Looks like Nirvana Hall really has fallen. Even their disciples lack basic judgment. Upon hearing the conversations around him, Guanxiang felt his anger surge but managed to suppress it, focusing all his attention on Xiao Nuo. He watched as Xiao Nuo confidently stepped onto the first step of the 10th level. The ground beneath him trembled slightly with that single step. As he took a second step, a deep imprint appeared behind him, leaving the other climbers on either side in utter shock. Step by step, Xiao Nuo ascended, each step seemingly too much for the ground to bear. The invisible pressure emanating from the ascension platform was as oppressive as a mountain's weight. Yet Xiao Nuo pushed forward without the protection of the Bi-Exian Ling crystal. 10 steps, 20 steps, 50 steps in the blink of an eye. He had climbed 100 steps, leaving behind a trail of striking footprints. The plaza at Beishi Peak erupted into astonished murmurs as the crowd of disciples watching the scene buzzed with disbelief. On the northern high platform, the 4 examiners Mo Huayuan, Lin Ruayin, Elder Xiao, and Elder Ruiying exchanged looks of surprise and curiosity. The pressure from the ascension platform is enough to crush the bones of a Qi refinement cultivator. How is he managing this? Mo Huayuan, Vice Master of Yuanlong Hall, asked in a low voice. Lin Ruayin narrowed her eyes, pointing to the footprints on the steps. Look at those prints. He's clearly enduring the pressure directly. The full force of the ascension platform is concentrated on him. It was evident to everyone that Xiao Nuo was unlike the other climbers. The others, shielded by the Bi-Exian Ling crystal, left barely any trace as they ascended. In contrast, Xiao Nuo's every step seemed to drive into the platform as if trying to pierce through it, a clear sign of the immense pressure he was enduring. It's the strength of his physical body, Elder Xiao suddenly spoke, drawing the attention of the other 3 examiners. What? Mo Huayuan, Lin Ruayin, and Elder Ouying asked in unison. Elder Xiao squinted, his expression grave. He's relying entirely on the strength of his physical body to climb. Their astonishment deepened. Lin Ruayin couldn't help but ask, is his physical strength greater than that of a Qi refinement cultivator? Elder Xiao replied slowly, the physical body of an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator wouldn't withstand the pressure of the ascension platform. Mo Huayuan and Lin Ruayin exchanged a glance, their mutual shock evident. On the ascension platform, the atmosphere was heavy with tension as countless pairs of eyes were fixed on Xiao Nuo. Initially, some had ridiculed him for being a disciple of Nirvana Hall, but as he reached the 500th step of the 10th level, it became clear that this was no ordinary feat. Suddenly, a loud boom resounded as Xiao Nuo stepped past the 500th step. The pressure from the ascension platform intensified several-fold, causing the step beneath him to shatter instantly. Spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly, leaving everyone present with chills down their spines. They realized Xiao Nuo was risking his life with every step. Boom. Crash. The explosions continued as the steps beneath Xiao Nuo crumbled one by one. The once solid platform now seemed as fragile as tofu, breaking apart under the strain. Xiao Nuo's pace slowed. but his gaze remained resolute, showing no sign of retreat. Guanxiang watched with growing anxiety. He knew that with each step Xiao Nuo took, the pressure would only increase, and there were still hundreds of steps ahead. Guanxiang feared something terrible might happen. The disciples from various halls observing the scene were equally stunned. Is he not afraid of death? There's no way he can finish the remaining steps. Exactly. Without the Bai Xian Ling crystal, no third disciple can climb the ascension platform. As the crowd debated, the situation on the platform suddenly changed. A solemn voice boomed from above, echoing across the scene. The first phase of the assessment will end in 30 counts. All participants, please hurry. Repeating, 30 counts remain. Counting begins now. 30, 29, 28. As the cold countdown began, those unable to ascend any further showed expressions of frustration and regret. Meanwhile, the crowd's opinion of Xiao Nuo solidified. There was no way he could reach the top in 30 counts with 300 to 400 steps remaining. Even Guanxiang's face showed resignation. He thought to himself, it's over. But just then, Xiao Nuo clenched his fists tightly, a green light flickering in his eyes. He let out a low roar. Even without the Bai Xian Ling crystal, I will conquer the ascension platform. In an instant, a fierce, tiger-like aura erupted from Xiao Nuo's body. Roar! A tiger's cry reverberated from within him, shaking the surroundings. Several steps beneath him shattered as he leapt forward, soaring over 10 meters in a single bound. What's that? How is this even possible? The crowd gasped in disbelief. As Xiao Nuo landed, he immediately launched himself upward again. Boom! The step beneath him shattered into countless fragments, sending debris flying. In a flash, he vaulted over another dozen steps. This sudden burst of speed left everyone dumbfounded. Xiao Nuo resembled a ferocious tiger charging toward the mountain peak, unstoppable and awe-inspiring. In the plaza at Beishi Peak, exclamations of shock and awe echoed continuously. All eyes were glued to the massive projection orb that displayed the unfolding scene, unable to believe what they were witnessing. How is this possible? Lin Ruoyin exclaimed in disbelief. Mo Huayuan and Elder Ouyang were equally wide-eyed in shock. Elder Xiao, his expression heavy, finally spoke again. 9 consecutive collapses. The other 3 examiners turned to him once more, their confusion evident. Elder Xiao nodded solemnly. It's the 9 consecutive collapses Technicia series of explosive bursts of power. This young man's talent is extraordinary. It seems he's about to break a record. What record? Mo Huayuan asked, still perplexed. Elder Xiao replied. The record of being the first disciple in the Misty Cloud sect to climb the Ascension platform without the Bai Xian Ling crystal. On the Ascension platform, the final countdown for the first stage of the trial had begun. 2019, 18. The cold, mechanical numbers rang out one by one, each like a heavy hammer pounding on the hearts of the crowd. All eyes were fixed on Xiao Nuo, who was sprinting up the steps of the heavenly ladder. With every step Xiao Nuo took, the stairs beneath him shattered with a thunderous crash. Yet, this did nothing to slow him down. His legs erupted with astonishing power, each landing like a compressed spring suddenly unleashed. He launched himself forward like an arrow shot from a bow, leaping over 10 meters and crossing multiple steps in an instant. The spectators on the Ascension platform watched with their scalps tingling. Wueo couldn't help but curse. Is this guy a monster, or what? Beside him, Lai Tao felt a chill run down his spine. In his eyes, Xiao Nuo resembled a ferocious tiger charging forward. Remembering their encounter in the bone-melting mountains just days ago, cold sweat dripped down Lai Tao's back. Guanxiang's emotions shifted from worry to exhilaration. Clenching his fists tightly, he silently cheered Xiao Nuo on. Junior brother, faster, just a little faster. You can do it. Boom. Xiao Nuo's foot came down hard, smashing through another step. Debris flew everywhere as dust filled the air. He used the explosive force of his 9-fold burst to maintain an unbroken rhythm, his steps relentless. But time was running out. Soon, the countdown reached the final 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. The tense atmosphere enveloped the entire northern Lizard Peak Plaza. Luoning, filled with nervous anticipation, also cheered for Xiao Nuo. Hurry, there's not much time left. 5, 4, 3. The summit was within reach, but the time left was vanishing rapidly. The crowd was so tense that no one could utter another word. 2. The final second approached. Xiao Nuo was still 30 steps away from the topa distance that appeared insurmountable to everyone watching. It's over, someone shouted. He won't make it. Yet Xiao Nuo's gaze remained as steadfast as iron. Fixing his eyes on the final stretch, the ancient power within him surged forth like a roaring tide. 6-fold burst, he bellowed. 6 layers of explosive force erupted simultaneously, propelling Xiao Nuo forward like a shooting arrow. Behind him, an ethereal, winged tiger seemed to leap into the air. Roar! The tiger's deafening roar echoed across the mountains, silencing the entire plaza. 1. At the exact moment the final number dropped, Xiao Nuo landed firmly on the summit of the ascension platform. Boom. In the next instant, the entire platform descended into chaos. Yes, beautiful. Guan Xiang leaped into the air, pumping his fist in excitement. Luo Ning cheered ecstatically. Amazing! Xiao Nuo, you're incredible. Whoa, that was intense, muttered Li Ran, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he struggled to steady his breath. The crowd from the various halls stared in stunned disbelief. Those who had been mocking Xiao Nuo earlier were now utterly speechless. The group that had been ridiculing the Nirvana Hall looked especially grim, their faces dark with embarrassment. On Northern Lizard Peak, the uproar was no less dramatic. Is this guy even human? That was terrifying. I've never heard of anyone reaching the Ascension platform without using the Bi-Exian Spirit Crystal. Unreal. I have to admit, this rookie king is absolutely ruthless. At the Northern High platform, the four examiners Mo Huayuan, Lin Ruayin, Elder Xiao, and Elder Uyang wore looks of astonishment. Elder Xiao, is that the ninefold burst you modified? Lin Ruayin asked. Elder Xiao gave a slight nod. Yes, but for an ordinary person, it would take at least 2 to 3 years to grasp its essence. How long did he take? Lin Ruayin pressed. Elder Xiao narrowed his eyes and replied in a meaningful tone. 1 month. Lin Ruayin, Mo Huayuan, and Elder Ouyang's pupils shrank in shock at his answer. Back at the trial site, Xiao Nuo, now standing atop the ascension platform, felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as though a massive burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Junior brother, are you all right? Guan Xiang rushed over immediately. Xiao Nuo shook his head. I'm fine. You scared me half to death, Guan Xiang admitted, still shaken. If I'd known you'd pull something like this, I would have saved the Bi-Exian Spirit Crystal for you. He thought to himself that if Lu Qing, Lan Meng, and Chang Qing found out how Xiao Nuo had climbed the ascension platform, he'd definitely get an earful. After all, it was far too dangerous. Luo Ning and Li Ran joined them. Wow, that was so cool. Luo Ning exclaimed, giving Xiao Nuo a thumbs up with the admiration of a starstruck fan. Li Ran, on the other hand, looked slightly awkward, recalling the tension between Xiao Nuo and their group back in the bone-melting mountains. Xiao Nuo, however, seemed unfazed. He simply smiled at Luo Ning and said nothing more. At that moment, a dark and ominous storm suddenly engulfed the Dengxiao platform, marking the official end of the first phase of the assessment. A solemn voice echoed from the void, announcing that the candidates who successfully stood on the platform had been promoted to third-grade inner disciples, while those who failed to ascend were to be transported back to Beishi Peak. Immediately, dazzling beams of light rose from the assessment grounds, and those who fell short in the final moments were eliminated with regret. Amidst the crowd, someone suddenly noticed that Shun Ji was nowhere to be seen, sparking a wave of murmurs. As the second-ranked genius among the third-grade disciples, Shun Ji's absence stirred speculation and concern among the onlookers. Amid the buzzing discussions, the eliminated candidates were transported back to the Beishi Peak Square. One by one, figures reappeared, until suddenly, a collective gasp erupted from the crowd. Shun Ji, covered in blood and barely clinging to life, appeared before everyone. Before the crowd could make sense of the situation, the commencement of the second phase of the assessment was announced. Through the massive magical sphere hovering in the void, everyone saw clouds converging above Dengxiao platform, where a dazzling and enormous magical formation emerged amidst the skies. The Phantom Demon Tower is coming, someone exclaimed. The crowd held their breath, their eyes fixed on the sky. A deafening thunderclap tore through the heavens, shaking the void as radiant light surged skyward. Slowly descending from the magical formation was a towering structure, exuding a mysterious and blood-tinged aura. Like a colossal pillar connecting heaven and earth, the Phantom Demon Tower came to rest above the northern side of Dengxiao platform. Air currents surged like tidal waves as the tower stood tall at 150 meters, its interior shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, the Phantom Demon Tower erupted in crimson flames, prompting the crowd to instinctively step back, their eyes reflecting the flickering firelight. The examiner's voice rang out once more, explaining the rules of the tower. The 7-story tower would advance the 10 fastest climbers to the rank of second-grade disciples. The use of auxiliary magical artifacts was forbidden, though weapons were allowed. This rule caused candidates like Li Ran, who heavily relied on magical artifacts, to groan in frustration, while others brimmed with excitement. Someone boldly inquired about the reward for first place, and the examiner revealed it. A yin-yang vitality pill and a high-grade martial arts manual. The announcement of such a generous prize immediately ignited everyone's determination. Are you ready? The examiner's voice echoed again. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. Then, the second phase of the assessment begins now. The Phantom Demon Tower is officially open. With a resounding boom, the first floor's gate of the Phantom Demon Tower slowly opened, and a staircase extended from the entrance to the Dengxiao platform. The flame-shrouded tower radiated an eerie red glow, and in every candidate's eyes burned an intense desire. The Phantom Demon Tower challenge begins now. Who will be the first to step forward? Atop the ascension platform, dark clouds blotted out the sun, casting an oppressive shadow over the land. The towering Phantom Demon Tower, like a pillar holding up the heavens, stood steeped in fiery, blood-red energy. Its imposing presence loomed over all, making the crowd gathered before it seem as insignificant as ants. The tower's massive gates stood wide open, and the crowd's eyes burned with determination, eager to take on the challenge. Suddenly, a tall, broad-shouldered young man stepped forward from the crowd. "I'll go first," he declared in a deep, commanding voice. With each step he took, an invisible wave of energy rippled outward. Thick eyebrows, sharp eyes, a square jaw, and a commanding presence marked him as no ordinary figurite. Was Senior Brother Lu Fong. "Go for it, Senior Brother Lu Fong," someone cheered loudly. "Sixth among the third-tier disciples, you're our pride and joy. Senior Brother Lu Fong, you've got this. You're definitely making it to the second tier this year." The crowd erupted into a chorus of encouragement. Lu Fong smirked coldly. "Second-tier disciples? That's not my goal. My goal is to take first place." Before his words had even fully landed, he leapt like a lion into the Phantom Demon Tower's gaping maw. Whoosh! A flash of white light marked Lu Fang's entry into the tower's first level. Before him stood a grand palace-like structure, its entrance guarded by 10 armored sentinels, each wielding iron spears. Though humanoid in shape, their faces beneath their helmets were shrouded in a gray mist, and their eyes glowed with an eerie crimson light. The moment they saw Lu Fong, the sentinels launched an unhesitating attack. "Oomph!" Lu Fong snorted disdainfully and charged forward, a massive broadsword materializing in his hands. The blade was heavy and rugged, with the hilt connected to the blade by a ring. Slash! Lu Fong roared like a lion, dragging his sword in a sweeping arc. In an instant, 3 sentinels fell, severed cleanly in two. Without missing a beat, he leapt into the air, dodging the remaining sentinels' attacks. With a powerful swing of his sword, 4 more heads rolled to the ground. The last 3 sentinels stood no chance against his onslaught and were swiftly cut down. Having easily cleared the first level, Lu Fong dashed through the palace doors and into a vast expanse of sand. Once again, 10 sentinels blocked his path. This time, they were clad in stone armor and wielded long blades, their defenses significantly stronger. "Come on, you little pests." Lu Fong gripped his sword tightly and launched a ferocious attack. Boom! His blade came crashing down, shattering a sentinel's stone armor and sending its body flying dozens of meters. "Ha ha! Is this all you've got? You think you can stop me? Get out of my way." Lu Fang's blade danced through the air, slashing and hacking with fiery energy. In the blink of an eye, the 10 sand sentinels lay defeated. Back on the ascension platform, the crowd watched intently as the events unfolded on the glowing screen projected on the Phantom Demon Tower's wall. Every detail of Lu Fang's progress was clear for all to see. "Whoa, incredible! Senior Brother Lu Fang's already on the 3rd level," someone exclaimed. Of course, another explained. "Senior Brother Lu Fang is experienced and knows all the sentinels' weak points." Standing nearby, Luo Ning turned to Xiao Nuo and said admiringly, "Senior Brother Lu Fang is amazing. It really looks like he's going to make it to the second tier this year." Guanxiang, standing calmly beside them, replied, "That's to be expected. Last time, Lu Fang ranked 11th, just missing the cutoff for the second tier. He's clearly come prepared this year." "I'm worried I won't even make it through," Luo Ning said, her face clouded with concern. "That's normal," Guanxiang said bluntly. "It's rare for newcomers to jump straight to the second tier. Hardly anyone even makes it through the Phantom Demon Tower at all." Luo Ning fell silent, unwilling to continue the conversation with Guanxiang. The crowd's attention returned to the glowing screen as Lu Fang continued his relentless advance. He had already reached the 6th level. This level featured an ancient alchemy platform where 10 sentinels wreathed in crimson flames stood guard, each wielding a massive sword. Their auras were clearly more formidable than any he had faced so far. Lu Fang's expression grew serious, a sign that he recognized the strength of these opponents. "Come on, Ziyang slash!" Lu Fang bellowed, unleashing a wave of scorching energy. His broadsword ignited with violet flames as he charged at the advancing sentinels. The clash was explosive. Boom! The sheer force of their collision shattered the sword of the leading sentinel. Lu Fang pressed his advantage, channeling all his strength into his violet-flamed blade. With a sweeping strike, he sent the sentinel's head flying. The crowd on the ascension platform erupted into cheers once again at Lu Fang's performance. "Unbelievable! Senior Brother Lu Fang truly lives up to his nickname as the Beast of the Guisu Hall. His mastery of the Ziyang Flame Blade is unmatched." "How much time has passed?" "Lost count, but it hasn't been much," that's for sure. It feels like he's aiming for the top spot. On the 6th level of the Phantom Demon Tower, Lu Fang's broadsword swept through his enemies like an unstoppable force, cutting down the guards one after another. With each flash of his blade, bodies were shattered into fragments. The more he fought, the fiercer he became, quickly clearing the entire level. However, he did not emerge unscathed. 2 wounds of varying depths appeared on his body, with blood seeping from them. As the levels climbed higher, the strength of the guards increased as well. Even someone as ferocious as Lu Fang could not avoid injury. After conquering the 6th level, Lu Fang stepped into the final challenge of the Phantom Demon Tower, the 7th level. On the ascension platform, someone curiously asked, "What's on the 7th level?" "A blood demon." Another person replied, "How many?" "Just one. Just one." Many faces showed expressions of shock and disbelief. The walls of the Phantom Demon Tower glowed, revealing the scene on the 7th level. It was a battle platform built atop a towering peak, hexagonal in shape, surrounded by pristine jade-like railings. Looking into the distance, the platform was encircled by 1,000-foot cliffs. At the center of the platform stood a menacing figure, radiating an intense aura of bloodlust. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, it had 6 arms and a pair of bat-like wings extending from its back. Although its form resembled that of a human, it looked more like a fiend that had crawled out of the depths of hell. The creature grinned, exposing 2 rows of sharp fangs, its vertical pupils gleaming with murderous intent as it locked its gaze on Lu Fang. "Have you come here to die?" The blood demon let out a sharp, piercing howl, its blood aura surging wildly. Lu Fang licked the blood seeping from the wound on his arm and said in a low voice, "Humph, I'm here to kill you." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he leaped into the air, charging directly at the blood demon. Purple Sun Slash. In an instant, brilliant purple flames engulfed Lu Fang's blade. Channeling immense strength through his arms, he swept his broadsword horizontally toward the blood demon's head. The blood demon sneered, raising one of its arms to block the strike. Boom! The broadsword collided with the demon's arm, generating a shockwave of blazing energy. Lu Fang's momentum was halted, forcing him to land back on the ground. "Pathetic," the blood demon mocked, its tone dripping with disdain. One of its right arms extended, and from its fingertips, a crimson beam of energy shot forth. Whoosh! The beam tore through the air, heading straight for Lu Fang. Alarmed, he hastily raised his blade to defend himself. Bang! The blade's glow shattered, and the ground beneath him cracked open. Lu Fang was thrown back over 10 meters, barely managing to steady himself. Blood dripped from the gaps between his fingers as he gripped his sword. Witnessing the battle from the ascension platform, the crowd erupted into a commotion. Luo Ning couldn't help but exclaim, "The blood demon's strength is insane." Li Ran nodded in agreement. "It's probably at the 1st level of the Qi Mastery Realm." "1st level?" Guanxiang shook his head, delivering a shocking statement. "The blood demon's strength is at the 3rd level of the Qi Mastery Realm." "What did you say?" Luo Ning and Li Ran were stunned. Even Xiao Nuo's usually composed expression showed signs of surprise. Luo Ning, unable to believe it, asked, "The 3rd level of the Qi Mastery Realm? Who could possibly pass the Phantom Demon Tower's trial under such conditions?" "The 3rd level of the Yuqi Realm? Someone actually passed the Phantom Demon Tower's trial?" A look of disbelief flashed in the eyes of Luo Ning and Li Ran. Guanxiang quickly explained, "Don't doubt it. The peak strength of the 7th level blood demon is indeed at the 3rd level of the Yuqi Realm. However, over time, the blood demon's power gradually weakens." "Weakens?" Luo Ning was momentarily stunned, her brow furrowing slightly. "That's right," Guanxiang confirmed with a nod. The 3 of them turned their attention back to the large glowing screen on the wall of the Phantom Demon Tower. Sure enough, in the first exchange, the blood demon completely overpowered Lu Fang. But as the battle progressed, the blood demon's offense noticeably weakened. While its initial strikes drew blood from Lu Fang, after a dozen moves, Lu Fang was able to hold his ground. "The blood demon's strength really is weakening," Luo Ning said, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Guanxiang added, "If it maintained its power at the 3rd level of the Yuqi realm, it would have killed everyone here." A sudden realization dawned on Luo Ning. "So, does that mean we just have to defend and wait for the blood demon's strength to falter, then finish it off with one strike?" However, the looks from Xiao Nuo, Li Ran, and Guanxiang made Luo Ning uneasy. "What? Did I say something wrong?" she asked nervously. Li Ran rolled his eyes. "You're such a genius. The longer you wait, the more time you'll take to clear the trial. Are you aiming for the bottom 10 rankings?" Only then did Luo Ning realize her mistake. She slapped her forehead in frustration. "Oh, right. How could I forget that?" Her plan to stall and defend instantly fell apart. Defeating the blood demon and clearing the trial was only the prerequisite for advancing to the rank of a 2nd-grade disciple. What truly mattered was finishing in the top 10 for shortest completion time. The longer one delayed, the further they were from the top rankings. Isn't there any other way? Luo asked in distress. I really want to become a second-grade disciple and bring honor to my family. There is, Guanxiang began. But before he could elaborate, a sharp, piercing howl erupted from within the phantom demon tower. Kia! Everyone's nerves tensed. The blood demon's entire body surged with crimson energy, and its bat-like wings glowed blood-red. A vortex of red light gathered in front of the blood demon, rapidly forming a 3-meter-wide spherical shockwave that hurtled toward Lu Fang. Blood essence wave. The blood demon's roar echoed, and the blood-red shockwave left destruction in its wake, shattering the ground beneath it. Though its strength had dropped to the first level of the Yuchi realm, the blood demon's all-out attack was still powerful enough to severely injure or even kill a Foundation realm cultivator like Lu Fang. At the critical moment, a greenish glow suddenly enveloped Lu Fang's body. What's that? Luo Ning's delicate eyebrows arched in surprise. Li Ran blurted out, it's the protection of the Bi-Exine Spirit Crystal. Boom. The blood-red shockwave struck Lu Fang with immense force. Violent energy raged in all directions, and crimson aftershocks rippled outward. However, the anticipated scene of Lu Fang being gravely injured did not occur. He had withstood the devastating attack heeded. Heh, it's over. A smug smile spread across Lu Fang's face. Charging toward the blood demon like a ferocious beast, he swung his blazing purple blade, which roared like a dragon unleashed. Ziyang slash. Dawnbreaker. Bang. With a deafening blast, the purple-flamed blade pierced straight through the blood demon's heart. The creature let out a final, anguished wail, its 6 arms flailing wildly. A burst of blood mist erupted from its chest before it collapsed, disintegrating into countless fragments and vanishing without a trace. A look of satisfaction appeared on Lu Fang's face. As the blood demon disappeared, a booming voice echoed from above the phantom demon tower. Guesu Hall, Lu Fang, trial completed in 192 counts. Buzz. Instantly, the words Guesu Hall Lu Fang appeared on the opposite wall of the phantom demon tower, followed by the number 192. The crowd on the Ascension platform erupted in astonishment. Incredible. He completed the Phantom Demon Tower trial in just 192 counts, guaranteed to become a second-grade disciple. He might even have a shot at the top spot. Maybe not first place, but the top 3 is definitely within reach. The crowd was filled with awe. Xiao Nuo, Luo Ning, and Li Ran seemed to grasp the situation as well. Li Ran remarked, so that's what the Bi-Exine Spirit Crystal can do? Guanxiang nodded in confirmation. Exactly. The Bi-Exine Spirit Crystal not only resists the pressure of the Ascension platform, but also weakens the blood demon's power. That's why so many people went out of their way to collect them during the first trial. As he spoke, Guanxiang cast a helpless glance at Xiao Nuo. He had only told Xiao Nuo to gather Bi-Exine Spirit Crystals without explaining their purpose, which resulted in Xiao Nuo not keeping a single one. Although Guanxiang had faith in Xiao Nuo's abilities, he knew deep down that having the Bi-Exine Ling Crystal in hand would significantly increase the odds of advancing. Just then, Lu Fang emerged from the illusionary demon tower with an impressive record, causing a stir among the surrounding crowd. Moments later, a voice rang out from the crowd. I'll go next. A newly promoted third-rank outer disciple stepped forward. Though his strength was remarkable, having reached the 4th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, the nervousness on his face was hard to miss. As he stepped into the illusionary demon tower, the first challenge began. 10 heavily armored guards, armed with gleaming spears, appeared one by one, their pointed tips aimed directly at him. These guards, along with the blood demon on the final level, were illusions generated anew for each challenger. The only variable lay in how each person chose to confront them. The disciple easily dispatched the guards on the first level and confidently proceeded to the second. This illusionary demon tower doesn't seem so tough after all, he thought smugly. However, his confidence was short-lived. By the time he reached the 3rd level, he found himself overwhelmed, sustaining injuries all over his body before being unceremoniously ejected from the tower. Failure. The cold, unfeeling voice echoed from the tower's peak as the second challenger lay on the ground, utterly dejected. The subsequent challengers fared no better. The 3rd managed to reach the 5th level, while the 4th fell at the 6th. One by one, hopefuls entered the illusionary demon tower, yet none could replicate Lu Fang's success. Even those who reached the 7th level ultimately met defeat under the ferocious attacks of the blood demon. The northern plaza of Shibei Peak buzzed with activity, the air thick with murmurs and discussions. Lu Fang is truly incredible. After all this time, he's still the only one to clear the tower, someone exclaimed. Well, Lu Fang is experienced, another agreed. Last time, he ranked 11th. The illusionary demon tower's challenges are tough, but he can handle them. As the crowd chatted, an announcement suddenly echoed from above the Ascension platform. Yuanlong Hall, Yuan Chengqian, has cleared the tower. Time. 196 counts. The news landed like a bombshell, sparking a wave of astonishment across the ascension platform in the northern plaza of Shibei Peak. Yuan Chengqian had also cleared the tower, his time only 4 counts longer than Lu Feng's. That's impressive, someone remarked. Although Yuan Chengqian ranks slightly higher than Lu Feng among third-rank disciples, losing the Cold Origin Ice Fist has diminished his combat strength considerably. Soon after, Yuan Chengqian emerged from the illusionary demon tower, his expression cold and his demeanor proud. As he returned to the ascension platform, his gaze swept deliberately toward Xiao Nuo, a sharp glint flickering in his eyes. Guan Xiang sneered under his breath, muttering, "What's he so smug about? A month ago, our junior brother Xiao Nuo beat him into a sorry state. Now he's acting all high and mighty." Luo Ning tilted her head slightly and casually asked, "Is he from the Yuan family?" Li Ran nodded in confirmation. "Most likely. His ice physique gives it away. Among the Yuan family, Yuan Lixue is undoubtedly the most talented prodigy. Her ice physique is a once-in-a-century rarity." The assessment continued. As time passed, Lu Feng's name was no longer alone on the leaderboard. Names like Lai Tao and Wu Ao began to appear. Lai Tao from Guishu Hall, time, 194 counts. Wu Ao from Taihua Hall, time, 201 counts. Han Fei from Jueshin Hall, time, 219 counts. Lu Pierre from Yuanlong Hall, time, 221 counts. While the number of successful challengers grew, the number of those eliminated was far greater. Senior brother Lu Feng is still holding the top spot, someone marveled. That's because Lu Feng collected a lot of by Xian Ling crystals, giving him a significant edge in the fight against the blood demon, another explained. I wonder what's going on with senior brother Shinji. I heard he teamed up with Liang Xingchen's younger sister, and they managed to gather a lot of by Xian Ling crystals. You're right. Now that you mention it, Shunji hasn't even stepped onto the ascension platform yet. Suddenly, the appearance of a young figure interrupted the ongoing discussions. It was a tall and strikingly handsome man with an air of confidence. His posture was upright, like an unsheathed sword, and his white sword robe accentuated his aloof demeanor. "It's senior brother Xiang Jiansheng from Jueshin Hall," someone exclaimed. The mere mention of Xiang Jiansheng sent ripples of excitement through the crowd on the ascension platform. Even Lu Feng, standing nearby, felt an invisible pressure for the first time. He knew that his position at the top of the leaderboard was about to be challenged. After all, Xiang Jiansheng was the undisputed number 1 among the third-rank inner disciples. Xiang Jiansheng, a standout among the third-rank disciples, stepped forward from the crowd toward the Phantom Demon Tower. As he moved, an invisible pressure seemed to emanate from him, pressing down on the inner sect geniuses present. Everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating whether this renowned senior brother could surpass Lu Feng's record. Meanwhile, on both sides of the ascension platform, a quiet discussion about Xiang Jiansheng and Xiao Nuo began to unfold. Some found Xiao Nuo more intriguing because he was the first to pass the initial phase of the assessment without relying on the Jade Spirit Crystal. This sparked even greater anticipation for the performance of both geniuses. As Xiang Jiansheng approached the entrance of the Phantom Demon Tower, his cold gaze swept across Lu Feng, Yuan Chengqian, Lai Tao, Wu Ao, and others below. Each of them could feel the disdain in his eyes. Finally, his gaze settled on Xiao Nuo. A flock of worthless chickens and dogs. Xiang Jiansheng sneered with contempt. His words struck like a hammer, bruising the pride of the gathered talents. They clenched their fists, their brows furrowed, clearly enraged by such blatant disrespect. Lai Tao retorted coldly, "Ha, don't be so arrogant. Let's see you break everyone's records here before you start boasting." Xiang Jiansheng chuckled smugly. "Then keep your eyes wide open." Before his words had even faded, he turned into a blur and disappeared into the Phantom Demon Tower. Standing beside Xiao Nuo, Luo Ning couldn't help but grumble. What a show-off. Calling everyone here a bunch of chickens and dogs so infuriating. Guan Xiang shook his head. Xiang Jiansheng is known for his arrogance. Just ignore him. Luo Ning pouted but said no more. By this time, Xiang Jiansheng had entered the first floor of the Phantom Demon Tower. A clear image of the scene appeared on the massive light screen embedded in the tower's walls. The crowd held their breath, particularly Lu Feng, Wu Ao, Lai Tao, and the others, whose expressions turned more serious. On the first floor, 10 spear-wielding guards charged at Xiang Jiansheng. However, to everyone's surprise, he didn't engage them in combat. Instead, he dashed past them with lightning speed, heading straight for the second floor. The ascension platform erupted in astonishment. What just happened? Did he skip the first floor? What about the guards on the first floor? Did he bypass them completely? That's impossible. The guards from the first floor will follow him to the second. Does that mean he'll have to face 20 guards on the second floor? In no time, Xiang Jiansheng had reached the second floor. On the familiar sandy terrain, 10 armored guards drew their blades and attacked. while the 10 guards from the first floor followed closely behind. Xiang Jianxing twisted his body, dodging their fierce strikes like a phantom, astonishing the spectators outside once again. His movement technique is incredible. Wait, what's he doing now? Is he? Before anyone could fully process what was happening, Xiang Jianxing bypassed the second-floor guards as well and headed straight for the third floor. The people on the ascension platform exchanged bewildered glances. This meant that on the third floor, he would now face 30 guards attacking at once. As the saying goes, too many ants can bite an elephant to death, and even a tiger struggles against a pack of wolves. Skipping floors like this only puts him into increasingly overwhelming encirclements. What is he thinking? Someone whispered in analysis. Luo Ning suddenly had a realization. Wait, don't tell me he's planning to go straight to the fourth floor too? Li Ran frowned. It certainly looks that way. Sure enough, upon entering the third floor, Xiang Jianxing once again evaded the guards' attacks and headed directly to the fourth floor. The same scene played out on the fourth floor easily broke through and ascended to the fifth. At this point, the crowd finally began to understand his strategy. I see what he's doing, someone exclaimed in shock. He's gathering all the guards from every floor to deal with them in one go. The ascension platform and the northern Lizard Peak Plaza erupted into a frenzy. Senior brother Xiang Jianxing is unbelievably bold. He actually plans to gather all the guards together. That's insanely risky. By the fifth floor, there'll be 50 guards. No, I'll be 60 guards. While the crowd buzzed with astonishment, Xiang Jianxing had already passed the fifth floor and entered the sixth. Beyond this point lay the seventh floor, where the blood demon awaited. On the northern high platform of the northern Lizard Peak, the four examiners Mo Huayuan, Lin Ruoyin, Elder Xiao, and Elder Uyang wore solemn expressions. Xiang Jianxing's methods are rather reckless, Lin Ruoyin remarked. Mo Huayuan's tiger-like eyes narrowed. Or perhaps he's just exceptionally confident. On the sixth floor of the Phantom Demon Tower, an ancient alchemy platform stood in the center. Xiang Jianxing now faced a total of 60 guards from 6 different levels, all converging upon him. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on this audacious young man, waiting to see how he would confront this unprecedented challenge. Swish, swish, swish one after another, cold and menacing figures of guards appeared, encircling Xiang Jianxing. Before him stood 10 guards clad in flaming armor, wielding massive swords, with an additional 50 guards glaring at him with predatory eyes. 6 layers of guards had formed a suffocating circle of entrapment. Wu Ao said in a low voice, "This is practically a death trap." Lai Tao squinted and sneered coldly. He's overplayed his hand this time. In an instant, the 60 guards surged toward Xiang Jianxing like a tidal wave. Yet, he responded with nothing but a cold smirk. Clang! A resonant sword cry echoed from within the phantom enchanted tower. In Xiang Jianxing's hand, a long sword about 3 feet in length suddenly appeared, glowing with a vibrant green light and radiating an intense, icy energy. With spirit sword technique, binding vines. With his commanding voice, Xiang Jianxing raised his sword before him, releasing a burst of green sword light. The ground cracked open as dark, thorny vines shot out like serpents, swiftly entangling all the charging guards. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Xiang Jianxing's lips. With a flick of his sword, waves of sword energy rippled outward. His figure flashed like a phantom, weaving through the guards, his sword light crisscrossing in dazzling arcs. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, the guards' heads began to roll one after another. The spectators on the ascension platform were struck dumb with shock. Lu Feng, Wu Ao, Lai Tao, Yuan Chengqian, and other prodigies listed on the rankings instinctively stepped forward, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. In the blink of an eye, all 6 layers of guards had fallen beneath Xiang Jianxing's sword. The sweeping sword energy left the guards' bodies fragmented amidst a display of brilliant sword light. Outside the phantom enchanted tower, Luo Ning clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with astonishment. Li Ran shook his head repeatedly, while even Xiao Nuo's gaze rippled with emotion. Lu Feng and the others felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Wu Ao murmured in awe. No wonder they call it the wood spirit sword physique. Xiang Jianxing's power is truly formidable. With lightning speed, Xiang Jianxing had slain 60 Foundation establishment guards, showcasing his unrivaled combat prowess in the most direct way possible. Having dealt with the obstacles of the first 6 layers, Xiang Jianxing shot toward the 7th layer like an arrow. In a flash of white light, he found himself standing on the Lingxiao battle platform, face-to-face with a 6-armed blood demon. Confronting the blood demon, whose initial strength was at the 3rd level of the Qi manipulation realm, Xiang Jianxing flicked his sword, his wrist rotating gracefully as waves of sword energy rippled outward. Without hesitation, he launched a ferocious attack on the blood demon. "You're courting death!" The blood demon bellowed in fury. Its sharp claws extended, sending crimson claw shadows howling towards Xiang Jianxing. A sudden burst of emerald light erupted from Xiang Jianqing's body, forming a shield-like aura around him. It was the spiritual energy of the Green Heart Spirit Crystal. Boom! The Crimson Claw shadow struck, but Xiang Jianqing deftly evaded, his movement as fluid as a shadow. With a swift upward slash, his sword severed one of the Blood Demon's arms. Scarlet blood sprayed across the platform as the Blood Demon let out an earth-shaking roar. "Arg, I will tear you apart limb by limb," the Blood Demon howled, its remaining 5 arms gathering immense spiritual energy as it unleashed a devastating strike towards Xiang Jianqing. Xiang Jianqing dodged like a specter, leaping gracefully to avoid the attack. With a thunderous crash, the Blood Demon's power shattered the ground, sending fragments flying everywhere. But before the Blood Demon could react, Xiang Jianqing had already appeared silently behind it. "Well, this is the end." Xiang Jianqing sneered coldly, channeling all his energy and the spiritual power of the Green Heart Spirit Crystal into his sword. The blade erupted in a dazzling green radiance, slicing through the air with a deafening hum. Squelch! The spirit sword pierced mercilessly through the Blood Demon's back. The creature's body convulsed violently as it let out an ear-splitting roar. Its bat-like wings quivered in agony. Unrelenting, Xiang Jianqing unleashed the full power of the green spirit sword. Countless green patterns spread out like writhing dragons, coursing through the Blood Demon's body. With spirit sword technique, Fatal Bloom. As Xiang Jianqing's icy voice rang out, countless thorny vines burst forth from the Blood Demon's chest cavity. The demon let out one final, anguished roar before its body was torn apart by the erupting vines, disintegrating into a flurry of fragments that scattered into the air. The spectators on the Ascension platform were left breathless as they witnessed the scene. The astonishing power displayed by Xiang Jianqing left every face etched with shock and awe. The power of the wood spirit sword body was truly astonishing. The moment Xiang Jianqing made his move, he displayed the strength of the first level of the Qi control realm. This news spread like a thunderclap across Dengxiao platform and the Beishi Peak Plaza. The crowd buzzed with discussion, recalling the Blood Fiend's initial third-level Qi control realm strength. Although Xiang Jianqing had leveraged the Beixin Spirit Crystal to weaken his opponent, he defeated the Blood Fiend almost instantaneously. Such mastery of the Qi control realm was indisputable. No wonder Xiang Jianqing viewed other prodigies as mere clay chickens and pottery dogs in his eyes. He truly had the right to be so arrogant. On the 7th floor of the illusory demon tower, Xiang Jianqing stood with his sword in hand, exuding an aura of confidence and dominance as he surveyed the scene. Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted above the illusory demon tower. Juexian Hall, Xiang Jianqing, cleared. Time: 109 counts. In an instant, Xiang Jianqing's name soared to the top of the illusory demon tower rankings, leaving Lu Feng, who was in second place, far behind. Dengxiao platform erupted in excitement, while Beishi Peak Plaza was thrown into an uproar. "Oh my god! Clearing the illusory demon tower in just 109 counts, is he even human? Xiang Jianqing is a true monster. How can anyone else compete?" Lu Feng's record of 192 counts seems utterly insignificant next to Xiang Jianqing. This year's inner sect assessment is absolutely insane. In less time than it takes to finish a cup of tea, Xiang Jianqing crushed every name on the leaderboard with an overwhelming advantage, claiming the title of the top third-class disciple with undeniable authority. Someone couldn't help but ask, did Xiang Jianqing just break the record? The record for the illusory demon tower? No, not yet. Not yet. That's right. Throughout the history of the Piamiao sect, many records have been set during assessments. As for the illusory demon tower, which was introduced in recent years, Xiang Jianqing ranks third among all participants. Third? Then who holds the first and second spots? First place belongs to Jinzi Liang Xingqian from 4 years ago, who cleared it in 101 counts. Second place is held by Yuan Lixue, the eldest daughter of the Yuan family, who joined the sect 3 years ago and cleared it in 103 counts. This revelation caused an even greater stir, with the crowd buzzing louder than ever. Incredible! Liang Xingqian and Yuan Lixue truly are monstrous talents. Indeed, but Xiang Jianqing is also a top-tier genius. The fact that his record is within 10 counts of theirs proves that his future achievements will be no less remarkable. Terrifying. No wonder he sees everyone else as nothing more than clay chickens and pottery dogs. Although Xiang Jianqing hadn't broken Liang Xingqian and Yuan Lixue's historical records for the illusory demon tower, his performance had utterly crushed the other prodigies on Dengxiao platform. Lu Feng's face turned as dark as a storm cloud, and the expressions of Wu Ao, Lai Tao, Yuan Xingqian, and others were equally grim. At that moment, Xiang Jianqing emerged from the illusory demon tower, his eyes brimming with even greater arrogance. His disdainful gaze swept over Lu Feng, Yuan Chengqian, Wu Ao, Xiao Nuo, and their peers. "I don't think there's anything worth watching after this," Xiang Jianqing said nonchalantly as he descended the steps. "I'll leave for now." Once everything is over, I'll return to claim my reward. Though his words didn't physically harm anyone, they cut deep into the hearts of the other prodigies. Many on the leaderboard were left utterly demoralized, especially Lu Feng, who was in second place and felt utterly defeated. He's too arrogant. I want to kill him. Luo Ning gritted his teeth angrily. Li Ran, however, shook his head. There's nothing we can do. From what I know, Xiang Jianqing's record is incredibly close to those of Liang Xingqian and Yuan Lixue. He has every reason to be this confident. Guan Xiang sighed deeply. I don't even feel like taking the illusory Demon Tower assessment anymore. After Xiang Jianqing's mocking words, the morale of many participants took a serious hit. Compared to this dazzling star, everyone else seemed like nothing more than insignificant specks of light. The phrase, all the prodigies here are nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs, left the entire crowd silent and dejected. Xiang Jianqing smirked with satisfaction and was about to leave when suddenly, a young figure stepped out of the crowd at a steady pace. His steps were firm, and his words were sharp. If a record set with the help of the Bixin Spirit Crystal is worth boasting about, then the title of the top third-class disciple is nothing more than an empty name. A ripple of invisible energy spread forward, and everyone's nerves tightened involuntarily. Wu Ao, Lai Tao, and others immediately raised their gazes, while Guanxiang, Luo Ning, and Li Ran looked visibly moved. Xiao Nuo began ascending the steps of the illusory demon tower, speaking calmly as he went. Take your time leaving. Soon, I'll come out and ask you who's the chicken, and who is the dog? Who's the chicken, and who's the dog? Xiao Nuo's biting sarcasm hung in the air like an invisible whirlwind, lifting the hem of his robes as he tauntingly retorted in the direction of Xiang Jianqing. In an instant, the atmosphere atop Dengshao platform grew tense, as if a sword had been drawn. Xiang Jianqing's eye twitched as he cast a sidelong glance behind him. Xiao Nuo, unimpressed, strode directly into the illusory demon tower. The crowd stirred, murmurs rippling through the onlookers. Now this is going to be interesting. The tension is palpable. Relax, he won't break Xiang Jianqing's record. Xiang Jianqing is favored by the deputy master of the Nirvana Hall. After today's assessment, he'll officially become his disciple. Ah, so that's why. Xiang Jianqing is clearly aiming for first place today. The mere newcomer from the Nirvana Hall? What does he have to challenge Xiang Jianqing? Though some found Xiang Jianqing arrogant, most believed he had the skill to back it up. In contrast, while Xiao Nuo's performance in the first phase of the assessment had been impressive, few thought he could match Xiang Jianqing. The illusory demon tower, encircled by blood-red flames, exuded an oppressive aura. On the glowing screen, Xiao Nuo appeared on the first level. The crowd held their breath as he bypassed the first level entirely and entered the second. Huh, is he trying to imitate Xiang Jianqing? Things just got interesting. In the sandy illusion of the second level, Xiao Nuo faced 20 guards, but refrained from making a move, proceeding swiftly to the third level. His actions appeared to mirror Xiang Jianqing's method of passing through the tower. Luo Ning frowned in confusion. Is Xiao Nuo really planning to use the same approach? Li Ran shook his head. It's impossible. Xiang Jianqing has a cultivation level in the spirit channeling realm, plus the Bixin spirit crystal and a wooden spirit sword body. Only someone like him could pull it off. Anyone else would fail miserably. Despite his concern, Guanxiang didn't outright deny Xiao Nuo's potential. I believe in my junior brother. Wu Ao and Lai Tao cast him skeptical glances. Believe? Are you out of your mind? The Northern Peak Plaza erupted into chatter, even drawing the attention of the four examiners, who kept their eyes fixed on the image within the orb. Lin Ruoyin remarked, trying to clear the tower the same way as Xiang Jianqing? Isn't that a bit naive? Mo Huayuan sneered. Wait until the 6th level. He'll be overwhelmed by the 60 guards there. Elder Ouyang commented. It seems Nirvana Hall is trying to reclaim some attention with a new recruit. Mo Huayuan's sneer deepened. That is, if they have the capability. Elder Xiao remained silent, but for once, he seemed genuinely intrigued by the unfolding scene. Inside the illusory demon tower, Xiao Nuo passed through 5 levels in a single breath, arriving at the 6th. On the expansive, ancient alchemy platform, 10 flame-armored guards stood ready, their gazes cold and predatory. Behind them, 50 guards from the previous levels gathered, bringing the total to 60. Together, they closed in, like a pack of wolves eyeing their prey. The crowd held their breath. This is the critical moment. Let's see how he handles 60 guards. The flame-armored guards struck first, their massive swords sweeping through the air, unleashing waves of searing heat. With a thunderous crash, their strikes split the ground. Xiao Nuo slipped past them with ease, his eyes devoid of any intent to fight. In a series of swift movements, he locked onto the path leading to the 7th level. The onlookers atop Dengshao platform were stunned, their pupils contracting in shock. What is he trying to do? Xiang Jianqing, already far ahead, never looked back. A faint smirk lingered on his lips. He was confident no one could replicate his feat on the 6th level, and no one could eliminate 60 guards in an instant. With just this, Xiang Jianxing was convinced that Xiao Nuo was unworthy of his patience. Letting out a cold laugh, he took a deliberate step forward. But at that very moment, a gasp erupted from the crowd. He went straight to the 7th level. The words were like a bolt of lightning, instantly igniting the entire scene. The atmosphere atop the ascension platform grew tense, while the North Lizard Peak Plaza was thrown into an uproar. Everyone stared in stunned disbelief at the astonishing sight. Xiao Nuo had bypassed the first 6 levels and headed straight for the 7th, alone, to face the blood fiend bringing with him all the guardians from the previous levels. He's gone mad. Completely insane. Elder Ouyang on the northern high platform bellowed, his eyes wide with shock. Lin Ruoyin, the deputy master of the Taihua Hall, furrowed her delicate brows and murmured, "This is too reckless." Meanwhile, Mo Huayuan let out a cold chuckle, his eyes flashing with disdain. "He's courting death," he sneered. Even Xiang Jianxing had only dared to challenge the blood fiend after clearing out all the guardians of the demon tower. What gave this novice disciple, Xiao Nuo, the audacity to face the combined forces of the entire Phantom Demon Tower alone? On the ascension platform, Lai Tao gritted his teeth and growled, "He's seeking death." Wu Ao, Yuan Chengqian, and even Lu Feng were unanimous in their belief that Xiao Nuo was throwing his life away. 60 Foundation Establishment Guardians, plus a blood fiend with an initial combat power of Qi Condensation Stage Level 3. What else could this be but suicide? Guanxiang's face turned pale as he stammered, "Junior brother, don't do anything reckless." Luo Ning and Li Ran were rendered speechless, their palms damp with cold sweat. At the apex of the Phantom Demon Tower's 7th level, Xiao Nuo stepped onto the cloud-piercing platform. Before him stood the 6-armed blood fiend, exuding a sinister aura of bloodlust. Surrounding him on all sides were the guardians from the previous 6 levels. The blood fiend, like a king commanding its army, raised one hand, and the guardians surged toward Xiao Nuo like a tide. Amid the flashing blades and clashing swords, Xiao Nuo's eyes betrayed no fear. At the critical moment, a green light flickered in his gaze, and a unique emerald stream of energy erupted like flowing silk. "Bronze shield," Xiao Nuo muttered under his breath. Ancient bronze patterns emerged on his arm, forming a spherical shield around him in an instant. The blades and swords that struck the shield shattered instantly. Spears thrust at him splintered on impact. "Stand down," Xiao Nuo roared, stomping heavily on the platform. With a thunderous crash, the ground sank half a foot, and a wave of domineering green energy swept outward. The guardians were hurled away like straw dolls, sprawling across the ground. The crowd outside was aghast. "What kind of power is that? Could it be the Jadeheart crystal?" someone exclaimed. "No, it's not the Jadeheart crystal," another refuted. Before anyone could process what was happening, Xiao Nuo, like an enraged tiger, leapt toward the blood fiend. The blood fiend let out a piercing screech, summoning a vortex of blood energy from all directions, which coalesced into a massive crimson sphere over 5 meters in diameter. Blood Origin Wave. This attack was far more potent than the one it had unleashed against Lu Feng's group. The enormous crimson sphere spun and surged forward, its beams and energy streams fracturing the ground wherever it passed. Xiao Nuo's gaze was deep and unwavering. Shielded by the bronze shield, he raised his left hand, which was clad in the cold essence ice gauntlet, channeling all his spiritual energy into his arm. Six-fold impact. The explosive force of 6 successive strikes was unleashed in an instant. The cold essence ice gauntlet collided with the crimson sphere, and a violent cross-shaped shockwave erupted across the platform. The ground of the battle stage cracked violently, debris flying in all directions. On the ascension platform and in the North Lizard Peak Plaza, the onlookers stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. "It's impossible. He can't withstand that." The Blood Fiend's initial combat power is at Qi Condensation Stage Level 3. How could a Foundation Establishment disciple possibly block it? Before the words had fully left their mouths, an ancient green light suddenly flared within the Phantom Demon Tower. Xiao Nuo's veins bulged across his body like coiled dragons. Sevenfold impact. Following the six-fold burst of power, a seventh surge of energy erupted, shattering the battle platform. The cold essence ice gauntlet unleashed an overwhelming force that pierced through the colossal crimson shockwave like an arrow through armor, causing it to explode in midair. The torrent of crimson energy swept out like a tidal wave, not only toppling the guardians behind Xiao Nuo but forcing the blood fiend to stagger backward. As the blood fiend struggled to regain its footing, an icy iron chain suddenly coiled around half its body. It's the mystic cold iron chain. Outside the Phantom Demon Tower, Luo Ning gasped instinctively. Guanxiang, Li Ran, Wu Ao, Lai Tao, and the others felt their hearts tighten. The mystic cold iron chain was none other than the spiritual weapon Xiao Nuo had earned as the Rookie King. Inside the Phantom Demon Tower, Xiao Nuo's left hand gripped the icy iron chain of Shinhan tightly, his arm muscles taut as he yanked it forcefully backward. The blood demon's movement froze instantly. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Nuo swung his right hand, sending a spinning black demonic blade hurtling through the air. Shadow Blade Technique? Xiao Nuo silently chanted in his mind. The rapidly spinning blade emitted a piercing screech as it sliced through the air like lightning, aiming straight for the blood demon's chest. As blood splattered, Xiao Nuo's figure seemed to vanish and reappear like a phantom, materializing right in front of the blood demon. His hand firmly grasped the hilt of the demonic blade. Phantom Slash, he silently commanded again, his arm erupting with an astonishing surge of power. With a fierce sweep of the blade embedded in the blood demon's chest, the merciless edge carved a crimson arc through the air. The blood demon's upper body was severed in an instant. One strike lethal. Boom. Outside the Phantom Demon Tower, the spectators widened their eyes in shock, their senses overwhelmed by the intense scene. Amidst the crimson rain of blood, the blood demon let out a harrowing shriek before its dismembered body disintegrated into countless fragments and dispersed. The Shadow Blade technique originated from the Skyblade Sword Sect's Shadow Sword technique, which Xiao Nuo had refined and improved. This particular move, named Phantom Slash, was the second form of the technique and possessed devastating power. Xiao Nuo landed steadily on the ground, as the remaining sentries dissolved along with the blood demon. On the ascension platform, the audience was left in awe, a chill running down their spines as the breathtaking instant kill replayed in their minds. So powerful. Unbelievable. Absolutely mind-blowing. Exclamations of admiration echoed one after another. At that moment, thunderclouds churned above the Phantom Demon Tower, and a solemn, commanding voice resonated through the air. Nirvana Hall's Xiao Nuo trio complete. Time taken. The atmosphere froze, and everyone held their breath, hearts pounding in suspense. Then, a thunderous announcement reverberated, shaking the very air. 98 counts. 98. Numbers. These words exploded like thunder across the Dengxiao platform in the Beishi Peak Plaza, instantly stirring an unprecedented commotion. Gasps and heated discussions erupted among the crowd. 90? 98? Even Liang Xingqian and Yuan Lishua's records have been broken. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The timing system of the illusionary demon tower must have malfunctioned. Are you kidding? The illusionary demon tower never makes mistakes. Is it really that hard to admit that this newcomer is exceptional? But you all saw it defeated the blood demon in an instant, without a single misstep throughout the entire process. Exactly. I've watched Liang Xingqian and Yuan Lixu's assessments before, and honestly, Xiao Nuo was even more flawless in the details. Shock, skepticism, and admiration rippled through the crowd. Even the four examiners Mo Huayuan, Lin Ruoyin, Elder Xiao, and Elder Uyang fell into silence. Lin Ruoyin let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Ha, looks like we've been proven wrong. Mo Huayuan narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. Elder Ouyang nodded thoughtfully and turned to Elder Xiao. You knew he'd pass, didn't you? Elder Xiao shook his head slightly. I knew he'd take first place, but I didn't expect him to break Liang Xingqian and Yuan Lixu's records. The expressions of the three examiners varied, but the consensus was clear. The truly shocking part wasn't just Xiao Nuo defeating Xiang Jiansheng, but the fact that he had set a new record. 98th. This was the first time in the history of the illusionary demon tower's assessment that a sub-100 result had been achieved. Elder Ouyang sighed. The Nirvana Hall has really found themselves a treasure this time. On the Dengxiao platform, the atmosphere had reached a boiling point. Guanxiang, overcome with excitement, roared like a furious dragon, clenching his fists. Who dares to look down on our Nirvana Hall now? Who dares to mock our junior brother Xiao Nuo? Step forward. Where's the person who laughed the loudest just now? Come out and take your punishment. Li Ran quickly grabbed Guanxiang. Calm down. But before Guanxiang could settle, Luo Ning shouted excitedly, Xiao Nuo, you're incredible. Absolutely amazing. Li Ran felt a headache coming on. Luo Ning had clearly turned into Xiao Nuo's #1 fangirl, completely beyond control. On the leaderboard displayed by the illusionary demon tower, the name Xiao Nuo of Nirvana Hall had risen to the top. The former #1, Xiang Jianxing of the Juexian Hall, was instantly pushed to second place. His score of 109 now seemed like a silent mockery, as if slapping him in the face. Not long ago, Xiang Jianxing had arrogantly referred to others as meager and insignificant. Now, that arrogance had backfired dramatically, leaving him with a face as dark as thunderclouds. Suddenly, a flash of white light glimmered from the illusionary demon tower, and Xiao Nuo emerged. All eyes turned to him, filled with disbelief. He's out. Now this is what you call a true genius. I can't believe it actually broke Liang Xingchen's record. I'm convinced. What about you guys? Same here. Xiao Nuo descended the steps with an expressionless face. His cold gaze locked onto Xiang Jianxing as he asked, his tone icy, "Tell me, who's the chicken? And who's the dog?" The words instantly ignited the tension in the air, setting off a new wave of intensity. Xiao Nuo's counterattack, using Xiang Jianxing's earlier mocking words, earned silent applause from many, including Lai Tao and Wu Ao. Xiang Jianxing clenched his fists tightly, letting out a cold sneer. Humph, boasting over a victory achieved through cheating? How pathetic. Cheating? The words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd on the Dengxiao platform. What cheating? Who cheated? Xiao Nuo. Xiang Jianxing's expression turned sinister as he pointed at Xiao Nuo. With your strength, it's impossible for you to ascend the Dengxiao platform without a Xianling crystal, let alone pass through the illusionary demon tower so easily. You must have cheated. Hearing this, Xiao Nuo smirked inwardly. Xiang Jianxing's accusations had indeed planted seeds of doubt in some people's minds. Yeah, that's true. He's only at the foundation establishment stage. How could he be this strong? Something's fishy. Definitely fishy. Seeing the growing suspicion in the crowd, Xiang Jianxing became even more confident in his claims. He pointed at Xiao Nuo again, his tone provocative. Do you dare to prove you didn't cheat? Xiao Nuo raised an eyebrow and replied calmly, how do you suggest I prove it? Defeat me. Xiang Jianxing's challenge rang out, sparking another wave of uproar across Beishi Peak. Guanxiang rushed to Xiao Nuo's side and retorted to Xiang Jianxing. Xiang Jianxing, are you just a sore loser? If you're accusing our junior brother Xiao Nuo of cheating, the burden of proof is on you. Luo Ning stood up for Xiao Nuo, pointing out that Xiang Jianxing had also used the Xianling crystal. Xiang Jianxing let out a cold laugh, refraining from further argument, and directly challenged Xiao Nuo. Exuding confidence, he believed that with his cultivation at the first level of the Qi Mastery Realm and his formidable with spirit sword body, defeating Xiao Nuo would be a certainty. To him, defeating Xiao Nuo would prove that Xiao Nuo had cheated to pass the trial, thereby justifying his claim to the top rank. The surrounding crowd murmured among themselves, their suspicion of Xiao Nuo growing stronger. It was at this moment that Xiao Nuo finally spoke up. I don't care for meaningless fights, Xiao Nuo said calmly. Xiang Jianxing smirked triumphantly. So, you're refusing to compete with me? No. Xiao Nuo's tone shifted, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. I want to add a wager. His words instantly stirred the crowd into a frenzy. Even Xiang Jianxing hadn't expected such a request and hesitated briefly before responding. If you can defeat me, the second place reward is yours. Although only the first place reward had been announced by the examiners, it was customary for the second place to receive a prize as well. Xiang Jianxing thought he had calculated everything perfectly if he won. Xiao Nuo would lose his qualification, and he would naturally ascend to claim the first place reward. Xiao Nuo remained indifferent, replying calmly, deal. Guanxiang and the others appeared anxious, but Xiao Nuo signaled with his eyes that he had everything under control. The crowd on the ascension platform quickly stepped back, creating enough space for the duel. The officials overseeing the trial did not intervene, nor did the four examiners atop Beishi Peak. Perhaps they too were curious to see whether Xiao Nuo could truly defeat Xiang Jianxing. On Beishi Peak, everyone's eyes were fixed on the floating silver orb, which clearly displayed the events unfolding on the ascension platform. Xiang Jianxing's dissatisfaction was not without basis. While Xiao Nuo had slain the blood demon in the Phantom Demon Tower, he had not defeated many of the guardians on the first 6 levels. However, the criteria for passing the Phantom Demon Tower was to reach the top level. By slaying the blood demon amidst overwhelming odds and ascending to the summit, Xiao Nuo had undoubtedly met the requirements. On the ascension platform, Xiao Nuo and Xiang Jianxing stood about 10 meters apart. One looked composed, while the other's gaze was sharp and fierce. Don't regret it later. Xiang Jianxing sneered, his eyes glinting coldly. With a grasp of his right hand, a glowing green spirit sword appeared instantly. The sword's energy surged, sending sand and dust flying while his sword robe billowed in the wind, exuding an extraordinary aura. Xiao Nuo responded serenely, I'll return the same words to you. Xiang Jianxing laughed instead of getting angry. Ha ha ha, you're destined to lose. Before his laughter faded, Xiang Jianxing launched his attack. His sword swung with a flourish, and an overwhelming sword force surged toward Xiao Nuo. With spirit sword technique, binding ensnarement. With a low shout, a wood element sword formation appeared beneath Xiao Nuo's feet. The formation, resembling intricate root systems, rapidly intertwined into a web. In an instant, countless thorny vines burst from the ground like frenzied serpents, attacking Xiao Nuo from all directions. In the blink of an eye, the vines coiled tightly around Xiao Nuo's legs, waist, and other vulnerable areas. They wrapped around him layer by layer, forming a wooden sphere about 1 or 2 meters in diameter, completely enclosing him. Seeing Xiao Nuo swallowed by thousands of vines, the crowd below was shocked. Xiang Jiansheng's ferocious opening move had given him an undeniable advantage. Huh. You're finished. Xiang Jiansheng smirked smugly as he dashed forward like lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him. The glow of his spirit sword intensified as he thrust it directly toward the center of the wooden sphere where Xiao Nuo was trapped. Clang! The sharp spirit sword pierced through the vines with ease, aiming straight for Xiao Nuo. However, just as it was about to strike, a soft click sounded, and the sword stopped abruptly. Huh. Xiang Jiansheng frowned, pressing his left hand against the hilt to force the blade further, but the sword refused to budge. At that moment, a disdainful voice came from within the vine sphere. Is this the best you've got? What? Xiang Jiansheng's heart sank in shock. Suddenly, beams of cyan light burst forth from within the vine sphere. A moment later, a thunderous explosion shook the entire platform. A powerful force erupted outward, and the radiant cyan beams sliced through countless vines like blades. The crowd on the ascension platform stood frozen in disbelief, their eyes wide as they watched the astonishing scene unfold. From the snapping vines, Xiao Nuo caught Xiang Jiansheng's weapon barehanded. His left palm pressed directly against the tip of the blade, without even equipping the Cold Abyss Ice Gauntlet. This scene stunned everyone present after all. The weapon in Xiang Jiansheng's hand was a top-grade spiritual artifact. Though it was wood elemental, its power was not to be underestimated. Yet Xiao Nuo dared to intercept it with his bare hand? Before anyone could react, bronze patterns surfaced on Xiao Nuo's arm, and a burst of powerful dark energy erupted from his palm. Clang! A metallic clash echoed, accompanied by a cyan shockwave that rippled between the two. Xiang Jiansheng's arm went numb, and he was forced several steps back. With a tone laced with mockery, Xiao Nuo said, "Pathetic. You?" Xiang Jiansheng's face darkened. Xiao Nuo continued, "Your strength doesn't even compare to that of a blood demon." Silence! Xiang Jiansheng roared in fury, leaping over 10 meters into the air. Boom! The surrounding air erupted as hundreds of eerie dark green lights exploded from Xiang Jiansheng's body, rapidly converging onto his spiritual sword. The lights transformed into countless solid, sharp vines. Swish, swish, swish. The vines tightened wildly, wrapping around Xiang Jiansheng's arm and the spiritual sword. In an instant, a 2 to 3 meter long wooden spike took shape, its surface engraved with circular patterns, radiating immense armor-piercing force as it lunged toward Xiao Nuo. With spirit sword technique, piercing vine annihilation. The strike was ferocious, but Xiao Nuo showed no intention of dodging. He shifted his stance slightly, his entire body brimming with energy as cyan currents flowed around him like silk. His fist, encased in a cyan-glowing vortex, launched forward to meet the attack heading. Sevenfold impact. The sevenfold impact, enhanced by the ancient bronze power, erupted in succession. Boom! Fist collided with the wooden spike, and the heavy shockwave reverberated in everyone's ears. The tip of the vine's pike shattered instantly. What? Xiang Jiansheng's eyes widened in disbelief, and the spectators were equally astonished. How strong was Xiao Nuo's physical body? Such a powerful attack couldn't even breach his defense? Bang! Boom! The successive bursts of force shook the air violently, scattering the vines like startled snakes. The green spiritual sword reappeared, but Xiao Nuo wasted no time, punching the tip of the blade directly. Boom! The tremendous force clashed, the terrifying power traveling along the sword and into Xiang Jiansheng's arm. Crack! The sound of bones breaking sent chills through the crowd. Xiang Jiansheng's right arm dislocated on the spot, with bone protruding from the joint. Xiang Jiansheng screamed in agony, his face contorted as he staggered back over 10 meters. Before he could regain his footing, the sound of something slicing through the air approached. A black demonic blade tore through the atmosphere, heading straight for Xiang Jiansheng's throat. The crowd's minds flashed back to the blood demon's grisly demise. How eerily similar this scene was. Xiang Jiansheng's face turned deathly pale as he desperately tried to dodge. In that split second, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded. Roar! Xiang Jiansheng felt a wave of dizziness, and everyone on the ascension platform was similarly shaken. In that fleeting moment, the black, demonic blade had already reached his throat. The chilling breath of death enveloped him. Xiang Jiansheng's pupils dilated in terror. Save me, someone. Just as blood was about to spurt, the 4 examiners Mo Huayuan, Lin Ruoyin, Elder Xiao, and Elder Wang in the northern peak of the arena were thrown into a panic. If Xiang Jiansheng died, they would bear the blame. Yet from their position, they were powerless to intervene. At the very last moment, as blood was about to flow, a powerful hand firmly gripped the handle of the dark blade. Clang! The black, demonic blade let out a sharp cry as ominous dark light scattered. The hearts of the onlookers pounded wildly, and the deadly strike came to an abrupt halt. Xiao Nuo reversed his grip on the blade. standing coldly before Xiang Jiansheng. Once again, the scene left everyone in shock. In a flash, the demonic blade in Xiao Nuo's hand had already drawn blood from Xiang Jiansheng. A single step closer, and his head would have been severed. In an icy tone, Xiao Nuo asked, "Tell me, do you still have any doubts? Answer me, do you still have doubts?" Xiao Nuo's voice thundered like a clap of lightning, resonating across the platform. The demonic blade, Dark Star Soul, emitted a sharp, thrilling vibration. On Dengxiao platform and atop Beishi Peak, everyone's hearts pounded fiercely, as if they were about to burst from their chests. Just moments ago, nearly everyone believed Xiang Jiansheng was about to be executed. Yet, at the critical instant, Xiao Nuo halted his strike. This sudden and electrifying turn of events sent chills down the spines of everyone present, freezing their blood. The edge of the black, demonic blade exuded a bone-chilling aura. Beads of cold sweat dripped continuously from Xiang Jiansheng's forehead. Death had never felt so close. This was a sensation he had never experienced before. Xiang Jiansheng wrestled with his thoughts. Although the Piao Miao sect strictly prohibited killing outside the life and death platform, this confrontation was one he had instigated himself. Even if Xiao Nuo truly struck him down, the punishment might not be severe. Answer me, was I cheating? Xiao Nuo's icy gaze locked onto Xiang Jiansheng, whose heartstrings quivered as he stood speechless. Seeing that his opponent remained silent after being questioned twice, Xiao Nuo tightened his grip on the demonic blade, his voice growing even colder. Answer me, who, then, is the weak and insignificant one? As soon as these words fell, a surge of powerful energy burst forth from behind Xiao Nuo, lifting his robes and stirring up clouds of dust. Xiang Jiansheng's final defense crumbled under the pressure. His body trembled violently, and his knees gave way, forcing him to kneel before Xiao Nuo. Ugh, ugh. Xiang Jiansheng's voice trembled as it escaped his throat, cold sweat pouring down his face. Too lost. I admit defeat. The once arrogant Xiang Jiansheng finally lowered his proud head. All accusations of Xiao Nuo cheating were completely obliterated. The crowd below wore expressions that shifted unpredictably. Lu Feng, Wu Ao, Lai Tao, Yuan Chengqian, and other prodigies were now merely background shadows to Xiao Nuo's brilliance. No one dared to question his strength anymore. That was exhilarating, Luo Ning exclaimed, shaking his head in excitement, his eyes alight with admiration. Those who pushed him into Nirvana Hall must be regretting it to death now. Li Ran sneered beside him. I bet the elders are kicking themselves right about now. Luo Ning and Li Ran had personally witnessed Xiao Nuo being ostracized, with not a single elder from the four halls willing to take him in. Left with no choice, Xiao Nuo was assigned to Nirvana Hall. Who could have imagined that in just over a month, he would deliver such an astonishing performance? What were those elders who managed the Piao Miao heavenly ladder thinking now? The assessment continues. The voice of the assessment overseer reminded everyone. The crowd snapped back to reality, remembering that the test was still ongoing. One by one, the third-grade disciples entered the illusion beast tower. Perhaps due to the impact of earlier events, most participants afterward seemed distracted. Guanxiang, Luo Ning, and Li Ran each completed their assessments as well. Though Guanxiang successfully defeated the Blood Fiend, his prolonged time cost him a spot in the top 10, and he failed to advance to second-grade disciple status. Both Luo Ning and Li Ran reached the 6th floor, and although they fell short, their performance was commendable for newcomers. By late afternoon, as dusk approached, the second phase of the assessment finally concluded. The rankings remained largely unchanged, with Xiao Nuo securing the top position with a record of 98 points. He was followed by Xiang Jiansheng, Lu Feng, Lai Tao, Yuan Chengqian, Wu Ao, and others. Most of the elite third-grade disciples successfully advanced. On the Northern Peak Plaza, Elder Xiao stepped to the front of the high platform and formally announced, "The Illusion Beast Tower assessment has concluded." The crowd, who had been waiting nearly the entire day, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Someone remarked, honestly, the assessment might as well have ended after Xiao Nuo finished. Everything afterward felt anticlimactic. Exactly, another agreed. He even broke Liang Xingqian's record. Who could have seen that coming? As discussions buzzed among the crowd, the massive silver orb suspended above Northern Peak Plaza began to emit waves of spiritual energy. Beams of light shot forth from within, and the orb radiated an intense brilliance like a miniature sun. With a deafening boom, chaotic energy rippled through the air as the orb shattered in the void. A towering column of light pierced the center of the plaza, and in a flash of blinding brilliance, everyone on Dengxiao platform was instantly transported back to Beishi Peak. Ah, we're back. This year's assessment is finally over. Time to work hard again and aim for advancement next time. Some were jubilant, some were disheartened, and others remained determined. Meanwhile, on the elevated platform to the north, the four assessment officials had all risen from their seats, their expressions unreadable. This year's assessment has officially come to an end, though it must be said that unexpected events unfolded, catching all of us by surprise. The cold, resonant voice of Lin Ruoyin, the vice master of the Taihua Hall, echoed across the plaza. Her deep and piercing eyes locked onto Xiao Nuo in the crowd, a glimmer of astonishment and admiration flickering within them. Xiao Nuo had achieved a groundbreaking score of 98, setting an unprecedented record. Even more remarkable, he became the first person to reach the summit of the Ascension platform during the first phase of the assessment without relying on the Bi-Xian Spirit Crystal. Lin Ruoyin's voice rang out clearly, carrying across the entire crowd. The following 10 individuals have successfully advanced to become second-tier disciples of our sect. She began announcing the final results. First place, Nirvana Hall, Xiao Nuo. Second place, Absolute Immortal Hall, Xiang Jiansheng. Third place, Guishu Hall, Lu Feng. As each name was read, the atmosphere in the plaza grew increasingly tense. After finishing the announcements, Lin Ruoyin's gaze returned to Xiao Nuo. She raised her delicate hand, her fingers moving with the grace of blooming petals. The first place winner will be rewarded with a Yin-Yang Vital Energy Pill and a manual of Earth-grade martial arts. Before her words fully settled, an exquisite brocade box flew from her hand. Xiao Nuo's eyes sharpened as he reached out and caught the brocade box with precision. Lin Ruoyin added, "Inside is the Yin-Yang Vital Energy Pill. As for the Earth-grade martial arts manual, you may visit the Sect's martial arts pavilion tomorrow to claim it." All around, envious gazes fell upon Xiao Nuo. Clutching the brocade box, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He was beginning to fully realize the immense benefits of joining the sect, where rare and precious resources were within easy reach. Just as Lin Ruoyin was about to announce the reward for second place, Elder Xiao unexpectedly interjected, "Well, about that second place lost a bet to first place earlier. So, the second place reward should go to the first place winner." His words caused Xiang Jiansheng's face to darken instantly. He had hoped to quietly avoid fulfilling the bet, only to be called out in front of everyone by Elder Xiao. Though Lin Ruoyin seemed slightly speechless, she acknowledged that the wager had been witnessed by all. Thus, she declared, "In that case, the second place reward will be transferred to the first place winner." This decision stirred an even greater commotion in the plaza, pushing the crowd's envy and jealousy toward Xiao Nuo to its peak. Xiao Nuo now stood to gain 2 Earth-grade martial arts manuals, an incredibly valuable reward. In stark contrast, Xiang Jianxing not only left empty-handed, but also became the subject of ridicule among the sect members. Lin Ruoyin then proceeded to distribute the rewards for the 3rd through 10th places. The 3rd place winner received a top-tier high-grade martial arts manual, while the others were given various rewards, such as pills or spiritual artifacts. Xiang Jiansheng's situation appeared increasingly dismal. Just as the assessment was drawing to a close and the crowd began to disperse, an unexpected figure stepped into the center of the plaza. Radiating an imposing aura and sharp intensity, the newcomer was none other than Liang Xingqian, the sword disciple of Absolute Blade. In an instant, even the 4 assessment officials who had been preparing to leave paused in their tracks. Liang Xingqian's piercing gaze fixed directly on Xiao Nuo, and the atmosphere in the plaza grew tense. Everyone held their breath, bracing for the storm that this unexpected confrontation might bring. Unexpected. Unexpected. A sudden surge of overwhelming energy swept across the plaza of Beishi Peak, drawing everyone's attention. All eyes turned to see Liang Xingqian, one of the top 10 strongest inner disciples, striding forward with a group of followers. His title, Blade Master of Absolute Edge, was as infamous as it was revered, and rumors swirled that he was on the brink of being promoted to a core disciple. Liang Xingqian's arrival instantly altered the atmosphere in the plaza. Murmurs erupted among the crowd. "It's Liang Xingqian. What's he doing here?" Someone muttered anxiously, judging by his expression, "It can't be good." Every step Liang Xingqian took radiated an extraordinary aura. His cold, star-like eyes were fixed on Xiao Nuo in the distance. Behind him were several young men and women, including Yu Kong and Lin Yuboth, prominent among the top-tier disciples. The trio had once ventured to Sand City to contend with the Tiangang Sword Sect for control and emerged victorious, earning accolades from their sect. Their united presence now only heightened the tension. From the northern high platform, Elder Oying barked in a stern voice, "Hey, you bunch of brats, don't stir up trouble here." Yukong, with a calm smile but no intention of backing down, replied, "Relax, Elder Oying. We're just here to settle a minor issue. Once we're done, we'll leave." His tone carried blatant disregard for the elder, knowing full well that Liang Xingqian's impending promotion to a core disciple would place him far above the rank of an ordinary elder. Meanwhile, Vice Hall Masters Mo Huayuan and Lin Ruoyin, though familiar with Liang Xingqian, chose to remain silent, observing the situation unfold. Liang Xingqian and his group approached Xiao Nuo. The faces of Xiao Nuo's companions Guanxiang, Luo Ning, and Li Ran turned pale. It was clear that Liang Xingqian had come for Xiao Nuo. Fixing Xiao Nuo with a frosty gaze, Liang Xingqian extended his hand and said coldly, "I'm here to reclaim something." The Thunder Cry Sword. The high-grade spiritual weapon you took from my sister Liang Xier, turn it now. His words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. Gasps and whispers filled the air. Xiao Nuo's got some nerve, stealing something from Liang Xingqian's sister. Guanxiang tried to mediate, cautiously saying, Senior brother Liang, could there be some misunderstanding? Luo Ning and Li Ran exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions conflicted. Yu Kong, standing behind Liang Xingqian, sneered. Humph. You crippled Shanji by taking one of his legs and an arm. And you left junior sister Liangzi severely injured. Don't tell me you've forgotten all that already? This revelation caused a stir among the crowd. Figures like Lai Tao, Wu Ao, and Lu Fong exchanged bewildered looks. No wonder Shanji, ranked second among the third-tier disciples, hadn't shown up at the Ascension platform. It seemed the incident had left lasting consequences. Facing the accusations, Xiao Nuo remained unervingly calm. Meeting Liang Xingqian's gaze, he replied evenly, Yes, I injured them. And yes, I took the sword. Yu Kang's eyes glinted with malice as he spoke in a chilling tone. Good. At least you admit it. According to Sect rules, we can't harm you directly, but that Thundercry sword belongs to the Vice Hall Master of the Absolute Immortal Hall, and was gifted by senior brother Liang to his sister. You'd better hand it over immediately. His tone left no room for negotiation, exuding an air of intimidation. Most would have caved under such pressure, especially when faced with someone as formidable as Liang Xingqian. Guanxiang leaned in and whispered, Junior brother, don't make things worse for yourself. Just give them the sword. Luo Ning also gave Xiao Nuo a subtle look, urging him to comply. However, Xiao Nuo's lips curled into a faint smirk. In a tone equally disdainful, he responded, Why should I? His words detonated like a bomb, sending shockwaves through the plaza. Even the figures on the northern platform, Mo Huayuan, Lin Ruayin, and Elder Xia looked visibly surprised. Yu Kang's brows furrowed. What did you say? Xiao Nuo repeated. Word for word, I said, why should I? Xiao Nuo knew full well that Liang Xingqian had harbored ill intentions toward him long before he joined the Piao Miao sect. In the Bone Transformation Mountains, Liang Xingqian had even ordered Elder Zhou Yufu to assassinate him. Whether or not he handed over the Thundercry sword today, their enmity was irreconcilable. So why back down? Yu Kang's patience wore thin. His voice rose sharply. Do you have any idea how foolish you're being? Xiao Nuo tilted his head slightly, his tone mocking. Getting impatient, are we? The Thundercry sword is right here with me. If you're so desperate, why don't you come and take it yourself? This blatant provocation struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone on Beishi Peak stunned into silence. The sheer audacity of Xiao Nuo left the crowd speechless, their gazes fixed on him in a mix of awe and disbelief. Isn't that just calling Yu Kang a desperate dog backed into a corner? Yu Kang's inner fury blazed like a wildfire, growing more intense with each passing moment. Whether he chose to act or refrain, he found himself trapped in a dilemma with no clear way out. Amidst the mounting tension, Liang Xingqian's cold voice sliced through the air like a sharp blade. If you want to keep the Thundercry sword, you can, as long as you have what it takes to withstand a single strike from me. The atmosphere on the field instantly grew heavier. Talents like Lai Tao, Lu Fong, and Wu Ao narrowed their eyes simultaneously, secretly calculating the situation. On the surface, Liang Xingqian appeared to be standing up for his younger sister, but in truth, he was seizing the opportunity to assert his dominance. After all, Xiao Nuo had just broken Liang Xingqian's record for clearing the Illusion Beast Tower. Known as the Sword Prodigy, there was no way Liang Xingqian would let that slide. Guanxiang, sweating with anxiety, grabbed Xiao Nuo's arm and urged him in a low voice. Don't agree to it, junior brother Xiao Nuo. He's in the Tongling realm. The gap between the Tongling realm and the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm was vast, with the Yuchi realm standing in between. To Guanxiang, stepping into this trap was absolutely out of the question. But Liang Xingqian pressed on relentlessly. Taking a step forward, an invisible surge of energy swept through the air, forcing those nearby to struggle to stay on their feet. In a frosty tone, Liang Xingqian declared, in my presence, your arrogance is no different from Xiang Jiansheng's. The remark hit Xiang Jiansheng, who was about to leave, like a dagger. As the second-place contender, he had already endured too much ridicule today. Gritting his teeth in humiliation, he felt as though anger might cause him to cough up blood. Liang Xingqian's voice turned even colder, as chilling as ice. One strike. If you can withstand a single strike from me without falling, the Thundercry sword will be yours to take. One strike without falling. Yours to take. Each word was laced with an overbearing intensity, as though aiming to crush Xiao Nuo under its weight. The pressure on the field immediately focused solely on Xiao Nuo. Refusal would appear as cowardice, tarnishing Xiao Nuo's reputation despite his first-place finish in the Inner Disciples assessment. Acceptance, however, meant facing a formidable foe from the Tongling realm. The power of Liang Xingqian's sword strike was unfathomable, But one thing was certain: few in the Yuchi realm could withstand it. Unable to hold back any longer, Guanxiang spoke up boldly. This is too much. A Tongling realm cultivator challenging someone in the Foundation establishment realm? That's blatant bullying. Our Nirvana Hall may not be what it once was, but we won't stand for such humiliation. Then, with determination, he turned to Xiao Nuo and said, Junior brother, let's go. As long as we don't step onto the life and death stage, there's nothing they can do to you. No matter how strong Liang Xingqian is, until he officially becomes a true disciple, he won't dare act recklessly. Hearing this, Liang Xingqian's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Oh, bullying, is it? Perhaps you'll find that you'll always be on the receiving end of my bullying. These words cut into Guanxiang's heart like a knife. Everyone on Bei Shi Peak could feel the scorn dripping from each syllable. At this moment, it seemed to all present that Xiao Nuo would forever be inferior to Liang Xingqian. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, Xiao Nuo finally spoke, his voice thundering like a sudden clap of lightning. Not necessarily. Guanxiang, Luoning, Li Ran, and the others were stunned. Xiao Nuo locked eyes with Liang Xingqian, devoid of any trace of fear. Liang Xingqian's tone stretched slightly, his interest piqued. Oh, so your choice is? A sharp glint flashed in Xiao Nuo's eyes as he raised his hand in a gesture of invitation. Xiao Nuo hereby challenges the sword prodigy. Please, make your move. The statement landed like a bombshell, sending shockwaves through Bei Shi Peak. The uproar it caused far surpassed that of the Illusion Beast Tower assessment. Even the four examiners Mo Huayuan, Lin Ruayin, Elder Xiao, and Elder Uying couldn't hide their astonishment. The crowd erupted into heated discussion. Some were awestruck by Xiao Nuo's courage, while others dismissed him as reckless. The commotion on Bei Shi Peak reached unprecedented levels. Yukong, Lin Yu, and the others retreated to the sidelines. As they left, Yukong cast a scornful glance at Xiao Nuo, as if he could already foresee the latter's defeat. Meanwhile, Guanxiang tried once more to dissuade Xiao Nuo, but Luoning and Li Ran held him back. Luoning said solemnly, trust him. Guanxiang could only shake his head in frustration, knowing full well the extent of Liang Xingqian's strength. His concern grew, but with the situation already set in motion, there was nothing he could do to stop it. In the vast plaza, at its very center, Xiao Nuo and Liang Xingqian stood on opposite ends, like two resplendent stars. Liang Xingqian spoke with an air of arrogance. Don't worry. I have no desire to be accused of bullying the weak. For this strike, I will use only 50% of my strength. Before his words fully faded, Liang Xingqian raised both hands, and in an instant, a magnificent sword left its sheath. The scabbard shot out like a streak of light, embedding itself into a stone pillar outside the platform. The sheer force of the impact left cracks spidering across the pillar's surface. The crowd below collectively gasped. Liang Xingqian's power was truly terrifying. Those who had previously spoken in support of Xiao Nuo now fell silent. On the sidelines, Yukong sneered and muttered, someone's legs must be trembling in fear by now. The long sword in Liang Xingqian's hand radiated a silvery, moonlight-like glow. Fixing his gaze on Xiao Nuo, his voice turned icy. Watch closely. With just one strike, it'll make you understand the chasm between us. As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Xingqian leapt into the air, soaring dozens of meters high. Behind him, 5 solid sword shadows materialized, orbiting him like clock hands. This was none other than the legendary Phantom Sword technique, a skill of unparalleled might that left the spectators in awe. With a sudden surge of energy, Liang Xingqian unleashed a torrent of sword force. The 5 sword shadows merged into one, forming an overwhelming blade of energy. Phantom Sword technique, 5-fold convergence, he called out softly, as the blade descended like a divine weapon straight toward Xiao Nuo. The tremendous force swept across the plaza, covering more than half its area. Even those observing from outside the battlefield felt suffocated by its intensity, let alone Xiao Nuo, who stood directly beneath the attack. Just as everyone believed defeat was inevitable for Xiao Nuo, a sudden burst of cyan energy erupted around him, forming a shield of bronze light. The shield shimmered with ancient, mysterious runes, exuding an enigmatic aura. The sword energy collided with the bronze shield, producing a deafening explosion. The silver energy pierced through the shield effortlessly, hurtling toward Xiao Nuo. But at the critical moment, Xiao Nuo's left hand, clad in the Frost Origin Ice Gauntlet, struck out with immense force. 7-fold impact. Xiao Nuo roared, veins bulging on his arm as ancient bronze patterns emerged across his body. 7 successive bursts of power rippled through the Frost Origin Ice Gauntlet, each strike reverberating through the air. On the elevated platform to the north, Elder Xiao shook his head and sighed. It's no use, even the 7-fold force of the 9-fold impact can't withstand Liang Xingqian's assault. But Xiao Nuo wasn't ready to concede. His entire body tensed, and his left arm surged forward like an unstoppable arrow. Eightfold impact, he bellowed. A thunderous explosion erupted in the center of the plaza. The sword energy surged outward, its residual force carving half a foot into the ground. Xiao Nuo's Frost Origin Ice Gauntlet shattered instantly, but the formidable sword energy also crumbled into fragments. The scene left the entire audience stunned. Emo Huayuan, Lin Ruayin, Elder Xiao, and Elder Ouyang stared in disbelief. Onlookers like Guanxiang, Luo Ning, Li Ran, Yu Kong, and Lin Yu were equally astonished. Although the Frost Origin Ice Gauntlet was destroyed and a thin streak of blood trickled from Xiao Nuo's fingers, his stance remained unwavering, his aura undiminished. Xiao Nuo slowly raised his gaze, his voice filled with defiance. So it seems you're not as strong as I imagined. So, you're not as invincible as I imagined. The words rang out like a thunderclap, echoing across Beishi Peak and shaking everyone's hearts to the core. The duel between Xiao Nuo and Liang Xingqian's top rookie against the top inner disciple had begun in the most shocking manner imaginable. The power of Liang Xingqian's sword strike was beyond question. The shattered stones on the square and the mid-grade spiritual weapon, the Hanyuan Ice Fist, reduced to dust were proof enough. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Xiao Nuo had managed to withstand this earth-shattering blow. What's going on? Does he have a high-grade spiritual armor? Someone murmured in the crowd. Even with high-grade spiritual armor, that sword technique shouldn't have been blocked, another replied skeptically. It's bizarre. Curious whispers rippled through the onlookers. Yuan Qingqian, an inner disciple of the Yuanlong Hall, stood pale and furious, his eyes filled with regret. My ice fist, he muttered through gritted teeth, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. The Hanyuan Ice Fist had been won by Xiao Nuo a month ago, and Yuan Qingqian had been waiting for a chance to reclaim it. Now, it was nothing but fragments scattered across the ground, leaving him seething with frustration. Liang Xingqian landed gracefully on the ground, a circle of frost-like sword energy radiating from beneath his feet. His grip tightened on his sword as the cold gleam in his eyes deepened, and the murderous intent between his brows grew more pronounced. This was my mistake, but next time, you won't be so lucky, Liang Xingqian said coldly. The crowd held their breath, sensing that Liang Xingqian had no intention of letting this matter rest. Xiao Nuo, however, responded with a faintly mocking smile. I always thought that the illustrious absolute blade of the sect would have the strength to become a core disciple. Now, it seems I overestimated you. Liang Xingqian's eyes narrowed as he twisted his wrist, sending a surge of powerful sword energy sweeping outward. The platform shattered once again, debris flying in all directions. The crowd was forced back, some even thrown to the ground by the sheer force. Are you testing my patience? Liang Xingqian asked icily. Yukong immediately stepped forward to defend him. Senior brother Liang was holding back. Do you really think you have the right to spout such nonsense here? Lin Yu chimed in. Humph. Your spiritual weapon is destroyed. Your arm is injured, and yet you still dare to be so arrogant? Their words sparked a wave of agreement. Liang Xingqian was immensely popular in the Piao Miao sect, with countless devoted followers. Hearing Xiao Nuo's remarks, many began to voice their indignation. Amid the storm of rebukes, Xiao Nuo remained unmoved. He replied in a cold tone, It's true that my spiritual weapon is broken, and my arm is injured. But don't forget, Liang Xingqian entered the Piao Miao sect 4 years before me. So what? Liang Xingqian interrupted sharply. A glint of frost flickered in Xiao Nuo's eyes as he spoke with unwavering determination. Within 1 year, I will surpass you. Boom. This simple declaration landed like a meteor from the heavens, igniting an uproar across Beishi Peak. What did he just say? Surpass Liang Xingqian in a year? Is he dreaming? I've never seen someone so arrogant. He better watch his tongue before he bites it. The murmurs spread like wildfire. Even figures like Elder Xiao, Lin Ruayin, and Emo Huayuan found it difficult to maintain order. Surpass Liang Xingqian? How many in the entire Piao Miao sect would dare to make such a claim? Elder Xiao raised a hand, stopping Lin Ruayin and Emo Huayuan in their tracks. Let the younger generation settle this themselves. Lin Ruayin and Emo Huayuan exchanged glances before reluctantly stepping back. On the sidelines, Guanxiang covered his face with both hands, despair written all over him. It's over. It's all over. He knew that once they returned to the Nirvana Hall, he would have to endure a scolding from Lu Qing and Lan Meng. However, beside him, Luo Ning was clapping excitedly after her initial shock, her face brimming with admiration. That's so bold. A real man should face power without fear and rise stronger after every setback. Oh, come on, Li Ran groaned, rubbing his temples. Fearless? That's Liang Xingqian he's up against. Though most of the crowd sided with Liang Xingqian, a few troublemakers seemed eager to fan the flames. Xiao Nuo's words had unwittingly placed immense pressure on Liang Xingqian, just as Liang Xingqian had previously forced Xiao Nuo to take his sword strike. Now, Xiao Nuo was striking back, chipping away at his opponent's confidence. Your confidence is utterly misplaced, Liang Xingqian said in a low voice. Xiao Nuo's expression remained unchanged, though the chill in his gaze deepened. Maybe half a year will suffice. Sometimes, words cut deeper than blades. While swords wound the body, words can pierce the heart. Under relentless provocation, Liang Xingqian finally let his killing intent show. In half a year, would you dare face me on the life and death platform? The mention of the life and death platform sent chills through the air, casting an icy pall over Beishi Peak. Xiao Nuo replied calmly, why wouldn't I? The atmosphere on Beishi Peak erupted. To claim he could surpass Liang Xingqian within half a year was, in the eyes of everyone, sheer lunacy. The further one progressed on the path of cultivation, the harder it became. Xiao Nuo's bold proclamation seemed nothing short of a fool's dream. For some individuals, particularly those who have reached the Qi refinement realm and beyond, advancing even a minor stage can take a year or more. Yet Xiao Nuo was expected to leap from the foundation establishment realm to the spirit connection realm in just half a year, an almost insurmountable challenge. The crowd was stunned, their eyes fixed on Xiao Nuo in disbelief as they shook their heads. Someone whispered, is this kid insane? That's Liang Xingqian he's up against. Xiao Nuo remained calm, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. Inwardly he thought, this is exactly what I want. Liang Xingqian had been targeting him for a long time, and rather than waiting passively, it was better to strike first. This public life and death challenge not only gave him 6 months to improve, but also made it difficult for Liang Xingqian and Zhou Yufu to act against him in the shadows. Liang Xingqian sneered coldly, 6 months from now, they'll be waiting for you at the life and death platform. With a swing of his right hand, his sword unleashed a chilling sword energy that seemed to cut through the air like invisible blades. Refusing to back down, Xiao Nuo clenched his right fist and swung his arm outward. I will be there, he declared. A surge of powerful energy erupted from him, sending a wave of teal force that shattered the stones nearby. The clash of their auras stirred a fierce gale across the field. The crowd's gazes shifted between the two, unable to suppress the vivid memory of Xiao Nuo's swift defeat of the Blood Demon and his instant victory over Xiang Jianxing in the Phantom Demon Tower. Someone murmured, maybe this 6-month duel on the life and death platform might actually be worth watching. Yukong glared at Xiao Nuo with gritted teeth and spat. Enjoy your arrogance while it lasts. With that, he and Lin Yu, along with the others, escorted Liang Xingqian as they prepared to leave. Just then, Xiao Nuo's voice rang out again. Take back your Thundercry sword. I don't care for such a thing. Before his words had fully settled, a lightning-infused sword materialized in his palm. Xiao Nuo raised his arm, releasing the weapon with a flick of his fingers. The Thundercry sword shot through the air like a bolt of lightning, embedding itself into a stone pillar with a deafening clang. Cracks spread across the pillar as the sword's flickering lightning resembled writhing serpents, striking fear into everyone who witnessed it. The scene left the crowd in awe, and Xiao Nuo's commanding presence grew even more imposing. Liang Xingqian's expression darkened, his face as cold as frost, while Yukong and the others seethed with anger and humiliation. Suppressing his fury, Liang Xingqian said icily, I should remind you just now, that strike only used 50% of my strength. 6 months from now, you'll face me at my peak. With his back turned to Liang Xingqian, Xiao Nuo replied in a calm yet resolute voice, they'll be waiting at the life and death platform. Suddenly, from the heavens above, thunder roared, as if heralding the battle to come. The two figures stood with their backs to each other, their presences towering like dragons and tigers, overshadowing everything around them. In that moment, everyone on the North Xia Peak became mere spectators to their overwhelming aura. The wind stirred, the storm brewed, and the 6-month duel on the life and death platform had officially begun. Inside the Nirvana Hall's inner chamber, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The gazes of Lu Qing, Lan Meng, Chang Qing, and the others rested on Xiao Nuo, their expressions complex and unreadable. Guanxiang stood by Xiao Nuo's side, mentally prepared to face punishment. After all, Xiao Nuo's 6-month pact with Liang Xingqian was reason enough for Guanxiang to expect repercussions. However, to everyone's surprise, after a long silence, Lan Meng merely let out a soft sigh. What's done is done. I fear there's no better solution now, she said. Turning to Xiao Nuo, she asked, was it a moment of impulse, or do you truly believe you can surpass Liang Xingqian? This was a question that would have been unthinkable before. Liang Xingqian, as a standout among the first-tier disciples, possessed immense strength and unparalleled talent. Few in the entire Piao Miao sect could rival him. But today was different. The news of Xiao Nuo claiming the top spot in the second-tier disciple assessment had shocked everyone. Not only had he broken records, but he had also outperformed both Liang Xingqian and Yuan Lixue, two of the sect's most extraordinary talents. Xiao Nu responded calmly, a bit of both. Seeing the puzzled looks around him, he elaborated. It was partly impulsive, but I also have confidence in surpassing Liang Xingqian. Both reasons play a role. Above all, I no longer want to endure this. No matter what, Liang Xingqian is going to target me. So why not tear off the facade and settle it once and for all? Lan Meng was momentarily speechless. Lu Qing stood up, his tone earnest and deliberate. Since you have your reasons, we won't interfere further. But remember, you are a disciple of the Nirvana Hall. As long as the Nirvana Hall stands, we will stand with you. With that, he turned and walked away. Lan Meng nodded in encouragement. Do your best. I believe in you. Chongqing, on the other hand, shot a disgruntled glance at Guanxiang. Next time something like this happens, let me know earlier. Missing out on this feels like losing a fortune. He patted Xiao Nuo on the shoulder. Train hard. If you need a sparring partner, just call me. One by one, they left. Watching their retreating figures, Xiao Nuo felt a warmth in his heart. Though their words were few, they were filled with care and trust. Guanxiang, relieved, couldn't help but laugh out loud. I really thought we were going to get punished. Ha ha ha. Xiao Nuo shook his head with a small smile. At this point, punishment hardly mattered anymore. Back at his residence, Xiao Nuo took a moment to recover before entering the training room. Sitting cross-legged on the platform, he brought out a finely crafted brocade box. As he opened it, a refreshing fragrance filled the air, revealing a pill that was half black, half white, radiating yin-yang spiritual energy. The yin-yang vitality pill, a unique reward for claiming the top spot in the assessment. Xiao Nuo thought to himself, I wonder if this yin-yang vitality pill will help me break through to the Qi mastery realm. For an ordinary 9th stage foundation establishment cultivator, one such pill would be more than sufficient to guarantee advancement. However, Xiao Nuo's cultivation method, the primal overlord body technique, required an immense amount of spiritual energy to strengthen his physique. He wasn't certain if this single pill would suffice. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Nuo steadied his mind and swallowed the pill. Instantly, he felt a unique spiritual fluid disperse within him, unleashing two vast and pure streams of energy. Xiao Nuo's body trembled slightly as the two forces, one cold and one hot, like water and fire, coursed through his meridians and converged in his dantian. The air around Xiao Nuo began to stir. Two streams of energy, one black and one white, intertwined like battling dragons and serpents. He could clearly feel his strength growing, while part of the yin-yang vitality pill's energy was diverted to reinforce his physical body. Even so, Xiao Nuo still felt as though he was just a step away from a breakthrough. As he had anticipated, cultivating the primal overlord body technique demanded resources far beyond what ordinary cultivators required. But Xiao Nuo wasn't worried, still had nearly 20 foundation establishment pills, 10 of which he had recently won from Yuan Chengqian. Without hesitation, he took out one of the pills and swallowed it. Buzz. In an instant, a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted and spread within Xiao Nuo's body. The energies of the foundation establishment pill and the yin-yang primordial qi pill merged flawlessly, without the slightest hint of rejection. The effects of the two pills complemented each other, significantly accelerating his cultivation progress. Xiao Nuo could feel the rapid increase of spiritual energy within him, as his physical body grew stronger. After consuming several more foundation establishment pills, the aura emanating from Xiao Nuo finally broke through the limits of the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm. An even more formidable force burst forth from within him, causing the air currents in the room to become chaotic, and his robes to billow fiercely. Xiao Nuo knew he had now stepped into the threshold of the Qi manipulation realm. Immediately after, a black and white stream of yin and yang energy outside Xiao Nuo's body began converging toward his dantian, while the yin-yang spiritual energy within his limbs and bones moved in unison. In the blink of an eye, a yin-yang vortex, about the size of a child's fist, formed in his dantian, intricately connected to the major meridians within his body. With a single thought, Xiao Nuo activated the vortex. Instantly, he felt as if a miniature whirlpool was spinning rapidly in his dantian, drawing in faint traces of spiritual energy from the air around him. A glimmer of joy flashed through Xiao Nuo's eyes. She knew he had successfully entered the Qi manipulation realm. Unlike the body refinement realm and foundation establishment realm, cultivators in the Qi manipulation realm were considered to have truly embarked on the path of cultivation. Not only could they absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to aid in their training, but they could also project their spiritual energy outward to attack enemies from a distance. Clang. The demonic blade, Dark Star Soul, instantly appeared in Xiao Nuo's hand. His eyes glinted coldly as he swung the blade forward with force. A dark cyan blade aura slashed through the air, splitting the tea table in front of him neatly into two halves. The air rippled with the impact, and the blade mark was sharp and menacing. A satisfied smile appeared on Xiao Nuo's face. Compared to the foundation establishment realm, the power of the Qi manipulation realm was on an entirely different level. While Foundation establishment cultivators could only engage in close combat, chi manipulation cultivators could transform their spiritual energy into blade auras, sword chi, energy waves, and other forms of ranged attacks. The higher the realm, the stronger and wider the range of these attacks. At this moment, Xiao Nuo was just one major realm away from the Spirit Communion realm. Gripping the blade tightly in his 5 fingers, a sharp and icy determination flickered in his eyes. Liang Xingqian, I'm one step closer to you. And as for the young sect master of the Tiangang sword sect, one day, I, Xiao Nuo, will personally pay you a visit. The next morning, Xiao Nuo opened his eyes atop an ancient peak brimming with spiritual energy. The effects of the yin-yang primordial chi pill were indeed extraordinary, greatly enhancing his ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After breaking through to the chi manipulation realm, he had come to this place where the spiritual energy was even more abundant to continue his cultivation. Chi manipulation cultivators could absorb and refine the energy of heaven and earth for their own use, and the vortex formed by the yin-yang primordial chi pill further accelerated this process. A single night of cultivation for Xiao Nuo was equivalent to 2 or 3 nights for an ordinary cultivator. Exhaling a faint white mist, Xiao Nuo felt refreshed and invigorated. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth not only purified impurities, but also expelled toxins from the body. Many reclusive masters could sustain themselves solely by absorbing spiritual energy, without the need for food. After a night of cultivation, Xiao Nuo not only felt no hunger but was even more energized than before. The morning in the ethereal sect was like a scene from a celestial realm. Xiao Nuo rose to his feet, bathed in the golden light of dawn, resembling a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Half an hour later, he arrived at the martial arts pavilion of the ethereal sect. Shrouded in mist, several grand and majestic pavilions stood atop the towering peak. As one of the most secretive places within the ethereal sect, the martial arts pavilion was heavily guarded, with patrols constantly flying back and forth in the skies above. Standing before the grand entrance of the martial arts pavilion, Xiao Nuo spoke in a solemn tone. Disciple Xiao Nuo, under the orders of Hall Master Lin Ruoyin of the Taihua Hall, has come to claim the reward for a second-rank disciple. At the entrance of the martial skills pavilion, Xiao Nuo arrived to claim the top-ranking reward as instructed by Lin Ruoyin the day before. Suddenly, a massive iron gate rumbled open inward, revealing an iron chain bridge stretching across a bottomless abyss. Come in, an aged voice called out from within. Xiao Nuo looked up and saw the bridge flanked by cliffs that plunged into darkness. Overhead, guards riding spirit beasts occasionally soared by. The entire setting exuded a solemn and imposing atmosphere. Stepping cautiously onto the bridge, he began making his way across. On the other side of the bridge stood a 5-story, over 100-metal ancient building, precisely the martial skills pavilion. Before Xiao Nuo could say a word, the grand doors of the pavilion opened on their own. Enter! The aged voice commanded again. Without hesitation, Xiao Nuo stepped inside. The moment he entered, an ancient formation lit up beneath his feet, its circular patterns pulsating with radiant energy. Xiao Nuo felt the space around him twist and distort. In the next instant, he found himself standing atop a broad, dimly lit platform. The platform appeared to be built beneath a fantastical starry expanse, surrounded by dozens of towering stone pillars, each nearly 100 meters tall and 2 to 3 meters in diameter. Intricate and mysterious carvings adorn the pillars' depictions of flowers, birds, fish, insects, ferocious beasts, mountains, rivers, suns, moons, and stars. You are entitled to claim 2 Earth-grade martial techniques, the aged voice echoed once more. Yet the speaker remained unseen, as if the voice emanated from every direction. Xiao Nuo nodded and asked, "How do I make my selection?" "No need to choose," the voice replied. "They've already been prepared for you." As the words faded, countless ethereal lights coalesced in front of Xiao Nuo, flowing like a stream in midair before forming into a cluster. Moments later, a strange energy ripple spread outward, and 2 scrolls appeared out of thin air before him. Xiao Nuo was momentarily stunned. Puzzled, he asked, "Aren't I supposed to choose for myself? After all, I know best what suits me." The aged voice responded coldly, "Take it or leave it." Rendered speechless, Xiao Nuo thought to himself that the Martial Skills Pavilion's administrator was rather arrogant. He tried to negotiate. "Senior, can we discuss this?" "Take it or leave it," the voice repeated, just as curtly. Left with no choice, Xiao Nuo accepted the 2 scrolls. He opened the first one, which bore the title Nether Tiger Ocean Force. Skimming through its contents, Xiao Nuo's interest was piqued. This technique emphasized channeling energy to build momentum and breaking through defenses with sheer force. It harnessed the ferocity of a nether tiger, coordinating bursts of power from the Bodis major energy points. The moves bore a striking resemblance to the 9 consecutive impact technique he was familiar with, almost as if it were an upgraded version. Curious, Xiao Nuo then unrolled the second scroll, titled Blood Surge 1/. The opening lines exuded an ominous and chilling aura. This blade technique required the user to ignite their own blood energy to unleash a strike beyond their limits. Xiao Nuo couldn't help but think of the Blood Surge Spirit Orb, as the two shared similar functions. Both could provide a short-term surge in combat strength, albeit with potential side effects. As Xiao Nuo pondered over the techniques, the aged voice spoke again. Have you made your decision? If you don't want them, you can leave them and apply for replacements. Closing the scrolls, Xiao Nuo hesitated briefly before replying. He'll take them. He didn't want to complicate matters further, and these two techniques did seem to suit him well. Are you sure? I'm not forcing you, the voice said again. Xiao Nuo couldn't help but feel exasperated, thinking that the earlier take it or leave it remark was clearly a form of coercion. However, he simply replied, yes, it's my own choice. Very well, prepare yourself. The aged voice echoed across the platform. Xiao Nuo looked bewildered and asked, prepare? Prepare for what? Before the words had fully left his mouth, a massive stone pillar on the side of the platform began to radiate a dazzling light. Crackling sounds filled the air as lightning-like patterns spread across the surface of the pillar, as if some ancient seal had been activated. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted above Xiao Nuo's head. In an instant, the environment on the platform underwent a dramatic transformation. Towering waves from an immense ocean appeared out of nowhere, engulfing the surface beneath Xiao Nuo's feet. A look of tension appeared on Xiao Nuo's face as he thought to himself, what's going on? Roar. A thunderous tiger's roar that seemed to shake the heavens and earth raised monstrous waves. Xiao Nuo's pupils dilated sharply as an enormous white tiger materialized before him. The tiger was colossal, with piercing blue eyes, snow-white fur, and dark cyan markings that exuded a menacing aura. It gazed down at Xiao Nuo, its blue eyes gleaming with a regal and chilling light. Stay calm. Just as Xiao Nuo stood there, uncertain and alarmed, the aged voice spoke again. The Nether Tiger Ocean Force is an exclusive martial art of our Misty Sect. This is a specially created secret realm to accelerate training in this technique. Here, you can gain a deeper understanding of its intricacies. Realization dawned on Xiao Nuo as he suppressed the unease in his heart. He understood now that this was similar to his previous experience on the 24th transmission platform when he learned the 9 crashing strikes. The aged voice continued, the Nether Tiger Ocean Force requires an extremely strong physical body. The white tiger you see before you is a unique energy construct. It will help you meet the physical requirements for mastering this technique more quickly. A unique energy? Xiao Nuo relaxed slightly, his gaze fixed on the imposing white tiger. I understand. Good. If you understand, then begin, urged the aged voice. Suddenly, Xiao Nuo thought of another question. Wait a moment, does the blood blade / require this as well? No, the aged voice replied. The blood blade / can only be comprehended through your own efforts. Xiao Nuo nodded, and as soon as he did, raging torrents of ocean waves surged from all directions like ferocious beasts. The white tiger, exuding the might of a king among beasts, charged at Xiao Nuo with overwhelming ferocity. Roar! At that moment, Xiao Nuo felt like a lone boat in a storm, facing the tempestuous waves all by himself. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the martial arts pavilion, in a secluded chamber, an elderly man with clouded, gray-white eyes. Elder Lu lifted the teacup on the table before him. Opposite him sat Elder Xiao, responsible for transmitting martial techniques. Elder Xiao broke the silence. Old Lu, this time I owe you one. He raised his own teacup, took a light sip, and savored the flavor. Elder Lu replied calmly, Old Xiao, you've never been one to meddle in such matters. This time, you're even breaking the rules for a newcomer. Elder Xiao chuckled. Well, I've come across a promising talent, haven't I? Are you sure he'll succeed? Elder Lu asked. The Nether Tiger Ocean Force does require immense physical strength, but it shares some similarities with the 9 crashing strikes. Since that boy mastered the 9 crashing strikes so quickly, he should be able to handle the Nether Tiger Ocean Force as well. But that's not what I'm asking about. Elder Lu set down his teacup, his gray-white eyes locking onto Elder Xiao with a grave expression. I'm talking about the blood blade / Elder Xiao's expression stiffened slightly as he slowly lowered his teacup. After a pause, Elder Lu continued, his tone heavy with significance. That's the blade of madness we're talking about. This is no ordinary blade, it's a maddening blade. Elder Lu's tone suddenly turned grave, his grayish-white eyes locking firmly onto Elder Xiao. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy in an instant, as if even the air had solidified. Elder Xiao's expression also became serious, yet he seemed momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Elder Lu shook his head slightly and said softly, it seems you haven't fully thought through the consequences yourself. He leaned forward and poured steaming tea into the 2 cups on the table. The delicate aroma of the tea wafted through the room, slightly easing the tension. Elder Lu spoke slowly. I know you're unwilling to let it go. Back then, if it weren't for your firm stance and insistence on preserving this martial art, the Bloodblade strike would have long been classified as forbidden, perhaps even destroyed. Even so, the sect still refuses to pass it down to the disciples. Were it not for our decades of friendship, I wouldn't have agreed to your request. Hearing this, Elder Xiao involuntarily clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Elder Lu continued, the Bloodblade strike has a fatal flaw. You know this better than I do. If you hadn't practiced this martial art back then, you could have easily become one of the 5 hall masters today. Elder Xiao's fists tightened even further, his nails nearly digging into his palms. After a long pause, he finally spoke with difficulty. I just want the world to see that someone can master the Bloodblade strike. But even you failed, Elder Lu said, lifting his gaze slightly. A sharp glint flashed in his grayish-white eyes. You were once known as the greatest martial prodigy of the Miao sect, able to master any technique and see through any flaw with ease. But you threw away your future because of the Bloodblade strike. After all these years, have you still not come to terms with it? As Elder Liu's words fell, the room descended into silence once more. Elder Xiao seemed as if a deep chord within him had been struck. He reached out, grasped the teacup before him, and with firm resolve, declared, he is better than me. I believe he will succeed where I failed. Sigh. Elder Lu let out a heavy sigh. He had no means to dissuade Elder Xiao from his stubbornness. At last he offered, you should at least explain everything to him and not make the choice on his behalf. Yes, I will. Elder Xiao nodded. At that moment, a thunderous roar, like that of a ferocious tiger, erupted above the martial arts pavilion, shaking the entire building. A surge of immense energy rippled outward, radiating in all directions. Elder Xiao and Elder Lu rose to their feet in unison, their gazes snapping toward the pavilion's main building. The grand doors of the main hall burst open under the force of the energy wave, revealing Xiao Nuo standing tall, his figure wrapped in chaotic streams of energy. Though he was only at the first level of the Qi manipulation realm, the aura he exuded far surpassed that of ordinary practitioners, as if every inch of his being contained the boundless power of deep ocean currents. From the uppermost floor, Elder Liu's face showed a trace of astonishment. Has he already reached the threshold for cultivating the Nether Tiger Ocean Force? He murmured to himself. Beside him, Elder Xiao's face lit up with delight. 2 hours earlier than I anticipated. Elder Lu was even more taken aback upon hearing this. He was well aware of the immense physical strength required to cultivate the Nether Tiger Ocean Force challenge, so great that the sect had specifically created this illusionary training space to assist disciples. Most disciples of the Miao sect needed at least 10 to 15 days to meet the standard, and even those who completed it in 3 to 4 days were considered top-tier talents. Even Elder Xiao himself, once the sect's most gifted martial artist, had spent an entire day in the space to meet the requirement. Yet Xiao Nuo had done it in less than half an hour. Is his physical constitution truly this extraordinary? Elder Lu asked in a low voice. Elder Xiao's face broke into an exhilarated smile. I told you he's going to surpass me. However, Elder Liu's expression grew even more troubled. Old Xiao, you may not want to hear this, but the more exceptional the talent, the more careful you need to be. If that maddening blade technique ruins him, it will be a loss not just for him, but for the entire Miao sect. I've said my piece. The rest is up to you. With that, Elder Lu patted Elder Xiao on the shoulder and left the pavilion. Elder Xiao's smile gradually faded. He understood Elder Liu's concerns and knew they came from a place of care. Yet, the bitterness of his own past failures still lingered, refusing to fade. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the surging energy around Xiao Nuo began to subside. He raised his right arm, clenched his fist, and could feel the immense power building within, ready to be unleashed at any moment. Having gained a deeper understanding of the intricacies of this martial art, Xiao Nuo became even more convinced that the Nether Tiger Ocean Force was an evolved and enhanced version of the Ninefold Collapsing Strike. The Ninefold Collapsing Strike, which Elder Xiao had taught him at Platform 24, was likely a simplified derivation of this very technique. With that foundation, Xiao Nuo's cultivation of the Nether Tiger Ocean Force was naturally twice as effective with half the effort. Just then, the same aged voice echoed in Xiao Nuo's ears once more. Are you done? If so, get going. Xiao Nuo slightly raised his gaze, his brows furrowed as he instinctively asked, were these 2 martial arts techniques chosen for me by you, senior? Before his voice had fully settled, the keeper of the martial arts pavilion coldly responded, why so many questions? I already said take it or leave it. Asking now is pointless. Noticing the displeasure in the keeper's tone, Xiao Nuo immediately fell silent. He guessed that the keeper probably had a bad temper, so he decided not to press further. With a slight bow of his hands in respect, Xiao Nuo performed a simple salute before turning and leaving the martial arts pavilion. Shortly after, Xiao Nuo returned to the Nirvana Hall. In the discussion hall, Guanxiang stood dumbfounded, staring at the letter in Lu Qing's hand. Beside him, Lan Meng and Chongqing also displayed puzzled expressions. The letter contained a few lines of text and was stamped with the seal of the third elder of the Miao sect. Nirvana Hall. A mission? Seriously? Isn't this way too soon? Guanxiang exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Qing glanced around the room and asked, "Where is Xiao Nuo?" He went to the martial arts pavilion to claim his second-rank disciple rewards. He hasn't come back yet, Guanxiang replied. Go find him, Lu Qing instructed. Just as Guanxiang was about to leave, a familiar figure appeared from outside. Looking for me? Xiao Nuo's voice called out. Everyone turned to see Xiao Nuo walking into the hall. Lan Meng quickly stepped forward and said, "The third elder just sent someone with a letter. You're being assigned a sect mission." Xiao Nuo's brow furrowed slightly, surprised. A sect mission? He asked, thinking to himself that he had only just been promoted to a second-rank disciple yesterday and had been in the Miao sect for less than 2 months. Wasn't it a bit too soon to be sent on a mission? Guanxiang chimed in, "You can refuse. Just come up with some excuse." Chongqing immediately raised a hand to counter. "Getting a mission is a good thing." "Oh." Xiao Nuo looked at him questioningly. Chongqing explained, "You've just been promoted to a second-rank disciple, and the sect is already giving you a mission. This means the higher-ups have taken notice of you. They'll use these missions to evaluate your other abilities. If you successfully complete the missions assigned by the sect, their attention on you will only grow, which could greatly help you in advancing to first-rank disciple status in the future." Chongqing's words dispelled Xiao Nuo's doubts. Lan Meng nodded in agreement. "Exactly. The sect wouldn't assign you a mission without reason. It's likely because you stood out during the inner sect assessment and caught the attention of the higher-ups. They probably want to cultivate you further." Guanxiang, however, expressed concern. "But Xiao Nuo, you're supposed to face Liang Xingqian in 6 months. If you go on a mission now, won't it affect your cultivation?" This remark caused both Lan Meng and Chongqing to show hesitant expressions. Lu Qing handed the letter to Xiao Nuo and said, "The letter doesn't specify the details of the mission or the destination. It only states that if you agree to go, you're to report to the Miao sect's 3 halls tomorrow morning. So, we can't predict how long this mission will take. If it drags on for 2 or 3 months, it might indeed impact your training. After all, 6 months isn't a long time for a cultivator. It's up to you. Don't feel pressured by our suggestions, just weigh it for yourself." "I understand." Xiao Nuo took the letter and nodded in acknowledgement. A moment later, Guanxiang and Xiao Nuo left the discussion hall. "Maybe it's better if you don't go," Guanxiang said, scratching his head. "Tomorrow, I can take you to other secret training grounds. Focus on improving your strength. That's the priority for your duel with Liang Xingqian in 6 months." Xiao Nuo turned to him and asked, "Do you think, with regular training, I can reach Liang Xingqian's level in 6 months?" Well, Guanxiang was at a loss for words. It had taken Liang Xingqian 3 to 4 years to rise from a new disciple to one of the top 10 strongest inner sect disciples. For Xiao Nuo to match him in just 6 months seemed nearly impossible. Seeing Guanxiang's silence, Xiao Nuo shook his head with a faint smile. He then asked, "There are rewards for completing sect missions, right?" "Yes." Guanxiang nodded. "The more challenging the mission, the greater the reward." Then, his eyes widened slightly. "Wait, are you thinking?" Xiao Nuo confirmed. "While the benefits of being a second-rank disciple in the Miao sect are decent, I should seize any opportunity for additional resources." In truth, Xiao Nuo had already made up his mind. No sect would support idle disciples. If he wanted the sect's recognition and the higher-ups' attention, he needed to prove himself capable. Xiao Nuo had always understood that, for now, he needed the Miao sect's protection. Until he mastered the divine overlord physique and gained unparalleled strength, he would rely on the sect for cultivation resources. "I see." Guanxiang decided not to argue further. In the end, he added, "Xiao Nuo, I believe in you. One day, you'll become the hope of Nirvana Hall." The next morning, Xiao Nuo arrived as instructed at the gates of the Miao sect's 3 halls. The palace was built atop one of the main peaks of the ethereal sect, towering above the clouds. No matter the angle from which one gazed up, its grandeur was breathtaking. Xiao Nuo ascended the pristine stone steps and, guided by the guards at the entrance, stepped into the hall. The moment he entered, sharp gazes swept over him. For people were already waiting inside 3 men and 1 woman. "Ah, look who's here." The young woman, the only female among them, chuckled softly, a playful glint in her eyes. "Isn't this the fearless junior brother who dared to challenge even Liang Xingqian?" With a radiant smile on her face, the woman approached Xiao Nuo gracefully. She had delicate features, light makeup, and an elegant demeanor. Her flowing top and short skirt revealed long, fair legs that naturally drew attention. "Hello there, brave junior brother," she said, extending a slender hand. "My name is Mu Yuer, a second-grade disciple of the Taihua Hall. You were summoned by the third elder for a task too, right?" Xiao Nuo noted her adept social skills, but kept his response brief. I'm Xiao Nuo. Mu Yuer blinked playfully. I heard about you just yesterday. Many senior and junior sisters in our Taihua Hall have been talking about you. I didn't expect we'd be working on a mission together today. Looks like my luck's pretty good. In contrast to Mu Yuer's warmth, the other three seemed much more reserved. One of them, in particular, regarded Xiao Nuo with an air of hostility. Yuer, some people are better kept at a distance. The speaker was the young man with the unfriendly gaze. Tall and refined, he carried himself with an air of nobility, his attire exuding wealth and status. Yet his expression betrayed his disdain. Mu Yuer waved off his remark casually. Oh, come on, Yunzhou. We'll all be heading to Sacred Tree City together soon. You should at least try to get to know each other. She gestured for Xiao Nuo to come closer. Don't mind him. Yunzhou is just teasing you. Xiao Nuo nodded wordlessly, his expression unreadable. As he observed the group, he noted that all four of them were quite formidable, with the weakest among them having reached the third stage of the Qi manipulation realm. Mu Yuer and Yunzhou were even at the fourth stage. By comparison, Xiao Nuo, newly advanced to the first stage, seemed out of place. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the inner hall. Several figures with commanding presences emerged, led by a lean, elderly man who appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. His sharp gaze and natural aura of authority made a strong impression. Greetings, Third Elder. Mu Yuer, and the others bowed respectfully. Xiao Nuo also cupped his hands and said, Greetings, Elder. No need for formalities, the Third Elder said, his unexpectedly gentle tone contrasting with his stern appearance. Mu Yuer leaned in slightly and whispered to Xiao Nuo, This must be your first time meeting him. Don't be intimidated, just looks fierce, but he's actually very kind. The Third Elder cleared his throat, and Mu Yuer immediately fell silent. We'll get straight to the point, the Elder began. The mission this time is in Sacred Tree City. He proceeded to provide a brief overview of the city's location, its strategic importance to the sect, and recent changes in the relationship with the city's lord, Yen Lao. Hearing this, the group's expressions grew serious. Those familiar with the geography of the Eastern Wastelands understood how critical Sacred Tree City was to the ethereal sect. If the city were to ally with another faction, the sect's northwest flank would be exposed, leaving it vulnerable to enemy forces. A composed young man with an air of confidence spoke up. What caused Lord Yin to change his stance? This was Shi Mu, a prodigious disciple of the Guishu Hall. Having nearly reached the fifth stage of the Qi manipulation realm, he was the highest ranked among the five. The Third Elder glanced at Shi Mu with approval before replying. According to reports, people from the Tiangang Sword Sect recently arrived in Sacred Tree City. The Tiangang Sword Sect? The mention of these four words caused a visible shift in everyone's demeanor. Xiao Nuo's eyes flickered with a trace of sharpness as he thought to himself, So soon? Are we crossing paths with the Tiangang Sword Sect again already? Tiangang Sword Sect. As soon as these four words were spoken, the gazes of the Piao Miao sect members instantly sharpened. Yun Zhou let out a cold snort, her voice icy. Over the years, the Tiangang Sword Sect has encroached on quite a bit of the surrounding territory. What exactly are they trying to achieve? Mu Yuer picked up the conversation, her brows furrowed tightly. Their goal is clear, they want to weaken the strength of our sect. Any faction that has ties to us or stands as our ally, they will inevitably interfere with. The feud between the Piao Miao sect and the Tiangang Sword Sect had been long-standing, with constant friction. 8 years ago, a fateful sword duel had dealt a heavy blow to the Piao Miao sect. Not only did the Tiangang Sword Sect seize the Tianzong sword, but they also crushed the Nirvana Hall, leaving it in shambles. To this day, Nirvana Hall remains a mark of disgrace, which is one of the reasons besides Mu Yuer we others treat Xiao Nuo with such indifference. A senior elder standing behind the Third Elder wore a grave expression. Sacred Tree City holds a strategically vital location and is close to our Piao Miao sect. We absolutely cannot let it fall into the hands of the Tiangang Sword Sect. He turned to the young disciples. Your mission this time is to represent the sect and meet with Elder Yin, the city's lord. You must find out why he has changed his stance. If you can persuade him to reconsider, the mission will be deemed a success. On the surface, the mission seemed straightforward, but the Tiangang Sword Sect's involvement had made matters far more complex. No one knew what promises the Tiangang Sword Sect had made to Sacred Tree City or how far their influence had reached. If they managed to gain partial control of the city's administration, the impact on the Piao Miao sect would be significant. The Third Elder surveyed the group before his gaze settled on Shi Mu of the Guishu Hall. Shi Mu will act as the leader for this mission, and the rest of you will assist him. Shi Mu, who had reached the half-step fifth level of the Qi manipulation realm, was the highest ranked among the five and had a proven track record from previous missions. His appointment as leader was undoubtedly fitting. Shi Mu cupped his fists respectfully and pledged earnestly, I will not disappoint the Third Elder's expectations. The Third Elder nodded and gave a final reminder. When you arrive at Sacred Tree City, someone will meet with you. Also, do your best to avoid direct conflict with the Tiangang sword sect. Understood. The group responded in unison. Moments later, a snow-winged eagle with a wingspan of over 30 meters soared into the sky above the Piamiao sect. This high-level beast, not only immensely powerful on par with a human cultivator at the first or second level of the Qi manipulation realm, but also one of the fastest among its kind, cut through the clouds with ease. Perched firmly on the eagle's back, Xiao Nuo led the five-member team. Despite the astonishing speed, the ride was remarkably smooth. Muiwer glanced at Xiao Nuo, who was seated at the rear, and asked with a smile, "How does it feel to be on your first mission?" Xiao Nuo replied calmly, "Nothing particularly special." Muiwer offered a kind reminder, "If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask us." Xiao Nuo nodded politely. Up front, Yunzhou sneered and remarked sarcastically, "Since we're bound to encounter the Tiangang sword sect, I really don't understand why the third elder insisted on including someone from Nirvana Hall." Shermu remained silent. Another young man, Li Chun, chuckled lightly. "I don't get it either. The moment the Tiangang sword sect hears the words Nirvana Hall, I bet their morale will skyrocket." Muiwer frowned slightly. "We're all on the same team. There's no need to be so harsh with your words." Li Chun shrugged nonchalantly. "Oh, come on. It's just a joke. Don't take it so seriously." Muiwer turned back, intending to offer some words of comfort to Xiao Nuo, only to find him already seated cross-legged, his eyes closed in meditation. His entire body absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, and the yin-yang vortex in his dantian spun like a whirlpool. While brief cultivation couldn't yield significant progress, it at least replenished his basic reserves. As dusk approached, the snow-winged eagle let out a piercing cry that echoed across the mountains and rivers. Muiwer, visibly excited, exclaimed, "We've arrived at Sacred Tree City." Shermu guided the snow-winged eagle into a gradual descent, and Xiao Nuo opened his eyes. As the mist dissipated, an expansive ancient city came into view. From a distance, the city was nestled against mountains and rivers, its densely packed buildings exuding a sense of prosperity and grandeur. Xiao Nuo was slightly surprised. "Is Sacred Tree City really this massive?" Muiwer nodded in confirmation and said, "That's right. The population of Sacred Tree City has indeed surpassed 15 million. Although it's called a city, its scale and population rival that of a small nation." She paused for a moment before adding, "The old city lord, Yin Beishan, is quite powerful. His city lord's mansion alone commands an elite force of 100,000, teeming with experts. Moreover, there are other factions entrenched within the city." Xiao Nuo suddenly understood. "I see. No wonder the Misty Cloud sect wants to ally with Sacred Tree City. This is no small place. If it falls into the hands of the Tiangang sword sect, it would indeed be a significant problem for us." Shermu glanced at the four behind him and gave a concise reminder, "Prepare for landing. Hold on tight." Before his words had fully settled, the snow-feathered eagle spread its wings wide and dove sharply downward. The five of them gripped the eagle's back tightly, bracing against the howling wind to maintain their balance. Soon, the snow-feathered eagle landed steadily on an outer city platform. The guards stationed on the city tower did not step forward to question them. Before they had a chance to react, a man and a woman approached quickly. Muiwer's eyes lit up as she exclaimed in surprise, "Senior brother Xiang, senior sister Ouying Rong, what are you doing here?" Xiang Donglu, holding a folding fan and looking scholarly, smiled and explained, "Junior sister Ouyang and I have been here for nearly half a year, overseeing the handover process for Sacred Tree City." Ouyang Rong greeted Shermu, Yunzhou, and Li Chun in turn. However, when her gaze landed on Xiao Nuo, her brows furrowed slightly. "This junior brother looks unfamiliar. Which hall are you from?" Muiwer was about to introduce him when Ouyang Rong, upon hearing that Xiao Nuo was a newcomer from Nirvana Hall, immediately turned cold. "What business does a newcomer from Nirvana Hall have here?" Her tone grew sharp, showing no trace of friendliness toward Xiao Nuo. Yunzhou and Li Chen exchanged amused glances, clearly enjoying the show. Muiwer tried to explain, "Senior sister, this was arranged by the third elder," but Ouyang Rong cut her off. "The third elder is getting more and more muddle-headed. Doesn't he know the state of Nirvana Hall? Sending someone like this here, knowing the Tiangang sword sect is around, what was he thinking?" Her words were dripping with disdain for Nirvana Hall. Xiang Donglu quickly stepped in to mediate. "We're all from the same sect. There's no need to be so blunt." Ouyang Rong, however, was unrelenting. "I am blunt. I don't even want to hear the words Nirvana Hall. They'd be better off going back now, so they don't ruin the mood." She cast a frosty glance at Xiao Nuo before turning away with a dismissive posture. Xiang Donglu hurriedly apologized to Xiao Nuo. "Junior brother, don't take it to heart." Surprisingly, Xiao Nuo remained calm throughout, showing no trace of anger. He replied evenly, "It's fine. I'm just here to complete the sect's mission." Xiang Donglu sighed in relief before inviting the group. Let's head to the City Lord's mansion first. I'll give you an overview of Sacred Tree City. With Xiang Donglu and Ouyang Rong leading the way, the group made their way toward the City Lord's mansion. Along the way, Xiang Donglu provided a detailed account of the city's situation. The City Lord, Yin Beishan, was over 60 years old and had only a 15-year-old granddaughter. The girl was timid and lacked the capability to take over. Worried about the city's future, Yin Beishan had initially accepted the Misty Cloud Sect's overtures. Negotiations had been going well until the sudden arrival of the Tiangang Sword Sect disrupted the plans. Currently, the old City Lord's stance toward the Misty Cloud Sect remained uncertain. After listening, Mu commented succinctly, "We'll talk more after we meet the old City Lord." Before long, the group arrived at the City Lord's mansion. The mansion was grand and imposing, resembling a royal palace. Inside, towering trees and lush greenery created a serene and majestic atmosphere. Inside the City Lord's mansion, a majestic spiritual tree rose from the ground, its immense canopy spreading like a natural umbrella. Some of the towering trees were even taller than the palace buildings, with certain pavilions and halls directly constructed atop these ancient giants. As the group stepped in, they were immediately enveloped by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the City Lord's mansion rivals that of our sect, Mu Yuer murmured in astonishment. Xiang Donglu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the spiritual trees planted here not only release dense spiritual energy, but also form a protective tree realm formation, safeguarding the safety of Sacred Tree City. Hearing this, admiration flickered in Mu Yuer's eyes. "That's truly impressive," she remarked softly. Inwardly, she couldn't help but think. No wonder Sacred Tree City has managed to attract both the Ethereal Sect and the Heavenly Sword Sect. It isn't just because of its unique geographical location, but also a testament to its formidable strength. At that moment, a powerful aura suddenly swept over from ahead, causing Mu Yuer, Yunzhou, and even Xiao Nuo to tense up. A robust figure clad in dark armor appeared before them. His temples bore streaks of white hair, which, rather than making him seem aged, added to his sharp and commanding presence. His cold, piercing gaze and unshakable aura resembled a towering mountain. Recognizing the figure, Xiang Donglu and Ouyang Rong immediately stepped forward to greet him. "Master Yin Shi." Xiang Donglu then turned to introduce him to his companions. "This is Master Yin Xiao, the chief steward of the City Lord's mansion." Everyone understood instantly. Yin Xiao was not just an ordinary steward, but also the right-hand man of Yin Beishan. The oppressive aura he exuded left no doubt about his extraordinary strength. Yin Xiao stood expressionless before them, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. "I am aware of your purpose here, but the City Lord is currently unavailable to meet guests." The group exchanged puzzled glances. Mu stepped forward, presenting a letter with great respect. "Master Yin Xiao, may we trouble you to make an exception? This is a personal letter from our third elder, intended for the City Lord." However, Yin Xiao made no move to accept the letter. Instead, he said, "Both the Ethereal Sect and the Heavenly Sword Sect have shown interest in forming an alliance with Sacred Tree City, but we can only choose one side. The City Lord and I have just discussed a solution." Tension immediately filled the air. Mu cautiously asked, "May I ask, Master Yin Xiao, what solution you've decided upon?" Yin Xiao's voice remained cold. "Tomorrow morning at the City Lord's mansion, there will be a duel between your Ethereal Sect and the Heavenly Sword Sect." "A duel?" Xiang Donglu and Ouyang Rong exchanged stunned looks. Ouyang Rong quickly followed up, "What kind of duel?" Yin Xiao elaborated, "The Ethereal Sect will send 3 participants, and the Heavenly Sword Sect will do the same. Whichever side emerges victorious will earn Sacred Tree City's alliance." This unexpected decision left everyone astonished, including Xiang Donglu and Ouyang Rong, who had not anticipated such an outcome. Xiang Donglu tentatively inquired, "Master Yin Xiao, may we notify our sect and discuss this matter further?" Yin Xiao responded nonchalantly, "The Heavenly Sword Sect has already agreed to this proposal. You may deliberate tonight. Should you accept, the City Lord and I will await your presence here tomorrow morning." Outside the City Lord's manor, the members of the Piao Miao sect stood with solemn expressions. The absence of Yin Beishan, the elder City Lord, made them keenly aware of the complexity of the situation. It seems the old City Lord is trying to avoid offending either side, which is why he came up with such a solution, Xiang Donglu said in a low voice, his brows furrowed. Mu nodded slightly and lifted his gaze to the sky. The night had already descended, and the streets of Sacred Tree City were gradually illuminated by brilliant lights, casting a gentle glow over the entire city. Now, trying to notify the third elder might be too late, Mu said, a trace of helplessness in his tone. "What should we do then?" Mu Yuer asked, her delicate brows knitting together as a hint of worry flickered in her eyes. "The third elder explicitly warned us to avoid conflict with the Tiangang Sword Sect." Yunzhou interrupted her, his voice resolute. This isn't about us wanting to clash with the Tian sword sect, it's that we have no choice but to participate in this confrontation. If we don't show up tomorrow, they'll win by default, and the management of Sacred Tree City will be handed to them without a fight. Ouyang Rong picked up where he left off, her voice tinged with urgency. Once Sacred Tree City truly falls into the hands of the Tian sword sect, the situation will be beyond redemption. Right now, there's only one path before us: we must fight tomorrow. Shirmu and Xiang Donglu exchanged a glance, and a cold smile crept onto Shirmu's face. If it's a fight, I'm not afraid. Agreed. Xiang Donglu nodded firmly. Let's rest well tonight, conserve our energy, and deal with those scoundrels from the Tian sword sect tomorrow. Under the guidance of Xiang Donglu and Ouyang Rong, the group arrived at a modest yet tidy courtyard. Xiang Donglu assigned everyone their rooms for rest before heading to the meeting hall with Shirmu and Ouyang Rong. As they left, Ouyang Rong shot a glance at Xiao Nuo, her displeasure written all over her face. Get some rest. Tomorrow will be a tough battle, Yunzhou said, casting a calm look at the others before retreating into his room. Rest well, junior brother Xiao Nuo, Mu Yuer added kindly. Xiao Nuo responded with a polite nod before entering his own room. Closing the door behind him, Xiao Nuo lit the candle on the table. The golden glow gradually filled the room, casting his shadow on the wall. His deep gaze reflected his thoughts, yet he didn't rush to rest. Instead, he sat at the table, unfurled a martial arts scroll of the Minghu Tsang Hygiene, and began studying it intently. Time flew by, and when the last flicker of the candlelight extinguished, Xiao Nuo carefully rolled up the scroll and put it away. Despite staying awake all night, his energy remained undiminished. As a cultivator in the qi refining realm, he could absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to replenish himself, and his robust physical constitution made sleepless nights hardly a concern. At dawn, footsteps and voices could be heard outside the courtyard. Xiao Nuo rose and opened the door, joining the others. As soon as he stepped out, Mu Yuer's surprised voice rang out. What? He's not coming with us? She looked at Xiao Nuo in confusion, while Xiang Donglu, Ouyang Rong, Shirmu, Yunzhou, and Li Chen all directed their gazes toward him. Shirmu stepped forward and spoke calmly. You won't be accompanying us to the City Lord's manor today. You'll stay here. Why? Xiao Nuo asked evenly. Ouyang Rong didn't hesitate to interject, her tone sharp. Why? Don't you have any self-awareness? Today, we're facing the Tian sword sect. If someone from the Nirvana Hall appears before them, it'll only be a source of ridicule. What else can you do besides drag down our morale? Xiao Nuo's brows knit slightly, while the others, except for Mu Yuer, looked on coldly. Senior sister Ouyang, don't say that. Junior brother Xiao Nuo is quite capable, Mu Yuer tried to mediate. Ouyang Rong, however, was unyielding. The disgrace the Nirvana Hall brought upon the Piao Miao sect has never been forgotten. We don't want to be mocked by the Tian sword sect before the fight even begins. Xiang Donglia's tone was gentler as he said, Junior brother Shao, though senior sister Ouyang's words may seem harsh, she's considering the bigger picture. Please stay here for now. Mu Yuer opened her mouth to defend Xiao Nuo again, but Shirmu cut her off immediately. That's an order. As the team leader, Shirmu's words left no room for discussion. It was a clear directive for Xiao Nuo, and Mu Yuer. There would be no further debate, and Xiao Nuo was firmly instructed not to appear at the City Lord's manor. It's time. Let's go. Shirmu turned to the others. They nodded in agreement, not sparing Xiao Nuo another glance as they strode purposefully toward the City Lord's manor. Xiao Nuo's face was as dark as iron, his brows tightly furrowed. He scanned the room, his gaze sweeping across everyone's faces as he silently pondered. Do these people have an issue with me personally, or are they dissatisfied with Nirvana Hall? Or perhaps, both? Mu Yuer noticed his expression and sighed softly. In a gentle voice, she tried to console him. Don't be upset. They're just thinking about the bigger picture. Xiao Nuo let out a cold laugh and retorted, Are you sure about that? Mu Yuer was momentarily stunned, looking at him in confusion. Xiao Nuo's gaze turned sharp, his words deliberate and cutting. Humiliation doesn't disappear just because you try to cover it up. Do they think hiding me away will avoid the wrath of the Tian sword sect? Mu Yuer was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with excitement. I've got an idea. If they don't want you to show your face, then don't show it. Problem solved. Come with me. Without waiting for a reply, she grabbed Xiao Nuo's hand and enthusiastically led him out the door. Sacred Tree City, in the front courtyard of the City Lord's mansion. In the vast central square, a towering battle platform stood imposing and majestic. On the elevated northern side of the square, a row of wide, comfortable chairs was neatly arranged. People began to file into the square, and under the guidance of the reception staff, several dignified middle-aged figures took their seats one after another. On the western side of the square, Shirmu, Xiang Donglu, Li Zhou, Ouyang Rong, and Li Chun were already in position. Observing the seated figures, Xiang Donglu leaned over and explained in a low voice. Those are the heads of the major families in Sacred Tree City. I suppose they've come to watch the match today. Meanwhile, in a more secluded corner at the back of the square, Mu Yuer and Xiao Nuo quietly slipped in. Mu Yuer grinned triumphantly. See, I told you. Sacred Tree City was bound to draw a big crowd today. If we stay far enough from the battle platform, no one will notice us. Xiao Nuo, now draped in a large black cloak with a hood obscuring most of his figure and face, asked helplessly, so what's the point of this black robe I'm wearing? Mu Yuer gave a sly smile. Well, they said you can't show your face. Now that it's covered, technically you're not showing it. Xiao Nuo was left speechless. Luckily, their position was fairly concealed. Otherwise, Xiao Nuo's peculiar attire would have undoubtedly drawn attention. Just then, a loud announcement echoed from the gates of the city lord's mansion. Miss Gong Sunqing, vice president of the Myriad Gold Chamber of Commerce, has arrived. Hearing this, the seated family heads immediately rose to their feet to greet her. The vice president of the Myriad Gold Chamber of Commerce? A rare guest indeed. Very rare, truly. Xiao Nuo's heart skipped a beat at the announcement, and his gaze instinctively turned toward the entrance. He saw a group entering the square, led by a stunningly beautiful woman. Her figure was graceful, her skin flawless like porcelain, and her jet black hair was adorned with two exquisite hairpins. Her delicate features and almond-shaped face made her a rare beauty in the world. Xiao Nuo recognized her at one seat was Gong Sunqing, the eldest daughter of the Gongsun family, one of the 5 great families of CS City. Mu Yuer's eyes sparkled with excitement as she whispered to Xiao Nuo, that's the vice president of the Myriad Gold Chamber of Commerce. She's quite famous, you know. Their business spans across all the nations of the Eastern Wastelands. I didn't expect her to have ties to Sacred Tree City too. What Mu Yuer didn't know was that Xiao Nuo and Gong Sunqing were already acquainted. The last time Xiao Nuo was in CS City, after killing Xiao Yong, the young master of the Shao family, and being hunted by the Shao clan, it was Gong Sunqing who helped him escape the city. It was also through Gong Sunqing's recommendation that Xiao Nuo was able to join the mysterious Miss Sect. However, seeing Gong Sunqing appear here now took Xiao Nuo completely by surprise. The family heads of Sacred Tree City eagerly stepped forward to greet her, their attitudes warm and respectful. Gong Sunqing responded to each of them with impeccable poise and courtesy. Although Xiao Nuo and Mu Yuer were too far to hear the details of their conversation, the deference shown by the family heads made it clear how much they respected her. Under their invitation, Gong Sunqing gracefully took her seat in the VIP section. As the crowd gradually settled, the time for the day's duel drew closer. Suddenly, from the opposite side of the square where the mysterious Mist Sect members were gathered, a group of 7 or 8 young men and women strode in. Their presence was commanding, their aura sharp as blades, immediately enveloping the square in an oppressive atmosphere. The disciples of the mysterious Mist Sect felt a wave of hostility directed straight at them. Even Gong Sunqing and the family heads of Sacred Tree City turned their attention toward the newcomers. It's the Tiangang Sword Sect, someone whispered in alarm. The young man at the front of the group spoke in a loud, clear voice. I am Shao Yi, a disciple of the Tiangang Sword Sect. Greetings to all. His voice was steady and powerful, carrying an unmistakable edge of sword intent. Xiang Donglu, Shimu, Ouyang Rong, and the others couldn't help but tense up. At the back of the square, Xiao Nuo instinctively clenched his fists. His sharp gaze, partially hidden beneath the folds of his black robe, was fixed on the group across from him. Save for 1 or 2 unfamiliar faces, he recognized nearly all of them. They were all members of the Shao family from CS City. And the young man leading the group? None other than Shao Xiong's eldest son, Shao Yi, the elder brother of Shao Yue, and the true heir of the Shao family. Irony. The greatest irony. As the members of the Tiangang Sword Sect made their entrance, Xiao Nuo's heart churned with turbulent emotions. Among the group across the battle platform, a few familiar faces stood out. At this moment, they identified themselves as disciples of the Tiangang Sword Sect. Yet, the person who had once secured their place in the sect now stood at the rear of the Piamiao sect's contingent. Could it really be him? Mu Yuer's voice carried a hint of unease. And what about him? Xiao Nuo asked coldly from beside her. Have you not heard of him? His name is Shao Yi. He was just recently promoted to a first-grade disciple of the Tiangang Sword Sect. His talent is exceptional, definitely not someone to underestimate. Mu Yuer explained. Xiao Nuo's voice deepened. Of course, I know his name is Shao Yi. I also know he hails from the Shao family of CS City. That sounds about right. Mu Yuer failed to notice the chill in Xiao Nuo's tone, her mind preoccupied with the precarious situation facing the Piamiao sect. If Shao Yi is leading their team, this competition for the management rights of Sacred Tree City could become quite troublesome. An invisible gust stirred the dust on the battlefield. As Shao Yi and his team stepped forward, the heads of several prominent families in Sacred Tree City nodded discreetly. That's the young master of the Shao family from CS City, isn't it? Truly a dragon among men, brimming with confidence, one family leader remarked. Another quickly chimed in. It's clear that the Tiangang sword sect holds the Shao family in high regard. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent them here for this. Shao Yi's team reached the center of the square. Since entering the Tiangang sword sect 3 years ago, he had rarely been seen in CS City. Even so, he shared a past acquaintance with Gong Sun Qing. Shao Yi's sharp gaze swept toward where Gong Sun Qing was standing, and a faint, confident smile graced his handsome face. Miss Gong Sun, I see you're here too. Meeting his proud gaze, Gong Sun Qing remained composed. She responded with a light laugh. Just passing by. How coincidental. Shao Yi raised an eyebrow with an air of arrogance. Since you're here, stick around and watch us shine. Gong Sun Qing smiled faintly, her tone playful. They'll be watching closely. The Gongsun family and the Shao family were both prominent clans in CS City, but they had never been on friendly terms. In recent years, with the Tiangang sword sect's support, the Shao family had grown increasingly powerful, posing a potential threat to the Gongsun family. Shao Yi's overt display of confidence was a direct challenge to the Piaomiao sect's group. Shi Mu, Xiang Donglu, and Yun Zhou all wore grim expressions, their eyes growing colder. Suddenly, a commanding presence swept through the square. The city lord has arrived. The crowd tensed as their gazes turned in unison toward the intersection of the city lord's residence. The heads of Sacred Tree City's influential families and Gongsun Qing, the vice president of the Wanjin Merchant Guild, all rose to their feet. Several figures with imposing auras approached, led by an elderly man of about 60. His hair and beard were streaked with white, his luxurious robes exuding authority, and his spirited demeanor inspiring respect. Greetings to Lord Yin, the crowd intoned as they bowed. No need for formalities. Please, take your seats. Yin Beishan gestured with a raised hand. Thank you, City Lord. The crowd returned to their seats. Yin Beishan ascended to the highest seat in the main hall. To his left stood Yin Xiao, the chief steward of the City Lord's residence. His robust frame and icy demeanor, paired with piercing eagle-like eyes and dark armor, gave him an aura of unfathomable depth. I trust everyone here is already aware of the reason you've been summoned. Yin Xiao began without preamble. Let's skip the pleasantries. The Piaomiao sect and the Tiangang sword sect will each select 3 representatives to compete. The winning side will gain partial management rights over Sacred Tree City. The audience's attention immediately shifted to the members of the Piaomiao sect and Tiangang sword sect gathered on either side of the battle platform. As his words faded, a dazzling silver sword light streaked across the stage. A young man with a haughty demeanor stepped forward, sword in hand. I am Shao Burang of the Tiangang sword sect. I stand ready to face your challenge. With a twist of his sword, Shao Burang unleashed a sharp wave of sword energy, scattering the surrounding air currents and carving deep marks into the ground. Like Shao Yi, Shao Burang was also a member of the Shao family from CS City and had joined the Tiangang sword sect in the same year. Over the past 3 years, he had reached the 4th level of the Qi manipulation realm and earned the title of a second-grade disciple of the sect. From the moment he stepped onto the stage, his aggressive stance made his intentions clear, had no intention of holding back. Isn't senior brother Burang being a bit too brash? A male member of the sword sect commented from their group. A young woman let out a cold laugh. Why bother with courtesy when dealing with the Piaomiao sect? Do they even deserve it? Ha ha ha. That's harsh, Sister Xiaoying, but I like it. Another disciple said with a grin. Xiao Ying's eyes glimmered with disdain as she cast a glance toward Shao Yi. Her sense of superiority grew even stronger. It was a rare honor for the Tiangang sword sect to entrust such an important mission to them, and naturally, they dared not disappoint the sect's expectations. Standing on the battle platform, Shao Bulang pointed his sword at the group from the Piaomiao sect. The chilling gleam of his 3-foot blade shimmered under the sunlight, exuding an intimidating aura. The faces of the Piaomiao sect disciples turned cold in an instant. Yun Zhou, without a word, leaped onto the platform and declared in a deep voice, "Don't celebrate too soon. Yun Zhou of the Guisu Hall of the Piaomiao sect will be the one to dull your blade." Before his words had fully settled, the surrounding airflow began to distort, a clear sign of his extraordinary power. Below the stage, Shi Mu, Xiang Donglu, Oyangrong, and Li Chun looked on with serious expressions. According to the plan they had discussed the previous evening, the 3 challengers from the Piaomiao sect were Yun Zhou, Xiang Donglu, and Shi Mu. Given Shao Bulang's formidable strength at the 4th level of the Qi manipulation realm, Yun Zhou was tapped to take the lead. Inside the City Lord's mansion, a tense silence filled the air. From the highest viewing platform, Yin Xiao raised his eyes and commanded sternly, "Begin." With that single word, the battle erupted instantly. Shao Bulang charged forward with his sword, the cold gleam of its tip aimed directly at Yun Zhou's vital points. Phantom starlight slash. Shao Bulang's movements were as swift as a ghost's, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Yun Zhou. Yun Zhou let out a cold snort. His left hand moved in intricate patterns before his forefinger thrust forward sharply. Xian Yang finger. His fingertip glowed with a metallic gold hue, golden energy swirling around it as it collided with Xiao Bulang's sword. Boom! The clash of their powers sent shockwaves rippling outward. Xiao Bulang sneered as he swept his sword horizontally, unleashing a crescent-shaped arc of sword energy aimed at Yun Zhou's throat. Yun Zhou leaned back sharply, narrowly dodging the strike. Gathering the power of Xian Yang into his arm, he countered with a fierce Xian Yang palm. Anticipating this, Xiao Bulang met him with his own palm strike. Bone-shattering palm. The collision of their palms caused cracks to spiderweb across the ground. This was only the beginning, as the two warriors immediately launched into a frenzied exchange of blows. Below the stage, Xiang Donglu muttered, "Xiao Bulang is no weakling." Shirmu nodded in agreement. The Tian Gang sword sect must have come prepared this time. Ouyang Rong glanced around and frowned. "Where is Mu Yue? Why hasn't she arrived yet?" Shirmu replied indifferently, "No need to worry about her. We won't be needing her anyway." Within moments, the two combatants on the stage had exchanged more than 10 moves. Suddenly, Xiao Bulang's sword aura surged. "This has gone on long enough. Time to end it." He swung his sword repeatedly, sending waves of silver-white sword energy crashing toward Yun Zhou like a swarm of sharks. Radiant illusion blade slash. Yun Zhou's eyes sharpened, and his entire body surged with energy. Before him, a golden bell-shaped shield materialized. Xianyang energy. Golden bell shield. The relentless sword energy smashed into the shield one after another, shattering upon impact. Yun Zhou smirked coldly. "You call me weak, but you're not much better yourself." Forming a series of hand seals, he propelled the golden bell shield forward toward Xiao Bulang. The advancing shield shattered Xiao Bulang's sword energy as it pressed closer. Seeing Yun Zhou closing in, Xiao Bulang's eyes flashed with a sinister glint. "You've lost." Xiao Bulang suddenly roared. With a flick of his wrist, his sword emitted a resonant hum. Earth-piercing strike. He drove his blade into the ground, and in an instant, 5 or 6 sharp sword energies erupted from beneath the earth. Yun Zhou's expression changed drastically. While the golden bell shield could defend against surrounding attacks, it was powerless against the sword energies surging from below. Clang! One of the sword energies pierced through the sole of his foot. Pain shot through him as blood splattered across the stage. Distracted by the agony, Yun Zhou lost his focus, and the golden bell shield shattered on the spot. Bang! A sharp, nail-like burst of sword energy shot up from the ground, piercing straight through Yun Zhou's foot. His protective golden bell shattered instantly under the force of the strike. The faces of the Piaomiao sect members below the platform turned pale with shock. Shirmu, Xiang Donglu, Ouyang Rong, and others were all visibly astounded. Yun Zhou staggered backward in pain, struggling to maintain his balance with his pierced foot. Yet Xiao Burang showed no mercy. With a swift turn of his sword, another blade-thin streak of sword energy, sharp as a ray of light, sliced through Yun Zhou's knees. Blood spattered. Yun Zhou's knees were cut through, and a heart-wrenching scream echoed across the arena. He collapsed heavily to the ground, trembling all over, sweat pouring from his contorted face. The Piaomiao sect members were enraged. "Stop!" Ouyang Rong shouted sternly. Xiao Burang's lips curled into a cold smile. "You think shouting stop will make me stop?" With a flick of his wrist, he released his sword, which flew like a streak of light. Yun Zhou, too weak to evade, was struck directly as the sharp blade pierced his dantian. In an instant, a surge of violent sword energy erupted inside him. A mist of blood exploded as Yun Zhou's eyes widened in shock, his pale face twisted in agony and despair. "Ah!" Yun Zhou screamed, blood spraying from his mouth, the sound piercing and gut-wrenching. Xiao Burang chuckled triumphantly. "Step aside." With a motion of his hand, the sword flew back to him. He then swung it in a reverse slash, unleashing another wave of sword energy that struck Yun Zhou with the force of a howling gale. Yun Zhou was sent flying off the platform in a spray of blood. Yun Zhou crashed heavily to the ground, his body soaked in blood and racked with pain. "My power, I can't feel my spiritual energy anymore," he murmured in despair. The Piaomiao sect members rushed to surround him. Yun Zhou's face was filled with hopelessness. My power, it's gone." Xiang Donglu, Shirmu, and Ouyang Rong all wore grim expressions, their anger seething. Xiao Burang's strike not only secured his victory but also destroyed Yun Zhou's dantian, reducing him to a cripple. At the back of the square, Mu Yuer's face turned pale. Her delicate hands clenched into fists as fury boiled within her. No one had expected Xiao Burang to be so ruthless. Not content with winning the match, he had also destroyed his opponent's cultivation. "You're cruel." Ouyang Rong stood up, glaring at him with righteous anger. On the platform, Xiao Burang smirked, his sword held at an angle as a drop of crimson blood slid down its tip. Blades and swords have no mercy. If you step onto the battlefield, how can you expect to leave unscathed? You did it on purpose. Ha ha ha, Xiao Burang's laughter grew louder as he mocked Ouyang Rong's furious expression. Yes, I did it on purpose. You. Ouyang Rong trembled with rage, her voice shaking. The Piaomiao sect members were instantly provoked. Xiang Donglia's eyes burned with fury as he leaped onto the platform without hesitation. For the second round, who will you send? His body radiated spiritual energy, ready for battle. Yet Xiao Burang showed no intention of stepping down. His sword gleamed coldly in his hand. For the second round, they'll fight you again. Hearing this, even the noble families of Sacred Tree City felt the Tiangang sword sect was pushing the limits of arrogance. However, Yin Beishan, the city lord seated at the highest position, remained calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome. The rivalry between the Tiangang sword sect and the Piaomiao sect had simmered for years, and today's confrontation would leave no room for mercy. Riding the momentum of their initial victory, the Tiangang sword sect members were brimming with pride. Shao Yi stood with his arms crossed, exuding confidence. A younger man nearby suggested, "Senior brother Shao Yi, why don't I take this second round?" Shao Yi smiled faintly, saying nothing. It was Xiaoying who spoke up instead. "No need. Leave it to Xiao Burang." Her tone was laced with contempt as she added, "As long as senior brother Shao Yi hasn't spoken, you can just sit back and enjoy the show. Today, we'll show the Piaomiao sect what real pain feels like." On the platform, Xiang Donglia's anger was palpable. Xiao Burang, on the other hand, wore a mocking expression. "Don't hold back, or you'll lose miserably," Xiang Donglu warned. As his words fell, he clasped his hands together, forming intricate seals with his fingers. A surge of immense spiritual energy burst forth from his palms. Black Serpent Seal. Without hesitation, Xiang Donglu unleashed a high-tier martial technique from the Yuanlong Hall. A square black seal flew toward Xiao Burang, morphing into a ferocious, raging serpent mid-flight. Cheha! The serpent opened its massive jaws, its fangs gleaming with a poisonous sheen. "Humph! Now this is getting interesting," Xiao Burang sneered, his sword aura surging to life. Radiant Phantom Sword Slash. Tenfold Strike. Clang. The sword hummed as Xiao Burang executed his technique, unleashing a flurry of crescent moon-shaped sword energies. Although it was the same move he had used earlier, its power was clearly amplified. It was evident that Xiao Burang hadn't been fighting at full strength during his match with Yunzhou. Boom! The black serpent seal collided with the sword energy, erupting in a deafening roar. Xiang Donglu, consumed with fury, watched as the enormous black serpent, formed by his four-square seal, was shredded into fragments by the radiant sword aura of the bright moon blade. Xiao Bulang smirked triumphantly, his figure darting forward like a shooting star, his longsword aimed directly at Xiang Donglio's vital point. Xiang Donglu remained unshaken in the face of danger. Gathering a massive surge of spiritual energy in his left hand, he struck out to counter Xiao Bulang's advance. Sword and palm clashed, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Cracks spread across the platform as debris scattered in all directions. Xiao Bulang's expression shifted momentarily with surprise, but Xiang Donglu wasted no time. His right hand swiftly executed another series of hand seals, causing spiritual energy to coil and twist behind him, materializing into a massive black serpent as thick as a barrel and over 10 meters long. Black Serpent Seal. Phantom Form? Xiang Donglu growled. The phantom serpent lunged at Xiao Bulang with terrifying ferocity. Reacting quickly, Xiao Bulang raised his sword horizontally to block its jaws. Despite his efforts, the sheer force of the attack sent him staggering backward, each step leaving deep craters in the platform. The disciples of the ethereal sect watched with cold, piercing gazes. Ouyang Rong clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth as she spat. "Senior brother Xiang, teach him a lesson. Avenge Yunzhou." Nearby, the heavily injured Yunzhou, supported by Li Chun, looked on with eyes filled with hatred and despair. In the ranks of the Heavenly Sword Sect, many wore grave expressions. However, their leader, Shao Yi, remained calm and composed, his face betraying no emotion. As Xiao Bulang was forced to the edge of the platform, he suddenly steadied himself and let out a powerful shout. "Go back!" His sword erupted with dazzling light, repelling the black phantom serpent in an instant. But Xiang Donglu immediately unleashed an even more powerful technique. Black Serpent Seal. Phantom Serpent's Dragon Transformation. The black serpent underwent a terrifying transformation, evolving into a fearsome black flood dragon. Its aura surged tenfold as it roared forward like a tidal wave, shattering the platform in its wake. Confidence radiated from Xiang Donglu. He was certain of his victory. To his astonishment, the black flood dragon passed straight through Xiao Bulang's body, crashing into the platform behind him. It was nothing but an afterimage. The real Xiao Bulang had already vanished, using his ghost shadow technique to disappear without a trace. Alarm bells rang in Xiang Donglia's mind, but it was too late. Xiao Bulang reappeared right in front of him, sneering, "A fool is always a fool destined to lose." With a single slash of his sword, Xiang Donglu barely managed to block, but his right palm was cut open, the wound so deep that bone was visible. Blood sprayed into the air as he cried out in pain, stumbling backward. The tide of the battle had turned, and Xiang Donglu was now utterly on the defensive. Xiao Buring quickly seized the advantage, sneering as he spoke, "Remember my name, Tiangang Sword Sect?" Xiao Buring. Before his words fully landed, he executed his ghost shadow technique, leaving 3 afterimages on the stage in an instant. Xiang Donglu, already shaken and disoriented, couldn't discern the real body and could only retreat defensively. At that moment, a sharp sound of wind tearing came from behind Xiang Donglu. "Hey, I'm right here," Xiao Buring said smugly, laughing. Xiang Donglia's heart clenched violently. Before he could turn around, a cold sword aura slashed into his spine. The excruciating pain spread through his entire body in an instant, and he let out a harrowing scream, even more agonized than Yun Zhou's earlier. Shirmu, Ouyang Rong, and the others immediately turned pale. Blood sprayed across the stage as Xiang Donglu collapsed, his body limp, as though his upper torso had been severed. Xiao Buring looked down at him with contempt and said, "Get off the stage, you worthless trash." He then kicked Xiang Donglu off the platform. Xiang Donglu hit the ground heavily, blood gushing from his back like a fountain. Ouyang Rong and Mu Yuer rushed forward to check his injuries, only to be overcome by a chilling sense of suffocation. They realized Xiao Buring had severed Xiang Donglia's spinal cord. The 2 women were paralyzed with shock, their bodies trembling as fury surged to their heads. The cruelty was beyond comprehension. Not only had Xiao Buring destroyed his opponent's dantian, but he also shattered his spine, turning Xiang Donglu into a cripple. Ouyang Rong shook with rage, while tears welled up in Mu Yuer's eyes. You're all so despicable," she choked out. On the stage, Xiao Buring grew even more pleased with himself. Powerless rage. Powerless rage crushed the body, break the spirit. The disciples of the Tiangang Sword Sect rejoiced in his triumph. In the stands, the leaders of the various noble families from Sacred Tree City silently shook their heads at Xiao Buring's ruthless methods. Gong Sunqing, the vice president of the Wanjian Merchant Guild, narrowed her cold eyes and said, "He's emulating Feng Hanyu." The mention of the name sent a chill through everyone's hearts. Gong Sunqing elaborated, explaining that 8 years ago, after Nirvana Hall lost the Heaven Burial Sword, they had sent disciples every year to challenge the Tiangang Sword Sect. Feng Hanyu had defeated 7 top-tier talents in a row, each time destroying their dantian and breaking their spines, leaving his opponents to die in despair and agony. As this story unfolded, a wave of cold dread washed over the family heads from Sacred Tree City. Xiao Buring's current actions were a direct imitation of Feng Hanyu, not just aiming to win, but to utterly humiliate and trample on the pride of the Piao Miao sect. Xiao Buring stood proudly on the stage, his sword pointing at the remaining disciples of Piao Miao sect. "Next," he declared. The Tiangang Sword Sect's members were elated. Xiaoing chuckled. "Looks like senior brother Xiaoyi won't even need to step in." Xiaoyi smirked slightly. "Indeed, this is utterly meaningless." Ouyang Rong, Mu Yuer, and the others were consumed with fury, their gazes all turning involuntarily toward Shirmu. According to the plan, he was next to fight. However, to everyone's astonishment, they saw Shirmu trembling, his legs shaking like a frightened pup in the cold wind. "Senior brother Shirmu? You?" Mu Yuer asked in confusion. Shirmu's face was as pale as a sheet, his eyes filled with terror. "I don't want to be crippled. I don't want to end up like that," he stammered. The disciples of Piao Miao sect were left utterly dumbfounded, their minds blank with disbelief. Shirmu was terrified, had completely lost his courage. Lying on the ground, blood dripping through his fingers, Xiang Donglu glared at Shirmu with hatred. "You cowardly rat," he spat, each word forced out with tremendous effort, each word soaked in bitterness. He and Yun Zhou had sacrificed themselves. Was it all for nothing? But the more Xiang Donglu spoke, the deeper Shirmu's fear grew, consuming him from within. Shirmu's legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Mu Yuer and Ouyang Rong, the 2 women, were so furious that tears streamed down their faces. At this moment, their pain stemmed not only from defeat, but also from the merciless trampling of their dignity. On the stage, Xiao Buring let out a shrill laugh. "Ha ha ha, I thought the Nirvana Hall was the only disgrace, but it turns out the other 4 halls of the Piao Miao sect are just as useless, a bunch of pathetic cowards." He turned arrogantly toward the direction of Yin Beishan, the city lord, and declared, "City Lord Yin, the Piao Miao sect has been defeated." His words landed like a heavy hammer, striking hard at the hearts of everyone from the Piao Miao sect. Xiang Donglu was still berating Shirmu, while Yun Zhou, lying in Li Qin's arms, was drowning in despair, her eyes vacant and lifeless. At that moment, Mu Yuer gritted her teeth. Her eyes reddened with determination as she stepped toward the battle stage. The Piao Miao sect hasn't lost yet. I will fight the third match. Her decision left everyone stunned. Ouyang Rong tried to stop her, but Mu Yuer coldly replied, I'd rather die than let the honor of our sect be trampled. Xiang Donglu closed his eyes and roared like a furious demon. Sure Mu, you're not even as good as a woman. Shao Burang sneered as he watched Mu Yuer approach, his sword humming with menace. However, just as she was about to step onto the stage, a strong hand suddenly grabbed her wrist from behind. A deep voice spoke, let me take this fight. The crowd erupted in shock. Ouyang Rong, Xiang Donglu, and Shi Mu all felt their hearts tighten. Behind Mu Yuer stood a figure cloaked in a black robe, shrouding most of his appearance. The family heads from Sacred Tree City exchanged curious glances, while Gongsun Qing, the vice president of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, raised an elegant brow, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Mu Yuer turned around in disbelief, about to speak. But the man interrupted her in a low voice. There's only one spot left, and I still need to complete my mission. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the man walked straight onto the stage. Shao Burang coldly asked, and who are you? A disciple of the Piao Miao sect, came the curt reply. Shao Burang frowned, sensing something familiar in the voice, but unable to place it. The members of the Tiangang sword sect were visibly displeased by this unexpected appearance. Xiaoing chuckled mischievously. Senior brother Burang. Let him experience all the pain the previous two felt. Shao Burang sneered, pointing his sword at the newcomer. If you're here to play tricks, you'll end up worse than the last two. Mu Yuer tensed at his words, but the man's tone remained calm. You're welcome to try if you think you're capable. Shao Burang's eyes turned icy. Humph. Next, I'll not only destroy your Dantian but also break your spine. You'll end up as pathetic as the 7 trash from Nirvana Hall. Before he finished speaking, Shao Burang unleashed his ghost shadow technique, leaving 4 or 5 afterimages behind as he moved with even greater speed than when he fought Xiang Donglu. The audience could almost see the bloodshed that was sure to follow. Mu Yuer cried out, watch out. But before her words were finished, Shao Burang had already appeared like a phantom to his opponent's left, his sword gleaming coldly as it aimed for the man's throat. In a flash, the blade was mere inches away. It's over, huh? Shao Burang grinned wickedly, confident in his strike. Yet in the next instant, a sudden surge of energy erupted. The man caught Shao Burang's blade with his bare hand, the sword's sharpness dulled by the overwhelming force. Everyone was stunned, including Shao Burang himself. Too slow, the man said in a low voice. His right arm, wrapped in a swirling green aura, delivered a devastating punch to Shao Burang's chest. The raw, domineering power of the ninefold collapse strike, imbued with an ancient bronze energy, tore through Shao Burang's chest, shattering his ribs and sending blood flying. Shao Burang's eyes widened in shock as he watched his chest cave in. Shao Burang choked out in a mix of rage and disbelief, finally getting a clear look at the man's face, a face he recognized. Farewell, the man said coldly. With a swift motion of his left hand, the sword slashed toward Shao Burang's throat. The blade, sharp as a crescent moon, sliced mercilessly through Shao Burang's neck. A spray of crimson blood shot into the air as his head separated from his body in a horrifyingly dramatic arc. Stunning. The sword sect strikes with deadly precision. Xiao Nuo takes the stage, and after Xiao Buran's 2 consecutive victories, he meets a gruesome end, his head severed on the spot. In a flash of lightning and thunder, an earth-shattering scene unfolded on the battle platform. Xiao Nuo's powerful punch, as fierce as a thunderbolt, pierced straight through Xiao Buran's chest. Blood splattered everywhere, organs shattered, and bones cracked. Xiao Buran didn't even have time to retract the afterimages of his prized, ghostly shadow step before his life was abruptly ended. The city lord's mansion fell into complete silence. Everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events. The smug expressions of the Tiangang sword sect were frozen in shock. The despair of the Misty sect turned into astonishment, and the major families of Sacred Tree City had their seemingly certain conclusions overturned in an instant. Xiao Buran's severed head rolled to the edge of the battle platform. The terror in his eyes and the faint movement of his lips served as the final punctuation to his life. At the same time, the afterimages of his famous technique dissipated into nothingness. Next match. Xiao Nuo's cold voice echoed across the platform, carrying an unmistakable air of provocation. The faces of the Tiangang sword sect members turned ashen. Xiao Yi, Xiao Ying, and others were seething with fury. Suddenly, a young man roared and stormed onto the platform. You deserve to die. He'll tear you to pieces. The young swordsman wielding a battle axe was named Xiao Duo, whose strength was even slightly greater than Xiao Buran's. With a thunderous yell, blazing battle axe, flames roared to life, and his axe transformed into a fiery dragon, slashing toward Xiao Nu. Yet Xiao Nuo remained utterly still. A bronze sphere-shaped shield appeared before him, radiating a green glow and adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns. It effortlessly blocked the ferocious strike. As Xiao Duo stood in shock, Xiao Nuo had already launched his counterattack. Eightfold collapse. With a single kick to Xiao Duo's left knee, 8 layers of force erupted simultaneously. Before Xiao Duo could even register the pain, his left leg was brutally shattered. Xiao Nuo's steel-like fingers clamped around Xiao Duo's throat. 3 years, and you've made no progress at all, Xiao Duo? His words rang like thunder in Xiao Duo's ears. When Xiao Nuo revealed his identity, the entire crowd erupted in chaos. He coldly declared, "Have you forgotten me so quickly? The reason you were all able to join the Tiangang sword sect was because of me." Before his words fully sank in, Xiao Nuo's grip tightened abruptly. "No." Xiao Duo's desperate cry was cut short as his throat was crushed under Xiao Nuo's hand, his head forcibly severed from his body. Blood rained down as the air seemed to tremble. The hood of Xiao Nuo's black cloak was blown back, revealing a youthful, striking face that sent chills down the spines of everyone present. On the northern spectator stand, Gong Sunqing, the vice president of the Wanjin Commerce Guild, suddenly rose to her feet. Her captivating eyes rippled with emotion. Her heart raced as she silently exclaimed to herself, "It really is him." Although she had suspected from the very beginning that the voice sounded incredibly like Xiao Nuo's, she couldn't allow herself to believe it. But now, she was finally certain. On the platform, blood rained down like a storm. Off the stage, the audience erupted into a frenzy. Several family heads of Sacred Tree City stood up simultaneously, their faces filled with confusion. They murmured among themselves, "Who is this man? He seems to have the surname Shao as well. Could he be from the Shao family of CS City?" The astonishing performance of back-to-back instant victories left everyone in the City Lord's mansion stunned. Yin Beishan, the City Lord, turned his gaze toward his chief steward, Yin Xiao, who was equally taken aback, his eyes shimmering with disbelief. On the side of the Tiangang sword sect, the atmosphere instantly shifted from smugness to fury. Xiao Yi's gaze turned sharp, and his voice rang out, cold and biting. "Xiao Nuo slowly raised his eyes, a trace of provocative coldness lingering at the corners. He corrected him with a calm yet piercing tone, "Wrong. It's Xiao Nuo of the Nirvana Hall." Boom. Those words exploded like thunder across the arena. The name Nirvana Hall reverberated in everyone's ears, shaking them to their core. Not only were the members of the Tiangang sword sect stunned, but even the group from the ethereal sect felt a chill run down their spines. The 5 words, Xiao Nuo of Nirvana Hall, struck with extraordinary weight. Just moments ago, Xiao Burang, imitating the Tiangang sword sect's young master Feng Shiyu, had humiliated the ethereal sect by treating them as if they were members of the Nirvana Hall. But now, Xiao Nuo of the Nirvana Hall had cut down 2 opponents in a row, delivering a powerful rebuttal. This was not only a provocation but a blatant act of humiliation and defiance. Xiao Nuo's actions silently proclaimed, "If the Tiangang sword sect dares to trample on the Nirvana Hall, then I, Xiao Nuo, will deliver an unforgettable lesson in the name of the Nirvana Hall." Standing at the center of the battle platform, Xiao Nuo raised his right arm abruptly and clenched his fist with force. Boom! A surge of azure energy erupted, shattering the stage surface as countless shards of stone danced in the air like a swarm of butterflies. The audience, captivated by his overwhelming presence, held their breath in awe. Then, Xiao Nuo raised his hand, pointing directly at the Tiangang sword sect's camp. His voice was icy yet commanding. "Next round?" On the battle stage, Xiao Nuo stood proudly atop the corpses of Xiao Burang and Xiao Duo. His eyes gleamed with defiance as he issued the 3rd and final challenge to the Tiangang sword sect in the name of the Nirvana Hall. Below the stage, the members of the Piaomiao sect were overwhelmed with emotion. Mu Yuer kept her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Nuo, grateful for her decision to bring him along. Ouyang Rong and Shirmu, on the other hand, were complex expressions, their hearts weighed down by regret and guilt. Ouyang Rong had vehemently opposed Xiao Nuo's participation, even going so far as to scold him to return to the sect. As the team leader, Shirmu should have stepped onto the stage himself but had retreated out of fear. Xiao Nuo's actions were like a hammer, striking hard at the pride of the Tiangang sword sect. Flames of fury burned in their eyes as every gaze turned to Xiao Yi. Old grudges and new resentments intertwined, and Xiao Yi gritted his teeth. "Today, I have no reason to spare your life." Before the words fully left his lips, the heavy sword behind Xiao Yi flew onto the stage, shattering a section of the stone floor on impact. He leaped forward, radiating murderous intent. Xiao Nuo sneered. "Old grudges? 2 months ago, you killed Xiao Yong, humiliated Yue, and disgraced the Shao family. New resentments? Today, you challenged the authority of the sword sect and slaughtered your own kin." Xiao Yi's eyes burned red with rage, but Xiao Nuo only smirked mockingly. Wrong. 3 years ago, you robbed me of my destiny and willingly became a lackey of the Tiangang sword sect. Those are the old grudges. Today, you insult the Piao sect and trample on the dignity of the Nirvana Hall. Those are the new resentments. Each word was sharp as a blade, piercing straight into Xiao Yi's heart. Unable to hold back any longer, Xiao Yi roared, "You're asking for death." He stomped the ground, sending his heavy sword soaring. With a strike to the hilt, the blade shot toward Xiao Nuo's throat. Xiao Nuo remained unfazed, calmly extending his right hand to catch the blade. The clash of their forces sent shockwaves rippling outward, splitting the stage's surface with a deep fissure. Gasps of amazement erupted from the crowd below. Someone explained, "This Xiao Yi has already reached the 5th level of chi manipulation at such a young age, and has mastered the jade elephant sword body, which imbues his strikes with the immense strength of an elephant. No wonder he's so ferocious." On the stage, Xiao Yi and Xiao Nuo were locked in a stalemate. Xiao Yi snarled viciously, "Who would have thought a piece of trash like you could rise again? If I'd known, I would have killed you 3 years ago." Xiao Nuo's lips curled into a mocking smile. "You should kneel and thank me. If not for me, how could the Shao family have risen to such heights? How could you have achieved what you have today?" "Silence!" Xiao Yi roared, his fury boiling over. Spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave into his sword. Meanwhile, ancient bronze patterns surfaced on Xiao Nuo's arm as he stood his ground without yielding. Clang! A deafening crash rang out as the heavy sword was knocked aside, forcing both men to retreat. Xiao Yi steadied himself, his heavy sword back in hand. "Today, they'll show you the true power of the jade elephant sword body." With that, he swung his sword toward Xiao Nuo. "Bring it on." Xiao Nuo showed no fear. With a thought, the dark magic blade, Angxinghun, spun into his grasp. Dragging the blade, he charged forward to meet Xiao Yi's ferocious strike. The battle was about to erupt. Boom! The clash of blade and sword sent sparks flying like a shower of stars. Xiao Yi, wielding his jade elephant greatsword, launched an onslaught as fierce and unrelenting as a stormy tide. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Nuo managed to hold his ground against him, showing no signs of being overwhelmed. Below the stage, Mu Yuer watched with a mix of amazement and disbelief. Xiao Yi had reached the peak of the 5th level of the Qi Mastery Realm, a full 4 minor levels above Xiao Nuo. While Xiao Nuo had just effortlessly slain Xiao Bureng and Xiao Duo, it was Xiao Yi's jade elephant sword physique that truly struck fear into people's hearts. His powerful bloodline constitution provided him with a staggering boost to his combat strength, making him far stronger than others at the same level. In the Tiangang sword sect's camp, the crowd's gazes were filled with malice. Xiao Ying, who had been smug earlier, now stared intently at the two combatants on the stage. "Kill him, senior brother Xiao Yi. Don't let their deaths be in vain," she shouted. The others chimed in, clamoring for retribution against the one who dared challenge the sect's authority. Hearing the uproar from the crowd below, Xiao Yi's attacks grew even more ferocious. "Phantom Shadow Sword Dance." He barked coldly, leaping into the air and spinning repeatedly. His greatsword slashed down like a blazing windmill. Xiao Nuo met each strike with his blade, every collision triggering deafening shockwaves. Xiao Yi's relentless strikes fell like a farmer's hoe, powerful and domineering, but they failed to break through Xiao Nuo's stalwart defense. After spinning in midair for over a dozen rotations, Xiao Yi gathered his strength and delivered a heavy blow. A thunderous crash echoed as the stage sank half a foot, cracks spreading across its surface. Xiao Nuo was forced back more than 10 meters, and the Tiangang sword sect disciples erupted in cheers, their morale soaring. However, as Xiao Nuo steadied himself, his figure suddenly split into two shadowy forms. Xiao Yi's expression shifted. "Phantom Shadow Sword Technique," he muttered in surprise. The two shadows darted forward like intersecting swallows, closing in on Xiao Yi in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yi took a step back, gripping his sword hilt with one hand while the other swept across the blade. "Cross Sword Shield," he shouted. His greatsword radiated a dazzling light, and a massive cross-shaped sword shield materialized out of thin air. Bang! One of the shadows struck the shield with the blade, causing it to tremble. The powerful recoil forced Xiao Nuo back to his original position, his feet dragging two long marks across the ground as he struggled to regain his balance. His demonic blade let out a resonant hum. Mu Yuer hurriedly called out, "The Tiangang sword sect's cross-sword shield reflects part of the force-backed clash with it hidden." The spectators' faces grew tense as the outcome of the battle remained uncertain. Xiao Yi glared darkly at Xiao Nuo. "Where did you learn the Phantom Shadow Sword technique?" he demanded. Xiao Nuo smirked. "Perhaps Phantom Shadow Blade technique would be a more fitting name," he retorted. As he spoke, a surge of green spiritual energy erupted from his body and infused his demonic blade. "Breaking Army!" Xiao Nuo roared, unleashing the third form of the Phantom Shadow Blade technique. He leapt into the air, gripping his blade with both hands as he brought it down in a mighty arc. The overwhelming blade energy surged toward Xiao Yi like an earth-shattering dragon. The ensuing collision was so intense that it seemed the entire stage might collapse. Muiware sighed in exasperation. She had just warned against direct clashes. Yet Xiao Nuo had gone and done precisely that. Xiao Yi sneered. You are using a high-grade technique to break my earth-grade shield? Are you out of your mind? But before he could finish his sentence, the green blade energy exploded in front of him. With a deafening roar, a massive chasm split open at the center of the stage, scattering debris in all directions. To everyone's astonishment, cracks spread across the surface of Xiao Yi's sword shield. What? Xiao Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. The crowd below gasped in shock, their eyes fixed on the scene unfolding on the battle platform in utter disbelief. The superior grade martial art technique, the flying shadow sword technique, had actually overpowered the earth-grade martial art technique, the cross-sword shield. This revelation shattered their understanding of martial art rankings. The disciples of the Tian Gang sword sect were wide-eyed with astonishment, and even the usually composed members of the Miao sect exchanged bewildered glances, unable to trust their own eyes. Ouyang Rong furrowed her brows as she glanced toward Mu Yuer in the distance. The latter's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly filled with anticipation for the man daring to challenge Liang Xingchen. On the platform, Xiao Yi barely stabilized his stance when Xiao Nuo launched another attack from midair. The dark star demon blade in his hand tore through the air like a spiraling blade, slashing fiercely at Xiao Yi. With a thunderous explosion, the fierce blade light erupted in the air, further damaging the already fractured cross-sword shield. Not enough. Xiao Yi roared in a deep voice, his eyes filled with icy determination. Your strength is far from enough. Is that so? Xiao Nuo sneered coldly. In a flash, another deafening boom echoed, and the cross-sword shield in front of Xiao Yi shattered on the spot. The audience collectively froze, their pupils contracting, and their breaths caught in their throats. Amid the shattered fragments of light, Xiao Nuo closed in like a phantom. Wielding the black demon blade in a reverse grip, his body radiated a cyan spiritual energy. He executed the second move of the flying shadow blade technique Phantom Slash. Phantom Slash! Xiao Nuo shouted sharply, dragging the blade across in a sweeping motion. The razor-sharp blade arced like a crescent moon, cutting toward his opponent. Xiao Yi hurriedly raised his heavy sword to parry, but without the cross-sword shield for defense, he was at a clear disadvantage. With a resounding clash, the black demon blade struck the sword with immense force. The ancient power of the bronze body coursed through the impact, numbing Xiao Yi's arm and sending him flying 20 to 30 meters. The crowd was left utterly stunned by the sight. Had they not witnessed it themselves, who would believe that a superior-grade martial art could unleash such terrifying power? On the northern spectator platform, only Yin Beishan, the city lord, and chief steward Yin Xiao managed to maintain their composure. The heads of several prominent families from Sacred Tree City, however, were visibly shaken. Gong Sunqing, the vice president of the Wanjin Trading Association, flashed a look of delight. Internally, she thought, it's been less than 2 months, and you've already become this powerful? It seems I didn't misjudge you. Xiao Yi forced himself to steady his retreating form, his face ashen and his eyes bloodshot. He raised one hand, clenching it tightly into a fist, while blood dripped continuously from between the fingers of his sword hand. Even Xiao Yi, at the 5th level of the Qi Mastery Realm, had been injured. The crowd could scarcely comprehend the sheer force behind Xiao Nuo's strike. Little did they know that Xiao Nuo had been cultivating the Hungming Overlord body technique, and the power of his bronze body was extraordinary. With this strength amplifying the flying shadow blade technique, its might surpassed its limits, bridging the gap between superior grade and earth grade martial arts. The tension on the battle platform grew thicker with each passing moment, and droplets of blood fell from Xiao Yi's hand, marking the passage of time in this fierce confrontation. Suddenly, Xiao Yi let out a deranged laugh. Heh, ha ha ha. I never thought I'd see the day when even you could rise to prominence. But it's a shame, because this will be your final act. As his words echoed, a surge of overwhelming sword energy erupted from Xiao Yi's body, shaking the entire arena. A deep, ethereal roar of an enraged beast reverberated through the air, and behind Xiao Yi, a brilliant, pure white phantom of a jade elephant appeared. The elephant, composed entirely of dazzling sword light, was intricately detailed from its limbs to its head, tusks, and even the glow in its eyes. Xiao Yi's aura surged to its peak, and the sword energy radiated outward with unstoppable force. The faces of the Miao sect members turned pale, and Mu Yuer, her expression filled with worry, whispered under her breath, "It's the jade elephant sword body." Xiao Yi activated the jade elephant sword form, and in that instant, an unprecedented surge of energy erupted from within him. Accompanied by the resonant, ethereal trumpet of an elephant, a colossal jade elephant's phantom emerged, radiating an overwhelming aura of sword energy. In the ranks of the Tiangang sword sect, Xiao Ying's lips curled into a cold, sinister smile. The unstoppable power of the jade elephant sword form signaled the perfect moment for Xiao Nuo to pay the ultimate price for Xiao Burang and Xiao Duo's deaths. On the battle stage, Xiao Di gripped his heavy sword tightly, standing tall beneath the towering jade elephant apparition. 3 years ago, his failure to eliminate Xiao Nuo had led to the tragic deaths of his two comrades. Now, he was determined to right those wrongs. The atmosphere among the Piaomiao sect members was tense. Mu Yuer, Ouyang Rong, Li Qin, along with the injured Xiang Donglu and Yun Zhou, all felt the suffocating pressure emanating from Xiao Yi. Only Mu muttered under his breath, he won't stand a chance. How could someone at the first level of the Qi control realm possibly withstand the power of the fifth level, amplified by the jade elephant sword form? Boom! Sword energy erupted, and the battle stage crumbled rapidly with Xiao Yi at its center. Pointing his sword at Xiao Nuo, Xiao Yi declared coldly, "It's over for you. This strike will end you." The jade elephant phantom blazed with dazzling sword light, its long trunk lashing forward as it charged at Xiao Nuo. In motion, it alternated between the forms of a spectral beast and a sword shadow, exuding an increasingly terrifying aura. Holy elephant sword shift. Slash. Xiao Yi roared, his voice thunderous. The massive elephant, formed entirely of sword energy, tore through the stage, leaving behind monumental scars and deep gouges in its wake. Just as the outcome seemed inevitable, a sudden surge of ferocious energy burst forth from Xiao Nuo. Amid the deafening roar of a tiger, a massive white tiger materialized, its body snow-white with dark cyan patterns etched across its fur. Its piercing blue eyes glinted with a chilling, razor-sharp intensity. "Enemy? Do you even qualify?" Xiao Nuo sneered as he stomped heavily on the fractured stage, the impact sinking the ground beneath him by half a foot. He leaped into the air, the white tiger behind him baring its fangs and claws as radiant fist auras danced along his arms. See Shattering Tiger Fist. The two devastating techniques collided with a thunderous explosion. The white tiger's fist aura clashed violently with the jade elephant's sword energy, shaking the entire city lord's mansion to its foundations. The ancient power of Xiao Nuo's bronze physique surged forth, cyan patterns covering his body. This ancient form, tempered by the blood essence of 19,000 demonic beasts, unleashed its awe-inspiring might. "Shatter!" Xiao Nuo bellowed. The white tiger dissolved into a cyan fist aura, which pierced through the jade elephant's phantom body with explosive force. The ancient physique's power completely overwhelmed the sword form, crushing the jade elephant's energy and bridging the gap of 4 entire cultivation levels. At the center of the battlefield, a massive crater formed. Xiao Yi staggered backward under the devastating impact of the fist aura, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Watching from the sidelines, Mu Yuer, Ouyang Rong, and the others felt a surge of exhilaration as hope reignited in their hearts. The faces of the members of the Tiangang sword sect suddenly changed, unable to conceal the panic and turmoil within. Within Sacred Tree City, the heads of all the major families rose to their feet, their gazes locked onto the center of the battlefield as if facing a dire threat. Blood gushed incessantly from Xiao Yi's mouth, his face pale as paper. At that moment, the dark, demonic blade, Dark Star Soul, once again tore through the air, emitting a piercing whistle as it flew straight toward him. Xiao Yi's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively raised his heavy sword to shield himself. Boom! A deafening collision erupted, sparks scattering in all directions. The heavy blade light cleaved through the sword aura effortlessly. Xiao Yi felt a sharp pain shoot through his arm, his palm splitting open instantly. Blood dripped down the hilt of his sword as the dark blade shot skyward like an arrow loosed from a bow. At the same time, the heavy sword in Xiao Yi's hands was knocked loose, spinning through the air in a wide arc. 3 years of training in the Tiangang sword sect, and this is all you've got? A cold, mocking voice lashed at Xiao Yi like a blade, stinging his ears. A biting gust of wind swept toward him as Xiao Nuo appeared before him in an instant. "Get lost!" Xiao Yi roared hysterically, his right palm striking out fiercely toward Xiao Nuo's face. Xiao Nuo remained calm and composed, countering with a punch. Bang! His fist, cloaked in a cyan aura, met Xiao Yi's palm with precision. A resounding crack echoed as Xiao Yi's arm bone shattered under the force. Crack! Xiao Yi's face twisted in agony as a harrowing scream escaped his lips. The members of the Tiangang sword sect felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, their scalps tingling with dread. The violent impact sent Xiao Yi hurtling backward dozens of meters. Xiao Nuo's seemingly simple punch not only broke Xiao Yi's arm but also ruptured numerous blood vessels within his body. Xiao Yi's trajectory through the air traced a crimson arc, a rain of blood scattering across the battlefield. As Xiao Yi staggered upon landing, Xiao Nuo casually raised his right hand. The dark demonic blade, which had been circling high above, descended with precision, returning to his grasp. Shadow Blade Technique. Phantom Kill. As soon as the blade touched his hand, it shot forward again like a streaking arrow. The merciless edge transformed into a spinning light blade, hurtling toward Xiao Yi's face in an instant. Xiao Yi's pupils constricted in terror as fear flooded his heart. "No!" he shouted in despair. Clang! Before his cry had even faded, Xiao Nuo appeared before him like a phantom. With a steady grip, he seized the hilt of the blade, its sharp edge gleaming like the moon as it sliced toward Xiao Yi's throat. "You're nothing special, farewell," Xiao Nuo said coldly, the blade's edge now mere inches away. "You're not that special. Good riddance." Xiao Nuo spat coldly, his voice sharp and unyielding. The eerie, dark blade in his hand sliced through the air, mercilessly aiming for Xiao Yi's throat. This was the final round, the decisive moment. The ferocity of the nether tiger was about to shake the great elephant. As the blade grazed Xiao Yi's neck, his skin split open instantly, and a thin line of crimson blood sprayed out. Just as his head was about to separate from his body, a thunderous explosion erupted. Boom! A violent shockwave burst between Xiao Nuo and Xiao Yi, causing everyone nearby to shudder involuntarily. A towering figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Nuo, blocking his path like an unmovable mountain. The man was clad in dark armor, his presence as cold and unyielding as iron. On his left hand, he wore a golden claw-like gauntlet, resembling the talons of a dragon. With it, he firmly stopped Xiao Nuo's black demonic blade. "Please, show mercy," the middle-aged man said in a deep, steady voice. Everyone around held their breath, including the members of the Miao Sect, the Tiangang Sword Sect, and the delegation from Sacred Tree City. They all recognized the man who had intervened. It was none other than Yin Xiao, the steward of the city lord's mansion. At this moment, Xiao Nuo's blade was already embedded in Xiao Yi's neck, with blood slowly trickling out. If Yin Xiao had been even a moment slower, Xiao Yi's head would have undoubtedly left his shoulders. Xiao Nuo, unfazed, met Yin Xiao's sharp, hawk-like eyes without a trace of fear. His voice was cold and biting. "So, it seems the city lord's mansion isn't as impartial as it claims to be." Yin Xiao's expression remained calm, though his eyes narrowed slightly. He replied evenly, "This man is a newly appointed first-tier disciple of the Tiangang Sword Sect. If he were to die here in the city lord's mansion, we would have a hard time explaining it to the Sword Sect. I hope you understand." Hearing this, several members of the Miao Sect exchanged glances. Ouyang Rong hesitated, as if wanting to speak, but in the end, she only managed a faint, awkward call. Xiao Nuo, junior brother." Even the words junior brother seemed unfamiliar on her lips. Mu Yuer glanced at Xiang Donglu, who was lying on the ground. His face was twisted with hatred, but he nodded reluctantly. Understanding his intent, Mu Yuer quickly stepped forward and spoke to Xiao Nuo. "We've already won. That's enough." Xiang Donglu, having spent considerable time in Sacred Tree City, was well aware of the delicate balance of power. If a first-tier disciple were killed, the Tiangang Sword Sect would never let the matter rest. The city lord's mansion would find itself in an untenable position. Since the Miao Sect sought an alliance with Sacred Tree City, it was necessary to know when to compromise. After all, if the city lord's mansion was placed in a difficult position, it would inevitably strain their potential alliance. Xiao Nuo gripped his blade tightly, the chilling, murderous aura emanating from it making Xiao Yi's face turn even paler. Xiao Yi glared venomously at Xiao Nuo, the arrogance and smugness he once displayed completely replaced by pure malice. "Have we won?" Xiao Nuo asked, his gaze burning as he looked at Yin Xiao. "Yes," Yin Xiao confirmed with a nod. Xiao Nuo pressed further. "As agreed, the Miao Sect will become Sacred Tree City's sole ally, and the City Lord's Mansion will grant us partial administrative rights." Yin Xiao's expression remained composed as he responded, "I will discuss the matter with the City Lord tonight. You will have a satisfactory answer by then." "Junior brother Shao, that's enough," Mu Yuer urged anxiously. "Senior brothers Xiang and Yunzhou need immediate treatment." The members of the Miao Sect were not worried that the City Lord's Mansion would renege on its promise, as today's victory had been witnessed by all. Yin Xiao added, "Both sides have suffered severe injuries. Stay in the mansion tonight to recover. I will arrange for healers to tend to you." The situation was clear. Xiao Nuo understood that Yin Xiao was determined to ensure Xiao Yi's survival. Moreover, the injuries sustained by Xiang Donglu and Yunzhou were critical and could not afford further delay. After a brief hesitation, the sharp glint in Xiao Nuo's eyes gradually faded, and he slowly withdrew his blade from Xiao Yi's neck. 3 years ago, you were no match for me. 3 years later, you're still nothing but a defeated dog," Xiao Nuo said coldly. "If not for someone stepping in, you'd already be lying alongside Xiao Buliang and Xiao Duo." "Humph." Xiao Yi's face darkened as he let out a cold laugh. "I was careless this time, giving you the chance to win. Next time, the outcome won't be so certain." "Empty words from the weak," Xiao Nuo retorted, tossing the words over his shoulder as he sheathed his blade and turned to rejoin the Miao sect. Xiao Yi stood frozen, his face as cold as frost, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Inwardly, he swore to himself, "Next time, I will be the one to win." The competition concluded with a final score of 3-2. Thanks to Xiao Nuo's decisive performance, the Miao sect emerged victorious. Though Xiao Buliang and Xiao Duo were slain by Xiao Nuo, Xiang Donglu and Yunzhou had suffered grave injuries as well. After the battle, the city lord of Yanbiashan immediately ordered the injured to be treated. Representatives from Sacred Tree City's various families began to leave the city lord's mansion one by one. In the west wing of the mansion, within a spacious and well-lit room, Xiang Donglu lay on a bed, his upper body wrapped in thick bandages. His spine had been severed, making his recovery incredibly challenging. Although the bleeding had been stopped in time, whether he would ever regain full mobility remained uncertain. On the adjacent bed lay Yunzhou, his face ashen. Though victory was theirs, the cost had been steep. The injuries Yunzhou sustained were not as severe as those of Xiang Donglu, but his dantian had been destroyed, leaving him completely devoid of cultivation. Mu Yuer softly consoled him. "Senior brother Yunzhou, there's still hope for your dantian to recover. At most, it'll delay you a few years, but you'll be able to cultivate again after that." Li Chen chimed in. "That's right. We won this battle and achieved a great feat. When we return, ask the third elder for medicine, and you'll surely recover." A glimmer of hope flashed in Yunzhou's eyes, but he quickly turned his gaze toward the doorway. Mu entered the room and announced, "I've already informed the sect. The mission has been successfully completed. Someone will likely come to take over by tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room turned icy. Li Qian, Mu Yuer, and Ouyang Rong all looked at him with cold, piercing eyes. Mu frowned and asked, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Ouyang Rong sneered and retorted, "Successful? In what way was this successful? Was it because Yunzhou and Donglu weren't injured enough? Or was it because you single-handedly defeated the Tiangang sword sect?" Mu's face darkened. "What are you trying to say?" Ouyang Rong snapped angrily, "As the commander, you were so frightened by the Tiangang sword sect that your legs went weak. If it weren't for junior brother Xiao Nuo, we might not have made it out of Sacred Tree City alive." Mu laughed coldly and pointed at Ouyang Rong. "And you think you're any better? Weren't you the one who originally suggested Xiao Nuo shouldn't be part of the mission?" Ouyang Rong admitted candidly, "That was my mistake, and I own up to it. But at least I didn't disgrace myself in fear." Mu Yuer raised her voice to stop them. "Enough. Stop blaming each other. Senior brother Xiang and senior brother Yunzhou need to rest." Xiang Donglu and Yunzhou remained silent, particularly Xiang Donglu, who was deeply disappointed in Mu. If Xiao Nuo hadn't stepped in, Mu Yuer might have already fallen in a pool of blood. Ouyang Rong said coldly, "I may look down on the Nirvana Hall, but your behavior today was even more disgraceful." Mu, furious, let out a mocking laugh. "And what about you? You didn't win the fight either, so what gives you the right to lecture me?" Mu Yuer, on the verge of tears, pleaded, "Enough. Can't you all just be quiet for a moment?" Mu stormed out. When Mu Yuer asked where he was going, he didn't even look back as he left. In the next room, Xiao Nuo had heard the argument but chose not to react. He was seated on the cultivation platform, focusing on his breathing and recovery. Earlier that day, he had defeated 3 opponents single-handedly, preserving the honor of the Nirvana Hall and taking another step toward avenging the Shao family. Though he appeared unscathed, Xiao Nuo had sustained some injuries. His opponents were all more powerful than he was, especially Xiao Yi with his jade elephant sword body. If not for Xiao Nuo's resilient physique, victory would have been nearly impossible. Xiao Nuo thought to himself, "Xiao Yi's strength is no joke. If I hadn't mastered the bronze ancient body, this battle would have been extremely difficult." Over the past 3 years, their progress has been remarkable. He realized the conflict with the Tiangang sword sect was escalating, and his hatred for the Shao family was growing deeper. "I have to become stronger," Xiao Nuo resolved firmly. By the time he finished his recovery, the sky was already tinged with the hues of dusk. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, followed by Mu Yuer's voice. "Xiao Nuo, have you rested enough?" He opened the door to find Mu Yuer standing outside, holding a letter. "This just arrived from the city lord's guards. It's addressed to you." Xiao Nuo furrowed his brows slightly as he received the letter. Instead of opening it immediately, he turned to Mu Yuer and asked, "Has the sect responded yet?" Mu Yuer nodded and gave a concise report. "The third elder will send someone tonight to handle the handover. As agreed, the city lord of Yanbei Mountain will plan the Sacred Tree City and allocate part of its management rights to the Piao Miao sect." Xiao Nuo gave a small nod and then unfolded the letter. There were only a few words written: Tianxiang Tavern, followed by the delicate signature Gong Sun Qing. This did not surprise him. Apart from the Shao family, the only person he knew in this area was Gong Sun Qing, the vice president of the Wanjin Commerce Guild. Moreover, He owed her a significant favor. I'm stepping out for a bit, Xiao Nuo briefly informed Muyuer. Who's looking for you? Muyuer asked, her curiosity evident. A friend? Xiao Nuo replied vaguely before turning to leave, leaving Muyuer standing there with a puzzled expression. The sky gradually darkened as the fiery sunset faded, and a hazy twilight settled over the city lord's mansion. Just as Xiao Nuo was about to step out of the front gate, he suddenly paused, his gaze shifting toward the corridor behind him. His sharp senses detected a shadow hiding behind one of the stone pillars. Xiao Nuo hesitated for a moment before deciding to ignore it, but as he took a few steps forward, a pair of wide, gleaming eyes cautiously peeked out from behind the pillar. He continued walking toward the front courtyard, now only about 500 meters from the main gate. Suddenly, another furtive figure darted into the shadows. Who's there? Xiao Nuo demanded sharply, spinning around. No one responded. Yet Xiao Nuo could clearly see a figure crouched behind the rock formation, remaining silent. Why are you following me? He questioned, stepping closer to the rock formation. The figure stayed quiet. Xiao Nuo stopped a meter away from the rocks, momentarily debating whether to confront the person. Remembering his appointment with Gongsun Qing, he chose to let it go and turn to leave. But just as he took a few steps, something tugged at the edge of his robe from behind. Xiao Nuo spun around abruptly, only to see. Inside the city lord's mansion, Xiao Nuo was about to leave when he suddenly felt someone tug at the hem of his robe. Turning around, he was surprised to see a petite girl, seemingly no older than 10 years old. Her long hair was disheveled, and she wore a blue and white dress while standing barefoot. In one arm, she clutched a wooden doll, while the other tightly gripped Xiao Nuo's robe. If this had happened in a dimly lit place, the suddenness of it might have sent chills down anyone's spine. Xiao Nuo hesitated briefly before speaking gently. Are you from the city lord's mansion? The girl remained silent, her wide eyes fixed intently on him. Feeling a bit helpless, Xiao Nuo tried again, little one. I have things to do. Why don't you go find your family? However, the girl seemed determined, her small hand clutching his robe like a claw. Xiao Nuo crouched down to meet her gaze and softly asked, Do you know who I am? The girl finally reacted, nodding blankly before shaking her head. Xiao Nuo grew more puzzled and attempted to pry her fingers off. I really have things to do. I don't have time to play games with you. But her grip was like iron, unmoving. Xiao Nuo's tone turned cold. If I use force, I might break your fingers. At those words, the girl immediately released him and darted behind a nearby rock formation. Just as Xiao Nuo was about to leave, hurried footsteps echoed from the distant corridor. A few guards from the mansion rushed over, exchanging anxious words. Any luck? Have you found the young lady yet? Not yet. Keep searching, it's almost nightfall. Hearing this, Xiao Nuo instinctively glanced back at the rock formation. He recalled the information provided by Ouyang Rong and Xiang Donglu. The former city lord of Yanbei Mountain had only one granddaughter, 15 years old, timid by nature, and rarely seen in public. Though the age didn't quite match, the timid demeanor of this little girl seemed to align. As Xiao Nuo prepared to leave again, the familiar tug on his robe returned. She had grabbed onto him once more. Suppressing his irritation, Xiao Nuo asked, Are you the granddaughter of the old city lord of Yanbei Mountain? The girl nodded. They're looking for you. Let me take you to the old city lord. She shook her head vigorously. Then why are you clinging to me? I don't owe you anything, Xiao Nuo said sternly. The girl tucked the wooden doll under her arm and pointed in a certain direction, then looked up at Xiao Nuo with innocent eyes. Understanding dawned on him. You want to take me somewhere? She nodded repeatedly, clearly pleased that he had finally caught on. Xiao Nuo hesitated for a moment before asking seriously, Do you really know who I am? The girl's lips moved slightly, and she muttered in a halting voice, I saw you during the day. So, she could speak just with some difficulty. Xiao Nuo pressed further. You saw me during the day, but do you know who I am? Why are you clinging to me like this? She let go of Xiao Nuo's sleeve and instead grabbed his large hand, writing the words good person in his palm. Xiao Nuo grew even more confused. Had killed someone earlier that day. Had she not seen it? The little girl seemed to sense his doubt and struggled to say a few words. They were bad people. Xiao Nuo pondered for a moment before cautiously asking, Where are you taking me? Follow me, the girl stammered before turning around and slipping behind a rock formation. Xiao Nuo hesitated briefly, but then decided to follow. The girl's small frame moved as nimbly as a cat, weaving through the narrow gaps between the rocks. Xiao Nuo had to exert considerable effort to keep up with her quick pace. Suddenly, the girl stopped. In front of her was a stone slab. She set down her wooden puppet toy and, with some effort, lifted the slab, revealing an underground passage. Before Xiao Nuo could ask any questions, she picked up her puppet and climbed into the passage. Standing at the entrance, Xiao Nuo was filled with doubts. What secrets lay hidden in the Lord's manor? Where did this passage lead? Was this truly a plea for help, or was it part of some elaborate scheme? Considering that the other party was just a child, Xiao Nuo decided to take the risk. The underground tunnel was narrow and winding, forcing Xiao Nuo to crawl as he followed the girl. Along the way, he tried to ask questions, but she remained silent. After what felt like an eternity, the girl finally stopped. She pushed against the stone wall in front of her, and with a loud crash, several bricks fell to the ground. Xiao Nuo climbed out after her, and found himself inside a magnificent palace. The palace was lavishly decorated, exuding grandeur and opulence. They had emerged from a corner concealed by a screen, a spot so well hidden that it would be nearly impossible to discover without a thorough search. The girl led Xiao Nuo to the center of the palace and pointed to a stone pillar on the left. The pillar was intricately carved with the image of a large tree, its branches and leaves rendered with lifelike detail. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Nuo noticed one particular leaf that appeared unusually vivid and distinct. He reached out to touch the unique leaf, and in an instant, a surge of powerful energy erupted. Vivid green patterns spread across the entire pillar, and a dazzling formation began to expand at the center of the hall. Moments later, another square-shaped passageway appeared on the floor. Xiao Nuo looked at the girl in bewilderment. She gripped his hand tightly with one of her own, while pointing toward the passage with the other, her gaze resolute. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Nuo decided to press onward. They leaped into the passage and descended about several dozen meters before landing steadily. They now stood in an ancient underground chamber, its walls weathered and worn. The girl released Xiao Nuo's hand and dashed forward in haste. Xiao Nuo followed closely and soon came upon a stone platform. Two massive stone pillars stood on the platform, connected by heavy black iron chains. Beneath the chains was a person. The figure was disheveled, their hair in disarray, with all four limbs shackled by iron cuffs. When Xiao Nuo finally got a clear look at the person's face, he was shocked. Yin, the former lord of the city? Meanwhile, the delegation from the ethereal sect had arrived at the lord's manor for the handover. Li Hao and his group joined Oyangrong and Mu Yuer as they prepared to meet with the former Lord Yin. But just then, a gust of foul wind swept through the manor, carrying the stench of blood. Flames suddenly erupted into the sky, and a chilling voice echoed, "There's no need to come forward, we are already here." Deep within the mysterious underground palace, an astonishing scene unfolded before Xiao Nuo and Yin Ying. Atop a stone platform, a figure with disheveled hair was tightly bound by thick black iron chains. Xiao Nuo focused his gaze and couldn't help but exclaim, "Yin, the former city lord?" The imprisoned figure's appearance and build were identical to that of Yin Beishan, the retired city lord they had encountered earlier that day. Before Xiao Nuo could fully process the situation, the little girl, Yin Ying, dashed toward the platform in excitement. "Grandfather!" she cried out. The man on the platform abruptly opened his eyes and shouted anxiously, "Inger, stop! Don't come closer." Before his words could fully register, a black barrier suddenly materialized in front of Yin Ying. With a loud boom, the unsuspecting girl was thrown backward. In a split second, Xiao Nuo moved like lightning, catching Yin Ying midair. He swiftly twisted his body to dissipate the force of the impact, ensuring the little girl in his arms remained unharmed. Seeing Yin Ying safe, the imprisoned elder visibly relaxed. Xiao Nuo gently set Yin Ying down, then stood before the barrier, scrutinizing the man inside. "Are you Yin Beishan, the city lord?" he asked cautiously. "I am," the elder replied. His tone was calm, yet it carried an innate authority that commanded respect. Even in captivity, his regal demeanor remained undiminished. Xiao Nuo frowned slightly. "Then who is the other city lord outside?" "An impostor," the elder answered firmly. A sharp glint flashed in Xiao Nuo's eyes as his mind raced back to the city lord he had met earlier that day. The two were indeed identical in appearance, but their eyes told a different story. The one from earlier, though refined in demeanor, lacked a certain commanding presence. In contrast, the man before him had eyes like blazing torches, exuding a natural aura of dominance. Convinced that this was the true Yin Beishan, Xiao Nuo respectfully cupped his hands in greeting. "Junior Xiao Nuo, a disciple of the Nirvana Hall in the Piao Miao sect. I was guided here by the eldest lady. I never expected to find that there are two city lords in Sacred Tree City." Hearing that Xiao Nuo was from the Piao Miao sect, the sharpness in Yin Beishan's gaze softened slightly. He sighed deeply. "Day and night, I guarded against external threats, but I failed to protect myself from betrayal within. I, Yin Beishan, who have always been cautious and meticulous, fell victim to the one I trusted the most." "The one you trusted the most?" Xiao Nuo pressed. "Who is it?" "Yin Xiao, the steward of the city lord's mansion," Yin Beishan replied bitterly. Beside them, Yin Ying clenched her small fists, her face filled with anger. "He's a bad man," she exclaimed. Xiao Nuo's expression grew grave. "City lord, what exactly happened?" With a heavy sigh, Yin Beishan began to recount the truth. Sacred Tree City, due to its strategic location and the strength of its city lord's mansion, had long been a point of contention between the Piao Miao sect and the Tiangang sword sect. Yin Beishan, disapproving of the Tiangang sword sect's methods, had already agreed to form an alliance with the Piao Miao sect. However, just a few days ago, his trusted steward, Yin Xiao, betrayed him. Taking advantage of an unguarded moment, Yin Xiao had imprisoned him here. Yin Xiao then colluded with the Tiangang sword sect, bringing in a doppelganger to impersonate Yin Beishan. The ruse successfully deceived the entire city lord's mansion and the influential families of Sacred Tree City. However, Yin Xiao had overlooked one critical detail. Yanning had been hiding in the palace that night and had witnessed everything. Afterward, Yin Xiao sealed off the palace, but Yanning escaped through a secret passage known only to her and her grandfather. The clever little girl refrained from exposing Yin Xiao's scheme, pretending as though nothing had happened while secretly searching for a way to rescue her grandfather. She had initially planned to seek help from the prominent families of Sacred Tree City, but having never left the city lord's mansion, she couldn't even tell east from west once outside. It wasn't until today, during the day, that the mansion was suddenly visited by a large number of guests. Yanning hid in a shadowy corner, witnessing the astonishing scene of Xiao Nuo defeating 3 members of the Tiangang sword sect in succession. At that moment, a glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes, and her thoughts turned to Xiao Nuo. Since the duel's conclusion, Yin Ying had been lying in wait outside, patiently biding her time for Xiao Nuo to appear. Finally, at dusk, her patience paid off. What followed was the scene of her clutching desperately onto Xiao Nuo's sleeve, refusing to let go no matter how much he threatened her. Although Xiao Nuo found her persistence irritating, he quickly realized things were far more complex than they appeared. If he truly ignored her or handed her over to the city lord's guards, the old city lord might never see the light of day again. After listening to Yin Beishan's account, Xiao Nuo couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. This Yin Xiao really is a traitorous snake. I wonder what benefits the Tiangang sword sect promised him to make him betray his own master. Young man, what's the situation outside now? Yin Beishan asked anxiously. Without hesitation, Xiao Nuo recounted everything that had transpired over the past few days, from Sacred Tree City's betrayal, to the third elder sending their group to investigate, and finally to today's victory over the Tiangang sword sect in the duel. The initial part of the story was calm enough, but when Yin Beishan, the old city lord, heard that the Miao sect had triumphed over the Tiangang sword sect, his expression turned grave. This is bad. Bad. Xiao Nuo was taken aback, confused. Isn't it a good thing that the Miao sect won? This way, Yin Xiao's schemes will fail, and the management of Sacred Tree City will return to the Miao sect. But seeing Yin Beishan's increasingly grim expression, Xiao Nuo suddenly realized what was going on and blurted out, "This is bad." Nearby, Yinning looked utterly bewildered. Why is it bad? Wouldn't it be worse if the Tiangang sword sect won? Yin Beishan turned his gaze to Xiao Nuo, who explained in a low voice, "A cornered dog doesn't back down, it lashes out." If Yin Xiao is determined to serve as the Tiangang sword sect's lackey, he will never hand over Sacred Tree City's management to the Miao sect willingly. Yin Beishan nodded approvingly, saying nothing further. Yet Xiao Nuo's sharp mind had already pieced together the implications. Yin Xiao will definitely go back on his word, Yin Beishan declared firmly. Xiao Nuo's expression grew tense, his brows furrowing deeply. If he refuses to relinquish control, then he'll have only one option. His voice darkened as his fists clenched tightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He'll aim to take the lives of the Miao sect's people. At the same time, the city lord's mansion was already brimming with an oppressive and murderous atmosphere. Li Hao, a first-class disciple of the Miao sect, had just arrived and joined up with Ouyang Rong, Mu Yuer, and the others, only to encounter an unexpected turn of events. "No need to come any closer, we're already here." A cold voice rang out. From the shadows emerged the city lord's chief steward, Yin Xiao, along with a man impersonating Yin Beishan. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Yi, Xiao Ying, and other members of the Tiangang sword sect also appeared alongside them. Li Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice tinged with suspicion. "City Lord Yin, what is the meaning of this?" Unaware that the man before them was a counterfeit Yin Beishan, the Miao sect disciples maintained a respectful demeanor. However, Yin Beishan let out a cold sneer. "Apologies, but the management of Sacred Tree City cannot be handed over to the Miao sect." "What?" The words sent shockwaves through the Miao sect disciples, including Mu Yuer and Ouyang Rong. Even the injured Xiang Donglu and Yun Zhou, lying in the adjacent room, opened their eyes in alarm. "Why? Wasn't this already agreed upon?" Ouyang Rong demanded urgently. "Humph." The impostor Yin Beishan let out a sinister laugh, pointing at the Miao sect disciples behind Li Hao. "I never agreed to hand over control, yet here you are, bringing so many people. It's clear the Miao sect harbors ulterior motives. Everyone, listen up, kill them all. The motives of the Piao Miao sect are sinister, everyone. Listen to the order. Attack. Kill. The guards of the city lord's mansion acted immediately upon command. A surge of murderous intent erupted like a wildfire, sweeping across the battlefield. Li Hao, Ouyang Rong, Mu Yuer, and Li Qian, along with the other members of the Piaomiao sect, were caught completely off guard. Shocked and bewildered, they couldn't comprehend this sudden betrayal. Just yesterday, they had shared laughter and camaraderie, and now, swords were drawn against each other. The abruptness of it all left them reeling. Li Hao opened his mouth to question, but a cold blade was already thrust toward his face. With a swift movement, he narrowly avoided the spear aimed at him. Ouyang Rong and Mu Yuer also dodged frantically, looking utterly disheveled. A fellow disciple of the Piaomiao sect was not as fortunate, unable to react in time. He was stabbed through the shoulder by a long blade, blood gushing out. It was only then that everyone realized this was no practice drill. This was real, ruthless combat. Clang! Li Hao, his mind racing, summoned his sword and shouted fiercely, "Hold them off!" The disciples of the Piaomiao sect hesitated no longer, summoning their weapons and magical artifacts. In an instant, the two factions clashed ferociously. Blades collided, sparks flew, and waves of energy rippled through the air. The battle was brutal and chaotic. Amid the fray, Mu Yuer parried an attack while trying to reason. "Lord Yin, what is the meaning of this? Have you misunderstood something?" Ouyang Rong, too, shouted as she fought. "We won fair and square during the day. We adhere to the rules and agreements. Don't let yourself be deceived by those with ill intentions." Little did they know, the Yin Beishan before them, the city lord of Yinbei Mountain, had already been replaced by an impostor. How could this fraud possibly listen to their explanations? At that moment, a chillingly familiar laugh echoed. "Heh, are you referring to me as the one with ill intentions?" Before the voice had fully subsided, a massive sword descended like a meteor crashing to the ground, slamming into the battlefield. Boom! The shockwave rippled outward, sending debris flying and forcing many Piaomiao sect disciples to stagger under its sheer force. "Shao Yi!" Ouyang Rong gritted her teeth, glaring at him with fury in her eyes. Shao Yi smirked disdainfully. "You think you're worthy of addressing me by name?" With a single, swift movement, he dashed into the fray. His left hand flicked, and the massive sword rose from the ground, landing firmly in his grasp. Without hesitation, he swung it downward toward Ouyang Rong. Ouyang Rong's expression changed drastically, and she hastily channeled her spiritual energy into her sword. The blade glimmered with a radiant light as she mustered all her strength to block the strike. Clang! The collision of their powers shattered the energy surrounding her sword. Though formidable, Ouyang Rong was no match for Shao Yi. With just one exchange, she was sent flying, crashing heavily into a wall and coughing up blood. Senior sister, a nearby Piaomiao sect disciple, eyes blazing with anger, unleashed his technique in an instant. His palm struck out toward Shao Yi. Rising torrent palm. The attack surged forward like a cascading waterfall, aiming to overwhelm him. But Shao Yi, an elite disciple of the Tiangang sword sect with a cultivation level of 5th stage chi mastery and the added power of the jade elephant sword physique, was far superior. With a cold snarl, he countered, Sacred Slash. His massive sword carved a crescent arc through the air, meeting the disciple's palms hidden. Boom! The impact left the disciple's arms shattered, his energy dissipating. He let out a piercing scream as blood sprayed from his wounds, his arms severed. Pathetic! Shao Yi sneered coldly, swinging his sword once more. Slash! Another burst of blood filled the air as the disciple's head detached from his body. Ha ha ha! Shao Yi laughed maniacally. His sword held high as the faint image of a jade elephant loomed behind him. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Yes. The other members of the Tiangang sword sect joined the fray with fervor. Shao Ying, her expression icy, cut down another Piaomiao sect disciple with precision. She shouted harshly, "Where is that bastard Xiao Nuo? Tell him to come out here." Already struggling against the guards of the city lord's mansion, the Piaomiao sect was now at an even greater disadvantage. Seeing yet another comrade fall to Shao Yi's blade, Li Hao's rage erupted like a volcano, uncontrollable and searing. Enough! Li Hao roared, leaping into the air with a sword strike as fast as lightning. He dove down like an eagle hunting its prey, his blade aimed directly at Shao Yi's throat. Sky-piercing slash. The sword's hum pierced the night as its cold gleam cut through the darkness. Shao Yi, unfazed, twisted his wrist, and his massive sword surged forward with the force of a charging elephant to meet the attack. Boom! The two swords collided, one swift and sharp, the other heavy and unyielding. Their energies clashed and exploded outward, forcing both combatants to retreat and create distance. Shao Yi steadied himself, a mocking smile on his face. "Not bad, but if you think you can kill me, you're mistaken. Don't get ahead of yourself." Li Hao, undeterred by his failed strike, immediately launched his next attack. His onslaught was relentless, but the Piao Miao sect was already on the brink of collapse. Under the relentless onslaught of the City Lord's guards and the Tian Gang sword sect, the disciples of the Piao Miao sect found themselves in a desperate struggle. Sword lights flashed, blood splattered, and the Piao Miao sect was forced to retreat step by step, suffering heavy casualties. Meanwhile, deep within the secret underground chamber of the City Lord's mansion, the atmosphere was tense. Xiao Nuo locked eyes with Yin Beishan, the bound lord of Yinbei Mountain, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. Yin Xiu's ambitions were blatantly clear, had no intention of relinquishing power, and was willing to sacrifice the lives of the Piao Miao sect disciples to achieve his goals. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Nuo spoke in a low, steady voice. Yin Xiu isn't afraid of offending the Piao Miao sect. He pointed directly at Yin Beishan. Because the one giving the orders is you. The words exploded like a thunderclap. Yin Ying, startled, turned abruptly to look at Xiao Nuo, her face pale with unease. Yin Beishan's expression instantly darkened, his brows furrowed tightly. Xiao Nuo continued his reasoning. It was indeed Yin Beishan who broke the agreement and ordered the slaughter of the Piao Miao sect disciples. While the one outside is an impostor, the blame will ultimately fall on you, the real Yin Beishan. He let out a cold laugh. When the Piao Miao sect demands accountability, Yin Xiu will have no hesitation in throwing you under the bus. Not only will he escape unscathed, but he will also seize this opportunity to solidify his control over the entire Sacred Tree City. It's a plan that kills multiple birds with one stone. A flicker of admiration flashed in Yin Beishan's eyes. You've seen through everything, he remarked, inwardly impressed by Xiao Nuo's sharp insight and ability to unravel Yin Xiu and the Tian Gang sword sect's conspiracy in such a short time. However, Yin Beishan did not succumb to despair. His gaze fell on Xiao Nuo, as though finding a glimmer of hope. Right now, Yin Xiu has likely already made his move, he said urgently. You must take Inger and use the chaos to escape the City Lord's mansion. Return to the Piao Miao sect immediately and report this matter to the third elder. Only then will there be a chance to turn this situation around. Grandfather. Yin Ying's voice trembled as she shook her head vehemently, tears welling up in her eyes at the thought of leaving with Xiao Nuo. Yin Beishan comforted her gently. Inger, I will be fine. If Yin Xiu wanted to kill me, he would have done so already. The fact that he hasn't means he has other plans for me. Right now, the Tian Gang sword sect seeks to seize Sacred Tree City, and they will need the Piao Miao sect to send reinforcements to counter them. Yin Ying's tearful, pitiful expression was heart-wrenching. However, to Yin Beishan's surprise, Xiao Nuo firmly shook his head. I can't leave, Xiao Nuo declared resolutely. Yin Beishan looked at him in confusion. Xiao Nuo explained, if I leave now, the rest of the Piao Miao sect will be wiped out. Furthermore, as soon as Yin Xiu and the Tian Gang sword sect realize I'm gone, they'll lock down the city and hunt me down, possibly even setting ambushes on my way back to the Piao Miao sect. Leaving is not the best option. Yin Beishan nodded slightly, understanding that escaping was not the optimal choice. However, staying behind was almost certain death. It wouldn't be long before Yin Xiu discovered the underground passage. Once the battle above concluded, escape would become impossible. But you alone cannot stand against Yin Xiu and the city's entire garrison, Yin Beishan said worriedly. Xiao Nuo's eyes burned with determination. You're right, I can't. But there is someone who can. Who? Yin Beishan asked, his brow furrowing in doubt. You, Xiao Nuo replied. Before Yin Beishan could respond, Xiao Nuo raised his right hand, and the black, demonic blade, Dark Star Soul, appeared in his grasp with a resounding clang. The blade, sharp as a dragon's fang, radiated an ominous, shadowy aura. Staring directly into Yin Beishan's eyes, Xiao Nuo spoke clearly and decisively. If I destroy the barrier and release you, the crisis in the City Lord's mansion will be resolved. Releasing you will dismantle the crisis in the City Lord's manor. Deep within the underground palace, Xiao Nuo gripped the demon blade tightly, his gaze sharp and unwavering. He turned to Yin Ying, his voice low and resolute. Stay back. Yin Ying nodded lightly and quickly retreated 7 or 8 meters. Sensing that Xiao Nuo was about to unleash his full power, she cautiously stepped back a few more paces. On the stone platform, Yin Beishan, bound and silent, hesitated as if wanting to speak, but ultimately remained quiet, watching everything unfold. City Lord Yin, am making my move, Xiao Nuo said firmly. All right, Yin Beishan replied briefly, a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes. Clang. The demon blade was unsheathed, its edge gleaming menacingly. Xiao Nuo's entire body surged with energy, a torrent of blue aura streaming out from within him like a tidal wave. Whoosh! The powerful blade energy spiraled like a vortex. Gripping the hilt with both hands, Xiao Nuo's presence soared to its peak. Shadow blade technique. Breaking the army. With a deep shout, Xiao Nuo unleashed the strike he had been preparing. A 10-meter-long arc of blue blade energy slashed forward like a massive axe, aiming directly at the barrier before Yin Beishan. Boom! The blade energy collided with the barrier, erupting in a deafening explosion. The sheer power of the strike was enough to shatter Xiao Yi's legendary sword shield, a testament to its ferocity. However, to Xiao Nuo's astonishment, bang! The black barrier suddenly emitted a rippling wave of energy, instantly shattering the blue blade energy. At the same time, a powerful counterforce surged toward Xiao Nuo. Caught off guard, he staggered back 3 or 4 steps. What is this? Xiao Nuo frowned deeply, his eyes full of disbelief. The barrier surrounding the stone platform shimmered with an eerie glow, and the black chains binding Yin Beishan began to emit a mysterious light. Strange runes flowed along the chains like electric currents, humming with a low, resonant energy. What a strong barrier! Xiao Nuo finally understood why Yin Beishan had urged him to take Yinning away. Clearly, the old city lord had already known that this barrier was no ordinary obstacle. Yin Beishan's earlier hesitation to speak likely stemmed from his awareness of this. But Xiao Nuo was not one to give up so easily. With a flick of his arm, the black demon blade flew from his hand, embedding itself deeply into the nearby wall. In the next moment, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, radiating an overwhelming and majestic aura. Roar! A brilliant blue light surrounded Xiao Nuo, and behind him, the phantom of a formidable white tiger took shape, exuding a fearsome presence. On the stone platform, Yin Beishan's eyes widened slightly in surprise. The Nether Tiger Ocean Force. This martial art forged momentum through energy and broke techniques with raw power. The might of the Nether Tiger was said to crush everything in its path. Feeling Xiao Nuo's aura intensify several times over, Yin Ying instinctively shrank further behind a palace pillar. Nether Tiger, Xiao Nuo shouted forcefully, Ocean Force. Boom! Xiao Nuo stomped on the ground, shattering the stone tiles beneath his feet. Like an unstoppable tiger, he charged forward, his right fist enveloped in a blue glow, ancient patterns appearing on his skin. As he reached the stone platform, he punched directly at the barrier. Roar! At the moment of contact, the white tiger phantom roared, clawing and pouncing as it transformed into a ferocious energy blast. Boom! The immense force surged outward, causing the entire underground palace to tremble violently. Waves of energy rippled in all directions like intersecting rings of light. The black barrier erupted with a blinding glow, and the chains binding Yin Beishan shook violently. Yin Beishan's face betrayed a hint of astonishment. Though he was familiar with the Nether Tiger Ocean Force, he had not expected Xiao Nuo to unleash such immense power. Yet, despite his surprise, he let out a weary sigh. As his sigh faded, the black barrier suddenly emitted a resilient energy wave, instantly shattering Xiao Nuo's attack. Bang! The resulting shockwave sent debris flying in all directions. The powerful backlash surged into Xiao Nuo's body, dispersing the Nether Tiger's energy. He was forced to retreat once again, this time staggering back over 10 meters. Swish! Xiao Nuo panted heavily, blood dripping from his fingertips onto the ground. The power of this barrier is far stronger than I imagined. Hiding behind the pillar, Yin Ying's face showed clear worry. Yin Beishan spoke calmly. The chains binding me are no ordinary objects. They are treasures given to Yin Xiao by the Celestial Sword Sect. Not only do they possess immense spiritual power, but they are also reinforced with a unique formation. There's no need for you to waste your strength. His tone was composed, as if he had never placed much hope in Xiao Nuo to begin with. Xiao Nuo clenched his teeth, his fists tightening again. I refuse to believe I can't break it. Just as Xiao Nuo prepared to use the Bloodburst Spirit Orb, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Even if you use the Bloodburst Spirit Orb, you won't be able to destroy this barrier. The voice belonged to none other than the spirit of the Hongming Golden Tower. Xiao Nuo's heart tensed. If even the tower spirit said so, there was little room for doubt. Was he really going to leave Yin Beishan here? But even so, returning to the ethereal sect wouldn't be easy, especially with Yinning in tow. Do you have a solution? Xiao Nuo asked. There is a way, but it comes with significant risks, the tower spirit replied. Oh. Xiao Nuo's eyes narrowed slightly. What kind of solution? The tower spirit explained, with your current cultivation level, no matter how much effort you put in, you cannot break this barrier. The only option is to borrow someone else's power. Whose power are you planning to borrow? The second layer seal bearer of the Hongming Golden Tower, the Nightshade Empress. The words of the tower spirit exploded like a thunderclap in Xiao Nuo's ears. He involuntarily shivered, his eyes widening in disbelief. There was not a hint of jest in the tower spirit's tone, only a grave seriousness. The tower spirit went on to explain. The demonic blade in your hand was actually forged from the scales of the Nightshade Empress. It can serve as a vessel to channel a fragment of her power. I can temporarily loosen the seal on the second layer of the Hongming Golden Tower. When the opportunity arises, you can use the blade to absorb a sliver of her strength, which will allow you to destroy the barrier before you. Although the tower spirit laid out the steps clearly, Xiao Nuo instinctively realized the immense risks involved. He asked cautiously, "What exactly are the risks you mentioned?" Without hesitation, the tower spirit replied, "There are two main risks. First, if you can't withstand the power of the Nightshade Empress, not only will you fail to harness it, but you'll also face severe backlash. Second, loosening the seal might give her a chance to escape. If she does break free, you'll be annihilated in an instant." Xiao Nuo's face darkened immediately. "If it's that dangerous, why even suggest it?" he muttered in frustration. The tower spirit seemed slightly exasperated. "I wasn't finished." After a brief pause, it continued, "Your bronze ancient body has just formed. If you only take a small amount of her power, it should be manageable. As for the second risk, I'm just warning you of the worst-case scenario. As long as I reinforce the seal promptly after loosening it, she won't have a chance to escape." Xiao Nuo nodded slightly, quickly grasping the tower spirit's concerns. Just then, a small trembling hand gently grasped Xiao Nuo's injured arm. Turning his head, he saw Yanning struggling to stammer, "I'm sorry." Her tear-filled eyes were brimming with guilt and sorrow. It seemed as though Yanning had given up all hope. She turned to Yin Beishan, her voice choked with sobs. "Grandfather, W." Yin Beishan closed his eyes deeply and nodded slowly. "Go now. As long as you live well, your grandfather will have no regrets." His tone was resolute, clearly prepared to meet his end. Yanning could no longer suppress her emotions, and crystal-clear tears streamed down her face. But at that moment, Xiao Nuo spoke firmly. "I never said I was giving up." Yanning froze in place, and just as Yin Beishan was about to urge Xiao Nuo to take Yanning and leave, Xiao Nuo gently pushed her aside. "Stand farther back this time," he said, as his right hand reached out into the air. With a sharp clang, the black demonic blade embedded in the wall flew back into his grasp. "Young man," Yin Beishan began, but Xiao Nuo cut him off. "Lord Yin, I intend to complete this mission and return in one piece." Xiao Nuo's voice carried unwavering determination. As soon as he finished speaking, a unique energy erupted from within Xiao Nuo. A magnificent formation appeared at his feet, and the Hongmeng Golden Tower within him began to emit a mysterious glow. "Are you ready?" The tower spirit's voice was solemn. Xiao Nuo gripped the dark star soul tightly with both hands and responded silently, "Bring it on." In an instant, a dazzling light burst forth from Xiao Nuo's body, and an ancient, ethereal melody resonated within his mind. "Hongmeng Golden Tower, suppress all laws." Boom. In the next moment, Xiao Nuo's pupils contracted sharply, and his consciousness was instantly drawn into the depths of the Hongmeng Golden Tower. Before him unfolded a breathtaking sight. Amidst an infinite cosmic river, a majestic and ancient golden tower shimmered with countless divine rays. Xiao Nuo's awareness penetrated the second layer of the tower. Thunder roared, and the heavens tore asunder. A terrifying aura unlike anything he'd ever felt surged toward him, shaking the very fabric of existence. The city lord's mansion was steeped in a murderous aura, with the stench of blood saturating every corner. The disciples of the Piaomiao sect were being relentlessly overpowered by the combined forces of the Tiangang sword sect and the city lord's elite warriors. One by one, they fell, unable to hold their ground. "Brotherly Hao, save me!" A desperate cry for help from a young disciple was abruptly cut short as Xiao Ying's razor-sharp longsword pierced through his heart. She coldly withdrew her blade, her eyes gleaming with malice, and turned its tip toward another wounded disciple of the Piaomiao sect. "Where is that bastard Xiao Nuo?" she demanded icily, pressing her sword against the disciple's shoulder. The young man's face turned ashen, his voice trembling as he stammered, "Two don't know. I swear I don't know where he is." "Don't know? Then you can die." Xiao Ying's eyes flashed with a chilling light as her sword swept through the air. In an instant, the disciple was decapitated, blood spraying into the air and staining the atmosphere with its metallic scent. Not far away, Ouyang Rong witnessed the gruesome scene and erupted in fury. "You wretch!" she screamed, charging directly at Xiao Ying. However, still weakened from her earlier injuries inflicted by Xiao Yi, her movements were sluggish and predictable. Xiao Ying easily saw through her attack. Shadow Strike. Xiao Ying evaded Ouyang Rong's assault with ease and countered with a swift slash. A sharp gust of sword energy sliced through the air, and Ouyang Rong collapsed to the ground, her cheeks now marred by two ghastly wounds. "My face." Ouyang Rong's hands trembled as she touched the blood streaming from her injuries, her expression filled with terror. Xiao Ying sneered down at her with cruel satisfaction. "Call me a wretch again, and I'll tear that mouth of yours apart. Next, I'll cut out your tongue." Just as Xiao Ying prepared to land the finishing blow, a Thunderfire talisman suddenly hurtled toward her from behind. Sensing the danger, she turned swiftly and struck it with her sword, shattering the talisman. A deafening explosion erupted, and in the chaos, Mu Yuer darted in to support Ouyang Rong. Sister Ouyang, stay with me, Mu Yuer urged, quickly tossing several spirit talismans to fend off Xiao Ying's pursuit as she helped Ouyang Rong retreat to safety. At the heart of the battlefield, Li Hao was locked in a fierce duel with Xiao Yi. Watching his comrades fall one by one, Li Hao's heart burned with desperation, his focus wavering under the weight of his emotions. Xiao Yi smirked as he pressed his advantage. Getting anxious, are we? Your panic only highlights your incompetence. Saint Slash. Xiao Yi stepped forward, his heavy sword unleashing a barrage of 3 powerful strikes. Li Hao barely managed to block the first 2, but the third blow sent him staggering back several meters, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! Li Hao gritted his teeth, his fury boiling over. He turned toward Yin Beishan and shouted, City Lord Yin, are you really going to side with these villains? But the imposter Yin Beishan remained silent. Xiao Yi sneered mockingly. Pinning your hopes on the City Lord? You'd be better off begging for mercy. I might consider sparing your pathetic life. Blinded by rage, Li Hao roared and charged at Yin Beishan. You treacherous old man. I'll cut you down myself. Just as Li Hao's sword was about to pierce Yin Beishan's throat, a towering figure stepped in to block the strike. Yin Xiao caught the blade with his bare hand, his voice cold and menacing. The Piaomiao sect truly harbors treacherous intentions. Attempting to assassinate the city lord? It seems there's no saving you now. Before Li Hao could react, Yin Xiao's right hand shot forward, striking him square in the chest. A thunderous impact echoed through the battlefield as Li Hao was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. The disciples of the Piaomiao sect watched in horror as his lifeless body lay motionless, their faces pale with despair. The crowd's expressions changed dramatically. On Li Hao's chest, several bloody holes were starkly visible, with fresh blood gushing out. A drop of crimson blood slowly slid off the dark golden dragon claw gauntlet on Yin Xiao's right hand, blossoming into a sinister flower as it hit the ground. Heh, that's it? Can't even hold up? Xiao Yi sneered mockingly. Before his words had fully landed, he charged straight toward Li Hao. A disciple of the Piaomiao sect, seeing this, roared in fury and rushed forward. You dog from the Tian Gang sword sect. I'll fight you to the death. A glint of cold light flashed in Xiao Yi's eyes. With a swift turn of his body, his heavy, blunt sword swung down mercilessly toward the disciple. A deafening clang echoed as a mist of blood erupted. The disciple's chest was pierced through on the spot, and his life force was extinguished in an instant. Outside, the battle raged on. The skies darkened, and chaos reigned. Meanwhile, deep within the underground palace, the atmosphere was equally tense. At this moment, the second seal of the Hongming Golden Tower had loosened. With the assistance of the tower spirit, Xiao Nuo's consciousness had entered the tower. With a thunderous roar, the world seemed to shift and spin. Time and space unraveled, and the Hongmeng Golden Tower stood like an eternal celestial pillar piercing through the ages. Xiao Nuo's gaze penetrated the second layer of the tower and immediately beheld a breathtaking sight. It was an enormous demonic dragon, coiled within an endless abyss of the cosmos. Its body was covered in sleek black scales, each as smooth as jade and gleaming with a razor-sharp sheen. On its back, 6 spiked demonic wings extended, menacing and sharp. Surrounding it, countless dark energy spheres floated like stars, rising and falling in a mysterious rhythm. Xiao Nuo's attention sharpened. At the very center of the dark dragon's figure stood a towering open-air palace. At its pinnacle, a shadow exuding overwhelming malevolence lounged lazily on a stone throne. She is the Dark Knight Empress, the incarnate form of the Dark Star 6-winged demon dragon. The tower spirit's voice echoed in Xiao Nuo's ears, causing his heart to tighten as he studied the alluring figure. The woman on the stone throne wore a dark robe, her long legs alabaster and flawless. Her ethereal elegance was beyond comparison, making even the most regal of emperors seem insignificant in her presence. Half her face was concealed by an ornate, dragon-shaped mask, obscuring her eyes. Yet, from the curve of her nose, lips, and chin alone, her cold and captivating beauty was undeniable. She's asleep. The tower spirit's voice carried a hint of excitement. This is our chance. But just as the words fell, the Dark Knight Empress suddenly opened her eyes. A resonant hum filled the air, and the instant Xiao Nuo's gaze met hers, it felt as though his very soul had been pierced. A bone-chilling cold surged through him, as if he had been plunged into a millennia-old ice cave. For the first time, Xiao Nuo truly felt his own insignificance. The oppressive aura emanating from her was suffocatingly powerful. Roar! With the opening of her eyes, the colossal dark dragon let out a deafening roar that shook the heavens and earth. How dare you intrude upon me? Her voice reverberated through eternity, shaking the very fabric of existence. Xiao Nuo felt his eardrums nearly rupture, his heart on the verge of exploding. Clang. Boom. A ferocious storm of black energy surged toward Xiao Nuo, threatening to obliterate his consciousness. At that critical moment, the black demon blade in Xiao Nuo's hand quivered violently, and a surge of dark energy poured into the blade. That's enough. I'm closing the seal. The tower spirit's voice jolted Xiao Nuo awake. Without hesitation, it resecured the second seal, severing Xiao Nuo's connection. Back in the underground palace, Xiao Nuo's body radiated with surging black energy. Intricate runes resembling dragon patterns flickered across his demon blade. What was once a 1-meter-long weapon had now expanded 2 to 3 times in size, its width and length exuding an overwhelming sense of menace. Lord Yin, Xiao Nuo, now resembling a dark war god, raised the demon blade high with both hands. Yin Beishan, caught off guard by this sudden transformation, felt an unprecedented wave of fear wash over him. This strike from Xiao Nuo seemed not only aimed at breaking the barrier, but also carried an illusion of annihilating Yin Beishan himself. It's coming! Slash! Xiao Nuo roared, bringing the demon blade crashing down. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed through the underground palace as a solid black blade light surged forth like a demonic dragon unleashed, tearing through the ground and striking the barrier ahead. With a resounding boom, the previously impenetrable black barrier shattered like glass upon contact with the black blade light. The shockwave rippled outward, causing cracks to spread across the walls of the underground palace. Pillars collapsed in succession, and the entire structure trembled violently. Rocks and debris rained down, and Yin Ying, overwhelmed by the sudden upheaval, darted frantically through the crumbling palace in panic. The moment the barrier shattered, the black iron chains wrapped around Yin Beishan lost their luster. Slowly, he rose to his feet, eyes ablaze with a fiery determination. His voice thundered like a great bell. Yin Xiao, Tiangang's sword Sect I, Yin Beishan, was never meant to die here. With a powerful shake of his arms, the chains binding him shattered into pieces. Within the city lord's manor, a blood mist filled the air, crimson rain splattering everywhere. Shao Yi drove his sword through the chest of a disciple from the Piao Miao sect. Li Hao, Mu Yuer, Li Chen, and the others watched in horror as their comrade fell lifeless to the ground, their hearts wrenching in anguish. Mu Yuer's face turned pale as she trembled, her voice quivering with grief and disbelief. Why? Why must it come to this? Her question was met with 2 heavy thuds. From within a room, the battered and barely conscious forms of Yun Zhou and Xiang Donglu were flung out, hitting the ground like broken puppets. Mu Yuer's face grew even paler, while Ouying Rong, standing behind her, shivered in terror. Xiaoying emerged from the room with a smug expression, her blood-stained sword still dripping. She sneered disdainfully. Did you really think a few spirit talismans would stop me? Mu Yuer's teeth clenched in bitter despair, as hopelessness enveloped the remaining disciples of the Piao Miao sect. Li Hao's eyes burned red with fury as he glared at Yin Xiao. The Piao Miao sect will not let this go. We will raise your city lord's manor to the ground. Yin Xiao responded with icy indifference, issuing a cold command. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. As death loomed over them, the ground suddenly began to quake violently. Massive tree vines erupted from the earth, forcing the battle to a halt. A towering tree shot up from the ground, its sprawling canopy weaving into a net that sealed the skies above. It's the tree realm formation, a guard exclaimed in shock. All eyes turned toward Yin Beishan, standing behind Yin Xiao. Suddenly, a massive tree root burst forth from behind Yin Beishan, coiling around him tightly. The imposter screamed in terror. Help me! Save me! The root lifted the false Yin Beishan high into the air before constricting with brutal force. With a sickening crack, blood sprayed in all directions as the imposter was torn apart. Amid the shocked silence, the real Yin Beishan's voice rang out, firm and unmistakable. That was an imposter. Yin Xiao's face twisted in fear. Just as he tried to flee, a colossal wooden hand descended from above, slamming him to the ground. Yin Beishan's voice carried a commanding authority as he questioned, Yin Xiao, how dare you conspire with the Tiangang sword sect to betray me? Wooden stakes pierced Yin Xiao's body, and he let out agonized screams, begging for mercy. Witnessing this, the Tiangang sword sect disciples immediately retreated. Xiaoyi barked orders at Xiao Ying and the others retreat. As they fled, Xiaoying asked about their next steps. Xiaoyi cursed under his breath. That useless Yin Xiao couldn't even handle this. Xiaoying sighed, lamenting their failed plan but taking some solace in the heavy casualties they had inflicted on the Piao Miao sect. The two also discussed their intent to kill Xiao Nuo and the wretched woman from the Piao Miao sect. Just then, a flash of steel cut through the darkness. Several Tiangang sword sect disciples fell, their heads severed in an instant. Xiao Yi and Xiaoying froze in their tracks. A lone figure stepped into view, wielding a blood-soaked demonic blade. His gaze was cold and unyielding, exuding an air of dominance. The night wind howled, the blade's tip dripping crimson as it glinted ominously under the moonlight. The man spoke, his voice low and chilling. "Weren't you looking for me? Well, here I am." Crimson droplets of blood dripped from the blade's tip onto the ground. At the gates of the city lord's mansion, Xiao Nuo stood, sword in hand, blocking the path. The group from the Tian Gang sword sect was visibly shaken. Xiao gritted her teeth and spat, "You bastard. How dare you show up here?" Without hesitation, Xiao barked an order. "Kill him, then leave." Yes. Several disciples of the sword sect, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent, charged at Xiao Nuo like feral wolves, their swords drawn. Die. The most skilled disciple at the front unleashed a powerful sword aura, his spiritual blade hurtling toward Xiao Nuo. Yet, before his attack could even reach its target, a streak of black light slashed through the air. Bang! The dark blade's energy instantly shattered the disciple's protective sword aura, slicing him cleanly in two. The scene, swift and deadly under the night sky, was as striking as it was brutal. Another disciple quickly closed in on Xiao Nuo, employing a ghostly movement technique. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. His figure blurred into three afterimages, darting around with uncanny speed. Xiao Nuo, however, did not even bother to lift his gaze. With a flick of his fingers and a twist of his arm, his demonic blade spun rapidly against his palm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spinning blade created dazzling arcs of light. In the next instant, a spray of blood erupted to Xiao Nuo's right. The disciple, who had attempted to sneak in with his shadowy technique, had his throat slit. After cutting down two opponents, Xiao Nuo twirled his blade, reversing his grip on the handle. Bending his knee slightly, he gathered his strength. "I thought today's battle would have ended by daylight." Swish. Mid-sentence, Xiao Nuo leaped forward with explosive speed, his demonic blade arcing downward in a reverse grip. His opponent frantically raised his longsword to block. Clang. The sword sect disciple's longsword shattered on impact. Xiao Nuo pressed his blade downward with crushing force, the sharp edge mercilessly cleaving into his opponent's chest. Hiss. Blood sprayed from the disciple's back as his upper body was split in two. His agonized scream echoed briefly before fading into silence. Each sword sect disciple fell with just a single slash. Whoosh. A frosty mist spread beneath Xiao Nuo's feet as he spoke coldly. "But you've given me an opportunity. An opportunity to kill you all." Xiao Nuo's figure spun, his demonic blade slicing through the air like a blazing star. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Agonized screams followed as the disciples of the Tian Gang sword sect fell one after another, utterly powerless to defend themselves. In the next moment, Xiao Nuo released his grip, sending his blade flying toward the next target. The disciple staggered back, gritting his teeth as he planted his sword firmly before him. Sword shield formation. Activate. Buzz. Sword energy radiated outward, forming a protective cross-shaped shield in front of him. Though not as impenetrable as Shao Yi's defenses, it appeared formidable nonetheless. Bang! The black, demonic blade struck the shield, sending sparks and flashes into the air as it was deflected upward. A glimmer of hope flickered in the disciple's eyes. "I blocked it. I blocked him." But before his relief could fully settle, a chilling gust of wind swept over him. Xiao Nuo descended like a ferocious tiger, his knees smashing into the disciple's chest with brutal force. Thud. The sheer impact rippled through the disciple's body, collapsing his chest inward and shattering his internal organs. Blood sprayed from his mouth as Xiao Nuo drove him into the ground with his knee. Boom. Dust and debris flew as the stone beneath them cracked. Xiao Nuo's knee pinned the disciple like a crushing weight, rendering him immobile. Clang. The demonic blade fell from the air, and Xiao Nuo caught it with a deft motion, slashing downward. Hiss. The blade whirled, tearing through the ground as yet another severed head rolled away. Xiao Nuo's eyes glinted with a bone-chilling frost. "You blocked me, but not entirely." In mere moments, the elite disciples of the Tian Gang sword sect were all slaughtered. Only Shao Yi and Shao Ing remained standing before Xiao Nuo. Their faces were a mixture of terror and fury. Xiao Nuo's ruthless efficiency made their earlier massacre of the Miao sect disciples seem almost merciful. Under his blade, the lives of the sword sect disciples were as insignificant as weeds. "Curse you!" Shao Yi roared in rage, his eyes burning with fury. Gripping his heavy sword tightly, he stepped forward. "I'll take your life myself." Boom. Shao Yi swung his sword in a wide arc, releasing a powerful wave of energy that shattered the surrounding stone tiles. Titan Elephant's Sacred Strike. Enraged, Shao Yi unleashed a devastating technique, pushing his limits. He charged at Xiao Nuo, his heavy sword glowing with immense power. Behind him, the spectral image of a colossal jade elephant materialized, exuding a destructive aura. With a resounding trumpet, the phantom beast surged forward, combining its might with Xiao Yi's sword strike. Spiraling sword energy enveloped him, layers of sharp energy radiating from his blade. Rumble. The ground beneath them split apart, leaving a massive chasm in Xiao Yi's wake. His expression was fierce, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Don't think for a second that I fear you. Boom. Crash. A thunderous explosion erupted between Xiao Nuo and Xiao Yi, sending shockwaves rippling in all directions like a storm. Xiao Nuo had astonishingly met Xiao Yi's lethal strike hidden with his left fist. The impact of their immense powers colliding caused the air to churn wildly, scattering fragments of stone like a swarm of startled butterflies. Xiao Yi's eyes widened in fury as he glared at the familiar face before him, memories dragging him back 3 years. Back then, Xiao Nuo had been the unparalleled genius of CS City, overshadowing every disciple of the Shao family with his brilliance. Xiao Yi had both envied Xiao Nuo's talent and feared losing the position of family head to him. When the Sky Sword Sect demanded the phoenix blood within Xiao Nuo to ensure the Shao family's prosperity for 3 centuries, Xiao Yi had been the first to support the decision. 1 drop of phoenix blood, exchanged for 300 years of glory. Everything seemed settled. Yet, no one foresaw the return of the fallen prodigy on this very day. It was as if Xiao Nuo could read Xiao Yi's thoughts. His voice was icy as he declared, "Today, I, Xiao Nuo, will make it clear to you Sky Sword Sect cannot protect the Shao family, let alone sustain it for 3 centuries. Before his words had fully landed, a torrent of power erupted from within him. 8 consecutive strikes. Xiao Yi felt a numbness seize his arm as the sword aura around his heavy blade shattered one after another. 8 waves of force surged into him, causing his entire body to convulse as his blood churned uncontrollably. Just as Xiao Yi thought the assault had ended, a 9th wave of power struck with blinding speed. 9 consecutive strikes. A cyan halo exploded at the tip of his heavy sword, causing the ground beneath him to cave and sink. Xiao Yi could no longer hold onto his weapon and was sent hurtling backward dozens of meters, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. In that split second, Xiao Yi seized the opportunity to circle behind Xiao Nuo. With a sharp, venomous cry, she shouted, "A wretched outcast discarded by the family, and you dare to insult the sword sect and mock our family here." She channeled all her energy into her spirit sword and lunged for the back of Xiao Nuo's neck. But in the next instant, her sword snapped cleanly in two. A bronze shield had materialized around Xiao Nuo, and her blade struck it as though hitting solid steel. Xiao Nuo sneered coldly, "If I'm a wretch, then what does that make you?" With a swift motion, he summoned his blade, the Howling Moon Shadow, slashing it toward Xiao Ying's throat. Her sword now broken, she instinctively raised her hands to shield her face, but how could mere flesh block the might of a demonic blade? In a flash of steel, Xiao Ying felt a chilling numbness in her arms. Both her hands were severed, falling to the ground with a sickening thud. Before she could even scream, Xiao Nuo's blade plunged into her mouth. "I've seen my share of cruel women," he said coldly, "but you're in a league of your own." With a twist of his blade, blood gushed from Xiao Ying's mouth, along with a crimson severed tongue. In that moment, Xiao Ying couldn't even utter the words "wretched outcast," nor could she cry out in agony. She was robbed of even the chance to scream. Inside the city lord's mansion, a gruesome scene unfolded, chilling to the bone. Xiao Ying lay on the ground, drenched in blood, so weak she could no longer even scream. The torment she had once inflicted upon Ouyang Rong and the disciples of the Piao Miao sect was now being repaid to her with relentless cruelty, multiplied several-fold. All that escaped her throat were faint, ghastly whimpers, her former arrogance and dominance reduced to nothing. She was sprawled on the ground, stripped of all dignity. This sight utterly enraged Xiao Yi. His entire body trembled, his eyes bloodshot, and he roared, "How dare you? To treat her like this, your crime demands 1,000 deaths." Without hesitation, Xiao Yi unleashed the full extent of his spiritual energy. A ferocious wave of power surged outward like a tidal storm. A massive jade elephant, formed entirely of sword energy, materialized and enveloped Xiao Yi. In the next instant, the colossal beast transformed into a majestic sword aura, over 10 meters long, charging forward like an unstoppable icebreaker, aimed directly at Xiao Nuo. Xiao Yi's eyes burned crimson, clearly indicating that this was a desperate, allure-nothing attack. Dark red flames ignited around him, and the sword energy followed suit, turning a deep, menacing red. "Die!" Xiao Yi roared with fury. Yet Xiao Nuo faced this reckless onslaught without a trace of fear. He sneered coldly, "Is this the best you can do? Pathetic." With a wave of his arm, a spectral white tiger emerged behind him. In an instant, Xiao Nuo's eyes gleamed with a savage intensity, and an overwhelming surge of blood energy erupted from the violent blood spirit pearl within him. His aura multiplied more than 5-fold, and the white tiger's eyes turned blood red. its blue-green stripes shifting into eerie crimson patterns. Nether Tiger Ocean Strike. Xiao Nuo shouted fiercely, throwing a devastating punch. The blood-marked white tiger roared and lunged forward, transforming into a fearsome crimson shockwave. The jade elephant's cry and the white tiger's roar clashed violently. The blood-red shockwave tore through the towering sword aura with unstoppable force. The ground quaked, debris scattered in all directions, and Xiao Yi's expression shifted drastically. His ultimate move, unleashed at the cost of his own vitality, was shattered by a single punch from Xiao Nuo. The residual force struck Xiao Yi with devastating impact, leaving his internal organs battered and his bones aching as if they were splintering apart. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he was flung backward, staggering and retreating in disarray. At that precise moment, Xiao Nuo's demonic blade sliced through the air, aiming straight for Xiao Yi's heart. The downfall of the Shao family begins with your life. Xiao Nuo's icy words pierced the air, sending Xiao Yi into a panic as he scrambled to retreat. In the nick of time, Xiao Yi suddenly shouted, "Wait, I know where your father is." Xiao Nuo's blade faltered slightly, diverting just enough to pierce through Xiao Yi's left shoulder. The searing pain twisted Xiao Yi's features, but he locked eyes with Xiao Nuo, gasping out, "Your father. I know where he is." Gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, Xiao Nuo demanded coldly, "Speak." Xiao Yi sneered through the pain. "If I tell you, will you let me live?" "You are in no position to bargain." "Fine, fine," Xiao Yi stammered, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he pulled out a dagger crackling with blue lightning and thrust it toward Xiao Nuo's left eye with deadly speed. "Die." A bronze shield materialized instantly, but the dagger pierced through it with ease. Xiao Nuo's eyes widened in shock. This weapon was clearly beyond the caliber of an ordinary high-grade spiritual artifact. Xiao Yi's twisted grin deepened. His Thunderfang blade was a near-supreme spiritual weapon, far surpassing Xiao Nuo's defenses. As the dagger closed in, victory seemed within Xiao Yi's grasp. Xiao Yi could have never imagined that Xiao Nuo's physical body was tougher than a bronze shield. In an instant, Xiao Nuo raised his left hand, shielding his face. Bang! The dagger struck fiercely into the center of Xiao Nuo's palm, unleashing a blinding burst of blue lightning. The sharpness of the near-supreme spiritual weapon was indeed terrifying. Arcs of lightning slithered like serpents, piercing through Xiao Nuo's palm in an instant. Blood gushed from the wound, yet not a single trace of pain appeared on Xiao Nuo's face. Xiao Yi froze in disbelief. He pushed the dagger with all his strength, but the lightning blade seemed wedged into an iron plate, unmoving. "You have no chance left," Xiao Nuo's cold voice echoed. Alarm bells rang in Xiao Yi's mind. He instinctively tried to retreat, but it was too late. Xiao Nuo's black demonic blade was already swinging toward him. Bang! A spray of blood erupted. Xiao Yi's entire left shoulder was severed from his body in an instant. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream escaped as Xiao Yi clutched his severed shoulder, stumbling backward, terror spreading across his face. "I'll talk. I'll tell you where he is. Just don't." Before he could finish, Xiao Nuo's demonic blade struck again. The dazzling blade shadow, like the scythe of death, mercilessly slashed across Xiao Yi's chest. Thud! Blood splattered as Xiao Yi's upper body was severed cleanly. He watched in horror as his own body lost control, his torso inexplicably flying into the air. Xiao Nuo raised his eyes slightly, a silent arrogance gleaming within them. "You wanted to speak, but I have no interest in listening now. If it's a lie, it will only lead to another trap." Clang! As the words fell, Xiao Nuo's demonic blade flashed once more with lightning speed. The blade sliced through Xiao Yi's airborne torso yet again. Hiss! Xiao Yi's head spun away from his neck, severed cleanly. Xiao Nuo tilted the demonic blade, catching the severed head with its flat edge, his overwhelming killing intent rippling through his robes. "I will deliver your head back to the Shao family." The scene left everyone present utterly stunned. Xiao Yi, a first-tier disciple of the Tiangang sword sect, had been brutally dismembered and decapitated by Xiao Nuo. At this moment, Xiao Ying, who was barely clinging to life, was consumed by sheer terror. Staring at the slain Xiao Yi, she finally grasped the true horror of Xiao Nuo. Letting out choked sobs, she stumbled and staggered toward the city lord's mansion gates, her mind fixated solely on escaping. Meanwhile, atop a high tower of the city lord's mansion, Mu Yuer stood with reddened eyes, drawing back an exquisitely crafted bow. The bow's body gleamed like jade, adorned with intricate patterns, and a profound golden arrow was already nocked. "This arrow is for senior sister Ouyang, for senior brother Yunzhou, for senior brother Xiang Donglu, and for all the brothers and sisters who were slain." Moon-chasing arrow. Whoosh! The bowstring sang a unique melody as the golden arrow streaked through the sky, trailing a dazzling stream of energy, covering 2 miles in an instant. Xiao Ying, who had just reached the city gates, suddenly heard the sharp whistle of something tearing through the air behind her. Instinctively, She turned to look. Hiss! A rain of blood erupted as the profound golden arrow mercilessly pierced through her throat, pinning her firmly against the city gate. And so, the Tiangang sword sect was utterly annihilated. The Tianxiang restaurant was ablaze with lights. As one of the most luxurious establishments in Sacred Tree City, it had been funded and constructed by the prestigious Wanjin Merchant Guild. At this moment, in a private VIP room, Gongsun Qing, the eldest daughter of the Gongsun family, stood by the window with a slight frown on her face. This is the first time in my life I've been stood up, Gongsun Qing muttered to herself, her tone laced with quiet dissatisfaction. The person who had asked her to wait here had kept her waiting for over an hour. Such disregard was truly infuriating. Just as Gongsun Qing was preparing to leave, a sudden commotion erupted from the main street of Sacred Tree City. A large crowd began surging in the same direction. The door to her room was abruptly pushed open, and a middle-aged man dressed as a steward rushed in with a grave expression. Vice President, something terrible has happened, the steward said, panting heavily. What is it? Gongsun Qing asked sharply, her instincts immediately on high alert. There's chaos at the city lord's mansion. The details are unclear, but a fierce battle has broken out there. All the prominent families of Sacred Tree City are heading over. Prepare the horses, Gongsun Qing ordered without hesitation. She grabbed a red cloak hanging on the wall, threw it over her shoulders, and hurried out of the room. The entire city was in turmoil. Carriages pulled by majestic spirit beasts sped toward the city lord's mansion. By the time the crowd arrived, the battle had already ended. The heads of several prominent families arrived almost simultaneously. One of them looked up at the sky above the mansion and exclaimed in shock, "The tree realm formation has been activated. This is no trivial matter." At that moment, a luxurious carriage pulled by a crimson horse with flaming hooves raced onto the scene. The carriage's door curtain was lifted, and Gongsun Qing stepped out, her red cloak billowing behind her. "Family heads, what's going on here?" Gongsun Qing asked as she approached. A family head surnamed Li shook his head. "We just got here as well. The situation is still unclear." Another family head pointed toward the sky above the city lord's mansion. "The tree realm formation has been triggered. Even the city lord himself must be involved. Let's go inside and take a look." Without further delay, the group entered the mansion together. As they ascended the steps to the main entrance, the scene before them left everyone stunned. To the side of the city lord's mansion gates, a blood-soaked corpse was pinned to the wall by a black golden arrow. The figure's hands were nowhere to be seen. "This is the woman from the Heavenly Sword Sect," one of the family heads stammered, his face pale and voice trembling. Gongsun Qing recognized the victim as Xiao Ying from the Shao family. Having grown up together in CS City, Gongsun Qing had a deep impression of Xiao Ying. In the Shao family, Xiao Ying's status was second only to a few individuals like Xiao Yi and Xiao Yue. Arrogant and domineering, Xiao Ying had become even more insufferable after joining the Heavenly Sword Sect. Yet, here she was, meeting such a tragic end. As they ventured further into the mansion, the scene grew increasingly horrific. The courtyard was littered with corpses, blood, and severed limbs. Even the seasoned heads of Sacred Tree City's prominent families broke into cold sweats at the sight. The deceased carried an unmistakable identity. They were all disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. What ruthless methods, what an explosive battle! One family head gasped, drawing in a sharp breath. The steward accompanying Gongsun Qing stepped forward to examine the bodies. Most of them were killed in a single strike. Judging by the wounds, the attacker possesses immense physical strength, likely using a blade as their weapon. As soon as he said this, the group's thoughts turned to a young man they had seen earlier, that diabrazen and domineering figure who claimed to be a disciple of the Nirvana Hall. It's him. My heavens, did he really kill all the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples? The expressions of those present shifted unpredictably. Gongsun Qing's gaze fell on a shattered corpse lying beside a heavy sword. The sword had lost all its luster, now dull like a piece of scrap metal. She recognized it as Xiao Yi's weapon, and a chill ran through her heart. Meanwhile, Xiao Nuo, who had just finished the battle, was making his way deeper into the city lord's mansion. Behind him, Mu Yuer followed closely, clutching a delicate bow in her hands, her eyes still rimmed with red. Although she had taken Xiao Ying's life with a single arrow, her heart remained heavy with sorrow. Too many comrades had fallen in this conflict, and she wasn't even sure if Yun Zhou and Xiang Donglu could be saved. The thought of Ouyang Rong's scarred face brought an overwhelming sense of the harsh reality of sect rivalries crashing down on her for the first time. In truth, this was merely one of the countless conflicts between the Piaomiao sect and the Tiangang sword sect over the years. Their skirmishes, both large and small, were too numerous to count. Xiao Nuo walked forward with heavy steps, blood dripping steadily from the palm of his left hand, leaving a trail of dark red stains on the ground. Even though his body had been tempered into a bronze-like form, the quasi-premium spiritual weapon, the Thunder Plow Dagger, had still inflicted a deep, bone-revealing wound on his hand. "Your hand." Mu Yuer hesitated. wanting to say something but ultimately choosing silence. She simply followed quietly behind Xiao Nuo. In the plaza before the central hall of the city lord's mansion, rows of guards stood in perfect formation. At the top of the stairs, city lord Yin Beishan, though disheveled with unkempt hair, maintained a piercing gaze and an air of authority. At the base of the stairs knelt Yin Xiao, the chief steward, his body covered in blood and injuries, his right arm nowhere to be seen. Trembling with terror, he begged incessantly, City Lord, spare me. On the other side of the hall doors, the members of the Piao sect were battered and bruised. Li Hao's face was pale, his breathing weak. Ouyang Rong, her face veiled in white cloth, had eyes filled with hatred and fury. As Xiao Nuo and Mu Yuer arrived at the scene, all eyes turned toward them. Mu Yuer quickly walked over to Ouyang Rong and whispered, Senior sister, Xiao Nuo and I have avenged you. Her corpse is still hanging by the gates. Ouyang Rong closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, unable to respond. At that moment, Yin Ying, who had been hiding behind Yin Beishan, suddenly ran toward Xiao Nuo. Noticing his bleeding left hand, she tore a strip of fabric from the hem of her skirt without hesitation and carefully wrapped his wound. Xiao Nuo wanted to refuse, but Yin Ying stubbornly held onto his hand. Witnessing this, Mu Yuer couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation in her heart. Several family heads and Gong Sun Qing arrived in haste, and upon seeing the situation, they were visibly taken aback. Before they could ask any questions, Yin Beishan spoke bluntly. Yin Xiao conspired with the Tiangang sword sect to harm me. Now that his plot has failed, I will see to it that he is severely punished. Hearing this, Yin Xiao immediately broke into desperate sobs, his forehead repeatedly striking the stairs. City Lord, I was wrong. I listened to the lies of the Tiangang sword sect. I was momentarily foolish. Please, for the sake of all I've done for Sacred Tree City over the years, spare my life. Yin Beishan frowned slightly, clearly conflicted. After all, Yin Xiao had once been his most trusted subordinate, and this betrayal brought him more sorrow than anger. Yet, after a moment of silence, he commanded sternly, Guards. Several guards stepped forward at once. Yin Beishan ordered, Throw him into the death cell. From this day forward, no one is allowed to visit him. The guards immediately dragged Yin Xiao away. Despite his continuous pleas for mercy, Yin Beishan remained expressionless. However, everyone present could see that Yin Beishan, in the end, had chosen to spare Yin Xiao's life out of old sentiment, sentencing him to imprisonment rather than execution. Yin Xiao's announcement gave the heads of the Sacred Tree City families a general understanding of what had transpired. Yin Beishan then provided a detailed account of the events of the past few days, and everyone suddenly came to a realization. It turned out that the sudden decision to abandon the alliance with the Piao sect and instead side with the ruthless Tiangang sword sect was all Yin Xiao's doing. The family heads, who had been puzzled by the abrupt change, finally understood the truth. Facing Li Hao, Mu Yuer, and others from the Piao sect, Yin Beishan spoke sincerely. I must apologize for the trouble I've caused you. I take full responsibility for the harm brought to the Piao sect this time. Li Hao clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and replied, You are being too kind, City Lord Yin. The City Lord's mansion is also a victim in this matter. All the blame lies with the Tiangang sword sect. I will report this to the third elder, so please don't blame yourself further. Yin Beishan sighed lightly and then said, For now, rest and recover from your injuries tonight. In the coming days, I will formally transfer part of Sacred Tree City's management rights to the Piao sect. Li Hao finally felt a wave of relief. With Yin Beishan himself making this declaration, the matter was as good as settled. After arranging for the Piao sect members to rest and heal, Yin Beishan turned to the heads of the various families and gave them a serious warning. In the coming days, Sacred Tree City may face some unrest. You must remain vigilant and prevent the Tiangang sword sect from causing trouble. The family heads nodded solemnly. Although the sword sect's disciples had been completely wiped out during the conflict at the City Lord's mansion, it was possible they might seek retribution. However, with the protection of the Tree Realm formation and the alliance with the Piao sect, Sacred Tree City had little to fear. As the crowd dispersed, Gong Sun Qing caught sight of Xiao Nuo among the people. She initially intended to approach him to say hello but reconsidered, thinking he might need rest after the intense battle he had endured. Since their previous accommodations had been destroyed, the City Lord's mansion arranged a new courtyard for the Piao sect and even sent Sacred Tree City's best healers to tend to their injuries. The next morning, Xiao Nuo's door was knocked on. A young guard respectfully announced, Brother Shao, the City Lord requests your presence. He is waiting for you in the rear courtyard. Following the guard, Xiao Nuo arrived at the rear courtyard of the City Lord's mansion. Lush trees lined both sides of the shaded path, creating the impression of a forest. The road was paved with neatly arranged stone bricks, and every few meters stood a stone pillar intricately carved with tree motifs, faintly radiating an aura of spiritual energy. After passing through the shaded path and crossing several elevated terrains, Xiao Nuo reached an incredibly majestic stone platform. The structure was supported by intricate columns below, while an enormous stone bridge and corridor extended outward, creating a stunning visual spectacle. The guard stopped at the base of the platform, explaining that this was the city lord's most sacred site, and he did not have the authority to proceed further. He then turned and departed. As Xiao Nuo ascended the platform, a surge of dense spiritual energy enveloped him, instantly dispelling the lingering fatigue in his body. On the platform, two familiar figures awaited him: City Lord Yin Beishan and his granddaughter, Yin Ying. The rear courtyard of the city lord's mansion was as majestic as a vast sea of trees, with a towering stone platform standing at its center. Yin Beishan and his granddaughter, Yin Ying, were waiting there for Xiao Nuo's arrival. Unlike his appearance the previous day, Yin Beishan's hair was neatly combed and adorned with an exquisite hairpiece, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Yin Ying also looked much cleaner compared to yesterday. Though she still appeared petite, she no longer hid behind her grandfather. As Xiao Nuo stepped onto the stone platform, Yin Ying tilted her head slightly and gave him a faint smile. Xiao Nuo clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully to Yin Beishan. "City Lord," he greeted. His left palm was still wrapped in the bandage Yin Ying had applied the day before. Though the injury caused by the near-perfect spiritual weapon had been severe, his resilient physique had allowed him to recover significantly. Yin Beishan nodded in acknowledgement. "Come here," he said. Xiao Nuo looked at him, puzzled. "Huh, where to?" "The immortal tree platform," Yin Beishan replied. The moment his voice fell, a curtain of emerald green light swept toward them, passing through their figures like flowing water. The space trembled faintly, and Xiao Nuo suddenly found himself standing atop a lofty cloud platform. The dense spiritual energy in the air swirled like ethereal mist. The platform was so close to the heavens that it felt as though one could reach out and touch the clouds. At the center of the platform stood an enormous ancient tree, its trunk so wide it would take several people to encircle it. Its sprawling canopy covered nearly 2/3 of the platform. Beneath the tree, humans seemed as insignificant as ants. Xiao Nuo, awestruck, asked, "What is this place?" Yin Beishan explained, "This is the heart of Sacred Tree City. The ancient spirit tree you see here forms the foundation of the city lord's mansion. It is thanks to this tree that the mansion is able to create the tree realm formation." Xiao Nuo was filled with wonder, but remained uncertain about the purpose of being brought here. Yin Beishan continued, "The recent calamity that befell the city lord's mansion would have ended with Sacred Tree City falling into the hands of the Tiangang sword sect if it weren't for your intervention. I brought you here to express my gratitude." Xiao Nuo quickly responded, "City Lord, you give me too much credit. I am merely fulfilling the task assigned to me by the Third Elder to strengthen the alliance between the Ethereal Sect and Sacred Tree City. What I did was simply part of my duty." Yin Beishan raised a hand to interrupt him. "Public matters are public, and personal matters are personal. I can distinguish between the two." Without waiting for Xiao Nuo to speak further, he waved his sleeve, and a beam of emerald light shot into the ancient spirit tree. Instantly, powerful energy fluctuations erupted across the cloud platform. From the tree's center, ancient formation patterns rippled outward. Pure spiritual energy surged from the formation, converging before the three of them in delicate streams. Yin Beishan raised his left hand, and the spiritual energy condensed into a small orb, about the size of a longan, glowing with a vibrant green light that flickered softly. He held the orb out to Xiao Nuo and explained, "This is a wood spirit pill, formed by the ancient spirit tree as it gathers the essence of heaven and earth, merging it with its own spiritual energy. It typically takes 5 to 10 years to produce a single pill." Hearing the rarity of the item, Xiao Nuo hesitated to accept it, but Yin Beishan insisted, "Do not refuse, young friend. As precious as this item is, it is nothing compared to my life, or the survival of the city lord's mansion. In light of your contributions, this token of gratitude is still far too modest." Seeing Yin Beishan's determination, Xiao Nuo finally relented. "In that case, I humbly accept, and thank the city lord for his generosity." Yin Beishan laughed heartily. "That's more like it. Consuming the wood spirit pill beneath the ancient spirit tree enhances its effects. Stay here and refine it at your leisure. Inger and I will wait outside." Xiao Nuo expressed his gratitude once more and watched as Yin Beishan departed with Yin Ying. Left alone on the cloud platform, he held the wood spirit pill in his palm, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Beneath the ancient spirit tree, he was about to embark on an extraordinary journey of cultivation. It takes 5 to 10 years to refine a single pill, and the spiritual energy contained within this pill must be extraordinary. Xiao Nuo took a deep breath and sat cross-legged beneath the ancient spiritual tree. Adjusting his posture, he placed the Mu Ling pill into his mouth. The moment the Mu Ling pill entered his mouth, it felt like a cool stream of liquid sliding directly into his stomach, entirely different from the pills he had taken before. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy, 10 times more potent than that of the Yin-Yang Yuan Qi pill, erupted within Xiao Nuo's body. This energy was incredibly pure, without a trace of impurity. Xiao Nuo immediately activated the yin-yang vortex in his dantian, swiftly absorbing the power of the Mu Ling pill. At the same time, the ancient spiritual tree above him swayed, casting a dreamy glow that enveloped Xiao Nuo. He instantly felt his absorption speed increase, filling his heart with joy. In just moments, Xiao Nuo's cultivation broke through to the peak of the first layer of the Qi manipulation realm and began to push toward the next boundary. He could distinctly feel his strength growing rapidly. Meanwhile, on a stone platform on a nearby mountain cliff, Yining leaned against her grandfather, Yin Beishan. The young girl sat at the edge of the platform, her small feet dangling in the air, looking particularly relaxed. Yin Beishan had set aside his dignified demeanor as a city lord, gazing at his granddaughter with a kind smile. "Gr Grandpa, when will I finally grow up?" Yining stammered as she asked. Yin Beishan chuckled and replied, "You're already growing up. Last year, you were only 1 meter tall, and now you're already 1.1 meters. But I'm already 15. Yining said with a pout, her tone full of grievance. I want long legs too." Yin Beishan couldn't help but laugh heartily. "You'll get there. You're just growing slowly. Not that you won't grow at all. Trust me, your grandpa won't lie to you. One day, you'll grow taller than me." "All right," Yining said with a small smile. "When I grow taller than grandpa, even Xiao Nuo will have to look up to me." As she spoke, a powerful surge of spiritual energy rippled from the direction of the sacred tree platform. A gleam flashed in Yin Beishan's eyes as he realized it was the sign of a breakthrough in cultivation. Back at the ancient spiritual tree, Xiao Nuo was deeply immersed in his cultivation, nearly forgetting the passage of time. He continued to absorb the Mu Ling pill's spiritual energy while channeling the Hongming Overlord body technique to strengthen his entire being. Suddenly, Xiao Nuo's eyes snapped open, and an aura far stronger than before erupted from his body. Above the cloud platform, chaotic currents swirled as the energy of the Mu Ling pill raged wildly. A ring of green, ribbon-like energy encircled Xiao Nuo. At that moment, Yin Beishan and Yining entered the scene. "Third layer of the Qi manipulation realm," Yin Beishan remarked, revealing Xiao Nuo's new cultivation level. Yining scratched her head, seeming a bit surprised. Originally, this 10-year-old Mu Ling pill had been reserved for her, but she had voluntarily given it to Xiao Nuo. Typically, a cultivator who consumed such a pill would gain several years' worth of cultivation, potentially reaching the 4th or 5th layer of the Qi manipulation realm. For someone as talented as Xiao Nuo to only reach the 3rd layer left Yining feeling somewhat disappointed. However, Yin Beishan noticed something unusual. Although Xiao Nuo's cultivation realm hadn't met expectations, his aura far exceeded this level, making his true strength difficult to gauge. Just then, the bandage on Xiao Nuo's injured left hand came loose and was carried away by the wind, exposing the wound on his palm. Though it had stopped bleeding, the scar remained strikingly visible. Suddenly, the energy from the ancient spiritual tree in the air surged toward Xiao Nuo's palm. Streams of vibrant green spiritual energy seemed to respond to a summons, converging entirely on his hand. Both Yin Beishan and Yin Ing looked on in astonishment, and Xiao Nuo himself was equally puzzled. He felt a large amount of the tree's energy flowing into his palm. Instead of pain, there was a unique, cooling sensation. This strange phenomenon lasted for over 10 seconds. When all the energy had been absorbed into Xiao Nuo's palm, something miraculous happened. The wound on his palm completely healed. In its place was a silver spiritual mark shaped like a pointed leaf. This sudden and unexpected event left everyone present utterly stunned. Under the ancient spirit tree, Xiao Nuo stared in shock at the delicate, leaf-shaped spirit mark in the palm of his left hand. Though small, the mark's intricate patterns were clear, emitting a faint glow. Rising to his feet, he looked in confusion at Yin Beishan, who was approaching. Yin Beishan nodded repeatedly, his surprise mixed with admiration. "Brother Xiao, it seems you are truly destined for Sacred Tree City. Even the ancient spirit tree has acknowledged you." "Acknowledged me?" Both Xiao Nuo and Yin Ing, standing nearby, showed puzzled expressions. Pointing to the spirit mark in Xiao Nuo's palm, Yin Beishan explained, "This mark is the manifestation of spirit energy gifted to you by the ancient spirit tree. Through it, you can wield a wood-based power called Forest Hand." Xiao Nuo's eyes lit up. "What kind of power is that?" "Forest Hand is a powerful ability that harnesses the energy of plants and trees to create a giant wooden hand. It's highly effective in both offense and defense," Yin Beishan said, stepping back slightly. "Let me show you." As soon as he finished speaking, an intense surge of wood-based spirit energy erupted from Yin Beishan. The ground trembled violently, stone tiles shattered, and thick tree roots burst out from the earth. Raising one hand, he exerted his will from a distance, causing the roots to entwine and form a massive wooden hand. 7 or 8 meters long. Yining gasped and hurriedly stepped back, while Xiao Nuo watched the astonishing scene with unblinking eyes. The enormous wooden hand moved fluidly under Yin Beishan's control, its fingers spreading wide and then clenching into a fist, resembling the hand of a giant emerging from beneath the ground. Xiao Nuo attempted to channel the energy in his palm but failed to replicate Yin Beishan's feat. "It seems I can't," he said, slightly disappointed. Yin Beishan gave a kind smile. "I hadn't finished explaining yet. You don't have a wood-based constitution, so under normal circumstances, you won't be able to use Forest Hand. However, in areas abundant with plant life, you'll be able to activate it." "Areas with lots of plants?" Xiao Nuo asked, still somewhat confused. "Exactly," Yin Beishan patiently clarified. "The spirit mark in your palm enhances your affinity with plant life. If you're in a dense forest, the mark's power will significantly amplify, enabling you to wield Forest Hand. Of course, it will take practice to master. Once you fully control the spirit mark, the power of Forest Hand will only grow stronger." Hearing this, Xiao Nuo began to understand the spirit mark's function. Simply put, he couldn't use Forest Hand under normal conditions, but if a battle took place in a forest, it would effectively become his home turf. Though initially a bit disappointed, Xiao Nuo soon let it go. After all, refining the wood spirit pill was his main goal. Forest Hand was merely an unexpected bonus. Reflecting on his recent breakthroughs in cultivation, he felt a deep sense of gratitude. After leaving the spirit tree platform, the three of them returned to the courtyard of the city lord's mansion. Inside the front hall, Li Hao, Mu Yuer, Li Chen, and others were waiting. Seeing Xiao Nuo walking in with Yin Beishan and Yin Ying, the members of the Piao Miao sect exchanged surprised glances. Li Hao stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. City Lord Ying, the others also rose to show their respect. Yin Beishan raised a hand slightly. "Have you received the management map of Sacred Tree City and my official stamp documents?" "Yes, we received them early this morning," Li Hao replied, looking a bit better than the day before. Though his face was still pale, his voice carried more strength. "We've come, first, to thank you and second, to bid you farewell." Yin Beishan had fulfilled his promise by granting partial management rights of Sacred Tree City to the Piao Miao sect. While Li Hao could have stayed to oversee the transition, the heavy casualties from the recent battle required him to return to the sect and consult with senior elders on the next steps. Additionally, with Ouyang Rong, Xiang Donglu, Yun Zhou, and others severely injured, they needed urgent treatment back at the sect. Though the city lord's mansion offered decent medical care, it couldn't compare to the resources of the Piao Miao sect, one of the 7 great sanctuaries of the Eastern Wastelands. For these reasons, Li Hao and his group decided to depart immediately. Yin Beishan nodded slightly. "It's wise for you to return sooner. It won't be long before the Tiangang Sword sect learns of what transpired here. You'll need to establish contact with your sect's 3rd elder to coordinate our response." "That's one of our main concerns as well," Li Hao agreed. At this moment, Yin Beishan turned his gaze to Xiao Nuo. Since the others were leaving, it was clear Xiao Nuo wouldn't remain here alone. "Brother Xiao, there's one more thing I must entrust to you." Yin Beishan's voice echoed through the grand hall, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Xiao Nuo responded respectfully. "City Lord Yin, please speak freely. As long as it is within my ability, I will do my utmost to fulfill it." Yin Beishan took a deep breath and slowly voiced his request. "Inger, I want her to accompany you to the Misty Cloud sect for cultivation." As soon as the words were spoken, the hall fell into a tense silence. Everyone exchanged astonished glances, their expressions betraying their surprise. Yining froze in place, clutching tightly to Yin Beishan's sleeve. Shaking her head repeatedly, she said with a sob in her voice, "No, I don't want to go." Yin Beishan gently patted his granddaughter's small head, his eyes filled with affection. He gave her a reassuring nod, silently encouraging her. Yet the little girl stubbornly shook her head, her eyes welling up with tears. Turning back to Xiao Nuo and the others, Yin Beishan spoke in a calm but resolute tone. "I must trouble you all to wait outside for a moment." Li Hao, Mu Yuer, and the others exchanged a glance before nodding in agreement. Without hesitation, they stepped out of the hall. Outside the hall, the group from the Misty Cloud sect stood in thoughtful silence. They were well aware of the significance of Sacred Tree City to their sect. Yin Ying's entry into the Misty Cloud sect was hardly in question. However, her timid nature and reluctance to interact with anyone other than Yin Beishan would undoubtedly make her life in the sect challenging. One after another, they turned their gazes to Xiao Nuo, sensing that Yin Beishan's decision was closely tied to him. Xiao Nuo himself was caught off guard by the request, but he could find no reason to refuse. As the group stood quietly pondering the situation, Yin Beishan emerged from the hall with Yin Ying by his side. The young girl's eyes were still red and puffy, with tear streaks on her cheeks, but her demeanor suggested she had reluctantly agreed. Yin Beishan addressed the group softly. "She won't be a burden to you. She can manage her daily needs on her own." Li Hao quickly clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, responding earnestly, City Lord Yin, you honor us with your words. Having the young lady of the City Lord's manor join the Misty Cloud sect is a blessing for us, not a burden. His words were both courteous and sincere. Yin Ying's special status would undoubtedly strengthen the bond between the Misty Cloud sect and Sacred Tree City. Yin Beishan gave Yin Ying an encouraging glance, nodding gently. The little girl wiped the corner of her eyes and reluctantly shuffled over to Xiao Nuo's side. Seeing this, a gratified smile spread across Yin Beishan's face. He hoped that his beloved granddaughter could step beyond the walls of the City Lord's manor, experience life like an ordinary girl, and grow into a courageous and happy young woman. Half an hour later, on the outer city platform of Sacred Tree City, Yin Beishan watched as several majestic snow-winged eagles soared into the sky. Standing on one of the eagles, Yinning waved down at her grandfather with all her might, her voice small but resolute, Grandpa, please remember to come visit me. Yin Beishan's voice was warm and steady, be good and listen. No matter what happens, don't be afraid. Though reluctant to part, he knew this was the moment for the fledgling to take flight. One day, she would transform into a great rock, soaring high above the skies. By afternoon, the snow-winged eagles glided through the vast sea of clouds and mountains, entering the domain of the Misty Cloud sect. The rolling peaks stretched endlessly, a breathtaking sight. The sect's grand entrance loomed ahead, resembling a colossal dragon spanning the heavens, exuding an imposing aura. Yin Ying's sorrow began to dissipate. The wind swept through her hair, and her clear eyes sparkled with curiosity. At that moment, Shao Nuo suddenly spoke, Junior Sister Yuer. Mu Yuer blinked in surprise. It was rare for Xiao Nuo to address her so directly. I need to trouble you all to take Miss Yin Ying back to the sect first. There's something I must attend to, Xiao Nuo continued. The group exchanged puzzled looks. Mu Yuer asked curiously, what is it? Just a personal matter, Xiao Nuo replied briefly. Without further explanation, he leapt onto one of the unoccupied snow-winged eagles. Shao, Yinning called out softly. Xiao Nuo reassured her, don't worry, I'll be back soon. With that, he urged the eagle forward, swiftly breaking away from the group. Li Hao opened his mouth to say something, but Xiao Nuo had already vanished into the distance, leaving only a streak of light behind. Mu Yuer watched his retreating figure and muttered under her breath, that guy. Shouldn't he be calling me senior sister? What's with the junior sister? The snow-winged eagle streaked through the sky like a flash of white lightning, leaving an elegant arc in the air. Xiao Nuo's gaze was sharp, more piercing than that of a hawk. His destination was Clearseas City. A thought simmered in his mind. The Shao family. I have a grand gift prepared just for you. In the city of Xia, the night had already deepened by half an hour. The Shao family estate was ablaze with light, showcasing a scene of prosperity that reflected the family's flourishing status. Just a few days ago, the Shao family had further expanded their businesses in the city, with their patriarch, Shao Xiong, using ruthless methods to force 3 rival families out of competition. Now, within the entirety of Xia, the only family capable of standing against the Shaos was the Gongsun family, founders of the prestigious Wanjin Merchant Guild. Inside the Shao family's inner courtyard, the celebratory banquet was in full swing, filled with the clinking of glasses and the sounds of revelry. The Gongsun family? What are they worth? Scoffed an elder of the family, waving his wine cup drunkenly. We have the backing of the Tiangang sword sect. With that alone, I give them no more than 3 years before we crush them underfoot. 3 years, another man sneered dismissively. It won't take that long. The young master became a first-rank disciple of the sword sect 2 months ago. The second young lady has even caught the eye of the sect's young master, Feng Hanyu. Xiao Bulang, Xiao Duo, and Xiaoying have all ascended to second-rank disciples as well. What does the Gongsun family have to compete with us? Exactly. The crowd raised their glasses in agreement. The Gongsun family is nothing. The Shao family is the true ruler of Xia. At that moment, a loud rumble of thunder tore through the night sky. The previously clear evening suddenly turned dark and foreboding, as though heralding an ominous event. What's going on? Someone asked in surprise. This strange weather changes so suddenly. Is it going to rain? Before the words even settled, the gates of the Shao estate swung open. A guard hurried into the hall, carrying an exquisite sandalwood box adorned with intricate carvings. Master, the guard said, panting heavily, someone just delivered this, saying it must be handed to you personally. Shao Xiong, who had been discussing further plans to suppress the Gongsun family with his kin, frowned slightly. A senior member of the family's leadership brightened at the sight and chuckled. Looks like another faction trying to curry favor with the Shao family. Ha, another chimed in. This must be the 10th batch today. But compared to the others, just a single box? Which faction is this stingy? The guard explained. The sender didn't reveal their identity. They only said that once the master sees what's inside, he'll be very pleased and will immediately know who sent it. Xiao Xiong's interest was piqued. Bring it here. As he took the box, the surrounding Shao family leaders exchanged sneering glances. Very pleased, they say, someone scoffed. With the Shao family's current status, what could possibly satisfy us? Unless it's the head of the Gongsun patriarch, another joked. Ha ha ha. The room erupted in laughter. You know, this box does look about the right size for a head. But as Xiao Xiong opened the box, a pungent wave of blood filled the air. His expression instantly darkened as he stared at the contents. Thud. The box fell from his hands, crashing to the floor. A severed head rolled out, its features twisted in agony. The laughter in the room froze. The head wasn't that of the Gongsun patriarch, it was the head of the Shao family's young master, Shao Yi. Boom. It was as if another thunderclap exploded in everyone's minds. The entire hall was thrown into a storm of rage and terror. The young master? Stammered one of the senior members who had been laughing moments earlier, his face now ashen. Shao Yi's head rolled to the doorway, his features grotesquely contorted, his eyes wide open, as if he had endured unspeakable torment before his death. The guard who had delivered the box was trembling uncontrollably, his face pale as a ghost. He dropped to his knees, stammering, "Master, I didn't know. I didn't know it was the young master's head." Before he could finish, Xiao Xiong struck out with a furious palm. The guard's bones shattered instantly, his organs ruptured, and blood poured from his mouth and nose as his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The scene plunged the Shao family into utter chaos. Members of the family rushed in, clamoring to know what had happened. The hall was filled with an oppressive air of killing intent. The senior members stood frozen on either side, too terrified to breathe. Xiao Xiong resembled an enraged lion, his bloodshot eyes burning with fury. When the rest of the family saw the severed head on the floor, they were so horrified that some nearly collapsed. The young master. It's the young master's head. My God, who could have done this? Who would dare? Some of the women in the family screamed and wept uncontrollably, overcome with fear. Silence. Xiao Xiong's thunderous roar echoed through the hall, shaking everyone to their core. The room fell into a deathly hush, with only the sound of trembling bodies remaining. Xiao Xiong clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white as the veins on his forehead throbbed violently. His gaze was fixed on the bloodied head before him, his eyes blazing with fury. It had been less than 2 months since Shao Yi, the young master of the Shao family, was murdered again. Such a brutal act instantly reminded everyone of one person, Xiao Nuo. Impossible, someone whispered in shock. Shao Yi was a first-rank disciple of the Tiangang sword sect. How could someone like Xiao Nuo possibly kill him? Before the words had even settled, a commotion erupted outside the door. A disciple stumbled in, his voice trembling. Patriarch, terrible news. Word just came from the Tiangang sword sect. Young master Shao Yi was killed in Sacred Tree City. His voice abruptly cut off as the oppressive atmosphere of the room hit him like a wave. When his eyes landed on the lifeless, unyielding head, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Who was the culprit? One of the Shao family elders demanded, his voice icy, his eyes brimming with cold rage. The disciple's teeth chattered as he stammered. Xiao Nuo, they say it was Xiao Nuo. Boom. The name struck the Shao family members like a thunderclap, weighing heavily on their hearts. Xiao Nuo, the very man who had killed Xiao Yong, had now taken the life of Xiao Xiong's eldest son. What was even more chilling was his audacity to deliver Shao Yi's severed head directly to the Shao family, presenting it before Xiao Xiong himself. This was more than murder, it was a deliberate act of psychological torment. Just as the Shao family was basking in their victory after crushing the other 3 major clans of CS City, Xiao Nuo retaliated in this shocking and provocative manner. Xiao Xiong could no longer contain his rage. His eyes burned crimson, his body trembling as a surge of spiritual energy exploded from him, shattering the floor beneath his feet. Seal the city gates immediately, Xiao Xiong roared. Leave no stone unturned. I want him torn limb from limb. For the first time, Xiao Xiong felt regret. But it wasn't regret for how he had treated Xiao Nuo in the past, it was regret for not erasing him completely. Who could have foreseen that the man they once dismissed as a worthless nobody would rise to deal such a devastating blow to the Shao family? Both of Xiao Xiong's sons had now fallen to Xiao Nuo's hand. This time, Xiao Xiong was determined to end it. He vowed to ensure Xiao Nuo would never leave CS City alive. Chaos erupted throughout CS City. Massive spirit beasts tore through the streets, swiftly sealing every exit from the city. The scene was eerily reminiscent of that fateful night long ago. But this time, how would Xiao Nuo respond? Could he once again escape with his life? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.